Chapter 1. Inner City Business. The rain poured down relentlessly, drenching Zhao Li to the core and extinguishing his dreams. He hunched low, twisted the throttle, and his motorcycle surged forward, overtaking the line of cars on the highway. Damn that system. Was Jiang City not enough of a challenge for him? It had to throw him into inner city business Sangnan, who was even there. With a blank expression, Zhao Li spat out the rainwater that had splashed into his mouth, remaining silent as he accelerated further. Encountering a torrential downpour while on a long journey was merely a stroke of bad luck, and his sole means of transportation, a modified motorcycle, reflected his dire financial situation. But damn it, the true culprit was that wretched system. Speaking of the system, it had arrived about a year ago. What a time it was. Having grown up without a father, he was raised solely by his mother. After taking the college entrance examination, he managed to enroll in a university in the capital, neither particularly remarkable nor dismal, just average. Unfortunately, his mother fell ill, and if he went to school, there would be no money left for her treatment. Faced with that choice, anyone would know what to prioritize. He chose to use the money for his mother's medical expenses and did not attend school. The reality of choosing between treatment and education made it clear that his family was not well off. The funds allocated for her care would barely cover a single course of treatment, leaving them in dire straits. He could only care for his mother while working, and it was during this time that the system had come into play. The system assigned him tasks to eliminate certain monsters, categorized by levels: Zhan, Qi, Chuan, Hai, Wuliang, Klein, and so forth. Each level offered different rewards in experience and currency, with higher levels yielding greater returns. Starting at the Zhan level, he began from the very bottom, earning 5,000 experience points and 5,000 currency units for each creature he defeated, gradually accumulating enough to cover his mother's treatment expenses. Though ultimately her illness remained unresolved, there was still a glimmer of hope. According to the system, should he reach the highest level, it could resurrect his mother. What that highest level entailed, he did not know, nor did he understand the specifics of the resurrection process, only that it existed. As for whether the system could be deceived, he deemed it unnecessary to ponder. He was utterly destitute, with his assets entirely reliant on the system's support. What motive would it have to deceive him? Brushing aside these thoughts, he now stood at the initial pinnacle, and completing this inner-city mission would likely elevate him to the intermediate level. He was uncertain how far he was for the highest tier, but he was nonetheless a step closer. With the wind rushing past him, Zhao Li finally arrived within the designated area of the task in the time stipulated by the system. He parked his beloved motorcycle, removed his helmet, and summoned his trusty blade, weighing its sheath thoughtfully before proceeding towards his destination, guided by a map visible only to him. Upon arrival, Zhao Li furrowed his brow. Why were there two people here? Were they NPCs conjured by the system, or newly introduced players? Hey, who are you? How did you get in here? Zhao Kongchang called out to Zhao Li, wiping the rainwater from his face. TSK, never mind. It doesn't matter. Young man, just stand there and don't move, it will be safe soon. Zhao Li tilted his head, wondering what all the chatter was about. It was quite bothersome. Regardless, he decided to eliminate the monsters first. After all, there was 50,000 at stake. With a light leap, he sprang into the air, drew his blade, and with a single stroke, severed the foe's head from its body. Zhao Li kicked aside the severed head of the Ghost-Faced King that had rolled to his feet and approached the dazed Zhao Kongcheng, inquiring, "Are you also a player?" "What player?" Zhao Kongcheng gripped the ghostly talisman that had failed to penetrate. Zhao Li chose not to respond to his query, instead turning to Lin Xie and asking, "How did you two arrive here?" Noticing Lin Xie, who was preparing to make a hasty exit, had paused at his question, he innocently replied, "I just glared, and then I came." A glare? What nonsense! Convinced of their lack of intelligence and their inability to elicit meaningful answers, Zhao Li turned and retrieved the scabbard he had previously discarded, sheathing his blade. He intended to leave post-haste, hoping to perhaps enjoy breakfast in Jiangcheng the following day. "Wait, you cannot leave." Zhao Li ignored him. These two were utterly inept and could not impede his departure, rendering their words inconsequential. Lin Xie touched his nose and cleared his throat. "Ahem, if all is well, I shall return." "You cannot leave either." Zhao Kongcheng grasped Lin Xie, who was closest to him, and prepared to pursue Zhao Li. "Old Zhao, are you all right?" Hearing a familiar voice, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes brightened. "Honging, Quickly, catch up with that fellow. He possesses a forbidden realm and is quite formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Ying dashed past Zhao Kongsheng, pursuing Zhao Li. When she was merely a step or two away, she reached out to seize him, but found nothing but air. Zhao Li half-turned, gripping Hong Ying's wrist, and frowned. What do you want? Hong Ying turned to Zhao Kongsheng, questioning her own intentions. Zhao Kongsheng scratched his head. He's not in the Watchman's dossier, but he possesses a forbidden realm. Hong Ying's expression hardened. A wild holder of a forbidden realm must be retained. While she pondered this, Zhao Li was also deep in thought. In the past year, no one had emerged while he hunted creatures. Yet today, 3 had appeared all at once. He couldn't help but suspect that the system was about to assign him a new quest or upgrade, transitioning from a single player to a multiplayer experience. If his suspicions were indeed correct, then there was no way he could leave now. He released Hong Ying's wrist, stating, "I can accompany you, but I must take my treasure with me." Treasure? Hong Ying exchanged glances with Zhao Kongsheng, then addressed Zhao Li. "I will go with you." "Very well." Lin Xie tilted his head at Zhao Kongsheng. "Are you truly allowing her, a girl, to follow that man? You wouldn't understand." Lin Xie twitched his lips. He didn't comprehend, but he instinctively felt unsafe. Zhao Li, accompanied by Hong Ying, retrieved his motorcycle and met up with the slower-arriving Chen Mai before the group set off together to the Peace Affairs office. Before entering, Zhao Li glanced left and right at the office and mused. Quite splendid. Indeed, all matters of weddings and funerals were conveniently handled here without the need to traverse multiple locations. Noticing Zhao Li remained stationary on his motorcycle, Hong Ying recalled his earlier remark about it being his treasure and asked, "Shall we ride it inside? Is that permissible?" Zhao Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Instead of answering him, Hong Ying turned to Chen Mai. "Captain, come in. The rain is heavy." "Thank you." Upon entering the office, Zhao Li stood at the doorway, water dripping from his body and forming a small puddle on the floor. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he shyly scratched his head. "We'll clean up before I leave." "It's not customary to make guests clean up. Just come in," Chen Mai replied, shaking his head. "I have a lot of water on me. It would be better to dry off a bit first." Dry off. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, and in that fleeting moment, both burst into laughter. Chen Mai turned to glare at the two, signaling them to compose themselves. Once their laughter subsided, he addressed Zhao Li. "It's fine. Come in. We've all brought the rain inside. Yours is insignificant. Besides, don't you wish to uncover the truth sooner?" Chapter 2. The conflict begins. Truth? Isn't it merely an influx of online players? What more could there be? Zhao Li settled onto the vacant spot on the sofa, his lips sealed, yet his internal monologue raged on unceasingly. After a moment, Chen Mai contemplated and asked, "How much do you know about the Forbidden Ruins?" "Forbidden Ruins?" Zhao Li's expression indicated a lack of comprehension, prompting Chen Mai to start from the beginning. "Beyond the Great Xia lies a shrouded expanse of fog. Are you aware?" Zhao Li nodded. The fog was a well-known phenomenon. The origins of the fog remain a mystery, yet its arrival not only brought forth enigmas, but also bestowed power. Children born after the fog's emergence occasionally possess unique abilities, which can be triggered under certain circumstances, varying from person to person. Everyone's power is somewhat different. This power is what we refer to as the Forbidden Ruins. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Li inquired, "Aside from being innate, can it be acquired later?" His system certainly did not appear to be an inherent gift. Indeed, just as Zhao Li began to feel elated, Chen Mai continued, "However, only deities possess this capability, and the powers granted by deities are not labeled as Forbidden Ruins." "What then?" "Divine Ruins." Zhao Li's face remained impassive, yet the hand hanging by his side had clenched tightly. "By the heavens, divine gifts! Is there truly divinity in this world? Is he mad, or is this world mad?" After pondering for a brief moment, Zhao Li decisively cast aside the question of sanity and instead asked, "Are divine ruins exceedingly rare? If they weren't, claiming one for himself wouldn't be unreasonable." "Very rare." A sound of shattering pierced the air. Ah, it was the sound of his grand aspirations crumbling. Noticing the flicker of defeat in Zhao Li's eyes, Chen Mai surmised some of his sentiments. Being informed of his rarity, only to learn of an even rarer subset, would naturally yield feelings of despondency. However, with the evening's numerous developments, and the impending debriefing on the Faceless King incident, he lacked the energy to provide psychological counsel to a stranger. Having already laid the groundwork, he deemed further elaboration unnecessary and shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. What is your forbidden ruins, and when did you acquire it? At last he has arrived. Zhao Li, invigorated, straightened his posture and demonstrated a grand display of his blade, slamming the weapon upon the table with a resounding clap. The horse-slaying saber, as for when I acquired it, I cannot recall. Forgetting is an impossibility, yet divulging the entirety of his circumstances to a group of strangers is equally unfeasible. Chun Mai, naturally skeptical, did not believe Zhao Li's claim of forgetfulness, however. The crux of the matter lay not in this query, but rather in the existence of the horse-slaying saber within the confines of the Forbidden Ruins. Suppressing his inner doubts, Chun Mai continued, "Is this your first encounter with such mysteries?" He anticipated Zhao Li's response. "No, I've encountered them numerous times, yet each appearance is uniquely different." The grotesque variety of forms had led him to question, over the past year, whether the system had a penchant for the hideous, thus manifesting such abstract monstrosities. Yet, it now appeared he had wronged the system. The monstrosity's ugliness and abstraction stemmed from a mist, bearing no relation to it. Having seen such horrors multiple times without succumbing, a hypothesis flickered in Chun Mai's mind, his gaze sharpening with newfound intensity. "You are hunting the mysteries." Zhao Li scratched his head, proposing a minor suggestion. Could we refer to them as monsters instead of mysteries? It seems the term mystery fails to capture their grotesqueness. Chun Mai inhaled deeply, contemplating this individual. Hong Ying met Chun Mai's piercing gaze, covering her mouth as she waved her hand. "I won't laugh anymore, Captain. Please continue." Chun Mai remained silent, his eyes unwavering. Noticing the tension, Si Xiaonan stood up, pulling Hong Ying and Lung Xian along. "Most of us have been caught in the rain. Sitting here like this could lead to colds. Let's prepare some ginger soup to ward off the chill." "Go ahead," Chun Mai replied. As he spoke, the trio vanished in an instant. Zhao Kongcheng glanced at Lin Xie and, with a brief word, took him along as well. When Shima surveyed the surroundings, "I'll assist Hong Ying and the others." "All right," came the response. Wu Xiangnan, about to speak to Chun Mai, found himself interrupted. "Xiangnan, you should help Hong Ying and the others too." Observing this obvious diversion, Zhao Li's expression turned peculiar. Did they truly believe he could be so easily deceived by 5 people making a pot of ginger soup? Once the others had departed, Chun Mai's expression turned stern as he faced Zhao Li. "What brings you to Cangnan?" The sudden emergence of a divine agent followed by Zhao Li left him with no choice but to ponder further. Zhao Li, exasperated, rubbed his forehead to wish to understand the system's intentions for his presence in Cangnan. "I took on a business venture across the city to slay a monster." With a swift motion, Zhao Li drew his blade to parry Chun Mui's impending strike. Hey, I merely accepted a job to earn some extra cash. Is it necessary to resort to violence? You are a lackey of the ancient God Church." "What nonsense! I bear no responsibility for the ancient God Church. I refuse to carry that burden." Zhao Li swung his blade down toward Chun Mai. "It's not easy for ordinary folks to earn a living, even if you're the local tyrant. You cannot slander me like this." Chun Mai leaned back to evade Zhao Li's attack, countering with a strike to his side. "If you claim innocence, then prove it. The burden of proof lies with the accuser. Do not attempt to ensnare me in a self-incrimination trap." Lin Xie, peering out from behind the wall, caught wind of this exchange and, after a moment of silence, remarked, "You seem quite cultured." Zhao Kongcheng pressed Lin Xie's head back down, cautioning, "Keep watching, and be mindful they may come to kill you." "Me? I'm just a high school student. What do they want with me?" Lin Xie scoffed in disbelief. "Indeed, you are a high school student, yet you also serve as the agent of Michael." Lin Xie was taken aback. Is being an agent truly so perilous? Zhao Kongcheng rolled his eyes in response. "What did you expect? Then, can I opt out of this role as an agent?" Before Zhao Kongcheng could reply, a gust of wind swept past him, accompanied by the shouts of several teammates. "Captain!" Zhao Kongcheng turned to see that one of the 2 combatants who had been trading blows moments ago had been defeated. Unfortunately, it was their captain. Zhao Kongcheng's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "Captain!" and rushed out. Zhao Li regarded the individuals glaring at him with weapons drawn, yet being restrained by Chun Mai, and sighed in exasperation. Why are you looking at me? Let's reason this out. It wasn't I who initiated the conflict. He was compelled to retaliate. It was exhausting, truly. With the prowess of a human pinnacle, what is your purpose here? The term human pinnacle left Hong Ying and the others dumbfounded. They realized they could never match such strength. Chen Mai paid no mind to their reactions. His hand, resting behind him, subtly gestured a signal to Wu Xiangnan, who had yet to join the fray. Responding to the signal, Wu Xiangnan discreetly departed from the scene, taking along the bewildered Lin Chia, who remained rooted in place. Thus, this tale concludes. Chapter 3. Who is a Shi Jin? I must clarify. I merely accepted a cross-city assignment to vanquish a monster. Observing the 5 individuals' identical wary gazes, Zhao Li could not help but express his exasperation. Had it not been for your obstruction, I might have already departed for Cangnan by now. Chen Mai turned to Zhao Kongsheng for confirmation. Is what he said true? Zhao Kongsheng nodded. Indeed, it is as he said. Upon receiving confirmation, Chen Mai stood frozen for a moment, watching Zhao Li's lips move in a silent struggle, ultimately managing to utter, "Shall we converse further?" Conversation is permissible, but from now on, I shall pose the questions, and you shall provide the answers. Chen Mai nodded, open to any inquiries. He was indifferent. He had already dispatched a message to Xiangnan, and those in the capital would respond swiftly, sending individuals to his aid. His current task was to stall Zhao Li, ensuring he did not harm anyone or make his escape. Zhao Li plopped onto the sofa, gesturing toward the opposite seat for Chen Mai to sit. Once Chen Mai settled, Zhao Li inquired, "What is the Ancient God Church?" It is an organization established by agents of outer gods, recruiting followers within the Great Xia, aiming for unification of the realm. Zhao Li understood. In simpler terms, it was an organization seeking feudal unification. Chen Mai twitched his lips, acknowledging, "If you wish to see it that way, so be it. And what about you? What organization lurks behind you?" "We are the Night Watchers." "Responsible for what?" "Is it an official organization?" "We manage the elimination of the mysterious from the cities, ensuring the safety of ordinary citizens." "Indeed, it is an official entity." Zhao Li scratched his chin, curiosity piqued. "What is the relationship between the Night Watchers and the Ancient God Church?" "It is somewhat complex." Upon hearing this, Zhao Li hastily raised his hand to signal Chen Mai to cease. Complexities were best left aside, as he was merely an ordinary citizen and wished to avoid entanglement in the affairs of grand organizations. An ordinary citizen with the pinnacle of human strength, you say? Zhao Kongsheng, standing behind Chen Mai, gazed at Zhao Li with jealousy, silently wishing to be such an ordinary citizen himself. Under the weight of several envious stares, even Zhao Li, who prided himself on his thick skin, felt a bit overwhelmed, turning his head to gaze through the glass outside. The rain had ceased, and it seemed he could soon take his leave. Speaking of departure, Zhao Li turned back to Chen Mai and asked, "How long until your people arrive?" "If it will take a considerable time, I shall leave my contact information and take my leave." Though returning now would mean missing breakfast, he could still catch the opening of the beef noodle shop for a delightful lunch. "My young friend, would you consider staying for another cup of tea?" Sensing danger, Zhao Li swiftly leaped from the sofa to the floor beside him, then glanced back at the seat he had just vacated. An elderly gentleman, his hair completely white, had taken his place. Upon meeting Zhao Li's gaze, the old man neither recoiled nor avoided, instead raising his teacup in greeting. Zhao Li could not help but exclaim, "Truly, what a pretentious fellow." Chen Mai approached the old man and called out, "Sir, yes, you may temporarily retreat. He is now my responsibility." Knowing that a confrontation between the two ceilings could inadvertently harm innocent bystanders, Chen Mai refrained from showing off. He nodded to Chun Fuzi and departed the scene with the members of Team 136. "Young friend, please take a seat," Zhao Li said, twirling his broadsword in the air. "Seating is unnecessary. Judging by your demeanor, you must be a notable figure from the organization they mentioned. Shall we negotiate some terms?" Chun Fuzi, in good spirits, smiled and replied, "What do you propose?" "I'm merely an ordinary citizen. If there's anything special about me, it's just my penchant for monster hunting. I have no interest in your tumultuous affairs. If you can ensure your subordinates do not trouble me, I, in turn, will refrain from causing you any disturbances. Does that sound agreeable?" Instead of responding directly, Chen Fuzi inquired. May I ask when you awakened your forbidden ruins? I find it hard to believe they didn't inform you of my earlier response when they called you here. They did, but I remain skeptical. A poor person who suddenly becomes wealthy will undoubtedly remember the day of their fortune. Similarly, an ordinary individual will vividly recall the day they awakened the forbidden ruins. Zhao Li, feigning a smile, casually mentioned a time 2 years ago, right when my senior year began. 2 years, from a mere reflection to the pinnacle of humanity. Young friend, your talent is not to be underestimated. Would you be interested in joining us to protect the great Xia? Zhao Li suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, thinking, have you watched too many cartoons? Not at all, Chen Fuzi said, sipping his tea leisurely. Do you truly lack interest? Indeed. Did you all hear that? Zhao Li's brow furrowed as he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Who are you speaking to? Aside from those who were already present, he sensed no additional life forms. The mere thought of someone evading his perception sent a shiver down his spine. His muscles tensed as he shifted his right foot back, preparing to flee on his prized motorcycle at the slightest hint of danger. Chen Fuzi blinked and retrieved a phone from his pocket, displaying a call in progress. Shaking it at Zhao Li. Zhao Li found the situation absurd yet somehow reasonable. Of course, communication via phone had eluded him. I cannot leave the capital indiscriminately. Thus, I must ask you to maintain communication with me while conversing with Chen Fuzi. I initially refrained from informing you. My apologies. Chen Fuzi stroked his beard and said, he is Yi Fan, the night watchman commander. Stop right there. I'm not interested in your identities. The matter we discussed. Can we settle it with just one sentence? Zhao Li hurriedly interrupted Chen Fuzi's introduction, fearing that the more he heard, the harder it would be to extricate himself. On the other end of the line, Yi Fan fell silent for 2 seconds before responding. It's difficult to convey everything over the phone. I will visit Shijin in 3 days. Perhaps you could come there for a detailed discussion? Not going, Zhao Li exclaimed, glancing at the unexpected system panel that had appeared before him, indicating that his next task location was indeed Shijin, with a countdown of 3 days. Great. Following Sangnan, the system has decided there is someone it wants to see in Shijin as well. Damn system, always putting me through the ringer. After a torrent of exasperation surged within, the outward demeanor remained one of cheerful compliance, seamlessly engaging with the previous conversation. There was no turning back. Simply send me the meeting location, and I shall ride my motorcycle there. On the other end of the line, Yi Fan replied, shall I arrange for your motorcycle to be transported? Would you prefer I book you a plane ticket? Given the remarkable prowess of the human pinnacle, he harbored reservations about the journey across numerous cities on a motorcycle. I drive on the highway swiftly, so there's no need to trouble yourself with a plane ticket. Zhou Li responded. Yi Fan, at a loss for words, gazed up at the ceiling and remarked, perhaps it would be better if you let me assist you. Zhao Li approached Mr. Chen, producing his mobile phone. Let's exchange contact information. Send me the meeting location. We shall convene in 3 days. Very well. After exchanging contact details, Zhao Li mounted his motorcycle and departed, leaving Mr. Chen to sip his now lukewarm tea. What do you think of the person you met? Mr. Chen adjusted his sleeves and replied, an ordinary person, neither good nor bad. An ordinary person implies that he is not one of those lunatics from the ancient god sect. And Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief as he sent the precise location of the local eatery. Please forward the meeting location to him. Although Mr. Chen had already formed a conjecture when Yi Fan mentioned Shijin, he was still taken aback by Yi Fan's audacity upon receiving the meeting details. If any mishap occurs, Zhou Ping will fight you to the bitter end. Chapter 40. It turns out it's my wife here. 2 ceilings, no room for error. Yi Fan felt quite helpless. Master Chen needed to oversee the prison, and Lu Wuwei was perpetually aimless, confined to, best not to mention it. Here, at the headquarters, where allies and foes were clearly delineated, he wasn't T1 to dangle like an old man on a noose, longing for a prolonged existence. After much contemplation, it seemed that Zhou Ping would be the most fitting option. All right, I'll hang up for now. I need to prepare Zhou Ping psychologically. Master Chen gazed at the interface of the terminated call, squinting with a smile, surmising that Yi Fan would be washing dishes at the local restaurant for a few months. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the appointed day, Zhao Li hurried to the agreed location after a brief, profitable encounter with the target assigned by the system. At the Sanjiu local cuisine restaurant, Zhao Li raised his head to glance at the sign and then at the bustling crowd. It appeared to be the place. Sanjiu greeted Zhao Li warmly upon his entrance, asking, "Hello, what would you like to eat?" Zhao Li sidestepped to avoid those exiting, casually replying, "The signature dishes. 4 servings will suffice." "All right, for signature dishes. There's a vacant spot over there. Please sit inside." "Thank you." After finding a seat, Zhao Li meticulously tore off 2 pieces of paper to wipe the blood he had accidentally smeared on his hands, all while observing the surrounding patrons. Noticing their expressions of enjoyment, he relaxed, relieved that the food would likely be palatable. "Have you placed your order?" Hearing this question, Zhao Li initially assumed it was from the restaurant staff and nodded. "I have already ordered." "Fine. Since you've ordered, I shall not." Yi Fan plopped down in the chair opposite Zhao Li, extending his right hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Fan." Zhao Li gazed steadily at Yi Fan's outstretched hand, hesitating for a moment before shaking it. "Well, I believe you already know my name. Just to be thorough, I am Zhao Li." Yi Fan produced a cigarette case, shaking it slightly. "Mind if I?" "Be my guest." Yi Fan extracted a cigarette and lit it, then retrieved a document pouch from his backpack, placing it on the table. With 2 fingers of his right hand, he tapped the pouch. "Here are your details. Would you like to take a look?" Zhao Li chuckled lightly at the sight of the document pouch, a fleeting glimmer of obscurity flashing in his eyes. "Your official organization seems rather unsavory. Special circumstances necessitate special measures. It is a matter of strength." The implication being that Zhao Li's prowess instilled a certain wariness in them, prompting preemptive inquiries. "Of course, we possess such strength as well." Let me have a look." Yi Fan tossed the document pouch towards Zhao Li, who caught it with an outstretched hand, opening it to inspect. The first line of text struck him like a thunderbolt. "You've even dug up information about my long-lost father? All records exist. Retrieving them is not particularly difficult." After another 10 minutes, Zhao Li shook the documents in his hand, gazing up at Yi Fan with a look of exasperation. "What is this neighborhood evaluation form? In just 3 days? You even conducted an investigation in Jiangshan? To engage in such ridiculous antics, it seems this organization lacks reliability." Ahem, it was executed by subordinates. This matter does not concern him. Zhao Li was about to say something when he heard someone beside him say, "Excuse me, let me pass to serve the dish." His ears perked up, and he inexplicably found the voice somewhat melodious. A pair of slender hands presented a steaming bowl of fish soup onto the table, and Zhao Li's gaze was entirely captivated by those delicate hands. He instinctively turned to see the owner of the hands, and he was finished. The 2 characters it's overswirled in Zhao Li's mind. Zhou Ping, under Zhao Li's intense gaze, nervously rubbed his hands together, wondering if something was wrong. No, it mustn't be," Zhou Ping silently prayed. "Yes." Fate had other plans, and with a resigned sigh, Zhou Ping inquired, "What is the problem?" "The dishes are insufficient. I would like to order 2 more. All right. What would you like to add?" "Add whatever you like." Zhao Li raised his hand to touch his nose. "You work here. If you think it's delicious, it must be good, that's what I mean." "Oh, okay. Then I will report 2 more dishes for you." Yi Fan, who had been observing their exchange, suddenly shone with a glimmer of insight. He rose and sat beside Zhao Li, draping an arm around his shoulder. Before Zhao Li could reach for his chopsticks, he said, "I know the employee who just served the dish." Zhao Li instinctively turned to swat his hand away and reached for a pair of chopsticks. "You know him? Then tell me, what is his name?" "Zhou Ping." Zhao Li looked at Yi Fan with skepticism. "Is that what you say? Just because you say so? Don't believe me?" Yi Fan chuckled mischievously, raised his hand, and called toward the kitchen, "Zhou Ping." Zhao Li turned his head sharply towards the kitchen. 2 seconds later, he saw the young man who had just served the dish peek out, scanning the area before fixing his gaze on Yi Fan, his cat-like eyes filled with confusion. "What's the matter?" "Nothing, just called for you." Yi Fan's casual tone made Zhao Li wonder if Zhou Ping would be upset. Would he scold him? Zhao Li scrutinized Zhou Ping's face, noticing him frown and retreat without a word. However, perhaps it was just an illusion, but it seemed as if Zhou Ping had shot him a fierce glare before disappearing back inside. Yi Fan discreetly glanced at the hem of Zhao Li's coat, which was a shade darker than the rest, and patted his shoulder, asking, "Hey kid, do you believe it now?" "I do. Can you give me his contact information?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, realizing that Zhao Li was asking for Zhou Ping's contact at their first meeting, which suggested potential romantic interest. Unfortunately, it was a fruitless endeavor. He waved his hand dismissively. As for his contact, let us do it this way. I'll have him join us for dinner later, and you can ask him directly. Is that acceptable? That is certainly acceptable. Yifan feigned a business smile, but inwardly scoffed at the idea, as he was merely looking for an excuse to avoid sharing Zhou Ping's contact information with anyone else. Nevertheless, considering Zhou Ping was one of their own, if Zhao Li were to pursue him, wouldn't he be integrating into their circle? A pinnacle of humanity joining them could indeed bring a smile to one's face at night. Yet, this was just a figment of Yifan's imagination. As he chuckled to himself merrily, observing the foolish grin of Yifan, Zhao Li discreetly shifted to the side, mindful that he, soon to have a family of his own, could not afford to be tainted by the folly of a simpleton. As the dishes were served, he glanced around for the object of his affection, only to find none. Zhao Li turned to Yifan, his eyes inquiring about her whereabouts. Yifan stood and patted his shoulder, assuring him, "Wait, I will go call her." In the kitchen, Yifan approached Zhou Ping, who was diligently chopping vegetables, and explained the situation with palpable anticipation. Zhou Ping tossed the peeled potatoes into a nearby bowl and, without hesitation, rejected the idea. "I cannot go. It's mealtime, and I must assist my uncle. How about this? I will help you for 3 hours if you step out for just 10 minutes. Zhou Ping pondered for a moment, seeing the potential in the offer, and nodded in agreement. "I will inform my uncle." "Go ahead. It was the table from earlier. I will wait for you." Yifan exited the kitchen, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, and flashed Zhao Li an OK gesture, signaling success. His demeanor was so nonchalant that one would hardly suspect he had traded 10 minutes for 3 hours of labor. Chapter 5. The matchmaker Yifan. Upon hearing Yifan mention that someone would arrive shortly, Zhao Li refrained from indulging in his meal, choosing instead to wait patiently. As he abstained from eating, Yifan, who was merely a guest at the dinner, felt obliged to follow suit. In the midst of their differing anticipations, Zhou Ping emerged from the kitchen. However, under the piercing gaze of the two, he nearly retreated in trepidation. Glancing between Zhao Li and Yifan, he ultimately fixed his gaze on Yifan, silently inquiring about the situation. Yifan shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. "Oh, Zhou Ping, come quickly and take a seat." Yifan, after just warning him to be discreet, now warmly beckoned him over. Zhou Ping couldn't help but feel a sense of suspicion. Truth be told, he contemplated returning to the kitchen. But after standing still for a while, his uncle noticed him, casting a glance at Yifan, who was still urging him to join them, before strolling over to pat Zhou Ping on the shoulder. "When friends come, make sure to entertain them. Today, you needn't work. After your meal, spend some time with your friend." Internally, Zhou Ping fervently shook his head. This was not a friend, and he had no intention of going out. Yet outwardly, he dared not voice his thoughts, fearing his uncle would worry. Instead, he forced a thin smile and replied softly, "Of course." Seeing Zhou Ping approach under his uncle's insistence, Yifan quickly rose to guide him to a chair. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Li, our new companion." New companion? In such a short time, Yifan had managed to persuade someone reluctant to join their ranks. Impressive indeed. Zhou Ping nodded at his new companion, a flicker of pity in his eyes, as they both shared the experience of being drawn into this situation. "Hello, I am Zhou Ping." "I am aware," Zhao Li replied, contemplating for a moment before producing a motorcycle key from his pocket and placing it on the table. "Since I have already introduced my name, I shan't repeat it. Instead, let me share what you might not already know about me." Eilicht? Zhou Ping responded hesitantly, somewhat bewildered by Zhao Li's words. "I am from Jiangsheng, currently a solitary figure. I possess a modified motorcycle and have been working for the past year, undertaking various minor tasks assigned from above, with a minimum income of 5,000 each time. After deducting my expenditures over the past year, I still have several 100,000 left. I do not own a house, but rent instead. If you're interested, I can purchase a property in Jiangsheng, and then it will just be the two of us." "Wait a moment," Zhou Ping interjected. "That seems unnecessary to share with me?" Zhao Li tilted his head, pondering. "Should we start with pursuit then? That works too." "No, Zhou Ping had already devised a way to decline, but found himself at a loss for words, turning to Yi Fan for assistance. Having observed the unfolding drama long enough, Yi Fan evaded Zhou Ping's gaze and scratched his nose. Well, you two have only just met. Discussing pursuit at this stage seems a bit premature. Perhaps it would be better to start as friends? Yi Fan, Zhou Ping exclaimed in exasperation. Why not just refuse outright? Starting as friends, what comes after? Isn't that just giving false hope? Certainly. How about we exchange contact information first? Zhou Ping shot a glare at Yi Fan, providing a string of phone numbers, intending to decline when Zhao Li called. He found it difficult to express himself in person, yet anticipated no issues over the phone. Once Zhao Li confirmed the accuracy of his number, Zhou Ping rose and returned to the kitchen, not even pausing to acknowledge his third uncle. After Zhou Ping's figure vanished completely, Zhao Li turned his gaze towards the already feasting Yi Fan. Shall we discuss this in more detail elsewhere? I would be more than willing. In the hotel's double room, the two occupied a bed each, one on the left and the other on the right. Zhou Ping, what position do you hold in your organization? Prior to your emergence, there were 5 paramount figures in Daxia: 1 sword, 1 rider, 1 esteem, 1 master, and 1 void. What does this have to do with Zhou Ping? He is 1 sword. Zhao Li's eyes brightened at this revelation. So, are you saying he wields a sword? Yi Fan was taken aback by Zhao Li's peculiar focus. Shouldn't T1's attention be on strength rather than the weapon wielded? Indeed, his code name is Sword Saint. Zhao Li's eyes sparkled even more as he rubbed his hands together and inquired, if I join you, can I receive the codename Blade Saint? The kind that is announced publicly. It could be arranged, but why the need for an announcement? Oh, Sword Saint and Blade Saint. How harmonious they sound together. If others don't know I desire this codename, wouldn't it be a waste? Yi Fan twitched his mouth slightly, quickly steering the conversation back on track to avoid being sidetracked. So, you are willing to join us then? First, tell me what I would need to do to join you. You merely need to extend a helping hand in times of peril and ensure that your abilities are not misused to harm others. Yi Fan refrained from elaborating further, believing that if Zhao Li could adhere to these 2 conditions, it would be a significant achievement considering Zhao Li appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence. The not-so-intelligent Zhao Li pondered for a moment before extending his hand to Yi Fan, to a pleasant collaboration. Collaboration? Isn't it joining us? Zhao Li rose and shrugged. I never stated it that way. If he wouldn't even agree to a simple request for an announcement, what was the point of joining? Collaboration only existed on Yi Fan's behalf as a mediator. That old man possesses my contact information, and I shall not provide it to you. You may request it from him instead. If you need my assistance, just send me a message, and we will determine the compensation based on the difficulty of the task. Is the compensation expensive? If it were, he would be unlikely to afford it, as the night watchmen were not particularly affluent. Zhao Li paused, resting his hand on the windowsill, stating, from 5,000 to 500,000, there are various tiers, depending on what you desire. Without waiting for Yi Fan to inquire further, Zhao Li sprang out of the window, leaving only the words, farewell. Yi Fan approached the window and glanced down, just in time to see Zhao Li merging into the crowd on his motorcycle. After standing by the window for a moment in a contemplative mood, Yi Fan changed his attire and returned to his third uncle's rustic restaurant. After greeting his third uncle at the cash register, Yi Fan made his way to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Zhou Ping was crouched by the sink, scrubbing dishes when he suddenly sensed the presence of another person beside him. Without lifting his head, he inquired, have you seen them off? Yes, I wish to discuss Zhao Li with you. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ping, with his hands covered in suds, stood up and exclaimed, no, absolutely not. This is nothing short of deceiving someone's feelings. Upon observing Zhou Ping's expression, Yi Fan understood his thoughts. Listen to me. I refuse to listen. Zhou Ping replied, pressing his lips together. You stay here and wash the dishes. I will go and assist in the front. As he walked away, Zhou Ping pondered. It was one thing to have fooled him in ignorance back then, as pursuing justice was his dream, but how could one betray another's feelings? Emotions are far too precious. Chapter 6. Purchasing a home and establishing roots. Ah, how precious are emotions. System. Lend me your assistance and provide some strategies for matters of the heart, preferably with a financial incentive. Zhao Li, in the newly opened hotel room, poked at the system panel, chattering away. Given that I am your sole host, surely you cannot bear to witness my solitary demise? Not just... Zhao Li was no stranger to the messages that the system generated. Over the past year, during moments of boredom, he would engage in conversation with it. Occasionally, when he became too bothersome, the system would respond with a couple of messages to appease him. Not just, "You have other hosts?" "System, that seems rather unfaithful of you." "Humph. If you provide me with some relationship strategies, I might just forgive your infidelity." "No fate. Nonsense. If there were no fate, why would you have brought me to Shijin?" "Kill. You expect me to traverse half of Daxia to eliminate a creature from a mere lantern vision? Is there a flaw in your programming? Or is my intellect failing me?" Receiving no response, Zhao Li remained undeterred. Speaking to the panel was a two-way street, and when the system could no longer endure his inquiries, it begrudgingly issued a task. Just as Zhao Li contemplated refusing the task, he noticed the rewards had changed. The original $5,000 had transformed into a book bound in red leather. His eyes lit up at the sight of the book, marveling at how the system always guided him toward a triumphant turnaround. It was still on his side. Without delay, he mounted his motorcycle and set off. At the hotel front desk, the attendant glanced at the check-in and check-out records, then at the now-vanished Zhao Li, silently pondering. One could simply book a room for an hour. Why insist on a full day only to check out early? What a peculiar fellow. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Shijin, the designated task location provided by the system, Zhao Li surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the flowers and grass beneath his feet, there was nothing else, no monsters, not even a solitary bird. Just as doubts about the system's accuracy began to surface, a sudden chill coursed down his spine. His body reacted before his mind could catch up. By the time he regained his composure, he found himself 3 meters away from his original position, where a man clad in a black tailcoat now stood. Casting his gaze over the ostentatious attire of the newcomer, Zhao Li bluntly inquired, "Who are you?" The man, EU, bowed in a gentlemanly manner and introduced himself. "I am EU of the Ancient God Church." "Enough, let us get to fighting," Zhao Li interrupted impatiently. His interruption was straightforward. It was not that he found EU off-putting, but rather that he had noticed the system's designation above EU's shoulder, task target. The bold red arrow pointed directly at EU, unmistakably identifying him as the monster in question. Zhao Li summoned his sword, gripping the hilt tightly, and surged forward towards EU. EU raised an eyebrow at this, and, instead of retreating, advanced towards him. With each step he took, the surrounding environment warped slightly, revealing bizarre and surreal sights hidden within the twisted nodes. By the time Zhao Li reached him, the atmosphere had become grotesquely distorted. As Zhao Li plunged into the nightmare EU had conjured, a smirk played at the corners of EU's lips. The newly emerged human ceiling isn't impressive, what a pity. He had intended to recruit him into the Ancient God Church. With a swift motion, EU gazed at the severed right arm on the ground, belatedly raising his hand to cover the wound, a pained groan escaping his lips. "Ah, damn you, I shall kill you." Zhao Li, with the tip of his knife, flicked the dismembered arm into the air before discarding it at EU's feet, grinning as he queried, "Does it not hurt?" EU looked at him, bewildered. "Are you out of your mind?" It was said that those swiftly slain feel no pain. Previously, he had only dealt with monsters, with no one to validate this claim. Today, he encountered Zhao Li and seized the opportunity for confirmation. EU envisioned crafting a nightmarish hell of 18 layers to cast Zhao Li into, allowing him to truly experience agony. Yet he found himself immobilized, his body beyond his control. He attempted to sense the presence of his arm. Nothing, an utter void, his feet. Still absent. Blinking, his gaze suddenly fell, and he was horrified to see his body standing aside, his head having fallen to the ground. Zhao Li clicked his tongue, approaching to pick up the head, a wicked smile adorning his face. "I told you my knife is swift. How was an accident? Look, now you're dead. Aren't you? Hey, since the man is dead, come out." Yi Fan emerged from behind a tree, his expression complex. He had received an alert and hurried over, only to witness the moment Zhao Li executed the beheading. How to put it? When Zhao Li acted, he was a stark contrast to his usual daft demeanor around Zhou Ping, yet not entirely different. "You." Zhao Li tossed the head at Yi Fan's feet. Gesturing dismissively, no need for further words, Handling a corpse is not a problem for a night watchman, is it? Not at all. Fine. Then I'll leave it to you. Zhao Li mounted his motorcycle, revving the engine before speeding off in front of Yifan, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Once out of Yifan's sight, Zhao Li halted the motorcycle and silently summoned the system. The task was marked complete, awaiting his click to claim the reward. He hummed an unknown tune and selected claim, and in the next moment, a book materialized in his arms. Upon inspection, it bore a bright red cover. Was it a book cover? No, it was the red thread of his love. In high spirits, he tucked the book into the side pouch of his motorcycle, retrieved his phone, and opened a navigation app, setting the destination to the property sale center. Indeed, he intended to buy a house. Establishing a family was paramount. Without a home, how could one settle down? With money in hand and presence in the city, the process of purchasing a home unfolded remarkably smoothly. 2 hours later, Zhao Li, clutching the newly acquired property certificate, jubilantly struck the golden egg, claiming his prize as he raced towards his newly purchased furnished apartment. A furnished apartment was simply a furnished apartment. Zhao Li wandered through his new abode, unable to articulate whether it was good or bad. He had always held a nonchalant attitude towards material possessions. Otherwise, with the balance in his account, he would have bought a house in Jiangxing long ago instead of renting. Zhao Li kicked off his shoes and reclined on the sofa, pondering for a moment before finally messaging Zhou Ping. "Are you free tomorrow? Can we meet?" Ding dong. Upon hearing the notification sound, Zhao Li hurriedly unlocked his black screen phone, where 2 glaring characters illuminated the chat box. No, absolutely not. Disheartened, Zhao Li let his eyelids droop, yet within a mere second, he reassured himself. Zhou Ping had neither time nor desire. It mattered not if they did not meet. He could simply conceal his face and avoid the encounter. Zhao Li sighed in admiration of his own cleverness. Oh, right. He had yet to peruse the emotional strategy provided by the system. It was time for a thorough study. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping, grappling with thoughts of refusal that threatened to leave him bald, stepped out while clutching his phone. Upon seeing him, his uncle inquired, "Where are you off to? Dinner will be ready shortly." Zhou Ping replied nonchalantly, "A friend has invited me." In truth, it was to confront the considerable trouble caused by Yifan. In that case, don't let it delay you. Go on. If funds run low, remember to inform me. Understood, uncle. Chapter 7. The beating cough. Yifan was choked by the dust whipped up by the sword winds, sputtering as he evaded the strikes, all the while glancing back to offer words of encouragement to the taciturn Zhou Ping. I understand that Zhao Li may not appear formidable with his muscular physique, but consider this. Could he possibly be the first blossom of romance for you after all these years? Zhou Ping remained silent, intensifying his attacks. Please stop. Think about it. Establishing a family and a career is only a matter of time. I assent it. You've been immersed in martial arts novels, yet you scarcely interact with others. Are you even aware of your own preferences? Yifan leapt and twisted, deftly avoiding 2 parallel streams of sword energy, catching a glimpse of a fallen strand of black hair, feeling a pang of sorrow while continuing his reckless antics. You know nothing. Since you are unaware, why not seize this opportunity to explore? I've stated it clearly. Deceiving someone else's feelings is unacceptable. That lad is infatuated with you at first sight. The feelings already exist, so why would deception be necessary? Zhou Ping shook his head, resolute. I have no intentions. I cannot allow him to sink deeper. Noticing Zhou Ping pausing his assault to converse, Yifan boldly approached, inquiring, "You attacked the moment you arrived, and I didn't object. Now, you must provide me with a valid reason for your aggression." Zhou Ping remained silent, merely unlocking his phone and presenting the chat window with Zhao Li to Yifan. As Yifan perused the conversation history, he fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha. I'm not saying anything, but your chat logs are quite. What? Cough. Nothing at all. It's quite good. Since you've already rejected him, why continue to strike me? He won't listen. He'll be back tomorrow. You must help me devise a definitive rejection. Me? Yifan asked incredulously, pointing at himself. Zhou Ping nodded affirmatively. Under Zhou Ping's unwavering gaze, Yifan racked his brain, but ultimately surrendered with a shrug. I can't think of anything. However, I've read online that cold violence is the best way to resolve emotional matters. Why not? Give it a try. As they spoke, Zhou Ping's phone emitted a notification chime. Upon checking, he noticed the chat window with Zhao Li was aglow with red dots, signaling new messages. Before he could delve into it, the chime rang out several more times, creating an urgent atmosphere. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow and tapped his phone twice. Then let us give it a try. With a solution in hand, Zhou Ping decided to take his leave. Yi Fan watched his retreating figure, casting a wistful glance at the severed hair on the ground. Reflecting on the message from his subordinate, Yi Fan recalled that Zhao Li had purchased a property near the center of Shijin that very day and had moved in immediately. A sense of doubt crept in regarding his earlier suggestion. Could cold violence truly deter such a resolute individual as Zhao Li? Yi Fan rubbed his forehead, a twinge of regret surfacing within him. Had he known Zhao Li possessed such a temperament, he would have arranged their meeting in the capital. Entangling Zhou Ping in this matter, he pondered whether it was a blessing or a curse. Meanwhile, Zhao Li reclined in his newly acquired home, checking the chat window every 5 seconds, from 7 in the evening until 11, as messages continued to flood in. He rose and made his way to the bathroom, comforting himself as he washed up, pondering that perhaps his early slumber at 7 o'clock was merely a consequence of the exhausting day spent working at the local eatery. While such a schedule may seem absurd compared to the lifestyles of the youth today, it was not altogether implausible, was it? Having soothed his own worries, he settled into a deep, restful sleep until dawn. At 6 o'clock in the morning, he climbed out of bed, refreshed and ready, and set out to seek sustenance. As Zhao Li approached the yet unopened eatery, he hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" Inside, Sanjiu was preparing ingredients when he heard the knock. He went to the door and, upon opening it, recognized one of the diners from the previous day with Zhou Ping. "You must be here to see Xiao Ping, right?" "Ah, yes. Indeed, I'm looking for Xiao." "Xiao Ping. He's busy in the kitchen. Please come inside." Zhao Li nodded and entered, placing the breakfast he had purchased on the table. Tilting his head towards Sanjiu, he inquired, "Have you had breakfast yet? If not, I bought more than enough for us to share." "No need for that. You are a friend of Xiao Ping's. If you two are of similar age, you may call me Sanjiu as well." Similar age. The issue was that he had no idea how old Zhou Ping was. Although he had attempted to broach that topic yesterday, all his messages had vanished without a trace. Receiving no reply, "Sanjiu, who has come?" "Your friend, Xiao Ping." Zhou Ping, who had been busy in the kitchen, overheard the conversation and emerged to find Zhao Li standing before Sanjiu, a conflicted expression on his face, while Sanjiu beamed at him, declaring Zhao Li to be his friend. Suddenly, Zhou Ping felt a pang at his temple, recalling Zhao Li's capabilities. He quickly grasped Zhao Li's arm and nodded at Sanjiu. "Sanjiu, we'll be outside for 10 minutes. Go ahead, take as long as you need. I can manage here. It won't be long, just a moment." Zhao Li was led outside, glancing wistfully back at the breakfast left on the table, momentarily lamenting his empty stomach before raising his free hand to wave at Sanjiu. "Sanjiu, please enjoy the breakfast." Sanjiu did not respond, but called out, "Xiao Ping, go ahead and eat. Just transfer the money to Zhao Li for the meal." Zhou Ping, still holding on to Zhao Li, did not venture far. They paused in a small alley not far from the eatery, from where they could still catch a glimpse of the half-open door. Releasing Zhao Li's arm, Zhou Ping bit his lip, realizing that his earlier action had been somewhat impolite. He took a step back, lowered his gaze to his shoes, and bluntly stated, "I have no intention of settling down. Please do not come by anymore." So abrupt? Zhao Li looked down at Zhou Ping's hairline, asking, "Can't we negotiate?" Zhou Ping pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. From a moment he grasped the situation of the realm of the Xia and committed to his chivalric ideals in response to Yi Fan's request. He had gained clarity about his future. The heroes in martial arts novels either retreat into seclusion after achieving fame or sacrifice themselves to defend their inner principles. His future, most likely, leans towards the latter. Thus he has never contemplated being with anyone, and alas, his disposition. Zhou Ping extricated himself from his thoughts and raised his gaze towards Zhao Li. "Alas, what is there to lament? I just purchased a house in Shijin yesterday. My future will be anchored here, and considering the limited expanse of Shijin, Our opportunities to meet will be abundant. Zhao Li tilted his head, gazing at Zhou Ping with a radiant smile that dazzled him momentarily, taking a while to comprehend what had been said. His lips parted and closed, finally articulating, Shijin is quite spacious. The implication being, if one chooses not to meet, then there shall be no encounters. Zhao Li shook his head, straightforwardly asserting, I wish to see you, so whether it is large or small does not impede our meetings. Suit yourself. I must return. Wait, Zhao Li interjected, stepping in front of Zhou Ping to block his path. Could you tell me your age? Zhou Ping's eyes reflected confusion. Is that question significant? Zhao Li's gaze was resolute. It is important. 20. Zhao Li nodded, feigning regret. Then you can't be called Xiao Ping anymore. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhao Li, 19 years old. A pinnacle of youthful brilliance at the tender age of 19. Zhou Ping blinked in thought. What a prodigy. Yet in that moment, he forgot that he too was a prodigy at a similar youthful age when he reached his own pinnacle. Zhao Li had noticed that his radiant smile had captivated Zhou Ping's attention. Thus he deliberately approached, grinning brightly, and inquired, Zhou Ping, where do you usually practice swordsmanship? Do you need a sparring partner? Look at me. Can I assist you? If so, I could deliver my services right to your door. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow, brushing Zhao Li aside. Too close. The scent belonging to another person lingered at his nose, causing discomfort throughout his being. He took 2 steps back before responding. I do not practice swordsmanship. I do not need a partner, and it is not permissible. Zhao Li's smile faltered, realizing the exchange was filled with responses yet devoid of resolution. But I do need a partner, Zhou Ping. I wield a blade. When you have time, could we practice together? Nothing serious, just refining our techniques. I am busy with work. Zhao Li pondered for a moment. Then may I pay you to be my sparring partner? Zhou Ping shook his head. It is not about the money. The local eatery cannot function without me. Cannot function? Zhao Li blinked, inquiring, are you the head chef? It makes sense that a restaurant cannot operate without a chef. No. Then what are you? A server. A look of confusion crossed Zhao Li's face. Can a restaurant truly not function without servers? It seems plausible, yet there is an unsettling feeling that something is amiss. Chapter 8. Earning 250,000. While he pondered, Zhou Ping had already turned and left the alley. By the time he returned to his senses, Zhou Ping's figure had vanished. Zhao Li rubbed his face with his hand, undeterred, as he promptly followed him into the store. After exchanging a word with his uncle, who was preparing supplies outside, Zhao Li made his way to the kitchen and sat beside Zhou Ping, naturally immersing himself in work. Why didn't you say goodbye when you left earlier? It's rather impolite. He had indeed spoken, albeit in a hushed tone, fearing that speaking too loudly might draw Zhao Li's attention back to reality. Did you? Zhao Li hesitated, uncertain, but it mattered not. He excelled at creating confusion. I didn't hear it, so it wasn't he said. Zhou Ping silently rolled his eyes, opting not to respond. Hey, what time did you go to bed last night? Why are you asking this? Zhao Li picked up a potato, conjuring a diminutive saber, and began peeling it while stating, I'm merely validating my hypothesis. 9 o'clock. The peeling hand paused. If it wasn't T7, then he must have seen his message, but chose not to reply. How was one to resolve this situation? The book seemed to have mentioned it. Think quickly. Stop peeling. Zhao Li stared blankly at Zhou Ping. What? Zhou Ping presented the half-peeled potato in his hand, gesturing towards the pile of potato peels on the ground. If you continue, it will draw blood. I've inadvertently caused trouble. Zhao Li stepped aside to wash his hands under the faucet, then squatted back next to Zhou Ping, observing him peel a potato in mere 6 seconds, gradually discerning a method. Are you using your abilities to peel potatoes? Is that not permissible? No, it's just rather astonishing. Zhao Li pondered for a moment and remarked, aside from you, I've not seen anyone else use, the Forbidden Ruins. That is what it's called, right? Upon uttering this, Zhao Li felt an unusual sense of guilt. He had witnessed someone using the Forbidden Ruins during a fight in the suburbs. Yet, this guilt was fleeting in the next moment. He reassured himself that the individual was merely a creature summoned by the system. Can they be considered human? Certainly not. Zhou Ping observed Zhao Li, who had once again become lost in thought, and replied calmly. In truth, He was contemplating whether Zhao Li had some peculiarities, for how else could one so effortlessly enter his mental space while disregarding the presence of others? Zhao Li regained his focus, touched his nose, and inquired. There are many types of forbidden ruins. How are they ranked? By strength or by the order of their appearance? By strength. Then what is the most lethal forbidden ruin? Black King Annihilation. Sequence 031. 031. So the preceding 30 must be divine ruins? Zhao Li smacked his lips, pondering divine ruins. I wonder what their bearers look like. Do they possess an extra eye or ear compared to ordinary people? More importantly, he yearned to discern whether his system was more formidable than the divine power behind the agent. If the divine was indeed powerful, it could bestow a divine ruin upon one who possessed none. Yet the system had also granted him abilities. In addition, it allowed him to upgrade painlessly, earning experience points and currency from defeating monsters. There was no better deal than this. Upon hearing Zhao Li's words, Zhou Ping looked up at him with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Did you not see it?" He recalled that Michael's agent was located in Songnan, and this individual had interacted with the station 136 there. Was there something I was supposed to see? No, there shouldn't be. Zhao Li was about to ask further when, suddenly, a dazzling array of colors flashed before him, as the system's task notification pulsated vibrantly. Typically, the system would not alert him in such a manner unless the monster's level was exceptionally high. Instinctively, Zhao Li's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He rose to leave, but paused after taking a few steps back. I will step out for a moment, but I will return shortly. Zhou Ping watched Zhao Li exit the kitchen with a complex expression, listening as he greeted his uncle outside, his lips moving silently before he muttered under his breath. Is he unwell? Upon exiting the rustic restaurant, Zhao Li mounted his motorcycle, igniting the engine while simultaneously accessing the task notification. The task that appeared was entirely within his expectations. A monster from the limitless realm, with a reward of 250,000 and an experience of 10,000. The task location being the eastern outskirts of Shijin. Remaining time, 1 hour and 30 minutes. While the experience points were negligible, given his high level, the monetary reward was substantial. Zhao Li rubbed his face, revved the engine, and set off. An hour later, Zhao Li parked his motorcycle and approached the designated task location, awaiting the arrival of the monster. Indeed, he needed to wait for 20 minutes. The system always scheduled tasks in such a way that the monsters would only appear with 10 minutes remaining. This pattern felt almost as if the system had foreseen the future. This was one of the reasons he believed he was merely a player while the monsters were creations of the system. The timing was too precise. Furthermore, the notion that he could create and subsequently eliminate these monsters, rather than confronting real ones, was easier to accept after living under the same sky as them for so many years. Now, however, Zhao Li let out a bitter smile. The veil had been lifted, revealing that he had lived alongside monsters for so long without a whisper of their existence. One must admit, the night watchmen provide excellent protection for the ordinary populace. Suddenly, a violent tremor surged beneath him, prompting Zhao Li to crouch and plunge his knife into the ground to stabilize himself. His gaze shifted to the bulging earth nearby. It was coming. This particular monster dwelled underground, but he was unsure whether it resembled an earthworm or an ant. Buzz. As the colossal creature emerged, Zhao Li felt a jolt of surprise. What on earth was this? It had 2 large wings and a massive body supported by 4 short legs. A dragon? Yet it bore little resemblance to the legendary dragons. Regardless, he decided to eliminate it first and ask questions later. Gripping the sword that had appeared unexpectedly in mid-air, Zhao Li leaped high above the monster and brought his sword down with fierce determination. With a sharp clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying as the creature's scales remained unscathed, while Zhao Li's blade suffered a rolled edge. He swiftly retreated, his wrist flicking as he channeled his mental energy into the sword, restoring it to its former glory, the blade glimmering momentarily with a golden sheen before quickly dimming. Landing on the ground, he inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed coldly upon the dragon charging directly at him. Rising, Zhao Li brushed the dust from his knees and wiped his face, now streaked with blood, blood that had splattered upon him when he had sliced open the dragon's belly. His attire was largely ruined, while his jacket was still intact, having worn a leather outer layer. The shirt beneath was likely dry. However, his trousers were beyond salvage, stained with blood and mud, rendering them utterly unpresentable. Approaching the dragon's side, he plopped down atop it, retrieving his phone to capture a selfie. He opened the pinned chat window, selected the photo, and sent it. At the humble eatery, over an hour after Zhao Li's departure, patrons began to arrive. When a message arrived, Zhou was busy serving dishes, noticing the notification only 2 minutes later. Upon viewing the enigmatic image, he sprang from his seat, urgency propelling him outside. "Third uncle, I'm stepping out for a moment." "All right, will you return for lunch?" "I will." Upon exiting the eatery, Zhou immediately dialed Zhao Li. The call connected swiftly, and he inquired, "Where are you?" "East suburbs." "These suburbs are vast. That's too vague to locate you. Are there any notable landmarks nearby?" Zhao Li surveyed his surroundings and spotted an abandoned factory. An abandoned factory, Zhou recalled that there was only one such site in the eastern suburbs of Shijin. "Stay put. I'll take a cab over. Before you come, could you please pick up a change of clothes and a bottle of water? I can't return to the city like this." Zhou paused for 2 seconds, scrutinizing the photo Zhao Li had sent, drenched in blood. He realized that without a change of attire, returning directly to the city would likely necessitate troubling Yifan at the police station for assistance. "Send me your clothing size." "Okay." Along with the clothing size came a monetary transfer. Zhou observed the 10,000 yuan Zhao Li sent, remaining silent for 2 seconds before remarking, "Prices in Shijin are quite stable." "I know. That's just for your cab fare." Cab fare at Shunti cost that much to circle around Shijin. Rubbing his temples, Zhou declined the payment, stating, "I'll cover it for now. You can reimburse me when you arrive." "No need, just keep it hello." "Hello." Zhao Li moved the phone away, tapping the screen to end the call, a dejected expression crossing his face. Was there any justice left in this world if he couldn't even spend his money? Chapter 9. Eating Mystery? Not at all. He could not fathom how there could come a day when he had money that he could not spend. By the time his blood had nearly run dry, Zhou arrived with clothing and water, yet Zhao Li remained bewildered. He lethargically lifted his gaze to Zhou, saying nothing, observing Zhao Li's state. Zhou hesitated for a moment before crouching down in front of him, gently placing his hand upon Zhao Li's forehead. It was cool, indicating he was not feverish. Had the mystery rendered him daft? A glance at the mystery on the ground, which he identified as a being of the infinite realm, dispelled that notion. With the peak prowess of humanity, such a bizarre entity could be dispatched with a mere strike, hardly enough to induce folly. But why? Just as Zhou was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tug on his hand. It was Zhao Li, who, upon meeting his gaze, not only refused to release his grip, but also innocently blinked at him. Then, in a rather brazen manner, he drew Zhou hand to his bloodied face. Zhao Li nuzzled against Zhou, about to utter something, when he noticed the clear disdain that surfaced on Zhou countenance. Zhao Li's body stiffened. Oh heavens! What'd he done wrong? Why the disdain? Zhou retracted his hand, furrowing his brow as he opened the bottled water he had brought, pouring some to wash his hands, while also urging Zhao Li to clean himself. "Wash up, or you will soon be marinated in that blood." Upon hearing this, Zhao Li's body stiffened further. Damn. He had forgotten about the blood that still clung to him. In an instant, his face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to the nape of his neck. Although the blood obscured his face, the hue of his ears betrayed his mortification. Watching Zhao Li flee with the items towards the abandoned factory, Zhou paused for a moment before a fleeting smile graced his lips. The smile vanished quickly, and he resumed his usual demeanor. Rising, he shook the water from his hands, casting a glance at the corpse of the wind-pulsed dragon on the ground. He pulled out his phone and called the station team in Shijin. "Hello, is there anything I can assist you with?" A gentle female voice emanated from the phone. Zhou bit his lip, feeling somewhat anxious, yet it was a relief he did not have to speak openly. 500 meters west of the abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs, we have encountered a being from the infinite realm. It has been slain. Please dispatch someone to handle the body. Huh? Captain, after a cacophony of sounds, another person took over the call. Can you ensure that the information you provided is accurate? Yes. May I have your identity? Hearing the request for identification, Zhou Ping felt a twinge of regret for directly contacting the station team. He should have informed Yi Fan to make the call, thus avoiding the need for further explanation. But it was too late for regrets. Zhou Ping, what the hell? It's the Sword Saint. Captain, damn, don't push me, senior. Please hold on. We will arrive in half an hour. Through the still-connected phone, he could vaguely hear them calling for everyone to mobilize. Zhou Ping bit his lip, regretting his decision to contact the station team directly for the second time. He crouched down, using sword energy to pry a scale loose, then began to draw patterns in the earth with it. What is merely a pastime serves as a means to alleviate the turmoil within one's heart. As Zhao Li playfully tousled his still-dripping hair, he was greeted by a scene that made him smile as he squatted beside Zhou Ping. What troubles you? Wearing such a glum expression. Pray, share your woes. Perhaps I could offer some solace. You? Spare me. Though Zhou Ping uttered not a single word, Zhao Li clearly perceived the sentiment conveyed in Zhou Ping's earlier glance. He absent-mindedly touched the tip of his nose and murmured to himself, I can't be that unreliable, can I? Yet, upon reflection, he began to doubt his own confidence, realizing that he might, indeed, lack reliability in numerous aspects. Awakening to this realization, Zhao Li sprang to his feet, brandishing his blade at the wind-vane earth dragon sprawled on the ground. Having learned from the previous encounter that this creature possessed formidable resilience, he decided to channel his mental energy into the initial strike. What are you doing? Zhou Ping inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. I'm merely slicing off some meat to stew later. Not only is it fresh, but it also saves me the trouble of purchasing any. After saying this, Zhao Li resumed his task, cutting with fervor. Zhou Ping gazed at Zhao Li's figure atop the wind-vane earth dragon, his eyes filled with confusion. Is it edible? Indeed. After every encounter, I always take some meat home. To put it succinctly, since acquiring the system, he had not needed to buy meat. Zhou Ping hesitated, caught between his thoughts, before finally managing to voice. According to the Night Watcher's regulations, the bodies of mysterious entities must be collected for proper processing. Oh, it seems the Night Watchers have quite a few rules. Aren't you supposed to adhere to these regulations? Zhao Li paused his actions. I haven't joined the Night Watchers. At this, Zhou Ping's expression grew even more perplexed. Yafan, was he unsuccessful in persuading you? Zhao Li glanced down at his hands, now stained anew with blood, and clicked his tongue in annoyance. I should have washed up afterward. I should have known to do this after cutting the meat. Regaining his composure after the moment of confusion, Zhou Ping timidly raised his hand and said, I just called the Night Watcher patrol team station nearby. They said they would arrive in half an hour. Half an hour? How long has it been? Zhou Ping checked the time on his phone. 25 minutes. Damn. Zhao Li hastened his movements, swiftly carving out a sizable chunk of meat. Then, after a moment's thought, he used his blade's energy to destroy the area where he had made the cut. When Zhou Ping had asked if the mysterious entity was edible, his tone suggested that it was not, or perhaps that others refrained from consuming the mysterious, hence Zhou Ping's astonishment. He needed to obliterate any evidence of having taken meat from the creature. Completing this task, Zhao Li leapt off the wind-vane earth dragon and pulled Zhou Ping along as they fled. Fortunately, their long strides enabled them to reach the location where he had parked his motorcycle within 2 minutes. Zhao Li mounted the motorcycle, secured the meat, and gestured for Zhou Ping to join him. Hop on. I will take you away from here. Aye. Or would you prefer to remain with the Night Watcher patrol team? Zhou Ping trembled slightly at the distant sounds of commotion he had vaguely heard earlier. I'll ride with you. Very well, then. After Zhao Li finished speaking, he chuckled to himself, for the first time appreciating the merit of his social anxiety. Upon hearing Zhao Li's laughter, Zhou Ping tightened his grip on his thigh, further convinced of Zhao Li's peculiarities. Speaking of abnormalities, aside from the newly added Zhao Li, their existing group of exceptional individuals also seemed rather unconventional, each displaying various eccentricities to some extent. Are you coming back to my place? Or Zhou Ping, snapping back to reality from his thoughts, replied, I'm heading back to the rustic restaurant. So you'll continue working as a waiter? Yes. Could you ask your third uncle if there are any job openings at your place? Zhou Ping tightened his grip on his clothing, subtly pointing out that Zhao Li was not in need of money. You mentioned yesterday that you have savings, several million. If you want to buy a house, you can. I bought a house, and now I'm short on funds, which is why I need to work to support myself. Zhao Li spoke of his financial situation with an unflinching demeanor, showing no signs of having received 250,000 just moments prior. What did you do that? I purchased it yesterday afternoon. TSK, I mentioned to you this morning that I was buying a house in Shijin. Clearly, you were not paying attention. Zhou Ping reflected on their earlier conversation, recalling that he indeed had mentioned it, but at the time, he simply assumed Zhao Li was unwell and lying. Thus he dismissed it. After all, who buys a house on the same day they arrive in Shijin? Chapter 10. A visit for dinner. My apologies, Zhao Li murmured softly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Zhou Ping heard him, but chose not to respond. His apology was not due to neglecting Zhao Li's morning words, but rather from sheer uncertainty on how to continue the conversation. The journey was enveloped in silence until they returned to the rustic restaurant. Zhou Ping dismounted from the motorcycle and waved farewell to Zhao Li. Goodbye. All right, see you tonight, Zhao Li replied. Zhou Ping was perplexed and deeply astonished. Did he not just say goodbye? How had it transformed into see you tonight, in Zhao Li's interpretation? Was it his own speech that faltered, or was there something amiss with Zhao Li's understanding? Sighing, Zhou Ping wanted to say they would not meet, but Zhao Li, seemingly premeditated, revved the motorcycle and sped away, leaving no opportunity for further dialogue. He rubbed his temples, genuinely believing Zhao Li to be rather dim-witted. What was the point of departing when they could still communicate via mobile? With that thought, Zhou Ping retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent Zhao Li a message informing him he would not be going out that evening. Xiao Ping? It was his Uncle San. Zhou Ping turned around. When did you return? Just got back and you spotted me right away, Uncle San replied, glancing outside. Did you have an unhappy outing with friends? Not at all. I just thought it was nearing noon and the restaurant would be busy, so I asked him to bring me back. Zhou Ping noticed his uncle's concerned gaze and paused, subtly shifting the conversation. But we have plans to go out tonight, so at 1 take up the daytime. Oh, I see. Uncle San's worried expression softened. It was concerning for him to see Zhou Ping, so young, spending all his time at this small rustic restaurant without engaging socially. Now that he had friends to venture out with, he felt a bit more at ease. Uncle San turned to head back inside, but paused after taking a couple of steps, beckoning Zhou Ping to follow. Is it that young man who came this morning? Yes. All right, I'll get you some money again when you head out tonight. Young people should enjoy going out. No need, I have money. Oh, you. Seeing Uncle San about to launch into a lengthy discourse, Zhou Ping hurriedly interrupted. I'll go help with serving the dishes. Uncle San sighed heavily as he watched Zhou Ping hurriedly retreat to the kitchen. Once inside, Zhou Ping pulled out his phone, glanced at the unanswered message, paused for 2 seconds, and then sent another, 7 o'clock tonight. Zhao Li, okay. Zhou Ping tapped his phone, his expression a mixture of relaxation and vexation. The response was so prompt that it seemed Zhao Li had been waiting by the screen. In the supermarket, Zhao Li beamed as he tucked his phone away, humming a tune he had heard while wandering the streets, and began selecting suitable ingredients. After choosing the vegetables, he contemplated and decided to pick out a piece of meat as well. He had grown accustomed to the taste of exotic meats and did not see an issue with incorporating them into his daily diet. But Zhou Ping had never tried them. It was prudent to purchase something more conventional, just in case. Having gathered the ingredients needed for dinner, Zhao Li noticed there was still space in his shopping cart and casually ventured into the household goods section for a quick browse. Certainly, when selecting items such as toothbrushes, cups, and coasters, he infused a touch of his own sentiment into the choices. That is to say, everything he purchased was in couple designs. At 7:30 in the evening, Zhao Li opened the door, gesturing for the space to be cleared. Thank you. After Zhou Ping stepped inside, he was enveloped in contemplation as he surveyed the room's decor. Apart from the furniture that was evidently part of the upscale apartment's original design, what was it that floated in the air and formed a heart shape on the floor? Ribbons, candles. As he passed through the entrance and ventured further, he noticed what appeared to be a candlelight dinner. Zhou Ping glanced up at the glaring light bulb and deemed himself, in comparison to Zhao Li, rather. No, not merely seemingly, but undoubtedly more modern, for he would never pursue someone in such a cliché manner. Well, There was also the aspect of never having intended to settle down. Zhao Li, with a cheerful smile, pulled out a chair and tilted his head to indicate that Zhou Ping should sit. Once Zhou Ping was seated, Zhao Li briefly introduced the ingredients of each dish before picking up his chopsticks and preparing to eat. After a couple of bites, Zhao Li noticed Zhou Ping gazing at him intently, and he quickly chewed and swallowed the meat in his mouth. "Why do you keep staring at me? That mysterious meat. Are you really going to eat it? If you can eat it, why not?" Zhao Li remarked, adding another piece of the enigmatic meat to his bowl. "Aren't you afraid you want to wake up? To put it bluntly, aren't you afraid of dying?" Zhao Li smiled at the question, saying, "Life and death are fated. If I don't wake up after eating, it merely means I'm destined to face that calamity." Zhou Ping pondered for a long moment before finally offering a descriptor, quite peculiar. "Is it Zhou Li Inkidat? Indeed, who among us does not fear death? It is rare to find someone as unfazed as you." Zhao Li chuckled again and began to recount his past. "A year ago, shortly after I graduated from high school, my mother was diagnosed with a severe illness. She required hospitalization, which could extend her life by a few months. Without treatment, she had only a few days left. Our family was impoverished, and after a few days in the hospital, we had nearly exhausted our funds. The remaining amount was utterly insufficient compared to the exorbitant treatment costs. At that time, I thought, let it be. If you die, I shall follow right after." Zhou Ping set down his chopsticks and looked earnestly at Zhao Li, saying, "My condolences." Zhao Li chuckled at this, replying, "There's no need for condolences. Later, I encountered a benefactor who recognized my abilities and employed me for various tasks, with payments ranging from 5,000 to 50,000. Thanks to his support, I managed to endure. Thereafter, thoughts of dying faded away, replaced by ambitions of achieving the utmost success, and now, a desire to find a wife." Zhou Ping opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but alas, he was not skilled with words and could not conjure any comforting phrases, so he fell silent and continued to eat. Zhao Li was indifferent to the need for comfort. He had never felt sorrow over the matter. Noticing Zhou Ping silently eating the dishes made from the mysterious meat, he too continued to eat in silence. After finishing their meal, the candles on the floor and the ribbons hanging from the ceiling became bothersome to both of them. Zhou Ping rubbed his hands together and asked, "Do you have any cleaning tools?" "No, he has just moved in, so where could these things come from? However, I can go buy them now." "Go ahead. I will help tidy up here before returning. It's too messy." He finds it somewhat intolerable. Zhao Li blinked. Is it inappropriate? Inviting someone for a meal and then expecting the guest to clean up after him is something he cannot bring himself to do. Zhou Ping remained silent, his gaze fixed steadily on him. After a minute, Zhao Li conceded, "I will go out to buy. Would you like something to drink?" "Anything will do." "All right, cola." Zhou Ping twitched his lips. How has this blend of confidence and distorted interpretation been cultivated? Chapter 11. Entering the hall after Zhao Li departed, Zhou Ping found himself at a loss, constrained by the absence of his host and unable to wander freely. He gathered the used dishes and utensils, and, with curiosity, tugged at the ribbon affixed to the ceiling. As he pulled, he pondered how such a high object could be adhered so securely. Could it possibly have been placed there using stilts? Amused by his own thoughts, Zhou Ping chuckled just as the sound of a door opening interrupted him. In that moment, Zhou Ping, wearing a smile, locked eyes with Zhao Li, who was carrying 2 sets of cleaning tools. Before Zhao Li could utter a word, Zhou Ping lowered his gaze and hastily approached, taking 1 set of cleaning tools from Zhao Li's hands. "I'll handle the sweeping," he declared. Zhao Li paused for a second, then promptly replied, "Allow me to do it." Setting aside his personal interest in Zhou Ping, it was simply not customary for friends to impose such chores upon one another. Zhou Ping sidestepped Zhao Li's attempt to reclaim the broom, insisting, "Let me do it. I find wielding a sword and sweeping quite comparable. If you don't let me clean, I truly wouldn't know what else to do." "How could you not know what to do?" Zhao Li inquired, puzzled. Zhou Ping began counting off on his fingers. Drinking, singing, karaoke, hitting the bars, there are countless options. "I'm not fond of those." "What then do you enjoy?" Zhou Ping lifted his gaze to Zhao Li, his expression complex, as he shook his head silently and turned away to resume his cleaning. Zhao Li sensed there was more to this than met the eye, Yet having only recently met Zhou Ping, he doubted a direct inquiry would elicit a response. He contemplated a more subtle approach. However, what form should that subtlety take? Over the past year, amidst his adventures slaying monsters and leveling up, his interactions had primarily consisted of ordering food, leaving him bereft of conversational finesse. The art of dialogue had nearly slipped from his mind, and whatever remnants remained were confined to textbook teachings, devoid of practical experience. As Zhou Ping employed his sword energy to scrape off the wax drippings from the floor, he turned to ask Zhao Li for a trash bag, only to be met with Zhao Li's hesitant gaze. What is it you wish to say? Is your lack of interest due to something that occurred in the past? The moment the words escaped his lips, Zhao Li slapped himself in a moment of frustration. Subtlety, subtlety. Why had he allowed such an indiscreet inquiry to slip forth? Zhou Ping, taken aback by the sudden action, regarded Zhao Li with a complex expression, raising a hand to touch his temple. Are you feeling all right? In truth, he wished to convey that if there were any issues, one should seek help rather than shy away from it. Delaying treatment could lead to irreparable consequences, burdening one for the remainder of their life. I'm quite well. Just disregard what I said. Consider it mere nonsense. You heard nothing. Very well. Could you please fetch a trash bag? Here you go. Zhou Ping accepted the trash bag, stuffing the removed ribbon and wax drippings into it, and remarked, "The adhesive on the ribbon is rather difficult to clean. While using my sword energy, I inadvertently chipped a bit of the wall paint. It's not noticeable unless one looks closely. Should any issues arise later, feel free to approach me. I will take responsibility for the repairs." Understood. The floor, too, although I am confident that I will not damage it while removing the wax. It is better to be cautious. Indeed, I shall remember that. By the time the thorough cleaning was completed, it was already 10 o'clock. Zhou Ping glanced at the time and felt a sense of relief. Having played for over 2 hours, his third uncle would likely not inquire about his return and would be somewhat more at ease with him. Just before leaving, Zhao Li picked up a brand new helmet from the sofa and followed Zhou Ping, saying, "I will give this to you." "No need, I could take a taxi back." Zhou Ping replied. "It's not safe to go back alone." Zhou Ping blinked, regaining his composure as he looked at Zhao Li, stating earnestly, "I am quite strong. Therefore, even if it were unsafe, it would not concern him. I wish to give it to you, may I?" Zhao Li pondered for a moment before adding, "Brother Zhou Ping." The two faced each other for a moment, and Zhou Ping conceded. In a standoff, the essence lies in maintaining an imposing presence, which requires unwavering eye contact. However, as someone who suffers from social anxiety, Zhou Ping often averted his gaze to continue speaking, making direct eye contact a challenge. "Suit yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhao Li's face broke into a radiant smile. "Then let us go." While waiting for the elevator, Zhao Li leaned against the wall, gazing at Zhou Ping, feeling an insatiable curiosity. "What time do you usually finish work in the evening?" "At 9. And during the day?" 8. Zhao Li frowned upon hearing this. 13 hours of work a day. Do you have a break during lunchtime?" "I rest when there are no customers." "What is your monthly salary?" "Enough to get by." "How much is enough?" As Zhao Li pondered this, the elevator chimed, signaling its arrival. The two entered the elevator, enveloped in silence. Once they were on the motorcycle, Zhao Li turned slightly and placed the new helmet on Zhou Ping's head, preventing him from fastening the straps himself. As Zhao Li secured the helmet, he asked, "I'll pay you 10,000 a month if you help me with the cleaning. What do you think? Didn't you say you were broke after buying the house?" Zhou Ping replied without much thought. Realizing the awkwardness of his response, he blinked, lowered his gaze, and bit his lip repeatedly, internally lamenting his lack of eloquence. "I just took on a task worth 250,000. It's sufficient to pay your salary." "Oh, but that 1T work. The local restaurant cannot do without me. If I leave, there will be no waiter." Zhao Li started the motorcycle. "Are you the only waiter at the local restaurant?" "Yes." "Then how about I become a waiter too? The restaurant is quite small. It doesn't require that many waiters." "I don't want pay. Can't I just volunteer?" "No." Zhao Li, having anticipated Zhou Ping's next words, interjected, "That's not your decision. I will discuss it with my third uncle." Zhou Ping gazed at the fleeting scenery outside, remaining silent while thinking, "Say what you will, my third uncle will never agree." The following day, Zhou Ping found himself caught off guard. He observed his third uncle beside Zhao Li, who was being patted on the shoulder. Xiao Ping, his uncle announced from now on. Zhao Li will be our waiter. It's his first time, and he lacks experience. Please help him out. Zhao Li flashed a broad smile at Zhou Ping, revealing his teeth. Take good care of me, brother Zhou. Zhou Ping glanced at his uncle's cheerful expression and then at Zhao Li's equally radiant smile. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to utter a reluctant, With the self-assured smile of a victor, Zhao Li accompanied Zhou Ping to the kitchen. As soon as they sat down, he eagerly implored Zhou Ping to teach him how to wield a knife to peel potatoes. You don't need to learn this. I'm quite skilled with a knife. Once you show me, I'll master it instantly. Zhou Ping recalled how Zhao Li had adeptly used his knife to dispose of a body the day before and replied, Your knife skills are different from my sword techniques. They are ill-suited for this task. All right then, I'll wash the dishes, Zhao Li conceded. But hold on, I have a question for you. At this, Zhao Li swiftly darted to Zhou Ping's side and squatted down. What is your question? Please, brother Zhou, do tell. Chapter 12. The unknown divine descent of Songnan. How did you persuade third uncle to let you stay as a waiter? Zhao Li laughed, pointing at Zhou Ping. Me? Zhou Ping exclaimed. Yes, you. Third uncle was concerned that you would have no friends to play with, so once I explained, he readily agreed. Besides what? Well, you've been sold to me. Zhou Ping was taken aback, quickly retorting, Nonsense. Third uncle would never. Indeed, he wouldn't. Zhao Li shrugged. I merely borrowed you from him. Not for long, just from the time you finish work until you start again. Zhou Ping blinked in confusion. Does he even have any time left for himself? Then he realized, wait, he never agreed. Zhao Li anticipated his reaction. It doesn't matter if you disagree. Third uncle has already consented. So tonight, you will accompany me, and as for where you will stay. Zhao Li tilted his head and smiled at Zhou Ping. Of course, you will stay with me. I refuse. Zhou Ping stood up, intent on confronting third uncle, convinced that Zhao Li must have said something to confuse him. Hey, if you just go and ask, you'll only worry third uncle unnecessarily. How about this? After your shift ends, I will accompany you to ask him. If something is amiss, you can confront me on the spot. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping hesitated, momentarily setting aside his plan to confront third uncle, silently marking Zhao Li in his mind. Watching Zhou Ping obediently return to his task of preparing vegetables, Zhao Li felt an irresistible urge to ruffle his hair. However, under Zhou Ping's piercing gaze, he sheepishly raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, muttering, I was wrong, I won't do it again. Zhou Ping pursed his lips, feeling that ever since Zhao Li had entered his life, he had become somewhat bolder, though he had always been quite audacious. As the day passed, it soon approached closing time. Though Zhou Ping was reluctant to admit it, the workload had indeed lessened since Zhao Li's arrival. After work, Zhou Ping led Zhao Li to third uncle, glancing up at him as he calculated accounts, then quickly lowering his gaze. Third uncle, yes? Are you leaving? Not quite, Zhou Ping hurriedly replied. I wanted to ask why I must leave with Zhao Li. Third uncle furrowed his brow in confusion. Did you not agree to go out together tonight? Zhou Ping swiftly turned to Zhao Li, his demeanor fierce, but his intensity waned slightly upon meeting Zhao Li's gaze, especially after he had helped out at the local eatery all day. Zhao Li smiled at Zhou Ping, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, and waved at third uncle. We plan to go out together, but Zhou Ping was worried you might be concerned, so we came to inform you. Why would I worry about you going out with friends? Go on, third uncle dismissed them with a wave. Zhao Li responded with a cheerful acknowledgement, guiding Zhou Ping outside, while suppressing countless protests from him along the way. In terms of strength, Zhou Ping surpassed him by a notch. Naturally, he could have broken free, but Zhou Ping, mindful of the fact that they were in a humble eatery, refrained from fully unleashing his power, and thus found himself repeatedly subdued. Uncle San observed the departing figures of the two, chuckling and shaking his head, marveling at the fact that someone had finally managed to draw his little Ping out of his reclusive shell. As for the earlier disjointed remarks, Uncle San lowered his gaze in silence, perhaps unaware that a glimmer of anticipation lay hidden within Ping's eyes. After all, what young person would not yearn for a bit of adventure? It was just like in those days. Sigh. Thus, under Uncle San's tacit approval, and without Zhou Ping resisting with full force, half a month slipped by. During this time, The two indulged in every conceivable activity that young people delight in. One night, Zhao Li took Zhou Ping to a KTV where they booked a private room. Upon entering, they found themselves at a loss for words, exchanging glances for a while, until Zhao Li rubbed his hands together and suggested, "How about you go sing a song?" "Why not you?" "Of course. It's because I lack musical talent and sing terribly." Seeing Zhao Li's expression of shameless pride, Zhou Ping smiled faintly and mimicked his demeanor, saying, "I too am tone-deaf. Your voice is pleasant to hear. Even if you were tone-deaf, you would surely sing better than I. Why not give it a try?" Zhou Ping raised his hand to gently push against Zhao Li's forehead, expressing his disdain. "Stop leaning towards me. If you continue, we will soon be pressed together." "I won't. I just—" Dingling, Zhao Li swallowed his words and pointed to Zhou Ping's pocket. "Your phone is ringing." Zhou Ping took out his phone and saw that Yi Fan had sent a message in their group chat, which consisted of only 5 members: himself, Yi Fan, Chen Fuzi, Lu Wei, and Guan Zai. "Yi Fan, Yuan Gang just messaged that an unknown deity has descended in Songnan. Who has the time to make a trip to Songnan?" Zhao Li, sitting close by, inadvertently caught sight of the message on Zhou Ping's phone. No one replied. "Is it that no one is willing to go?" Zhou Ping responded. Just as he was about to reply that he would go, he noticed another message in the group, this time from Chen Fuzi, who had beaten him to it. "Someone is already going." "Chen Fuzi. He's an old man, isn't he?" "In terms of age, indeed he is." But Zhou Ping found it somewhat impolite to voice this, so he remained silent, watching Zhao Li, eager to see what he would say next. Zhao Li, feeling his gaze, rummaged through his thoughts and conjured up a descriptive term he felt was fitting from their previous encounter. "I met him once. He seems rather pretentious." This assessment, Zhou Ping looked at Zhao Li with an odd expression. "Then what do you think of Yi Fan? His words are often nonsensical, and he carries an air of grandiosity." "Ah, well, that's not entirely inaccurate." Zhou Ping pondered asking Zhao Li about his impression of him, but hesitated, recalling their interactions over the past days. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing it, wary of Zhao Li's unpredictable logic and his loquaciousness. "By the way, can I go to Songnan?" "What makes you want to go to Songnan?" Zhou Ping disregarded a slight discomfort within and feigned nonchalance as he inquired. "I have never encountered a deity. I wish to meet the enigmatic god of Songnan and compare our strengths. While deities are inherently more formidable than humans, the essence of reality remains unknown unless one engages in comparison. If given the chance, I would relish the opportunity to challenge a divine being." Upon hearing this, Zhao Li regarded Zhou Ping with a look of profound surprise, as if he were seeing him in a new light, which rendered Zhou Ping rather uneasy. He raised a hand to touch his face and, with a hesitant tone, asked, "Is something amiss?" "No. It's merely that my understanding of Zhao Ping appears to be rather superficial, indeed." Observing Zhao Li's astonishment, Zhou Ping could not help but cast him a disapproving glare, thinking to himself that when there was a favor to ask, he would address him as Brother Zhou. Yet in the absence of such, he resorted to calling him Xiao Ping, a rather impolite gesture. Chapter 13. Goddess of the Night. Though myriad thoughts swirled within his mind, Zhou Ping had no intention of voicing them. He gently pushed Zhao Li, who was nearly pressing his face against his own, and rose to take a seat on the solitary couch, silently reaching for the fruit platter to indulge in its offerings. Zhao Li, having been playfully shoved, touched the spot where he had been nudged, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. "Is the fruit platter delicious?" he inquired, only to be met with silence. "Shall I order 2 more platters?" "No." Zhou Ping shook his head, deeming the fruit platter too extravagant. With that money, one could purchase fresh fruit from the supermarket and slice it themselves. "Do you wish to sing?" Silence again met his query. Zhou Li nudda, understanding that this was a clear indication of disinterest. If they were not to sing nor order companions for entertainment, it would be better to ride a motorcycle to the outskirts and enjoy the breeze. Once he communicated his thoughts to Zhou Ping, they arrived at a mutual conclusion. However, before departing, he insisted on finishing the fruits. "All right, but will eating just fruit cause a choking hazard? If so, have 2 cups of water brought over. I wish to drink that milk tea I had a few days ago. That one, the one from the shop." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Li hesitantly ventured. "Ming, there. Yes. Fine, I will buy it once we step outside. Though Zhou Ping remained silent, his slightly raised eyelids betrayed a contented mood. Observing Zhou Ping's happiness, Zhao Li couldn't help but smile in return. After concluding their brief sojourn at the KTV, they purchased milk tea and barbecue before returning home. As Zhao Li opened the door, he heard a murmur from behind, but the words were too faint for him to discern, prompting him to ask, "What?" The unknown deity of Tsangnan is the goddess of the night. Is there a problem with the goddess of the night? You seem troubled. Zhou Ping followed Zhao Li to the dining table and took a seat. She must have perished. Can gods die? Zhao Li set the skewers he was holding onto the table and turned to retrieve a bottle of white liquor from the kitchen. Indeed, times have changed. Hey, tell me about those deities. Would you like to start from the beginning, or from the beginning, please, as I have never delved into this subject? Very well. Zhou Ping organized his thoughts and commenced his narrative. As long as he was not compelled to express his innermost feelings, he could comfortably recount mere facts in the presence of acquaintances. There are 5 pantheons in total: the Indian pantheon, the Greek pantheon, the Norse pantheon, the Egyptian pantheon, and others. Among them, the Indian pantheon retains its power more robustly than the other 2. Darkness. Wait a moment. Are you speaking solely of foreign deities? Do we not have any deities in Daxia? Some things exist simply by virtue of belief. At this remark, Zhao Li chuckled. Aren't we discussing deities? How did we veer into the realms of idealism versus materialism? Zhou Ping shot Zhao Li a disapproving glance, intending to urge him towards a more serious demeanor. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by a mouthful of fragrant grilled lamb skewers. Chew, chew, chew. After savoring the delicacy, the lingering aroma in my mouth naturally dispelled any thoughts of Zhao Li. Returning to the subject of deities, today we delve into the enigmatic goddess of the night, Nyx, from Greek mythology. She is a supreme deity who has birthed many offspring, yet, tragically, each of her children met a grim fate. How did they perish? They were sacrificed. This leads to the night watchman's belief that the goddess of the night has long been dead. Her children were offered up, yet she did not emerge to seek vengeance. Though there are speculations about her being trapped, it seems implausible for a supreme deity to be confined for many years. What purpose do such sacrifices serve? To bring about cataclysmic destruction? Zhou Ping gazed at Zhao Li in silence. After a brief exchange of glances, Zhao Li chuckled awkwardly, jesting that if such annihilation were to occur, he would no longer exist to converse with him. Please continue, Brother Zhao Ping. Zhou Ping raised a hand to rub his temples, pondering the new moniker. You've spoken so much, Brother Zhao Ping. Take a sip of milk tea. I'll get it myself. Once Zhou Ping was assured of his firm grip, Zhao Li retrieved his glass and took a sip. Brother Zhao Ping, you just mentioned that the Indian pantheon is the most formidable. Which deities does it encompass? Brahma and Vishnu, the 2 supreme gods, remain, while the third has perished, leaving behind a divine artifact, along with numerous lesser deities. Shiva, those 2 syllables seem familiar. Observing Zhao Li's furrowed brow, Zhou Ping remained silent, quietly munching on skewers while contemplating their delectable flavor, pondering why so many flocked to enjoy them each night. Shiva. Shiva. I've got it. The curse of Shiva. Zhou Ping's expression shifted sharply as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Li. How'd you come to know of the curse of Shiva? In Tsangnan, Zhao Li scratched his chin. What of it? The system had abruptly sprung up beside a person, displaying those 3 characters and pointing directly at the individual S embrace. He had initially thought the system was malfunctioning. I must call Yi Fan. Please continue eating. Zhao Li had keen hearing. Even as Zhou Ping stepped onto the balcony to make the call, he could still catch snippets of the conversation between him and Yi Fan. Their dialogue was rather mundane. Yet the moment Zhou Ping mentioned the curse of Shiva, Yi Fan responded affirmatively, their shared understanding eliciting a twinge of irritation in Zhao Li. However, he recognized that he had no grounds for resentment. After all, Yi Fan had known Zhou Ping far longer and shared a common alliance. Yet, the sentiment of annoyance, if it were within his control, would render the notion of being human obsolete. Transcending to immortality would be far more desirable. Thus, when Zhou Ping returned from his call, he found Zhao Li reclining in his chair, arms crossed, intently staring at him, the intensity of his gaze somewhat unsettling. As Zhou Ping settled down, he stroked the back of his hand, questioning, "Why are you staring at me like that? How can I become more familiar with you?" "What?" "Zhou Li patienli raitarata. How can I become more acquainted with you?" Zhou Ping held up a skewer of grilled buns and waved it in front of Zhao Li, remarking, "We are quite familiar with each other now. Just look at it. We share meals, leave work together, and enjoy KTV outings. More importantly, we reside in the same house. Only in the same building, not the same unit," Zhao Li muttered softly. Zhou Ping swallowed a grilled bun and took a sip of milk tea before asking, "Isn't that sufficient?" "Not all." Zhao Li abruptly stood up, his keen eyes catching Zhou Ping's slight retreat, before he dejectedly sank back into his seat. "I am pursuing you. Please acknowledge me as your suitor. When you treat me as a friend and place your trust in me, while I secretly desire you, it leaves me feeling rather inhuman." "Then be human. Let's just remain friends," Zhou Ping replied, his tone matter of fact. Zhao Li resolutely shook his head. "That won't do. I can forego being human, but I cannot forego a partner. Can you enlighten me as to what it is about me that you find appealing?" Zhou Ping set down his milk tea, sat up straight, and looked earnestly at Zhao Li as he spoke. Chapter 14, A Kiss. It is difficult to articulate. It is simply a sensation. Zhou Ping pressed further, inquiring, "What sensation?" "The feeling you give me is exceedingly comfortable and astonishing, akin to the soft embrace of a warm quilt on a winter morning, evoking a sense of longing." What a convoluted expression. Zhou Ping sighed. Yet today he was determined to clarify to Zhao Li that his feelings were not of a romantic nature. However, one does not fall in love with a cozy quilt, do they? Zhao Li frowned, responding, "That was merely a metaphor. I did not imply that you are." "All right, let's bypass that. Does it not seem rather imprudent to hastily conclude that one wishes to spend a lifetime with someone?" After delivering this lengthy monologue, Zhou Ping felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, contemplating that he might not speak again for several days. It was exhausting to devise such arguments. Yet, observing Zhao Li lost in thought, Zhou Ping silently clenched his fist, believing that if Zhao Li could grasp this notion, all his earlier words would be worthwhile. "You are indeed correct, but beyond the pleasure derived from your presence, I also admire your character, your visage, your hands, your legs." Zhou Li numarata. And with each mention, Zhou Ping lowered his gaze to the corresponding part. As he continued, Zhou Ping found himself in a daze, prompting him to halt. "What is it? Why are you fixating on what you like about me? This feels rather insincere." Before Zhou Ping could finish his sentence, an exuberant Zhao Li interrupted, "I understand now. What is it that you have come to understand with such excitement?" Zhao Li grasped the hand Zhou Ping had placed on the table, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "I comprehend that I like you as a person, everything about you. Everything." Silence enveloped the evening at Conxiao. Zhou Ping, exhausted, took a sip of his milk tea, pondering whether his lengthy discourse had not only failed to convey that his feelings were not romantic, but had instead solidified Zhao Li's affection for him. What was the purpose of all those words? "I'm tired. I wish to rest." "Huh? Oh, then allow me to escort you back to your room." Zhou Ping halted, gesturing to Zhao Li to cease. "It is merely a two-step distance." "Must you be so dramatic?" "Very well then, good night, Xiao Ping Ge." "Good night." As the night passed, it felt as if everything had changed yet remained the same. Life continued as usual. Each morning, the two would labor together at the rustic eatery, sometimes returning directly in the evening, while other times they would stroll the streets to procure desired snacks before heading home, or they would dine out before returning satiated. Their mundane existence resembled a bowl of lukewarm water, perpetually enveloping Zhou Ping. Occasionally, he would contemplate the necessity of resistance, aware that if this continued, entanglements would ensue. Yet, every time he attempted to rebel, Zhao Li would thwart him. The only significant change occurred that morning. During a brief interlude while washing vegetables, Zhou Ping brushed his lips, recalling the fleeting sensation that seemed to linger, though perhaps it had vanished entirely. Today, Zhao Li was absent, and more precisely, he would not be present for the next few days. As dawn broke and he stepped outside, Zhao Li suddenly approached, announcing that he had been assigned a task requiring him to journey to Tsangnan. He estimated that the round trip would take approximately 7 or 8 days before departing. However, His departure was not entirely abrupt. He left after escorting me to a rustic restaurant, and, as he took his leave, he audaciously stole a kiss. On the highway, Zhao Li, in high spirits, accelerated his motorcycle, overtaking vehicles ahead of him. Recalling that stolen kiss and Zhou Ping's expression of astonishment devoid of any resistance elevated his mood further. The absence of resistance indicated that his strategy of gradual persuasion over the past year had proven effective. Since it was working, it was worth maintaining long-term. Did the absence of intentions to settle down pose a problem? Not at all. As long as Zhou Ping was willing, they could remain lovers for a lifetime. He could provide him with 3. No, that last thought was not feasible. It wasn't due to an elevated moral standard, but because he must assume the role of a legitimate partner. Naturally, if he were the legitimate partner, Zhou Ping could not seek companionship elsewhere, as that would constitute infidelity, which was unacceptable. The more he pondered, the more motivated Zhao Li became. He bypassed rest areas, eager to reach Cangnan swiftly and complete the task assigned by the system, and to return to Shijin to be with Zhou Ping. 3 days later, at the foot of Jinan Mountain, Zhao Li found a spot to park his motorcycle, grasped his blade, and ascended the mountain. At the same time, another group approached from a different direction. Observing the monstrous figures moving towards him on the system's map, he raised an eyebrow, thinking, this time, the creatures were rather considerate, delivering themselves right to his doorstep. However, upon encountering the opposing group and noticing the glaring icons above their heads, he fell silent. Since his last trip to Cangnan, the system had behaved erratically, occasionally prompting him to treat individuals as monsters to eliminate, but this was the first instance involving such a large number. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he caught the gaze of the leader, a bald man who, with a mere wave of his hand, commanded, attack. Zhao Li's brow twitched at the directness of this approach. It was unusual to forego the customary threats. After a flurry of blades and flashes of steel, only a few decapitated corpses remained, their heads likely rolling down the hillside due to the elevation. Wiping his face, Zhao Li recalled his high school gaming days, during which many games mandated decapitation to ensure the demise of monsters, leading him to adopt this method in his encounters with the system. It proved effective, as the headless monsters could not resurrect. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Zhao Li glanced up at the overcast sky. Rain had begun to fall, and a few monsters remained that needed to be dealt with swiftly. As for the whereabouts of these last few creatures, Zhao Li looked down at his feet. Absurd as it seemed, the system's directional arrows were infallible. The monsters were right beneath him. Casting a glance at his blade, he withdrew it into the system's space and instead retrieved a shovel, driving it vertically into the ground. Rolling up his sleeves, he began to dig. After digging for what felt like an eternity, to the point where Zhao Li believed he might have penetrated the very heart of the mountain, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, and he plunged into a cavern. Within this abyss, he encountered a creature strikingly reminiscent of the dragon he had slain a year prior in Shijin. The sole distinction lay in their colors. One was blue, while the other was red. The red dragon, however, seemed rather complacent, blissfully unaware of its impending doom as it slumbered. Zhao Li sheathed his shovel, unsheathed his broadsword, and leaped onto the head of the slumbering magma dragon, raising his blade high before bringing it down with tremendous force. Wait! Zhao Li wiped the fresh blood from his face, tilting his head towards the individuals emerging from the tunnel on the opposite side. You creatures, is it customary for you to deliver yourselves to my doorstep? How else could it be that I had yet to seek you out? Yet here you all stand before me? You. Who are you? Do you even know who we are? We are ancient gods. Zhao Li, with an expression of incredulity, kicked the severed head he had just dispatched, muttering, who the hell announces their identity while committing murder? Chapter 15. Flight of the Blade, even in the face of death. One must ponder the unpredictable nature of fate. After all, who can ascertain whether a killer will come knocking at the door of one's home to exact vengeance? Nevertheless, the ancient deity sect has faced assassination twice now. Perhaps I shall pay them a visit when time permits, to see if I might inadvertently trigger a system quest that could yield substantial rewards. However, the immediate priority lies in locating the last elusive creature that has been on the run. Zhao Li glanced at the map and observed that the final monster flitted about like a gust of wind, drifting aimlessly without a discernible boundary. It was unclear what type of creature it was, but it was evidently adept at evasion. After searching for quite some time, Zhao Li finally encountered the creature, only to furrow his brow at the familiar visage before him. Had he not slain this individual a year prior? You are the pinnacle of humanity. Zhao Li shifted his gaze from the murmuring figure to Lin Xie, momentarily recalling who he was. You are that one who gives a glare. What brings you here? Lin Xie twitched his lips, opting not to respond. He staunchly refused to acknowledge that moniker. Fortunately, Zhao Li was not inclined to await a reply. He waved dismissively at Lin Xie, urging him to leave. This place is unsafe. If you came here for leisure, you ought to return home promptly. We are not here for amusement. We are here for disaster relief. Disaster relief? Upon Lin Xie's revelation, Zhao Li noticed a group of individuals standing behind him, but he hastily averted his gaze after a cursory glance. They appear to be ordinary people, not monsters. Disaster relief. A mudslide has occurred here, and we have entered to search for survivors. Lin Xie remained cautious, divulging only the most straightforward details of their mission. As for Instructor Hong, he had already discerned the capabilities of the individuals involved. He knew precisely when to speak and what to say. Oh, what is wrong with him? Has he lost his wits? Lin Xie followed Zhao Li's pointing finger, which indicated the dazed figure of Muyu. Earlier, with the assistance of Instructor Hong and others, he had led Muyu into his mental realm, only for Lord Merlin to render him somewhat deranged. Now, one could say he had indeed lost his wits. Yet, it remained unclear why the pinnacle of humanity was inquiring about Muyu. Lin Xie's mind raced with thoughts, yet his expression remained serenely cheerful. He was struck on the head by a thick branch that suddenly fell. Upon regaining consciousness, he was left in this state, listening to Lin Xie. Bai Tuming and the others dared not look in his direction, fearful of both the pinnacle of humanity and the possibility of erupting in laughter. Very well, I shall. Zhao Li's brow suddenly furrowed. The mission's status indicated completion. How could this be? He had not yet dealt with Muyu. Just as Zhao Li grappled with confusion, Muyu's vacant gaze suddenly sharpened, and he glanced at Zhao Li before making a hasty retreat. TSK, he runs quite swiftly. Senior, would you like assistance with disaster relief? Lin Xie inquired with an innocent smile directed at Zhao Li, hesitating at first. Zhao Li had initially intended to resolve matters here and return to Shijin immediately. However, engaging in disaster relief, even if it delayed him, seemed a worthy endeavor. As the conversation unfolded, the rain intensified, and Zhao Li nodded to Lin Xie, suggesting they proceed together. All right. Lin Xie eagerly awaited this affirmation, though the murmurs had dissipated. Who could ascertain whether other members of the ancient sect lingered within the mountains? Instructor Hong knows the way. Shall we follow him? We will proceed ahead, you guide, and I shall clear the path, Zhao Li remarked, wiping the rain mixed with blood from his face. This way. A group of individuals clamored towards a particular direction. After approximately half an hour, Zhao Li and Instructor Hong led the group to encounter several individuals headed by Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu, accompanied by his loyal subordinates, supported a few bloodied figures as they approached. Upon seeing them, the others hastily rushed forward to assist. Shen Qingzhu wiped the rain from his face, stating, "We have already searched that village. These are the only survivors." "Very well, let us return." Zhou Li suddenly interjecta. "There is no time," he continued. Instructeur Hong, perplexed, inquired. "What do you mean?" Zhao Li responded, "I don't know if you're aware, but the mountain below is hollow." Hollow? There's a mysterious entity beneath that has excavated the ground to create its lair. This incessant rainfall could easily trigger a mudslide, not to mention. Then we should hurry down mountain. My point is, it's too late. I can already hear the tremors. Zhao Li rubbed his temples, drawing forth the saber strapped to his back. Under the astonished, guarded, and curious gazes of the crowd, he infused his mental energy into the blade, which then enlarged several-fold. He cast it to the ground, stepping upon it first, and turned to the others, beckoning, "Come aboard. Running on foot will not suffice, but this blade will carry us." I'm going." Exclaimat Bai Li Tuming. Is this flying on a sword? Zhao Li turned, offering Bai Li Tuming an appreciative glance. Recognizing his insight, not sword flight, but blade flight. This technique was one he learned from Zhou Ping, and today marked its inaugural use. He, Bai Li Tuming sheepishly scratched his head before being the first to ascend the blade. Once he boarded, the others exchanged glances and gradually followed suit. When all were aboard, Zhao Li utilized his mental energy to elevate the blade. Initially slow, it soon gained speed, soaring upward and forward with remarkable swiftness. Bai Li Tuming Krucha, gripping Lin Qi's thigh, exclaiming, "Whoa, whoa. Slow down, senior. We might be swept away by the wind. Your build is among the heaviest here. You won't be blown away." Zhao Li chuckled in response. Lin Qie, exasperated, grasped his pants, urging, "Stop pulling. If you tug any harder, my trousers will fall." "Senior, can you teach me this technique?" Zhao Li turned to see one of the rescuers from earlier. "What is your restriction?" 068, Qi Min. "What do you primarily control?" Upon hearing Zhao Li's query, Shen Qingzhu appeared slightly puzzled, but then glanced down at the blade beneath them, no longer hesitating. "I manipulate the nitrogen and oxygen content in the air to create a vacuum environment, generating explosive attacks against enemies. You cannot comprehend my essence, for it requires a foundation beneath one's feet, much like his blade and Zhou Ping's sword. However, do not lose heart. Once you ascend to the pinnacle of humanity, you shall soar even without mastering this skill." Shen Qingzhu smirked slightly, remarking that if reaching the zenith of humanity were so effortless, there would be but a handful in the entirety of the Great Xia. In essence, is it that I do not desire to attain this pinnacle? Nay, is that I am unable to. Ah, the one who glares, please come forth and ascertain whether this is indeed your encampment. Esteemed senior, I am not the one who glares. My name is Lin Qie, he replied somewhat helplessly. After speaking, he tilted his head to glance at the ground. Noting the numerous tents of various sizes and the bustling activity, he nodded, confirming, "Yes, this is our encampment." "Very well, I shall descend now." Chapter 16, Complaints. "Oh my. Look up there. Ah, is that a knife flying?" "What? A knife is flying? Where? Let me see. Hey, don't shove me. It's right there when I look up. If you're blind, don't lean in." "Quiet. What is all this commotion for? Have the people been found, and yet you're making noise?" A bold voice spoke up. "Instructor Yuan, look up." "Up there?" Yuan Gang looked up, only to see a knife slowly descending. And atop that knife stood a figure. Wasn't he at the boastful Bai Li Pang Pang waving at him? And there was Shen Qingzhu, gazing down at him with an air of provocation. Then there was Lin Qie, seemingly calm, yet his eyes sparkled with arrogance. Lastly, there was Old Hong, stifling laughter while gazing at the sky and the ground. The knife landed, stirring a gust of wind, yet failed to raise any dust, as the scant earth was tightly adhered to the ground by the rain. "Come down." "Yes. Thank you for bringing us back, senior." Zhao Li smiled and shook his head at Bai Li Tuming. "No need for thanks, nor to call me senior. It makes me feel old. What should we call you then?" "I'm Zhao Li, with the character for fierce. Call me whatever you like, as long as it's not senior." "All right, Zhao brother. Are you this quick to react?" Zhao Li looked at Bai Li Tuming with a peculiar expression. Yuan Gang, having heard his name, finally relaxed his previously tense heart. Zhao Li was someone within the safe range, and likely wouldn't cause any trouble at this critical moment. Watching Zhao Li take a stance with the knife as if preparing for an attack, Yuan Gang pondered uncertainly. Surely he wouldn't, however. The reality was that he didn't cause minor damage. Rather, he committed a significant act. Boom, boom, bang. The Jinan mountain was cleaved asunder, the sound echoing from the collapsing mountainsides towards the gaping chasm. Zhao Li tilted his head and explained to Yuan Gang, clearly the one in charge. "The center of this mountain is hollow. If it's not split open, a mudslide will erupt soon, potentially affecting the base of the mountain. But you can't just split the mountain without a word." Yuan Gang exclaimed in exasperation. Heaven knows how many reports the logistics team would have to draft to explain the sudden and neatly split mountain to the people of Songnan, and how many sleepless nights they would endure. Moreover, splitting a mountain? Do you think you're Erlingshin? There's a mysterious corpse inside the mountain. You may need to assist in excavating it later. I have matters to attend to in the West Jin area, so I'll take my leave. Watching Zhao Li's retreating figure, Bai Li Tuming nudged Lin Chia with his elbow, his voice tinged with admiration. He cleaved a mountain and simply walked away, leaving behind a group of instructors in utter disarray. Though unspoken, he believed Chia understood his sentiment. Skipping over that topic, he continued, "Is this the confidence of humanity's pinnacle? What a pity I lack a forbidden realm, and without the means to cultivate, I cannot ascend to such heights. Otherwise, I would indeed wish to strive for the pinnacle and see if it is as exhilarating as it seems." Huh. Do you think that a single gamble in the forbidden ruins can elevate one to the pinnacle of humanity? Shun Qingzhu emerged from the side, asking with a hint of melancholy, "Is it not possible?" Lin Xie responded, "It is not, and furthermore, even if one were to attain such heights, it cannot be done in this manner, for we are night watchers." Bai Li Tuming blinked and inquired, "Isn't Zhao Ge one?" Lin Xie did not reply, but he speculated that it was highly improbable. The individual's conduct a year prior at the peace office, contrasted with the demeanor of Instructor Yuan towards him just now, was enough to substantiate that he was not. However, it was also unwise to assert this conclusion definitively. What if the higher-ups among the night watchers granted him considerable authority to retain talent? Zhao Li, who is suspected of having elevated privileges, returned to Shijin not to embrace a beloved, but to meet a commander who had been waiting for him with a disgruntled expression for 2 days. Yi Fan stood within a rustic restaurant, and upon spotting Zhao Li stepping inside, he sprang to his feet and rushed towards him. In the midst of Zhao Li's bewildered gaze, Yi Fan seized him and led him to a nearby alley. The alley was familiar. It was where he and Zhou Ping had once lingered. Zhao Li freed himself from Yi Fan's grip, taking a few steps back. He patted the spot where Yi Fan had grasped a moment before and said, "If we are to converse, let us do so without resorting to physicality. I am to have a family in the future." Yi Fan raised a hand to press against the throbbing vein on his forehead and exclaimed, "Jinan Mountain, did you cause that rift?" "Yes." Zhao Li nodded in acknowledgement. It was indeed his doing, and there was no reason to deny it. "Do you realize the extent of panic your actions have instigated among the people of Songnan?" Zhao Li chuckled at this remark. Panic? Compared to those night watchers who risk their lives to rescue civilians amid impending landslides, what harm does a little panic bring them? None at all. After this exchange, Zhao Li took a deep breath and, without allowing Yi Fan to interject, continued, "Honestly, I believe your protection of the ordinary populace has reached an absurd level. A multitude of individuals with extraordinary abilities toil in the shadows for their survival, yet they remain blissfully unaware. Occasionally, when even the slightest anomaly occurs, the logistics personnel must expend considerable effort to concoct justifications and soothe the masses, squandering both manpower and resources. And during this time, there will inevitably be casualties, correct? I wish to know how you honor the fallen night watchers. Do you bestow upon them the title of heroes, allowing them to be remembered and celebrated by the public?" Yi Fan found himself momentarily speechless by Zhao Li's inquiry, forgetting that he was the one meant to interrogate. After a pause, he stammered, "There are too many unstable factors. Keeping the general populace uninformed allows us to perform our duties more effectively. If they were to learn everything, it could very well incite internal unrest, leading to an unbounded increase in our workload. All right, let us set that aside. What the ancient God Church? The recent flood in Jinan Mountain is highly likely to be their doing. Will you dispatch someone to address this? With external threats at hand, the night watchers cannot spare the resources to confront the ancient God Church. Is there a map to the ancient God Church? Why do you ask that? Out of sheer curiosity, is it not permissible to visit the ancient God Church for a spell? Yi Fan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. I shall send a map to Zhou Ping's mobile later. Zhao Li curled his lip. Sending it to Zhou Ping's phone merely indicated that Zhou Ping could restrain him, guarding against any solitary maneuvers he might undertake. Yet, it mattered little. Who would influence whom remained uncertain. As quickly as possible. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yi Fan responded affirmatively. After watching Zhao Li depart, he swiftly retrieved his phone and opened the chat with Zhou Ping. Time to report. Chapter 17. An empty complaint Just as Zhou Ping stood up from his work in the kitchen to take a break, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Upon pulling out, he discovered that all messages came from a single individual, each one echoing a similar sentiment. Accusations against Zhao Li for having ruined a mountain in Jinan, with implications that such behavior would continue. Furthermore, the underlying message suggested that since Zhao Li had married into the Zhou family, his guardian ought to intervene. Did you see that? Zhao Li slyly wrapped his arms around Zhou Ping's waist. You saw it? Don't mind him. This is merely an overreaction. Are you not upset by this? Zhou Ping pondered, perplexed. Typically, men would shy away from being labeled as dependents. Yet Zhao Li seemed unfazed, even teetering on the edge of being called a son-in-law to Yi Fan directly. Why would I be angry over something unfounded? Zhao Li replied, glancing at Zhou Ping's expression. So, have you agreed to be with me? I. Zhou Ping began to respond when the kitchen curtain was drawn aside, revealing his third uncle peering in. Suddenly, he fell silent, pushing Zhao Li away and crouching down to pretend to be busy with some nearby utensils. Left alone to face Zhou Ping's third uncle, Zhao Li smiled and greeted him. Uncle, what brings you here? Aren't you busy out front? Affectionate moments should be saved for home. No need for such displays in my kitchen, his uncle remarked, turning to urge the staff outside to expedite the service, then pivoting back to Zhao Li. Hurry up, they're pressing for the dishes. Certainly, the dishes are coming right up. Zhou Li răspundă țărfului. Seeing this, Zhou Ping's uncle smiled and withdrew his head. Zhao Li then turned back to Zhou Ping, who looked at him with disbelief. He crouched down and pecked Zhou Ping on the lips, only to be reminded that his uncle would soon return to hurry them again. Zhou Ping grasped Zhao Li's arm, feeling a mix of frustration and confusion. Wait, what did my uncle mean by being affectionate? You and I. What does that imply? Noticing Zhou Ping's incoherent rambling, Zhao Li rubbed his nose awkwardly, diverting his gaze. Well, this matter is a bit complicated. Let me explain it to you when we get home tonight. All right, I shall await your clarification. Zhou Ping insisted, his tone filled with urgency. Zhao Li swallowed hard, understanding the gravity of the situation from the intensity of Zhou Ping's grip around his neck. Throughout the day, he felt Zhou Ping's gaze lingering upon him, which should have been a positive sign had it not been for the impending need to explain everything later that evening. As night fell and they returned home, Zhou Ping sat sternly on the sofa, while Zhao Li stood before him like a wayward child awaiting reprimand. Speak, Zhou Ping commanded. Yes, you. Please do not be angry with what I am about to say, Zhao Li replied, noticing the narrowing of Zhou Ping's eyes, indicating that whatever he concealed was significant enough to warrant such a plea. You go first. I will decide whether to be upset after you speak. Zhou Li siga deeply. Very well. A year ago, I approached your uncle about wanting to stay and work. At first, he was opposed, but then, what happened next? Zhou Ping inquired, his curiosity piqued. Later, I candidly confessed that I was your suitor, presenting my property deed and savings, along with a thorough analysis. I expressed my resolute intention to pursue you, rather than clandestinely vying for your affection in the shadows. It would be far better for me to remain in his sight while I endeavored to win your heart. This assurance put him at ease, allowing me to pursue you earnestly. If I were to succeed, you would have a family that loves you. If I were to fail, it would merely mean I had lent my assistance for a while before departing. After a lengthy discourse, he acquiesced to my staying. Zhou Ping's pupils abruptly constricted. Thus, what he had assumed to be his third uncle was a mere illusion. The third uncle had been aware from the very beginning of Zhao Li's pursuit. Zhao Li had revealed his intentions to the third uncle right from the start. Although somewhat absurd, it clarified why Zhao Li felt emboldened to utter such audacious remarks at the rustic restaurant. Zhao Li, was bolder than he had imagined. Zhou Ping rubbed his temples, pondering if there was anything else concealed between you and the third uncle. Surely there was nothing more. However, as Zhou Ping observed Zhao Li's evasive gaze, his heart shattered in midair. It was evident that there was indeed more. Speak up. It was merely that I had delivered the dowry to the third uncle. Dowry? Zhou Ping gazed incredulously at Zhao Li, his voice rising in disbelief. When did this occur? On the day I departed from Shijin to Sangnan. I had kissed you just before leaving and Zhou Ping closed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented tranquility within. In that moment, dreams of heroism, swordsmanship, and adversaries faded into insignificance. Or so he thought. He longed to draw his sword and send Zhao Li flying, then plunge into a deep pit, escaping all human interaction. As for why he didn't slay him outright, it wasn't due to mercy, but rather an acute awareness of his own formidable strength as the pinnacle of humanity, understanding the limits of human endurance. One strike would not suffice. At least 4 or 5 would be required, and that was under the condition that Zhao Li did not resist. Enough! Cease your words. I wish to be alone. As his words settled, a brief silence ensued before Zhou Ping heard Zhao Li quietly inquire, "After your solitude, can you be with me?" Having delivered the dowry and settled matters at home, he now sought to know if he could be with him. Zhou Ping found himself impressed. "Is it permissible?" Zhou Ping remained silent. After a while, he felt the sofa beside him dip as someone took a seat, followed by a hand grasping his, accompanied by a gentle caress. "Zhou Ping, is it permissible?" He remained motionless until he sensed the person inching closer, prompting him to open his eyes and retreat towards the unoccupied side. As he evaded, Zhao Li pursued him, eventually leading to an entangled position. Zhao Li lowered his gaze towards Zhou Ping, bending down to nuzzle against his neck. "Is it permissible? Is it permissible? Get off. You're overwhelming me." Zhou Ping gasped for breath under the weight pressing down on him. "I refuse, unless you agree to my terms." In a bid to avoid being suffocated, Zhou Ping reluctantly nodded. "All right, fine. Really? Have you truly agreed?" Zhao Li abruptly propped himself up, looking at Zhou Ping with eager anticipation. Zhou Ping averted his gaze, softly replying, "Asking further would only be a pretense. Then I shall refrain from asking." Zhou Li estili responda. After a brief silence, Zhou Ping raised his hand to nudge Zhao Li, who was still leaning on him, urging him to rise. Zhao Li stood up and moved to sit aside, simultaneously offering a hand to assist Zhou Ping in sitting up. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, both recoiled as if scalded. It is universally acknowledged that an act performed by a single individual may be deemed awkward, yet when shared by two, it can be considered a playful endeavor. The previously tense atmosphere between them dissipated suddenly with their movements. Zhao Li retrieved his phone, waving it gently. "Shall we indulge in some barbecue? Perhaps we could dine outside, though the delivery fee is somewhat steep." At this, Zhao Li did not inquire further, but instead stood and extended his hand towards Zhou Ping, suggesting, "Let us dine outside." Chapter 18. The resentment of Shiva as they hurried towards their usual barbecue stand. They were irresistibly lured by the spicy crayfish from a nearby food stall. After securing a parking spot for their motorcycle, they had scarcely removed their helmets when they spotted an acquaintance. Zhao Li exchanged a glance with Zhou Ping, silently inquiring if they should make a swift exit. Zhou Ping subtly nodded, raising his hand that clutched the helmet, seemingly ready to put it back on, when a voice called out to them. "Hey, since you're here, why rush off? Come over and have a drink with me." Having been noticed, Zhao Li sighed and led the way, with Zhou Ping trailing behind. As they approached Yi Fan's table, Zhou Ping turned his head away from Yi Fan, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was disinclined to converse. Faced with this, Zhao Li felt compelled to offer a polite smile to Yi Fan. "What a coincidence, running into you while dining." "Indeed, quite a coincidence," Yi Fan replied cheerfully, then tilted his head toward Zhou Ping. "Didn't you say you would teach him a lesson? How did it come to this?" "Huh? Teach him a lesson?" Zhao Li turned to Zhou Ping, surprised. Zhou Ping nodded slightly, confirming the truth of it, though his intention had merely been to placate Yi Fan, not to genuinely discipline Zhao Li. Sensing the unspoken understanding in Zhou Ping's gaze, Zhao Li cleared his throat. "Yes, he has indeed taught me a lesson, and I acknowledge my mistakes. We are merely here to replenish our strength after our battle." "Battle?" Yi Fan chuckled, an amused glimmer in his eyes. Zhao Li and Zhou Ping simultaneously lowered their heads, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. We haven't ordered yet. We'll go do that now. Brother Ping, would you join us?" "Certainly," Zhou Ping replied, visibly relieved. Watching them retreat with an air of haste, Yi Fan's amusement faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. He had initially thought Zhou Ping would be able to rein in Zhao Li, but now it seemed the tables had turned, with Zhou Ping being influenced instead. He better not end up losing both his lady and his troops, he mused. After some time, the two returned from ordering, carrying a case of beer, with Zhao Li, who appeared robust and strong, taking the lead. He placed the beer on the table, unwrapped it, and tossed a bottle to Yi Fan, keeping one for himself. Noticing Zhou Ping shake his head, he refrained from offering him one. Setting his beer before himself, Zhao Li clinked it against Yi Fan's bottle. Today I'm treating. Feel free to indulge. Ah, so after a year, you finally remembered to treat me. Your matchmaker? Yi Fan inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Indeed, and tomorrow, I'll be giving you a generous red envelope. Seeing Zhou Ping remain silent in response to Zhao Li's statement, Yi Fan deduced that the two were indeed together, though he wondered when this had come to pass. They had only been conversing at the local cuisine restaurant that day, and it seemed improbable that they had become a couple in such a short span. "Oh, the dishes you ordered are ready." "All right, just leave them there," Zhao Li replied, moving aside to make space. As Yi Fan regained his focus, he noticed that the two had already begun eating. Observing the empty shells before them, he paused for a moment before stating, "This must be the food I ordered. I'll take care of the bill later." Without the need to spend any money, Yi Fan quickly set aside his concerns, opened a pair of disposable chopsticks, and joined the fray for the food. 3 large men. How could one of them possibly consume all that? By the time the 3 were satiated, the table and floor were littered with the shells of the lobsters they had devoured. Yi Fan let out a hearty belch and gestured for Zhao Li to settle the bill, declaring, "You're the generous one. Go ahead and pay." "Xia Ping Yi. Do you want anything else to drink?" "No, let's just settle the bill." "All right, I'll take care of it." Once Zhao Li had wandered off, Yi Fan turned to Zhou Ping and mimicked Zhao Li's tone, calling out, "Xiao Ping Gu." The tone was decidedly mocking. Zhou Ping, pulling out a used chopstick, pointed it directly at Yi Fan with a piercing gaze. "Are you looking for a fight?" "No, I—" Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone interrupted him. "I'll take that call over there. Don't leave just yet. There is something I need to discuss with you." Without waiting for Zhou Ping's response, Yi Fan hurriedly made his way to a shadowy alley, leaving Zhou Ping with an unsettling sense of foreboding about what might transpire. It felt as though something ominous was on the horizon. This feeling had arisen multiple times while waiting for Yi Fan to arrive, and it solidified upon seeing Yi Fan's grim expression upon his return. Yi Fan regarded them, his lips moving as if struggling to form words, and after a long pause, he finally uttered, "The Shiwa curse has been revealed." At these words, Zhou Ping's countenance darkened, while Zhao Li, oblivious to the implications of the Shiwa curse, looked on in confusion and asked, "What does it mean that the Shiwa curse has been exposed? Let us discuss this back at your place." Half an hour later, in the living room of their residence, Zhao Li emerged from the kitchen with 3 glasses of water, placing them on the table. "You two have been sitting there with grim faces for 10 minutes. What is going on?" Yi Fan exchanged a glance with Zhou Ping, sighed deeply, and said, "I'll explain. Have you ever been to Songnan?" "Yes, why? What do you think of the people there?" Zhao Li pondered for a moment before replying. "I didn't interact much, so I can't say I have any strong feelings. I didn't stay there long. 10 years ago, Songnan was conceptually erased from the entire map of the Great Xia by the foreign gods using the Shiwa curse. Yet in just a second, Songnan revived, a miracle indeed. Afterward, the artifact, known as the Shiwa curse, seemingly vanished without a trace. Concurrently, a divine war erupted at the borders of the Great Xia, aimed at seizing the Shiwa curse. Once it disappeared, the foreign gods lost their objective and retreated from the borders. However, in truth, the Shiwa curse had remained in Songnan all along. I have just received news that the Shiwa curse has been exposed and that there are movements beyond the borders, which signifies that those foreign gods are poised to return." Zhao Li understood, though he was still somewhat perplexed. Is the Shiwa curse something of paramount importance? Sequence 008. A top-tier forbidden object housing the essence of the Indian deity Shiva and his realm. Any concept inscribed upon it can be directly obliterated. Do you think it's insignificant? Zhao Li gathered his thoughts. Thus, it implies that Songnan has long ceased to exist, and what remains is merely an illusion, one that conceals an object of utmost significance. That interpretation isn't entirely incorrect. Noticing Zhou Ping's parched lips, Zhao Li raised a glass of water and pressed it into his hand, urging him to drink. I have a question, he began. Since it is a conceptual erasure, couldn't we utilize the wrath of Shiva to obliterate the command that erased Songnan? The nature of concepts is inherently elusive. Surely, this approach is not out of desire to avoid it? Yi Fan sighed with a bitter smile, acknowledging that only divine power could unlock the wrath of Shiva. However, it is a well-known truth that the great Xia lacks deities, even if they existed. The tremendous divine energy required to annul a command issued a decade ago begs the question, who possesses the capability to undertake such a task? Who would dare to do so? Chapter 19. The plan to utilize the outer gods. Why not just capture an outer god? This suggestion prompted both Yi Fan and Zhou Ping to turn and gaze at Zhao Li, who felt a twinge of embarrassment under their scrutiny. Nevertheless, he continued, for a deity, surely life must hold greater significance compared to most of their divine powers, right? Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. Then it's settled. The immediate task is to seize an outer god. Tell me, where can we find one? I shall assist with this endeavor. Yi Fan suddenly realized the flaw in this plan. Capturing them was one thing, but given their arrogant nature, they would rather perish than offer any assistance. Zhao Li regarded Yi Fan as if he were foolish. Let me ask you, what has the great Xia inherited over the years? People? Yi Fan hesitated before responding. Uncertain of Zhao Li's expression. Isn't that so? Absolutely not. What we have in abundance is punishment, if they refuse to cooperate. What purpose do our centuries of torturous methods serve? For amusement? Zhou Ping tugged at Zhao Li's arm, whispering, isn't this a bit too extreme? Extreme? They dare to erase an entire city of ours. Is it so outrageous for us to capture an outer god and employ some punishment to extract divine power? Absolutely not. Yi Fan stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling as if, after years of commanding, he appeared as a novice before Zhao Li. The audacity of the idea was beyond the reach of ordinary minds. After a moment of confusion, Yi Fan sat upright, seriousness etched on his face. With Shiva's vengeful aura exposed, considering the outer god's regard for it, they must have begun converging towards us the moment they became aware. Although uncertain of their approach, he knew one location would surely allow them to intercept a deity. Zhao Li straightened, inquiring, where? The East Sea. Do you have any guesses as to which deity? Yi Fan exchanged glances with Zhou Ping, subtly urging him to disclose the information to Zhao Li. Zhou Ping shook his head in resignation. Deity 009, Poseidon. Zhao Li pondered for a long while before finally recalling a myth he had once heard. That blue-skinned sea god? Not sure about the skin, but he is indeed a sea god, Zhou Ping replied candidly. All right, then it shall be him. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to consider other options? Besides this, do you know the precise locations of any other deities? Yi Fan rubbed his chin. There is indeed one more. Who were you initially planning to send to intercept by the seaside? He gestured towards Zhou Ping. Zhao Li clapped his hands together. This is perfect. You go to the seaside, and I shall certainly accompany you. What is there to debate? Once we capture him, we will promptly head to Songnan. Promptly? On your motorcycle? Yi Fan chakret. Zhou Ping interjected, his expression stoic on my sword. Then it is settled. There is no time to lose. You shall depart at once. Zhao Li scrutinized Yi Fan with suspicion. You must have been waiting for this very moment. Haven tea you? No, I shall say no more. I have other defenses to arrange, Yi Fan stated as he rose and took a couple of steps away. Upon turning back, he noticed the two remaining still, unperturbed, and theatrically pressed down his palms towards Zhou Ping and his companion. There's no need to see me off. You two may head directly to the East Sea. After Yi Fan departed, Zhao Li leaned against Zhou Ping's shoulder. Are you still sleeping? Let us head to the East Sea, but before we do. Half an hour later, the two stealthily entered the back kitchen of the rustic restaurant. Zhou Ping, utilizing the faint glow from his phone, retrieved the sword case resting on the beams above and cradled it in his arms, nodding at the curious Zhao Li. Let us go. Zhou Li nudda. Casting another glance at the sword case, it was indeed his first encounter with Zhou Ping's weapon, or rather, the vessel that housed it. In truth, he had never laid eyes on Zhou Ping's actual weapon. During their occasional sparring sessions, Zhou Ping had always refrained from using a weapon, relying solely on sword energy to engage in combat. How shall we travel? Zhou Li inquired. By plane, Zhou Ping replied, shaking his phone. The screen displayed the registration information sent by Yi Fan. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and they would arrive at the airport just in time. As they exited the rustic restaurant, Zhao Li suddenly recalled something and asked, with the two of us gone, will Sanjiu manage alone? I sent him a message on the way here. If he cannot handle it, he will temporarily close until we return, Zhou Ping assured. Ah, very well. Zhao Li came to terms with reality, realizing that Sanjiu always took precedence over him in Zhou Ping's eyes. He rubbed his face in resignation and summoned a taxi. In the interim, finding himself idly waiting, Zhao Li probed Zhou Ping about the parts of Yi Fan's earlier remarks that perplexed him. Yi Fan mentioned that a miracle resurrected all of Cangnan. Is that miracle an object? Not at all. It is a person. One individual possesses such vast capabilities. Ordinary individuals do not, but he is the chosen agent of the divine. Pray tell, does a divine agent possess divine power? Zhou Ping shook his head. I do not know. I suspect you do not. Such concepts as strength and mental power are rather abstract, lacking concrete definitions. If one truly understood, it would be rather uncanny. Speaking of which, does that person know the circumstances in Cangnan? He does not. You all have collectively concealed the truth from him. Haven't you? Zhou Ping contemplated denying his involvement, but, upon reflection, acknowledged that while he was aware, he did not inform Lin Chia, thereby rendering himself an accomplice. Indeed. Then you must exercise caution, Zhao Li warned. What do you mean? Zhao Li raised a finger and waved it before Zhou Ping. There are two potential scenarios. The first, we succeed and all is well. The second, we fail and all of Cangnan ceases to exist. The miracle vanishes. However, if that individual has maintained the miracle for a decade, his abilities must be considerable, and there are certainly those in Cangnan whom he holds dear. Indeed, considerable power implies he has the means to unleash his wrath. If those he cherishes were to disappear, he would be left without vulnerabilities. Consider the implications. Would that not be fearsome? Fearsome, indeed, but how can you be certain the miracle will vanish? He recalled that Yi Fan had not mentioned the disappearance of miracles. Rather, she had merely stated that the wrath of Shiva lingered in Cangnan and that the outer gods were poised to strike. Wasn't that glaringly obvious? Zhao Li shrugged and remarked, if there were no risk of disappearance, Yi Fan would not have turned hostile when I suggested capturing the deity to harness Shiva's wrath. Truth be told, there's a considerable risk involved. You are astute, yet at times, it feels as though your intelligence is misapplied. Zhao Li opened his mouth, intending to speak, but a car approaching from the distance flashed its lights at them. The vehicle had arrived. They needed to board. However, once inside the car, all words were stifled, as the presence of outsiders loomed. Upon reaching the airport, Zhao Li initially intended to follow the crowd and queue for boarding, but after only a few steps, Zhou Ping pulled him back, stating, not this flight. What? The display board indicated that the flight at 1 o'clock was indeed this one. Follow me. Zhao Li trailed behind Zhou Ping through a series of twists and turns until they finally stood before a plane that was half the size of a commercial aircraft. What is this? This is the aircraft designated for the night watchman on missions. Zhao Li stared in awe like a country bumpkin for 2 minutes before uttering a single word. Impressive. He had assumed that the night watchman operated solely on a voluntary basis, devoid of any privileges. Yet, he was swiftly proven wrong. They were ferried by dedicated aircraft for their missions. Reflecting on his own assignments, he could only rely on his modified little motorcycle. How utterly humble. Chapter 20. Arrival. Zhou Ping guided Zhao Li onto the airplane, settling into their seats and placing the sword box, which he had been clutching protectively, on his lap. With a slight bow of his head, he remarked, for the mission's sake, one cannot carry regulated weapons on a standard flight. Checking them imposes challenges and risks revealing one's identity. Thus, he reiterated the earlier bold statement he had made. Regulated weapons. Zhao Li's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he leaned closer to Zhou Ping, pointing at the sword box and inquiring, "May I see your weapon?" "Of course." Zhou Ping lifted the lid of the sword box and revealed his sword, presenting it before Zhao Li. Behold. Though Zhao Li was not a swordsman, he was well versed in the significance of a swordsman's weapon. He refrained from asking to hold it, instead observing its form for a moment before gesturing for Zhou Ping to stow it away. Once the sword was safely returned to its sheath, Zhao Li summoned his own broadsword and offered it to Zhou Ping, saying, "Here, take a look." "No need. Etiquette demands reciprocity. You have shown me your sword, and I shall show you my blade." Before Zhou Ping could decline again, Zhao Li firmly placed the sword into his hands. Zhou Ping gazed at the weapon, his fingers instinctively tapping against its blade, producing a resonant hum. His brow furrowed involuntarily. Seeing Zhou Ping's reaction, Zhao Li's heart raced, and he spoke cautiously. "Is there something amiss with the sword? This blade is an object of prohibition, is it not?" Zhao Li scratched his head, uncertain of the distinction between a forbidden item and a forbidden domain, thinking they were essentially the same. Sighing, Zhou Ping clarified, "A forbidden item possesses extraordinary powers, while a forbidden domain is the source of a person's strength. Clearly, your sword is a forbidden item, which raises a question." "What question?" "If the sword is a forbidden item, then what is your forbidden domain?" Zhao Li was at a loss, having received this sword from the system upon his binding. Before uncovering the truths of this world, he had assumed it to be a player benefit, and upon learning the truth, he believed it to be his forbidden domain. Now, Zhou Ping had asserted that it was merely a forbidden item. I don't know. I have had it since my awakening. I always thought it was my forbidden domain." Zhou Ping's brow furrowed deeper at this revelation, knowing that ignorance of one's forbidden domain was perilous. "After this operation, we must inform Yi Fan and visit the capital. There are specialized testing agencies there." Upon hearing testing agency, Zhao Li instinctively associated it with hospitals. "I have no idea what my forbidden domain is, and my strength has reached the pinnacle of humanity. I manage just fine with it. Surely, testing is unnecessary? What you are doing is quite dangerous." Zhao Li was aware of this, but genuinely disliked hospitals. He hunched down into Zhou Ping's embrace, evading his scrutinizing gaze, and exclaimed, "Oh dear, brother Zhou Ping, after all this time, and even having dated, I still do not know what your forbidden domain is." Zhou Ping's lips twitched in exasperation as he gazed down at the back of Zhao Li's head, pondering whether such a blatant diversion was truly appropriate. Evidently it was, for ultimately, the quantity of inquiries mattered little. What held value was what could be utilized. Confronted with the issue at hand, despite being aware that the topic was being deftly diverted, Zhou Ping chose to respond. Sequence 333, a gem of purity and brilliance. That must be exceedingly precious, Zhao Li remarked without a moment's hesitation. Sequence 333 is rather low on the scale. Doesn't that further attest to brother Zhou Ping's prowess? Zhou Ping merely shook his head, choosing silence, while in his heart, he contemplated taking Zhao Li to the capital when time permitted. Zhao Li called him brother and engaged in conversation, having shared a romantic bond. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt a sense of responsibility toward Zhao Li. Uncertain about his own restricted space, he pondered its significance. It was neither trivial nor vast. Typically, it posed no issues, yet during critical moments, forgetting its proper use could be detrimental. He knew that, with some ingenuity, he could devise solutions tailored to his abilities, far superior to floundering in ignorance. Yet, he remained perplexed about how Zhao Li ascended to such heights, and whether he had traversed any emotional barriers in the process. Zhou Ping's gaze fell upon Zhao Li, who was nestled against his leg, breathing steadily. With a soft sigh, he ran his fingers through Zhao Li's tousled hair, methodically smoothing it out. Sensing the gentle movement, Zhao Li turned his head slightly, opening one eye to meet Zhou Ping's gaze, only to quickly shut it again. Within moments, curiosity overcame him, and he opened his eye once more, once again locking eyes with Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping playfully poked Zhao Li's cheek and asked, "It will take approximately 4 or 5 hours to reach the EC. Would you like to rest for a while? There's a bed over there. We could sleep together." Zhao Li eagerly climbed up. Zhou Ping turned his head aside, noting that there was only one bed, and muttered under his breath, "Well, you can go." However, upon hearing the initial words, Zhao Li sprang to his feet, effortlessly lifting Zhou Ping and carrying him toward the bed. The bed was spacious enough for both of them. But, if you don't rest properly now, what if you feel drowsy during the fight? Zhou Ping thought to argue that he would not be drowsy during combat, but before he could voice it, he found himself placed on the bed. Moments later, Zhao Li joined him, wrapping his arms around Zhou Ping like chains, making it nearly impossible for him to rise. Of course, he could forcibly get up, but that would surely lead to a scuffle. Yet, Zhou Ping pursed his lips, closed his eyes, and thought, never mind. There are greater matters at hand. The priority now is to conserve energy, not to engage in internal conflict. In his mind, mere seconds felt like an eternity, until an announcement echoed from the small speaker in the upper corner, indicating their arrival. Zhou Ping opened his eyes and nudged Zhao Li with his elbow. "We've arrived." All right, let us get up." They disembarked the plane at 4 in the morning, the sky still cloaked in darkness. Zhao Li held a knife and a sword sheath, while Zhou Ping stood lightly beside him. Zhao Li yawned and proposed, "Shall we book a hotel near the seaside? This way, we can constantly monitor the situation at the shore and rest while Poseidon is not around. I'll look for hotels. Use my phone to search, and once you find one, we can book it directly online for a seamless check-in when we arrive." "All right," Zhou Ping responded, retrieving his phone from Zhao Li's pocket. "What is the password?" "Without a password, I have no interest in setting such things." Zhou Ping unlocked his phone, accessed the accommodation app, modified the location, and after reviewing the ratings and geographical position, he selected a room. Just before finalizing the booking, he turned to Zhao Li and inquired, "Is one room acceptable?" Zhao Li was momentarily taken aback. Given his earlier reluctance to share a bed, he had anticipated that Zhou Ping would opt for 2 rooms. "Is that not feasible?" No, it's fine. I mean, let us just book one." Zhou Li really rapidly. He then watched with bated breath as Zhou Ping confirmed the reservation for a single room, finally exhaling in relief. Thankfully, the benefits were not lost after all. Chapter 21. The waves at 5 in the morning, the two arrived at the hotel they had agreed upon for check-in. Perhaps due to the off-peak travel season, the hotel was rather empty, as Zhao Li encountered no other guests on the way to their room. Well, it would indeed be peculiar to see a throng of guests at such an hour. Upon reaching their room, Zhou Ping sought a place to set down his sword case, while Zhao Li eagerly drew back the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window. The expansive sea lay before him, providing an unparalleled vantage point for observation. "I'll keep watch. You should take a rest," Zhao Li suggested. He suddenly turned around. "Aren't we supposed to sleep together?" "We need to have someone on guard," Zhou Ping replied. Zhao Li sighed, realizing he had been overly optimistic. Rubbing his temples, he acknowledged the imminent threat and refrained from further argument. Rising at Zhou Ping's urging, he acquiesced. "Call me in 2 hours. It's your turn to rest." "Understood." Zhao Li settled on the bed, casting a glance at Zhou Ping, who was still gazing outside. He retrieved his phone and set an alarm for 2 hours later. As for Zhou Ping calling him, he held little hope. From his understanding of Zhou Ping, the man had a tendency towards self-denial. If he was not mistaken, Zhou Ping would likely wait until Zhao Li naturally awoke or until an external threat arose before rousing him. Thus, he could only rely on his phone. 2 hours later, amidst the buzzing of the alarm, Zhao Li opened his eyes, rubbed them, and approached the window. He gently tapped Zhou Ping on the shoulder. "You've had a fair share of the sunrise. It's my turn to enjoy the view now. Why not sleep a little longer?" Zhou Ping murmured, "Brother Zhou, one mustn't be so selfish. A beautiful sight should be shared by all. Come on, 1, 2, 3 up." The moment Zhao Li hoisted Zhou Ping by his armpits, the latter was momentarily taken aback. He was 190 centimeters tall, not a mere 160. Was it reasonable to lift him like that? Zhao Li returned Zhou Ping to the bed, and while Zhou Ping was still dazed, he knelt to remove his shoes, flashing a smile at Zhou Ping's bewildered expression. "Surprised, are we? If the roles were reversed, I would be equally astonished," Zhao Li chuckled. However, lifting someone who stood at 190 centimeters was not entirely impossible, was it? He himself was 192 centimeters tall. Although the difference was merely 2 centimeters, he could easily manage an additional 10 centimeters with a raised hand and increased strength, making the task effortless. Of course, the inverse was equally true. Zhou Ping could just as easily lift him. But Zhou Ping was a serious person and would never resort to such antics. "Get some rest. I'll wake you in 2 hours," Zhao Li assured him. Zhou Ping, still in a daze, nodded and settled back down, lost in thought once more. Observing this, Zhao Li encouraged him to close his eyes before he returned to the window to gaze at the sea. Though he had promised 2 hours when the time came, Zhao Li did not rouse Zhou Ping. The outside was tranquil, and what purpose would it serve to wake him? Were they to sit and stare at the sea in silence? Thus, the morning passed in this manner. By the time Zhou Ping, with tousled hair, finally emerged from the bed, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Hearing movement behind him, Zhao Li did not turn but instead pulled out his phone. "You're awake? I'll have them send up some food." "What time is it?" Zhou Ping inquired. 1 in the afternoon. "Go wash up and get ready. By the time you finish, the meal should arrive." "All right." Before long, Zhao Li heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. As he gazed out at the sea, he pondered the steps Zhou Ping might be undertaking. Brushing his teeth? Washing his face? Or perhaps something else entirely? The water ceased, and Zhao Li turned to look. A sudden tightness gripping his throat as he beheld Zhou Ping, his medium-length hair cascading down, a few damp strands still dripping with water, exuding an air of striking allure. "You!" Zhou Ping raised a hand to touch his hair, lowering his head to say, "There's nothing to tie my hair with in the bathroom. I couldn't find the hair tie I used when I came." "Ah, I have a hair tie here, though the color may not be suitable. If you don't mind, you can use this." Zhou Ping lifted his gaze to Zhao Li, who had his finger poised in the air, holding a pink hair tie. "Pink." Zhou Ping furrowed his brows, perplexed. "Why do you possess a hair tie in that color?" Zhao Li shyly touched his nose and replied, "I bought some secretly, thinking you might need them." As for why he happened to carry one around, particularly a pink one, Zhao Li merely shook his head, unable to divulge. When presented with the choice between using disposable chopsticks that would arrive shortly with the meal to gather his hair or utilizing the pink hair tie, Zhou Ping was inclined to choose the latter. However, he found himself unable to resist Zhao Li's pleading gaze, reminiscent of a puppy. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Ping sat beside Zhao Li, took the hair tie from his hand, and fashioned his hair into a small bun. "Is this all right?" "Perfect." "Zhou Ping, you're wonderful." A series of knocks echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Li turned to look, deducing that the food had arrived. "Zhou Ping, you should go open the door and get the meal." "All right." The ordered meal consisted of a 3-person set recommended by the hotel, and it was quite delectable, enough to satisfy both their appetites. After the meal, they found themselves idling in the room. Zhao Li feigned companionship for a while, but soon succumbed to weariness. Collapsing onto the side, inadvertently resting his head upon Zhou Ping's lap. After adjusting to a comfortable position, Zhao Li glanced at Zhou Ping's chin and playfully inquired, "Zhou Ping, may I, as your boyfriend, lie on your lap?" Zhou Ping, bewildered, responded, "Why the sudden politeness? Was the food tainted?" Noticing Zhou Ping's confusion, Zhao Li broke character, nuzzling closer, his hands mischievously finding their way to Zhou Ping's waist before wrapping around him tightly. Zhou Ping made no objection to Zhao Li's antics. Instead, he gently patted his head, his gaze fixed on the sea outside the window. Observing Zhou Ping's unwavering attention to the view, Zhao Li mused with a hint of regret. It's a pity that we cannot linger longer and explore a bit more before delivering the captured entity to Tsangnan. We could have picked up some souvenirs for Uncle San. Perhaps we may return next time. Are you certain there will be a next time? Zhao Li expressed skepticism towards Zhou Ping's words. During the off-peak season at the rustic restaurant, I invited my 3rd uncle to join me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li twitched his lips. He had been working at the establishment for nearly a year and had never witnessed a lull in business. Suddenly, Zhou Ping furrowed his brows as the atmosphere outside began to shift ominously. In less than a second, thick, dark clouds enveloped the entire horizon, erasing the previously radiant sunshine. An eerie gloom descended, with only the sporadic flashes of lightning within the clouds providing a stark contrast. The sea, too, began to transform, in concert with the ominous clouds. The surface of the water became turbulent, with waves rising as if attempting to merge with the sky and the clouds above, heralding an impending downpour. This situation transcended the simple classification of a natural disaster. Zhou Ping patted Zhao Li on the head, his expression grave, and murmured, "The external forces have arrived." Chapter 22. Captured Zhao Li raised his head to gaze out the window and uttered a single word, "Go." Upon their arrival at the shoreline, the sea began to surge ominously. Exchanging a glance, both men acted simultaneously, their blades infused with a fierce energy that forcefully repelled the encroaching tide, leaving only a scattering of seafood that had washed ashore. The pilots of several approaching helicopters, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively swallowed hard. The men clad in military uniforms sighed in relief, grateful for the arrival of formidable allies among humanity. Before they could fully relax, their earpieces crackled with the voice of their superior. Target has appeared. Repeat. Target has appeared. Remain stationary. Everything will be handled by specialists. At this command, their gazes swept across the horizon. With a tumultuous sea had unexpectedly revealed two figures. One had a standard short haircut, while the other sported slightly longer locks, bound at the back so they did not flutter in the wind. Stray strands danced in the breeze, obscuring the man's eyes and rendering his expression and features indistinct. Thunder rumbled as a massive wave surged, poised to crash upon the two men. The onlookers on the shore felt their hearts race with trepidation. Suddenly, a sharp, clear note of a sword rang out, cleaving the wave in two, transforming it into the gentle ebb and flow of the tide as it reached the land. After dispersing the impending wave, Zhou Ping exhaled softly, casting a glance at the sword sheath in his arms. He raised his hand and struck it forcefully, unleashing a flurry of sword energies directed towards a singular point. Observing his movement, Zhao Li comprehended in an instant and swung his blade toward the same target. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed. The sea parted, revealing a man standing atop the water, bare from the waist up, wielding a trident, with long black hair cascading down his back. "Mortals, do not obstruct my path." Zhou Ping lazily lifted his eyelids, surveying the man before him, and spoke slowly. "You are on the territory of the Great Xia. Divine beings are forbidden from passage. Let me see if you possess the ability to impede my way," Poseidon declared, brandishing his trident, causing several waves to surge toward the two men. Zhao Li frowned as he shaped his blade's energy to disperse the oncoming waves while eyeing Poseidon, who evaded close combat like a slippery eel hiding in the mud. "Brother Zhou Ping, hold off the attacks along the way. I shall confront him." "Understood." After acknowledging, Zhou Ping raised his hand and struck the sword sheath once more. This time, he did not activate the swords from within the sheath. Instead, he opened it and withdrew his sword. Zhao Li recognized the weapon, but had never seen it in Zhou Ping's grasp. Their previous sparring had only involved gestures, not true combat. Desiring to observe more closely, he realized the moment was not right for contemplation. Taking a deep breath, his eyes sharpened with determination as he dodged the splashing seawater and charged toward Poseidon. As they drew closer to the location of Poseidon, the waves attempting to impede their progress became increasingly numerous. Yet each time, those waves were abruptly dispersed by a blade of energy that surged from behind. He knew who it was. A voice suddenly emerged from behind, urging him to disregard the waves and charge forward directly. "All right." Zhao Li ceased his evasion of the waves and moved in a straight line. It must be said, the direct path between 2 points is indeed the swiftest. When only 2 meters remained between him and Poseidon, Zhao Li leapt high into the air, channeling his energy to strike fiercely at Poseidon. Poseidon regarded the oncoming attack with a cold sneer, effortlessly summoning a wave to shield himself. "I am invincible upon the sea." "Invincible upon the sea? Then why not take it to land, brother Zhou Ping?" "Zhou being Siga, Anola Jingzhou Lizhou the City." "Understood." Receiving a response, Zhao Li narrowed his eyes at Poseidon and unleashed several blades of energy, ensnaring Poseidon firmly. He then pointed the tip of his blade beneath the energy barrier, declaring, "You're all set." With a whoosh, Zhou Ping looked up to see Poseidon sent flying like a ball, unable to suppress a laugh. "Brother Zhou Ping, while your smile is indeed charming, and I am confident that these energy blades can contain him for a minute, this is not the time for laughter. He has gone to land. We must swiftly pursue him and drive him further away from the sea and the crowds." With that, Zhou Ping darted off, prompting Zhao Li to shrug slightly before following suit. "Damn it! Release me. Mortal, defiling a god comes at a price." "Oh dear, I'm terrified." "Aren't you the god of the sea? Why not transform into water and slip away? Or is that beyond your capabilities?" Zhao Li Musha, observing the waning energy blades and adding more to them. Zhou Ping, upon seeing this, lowered his gaze for a brief moment, then mimicked Zhao Li, bending the energy to enhance the network formed by the blades. As Zhao Li watched Poseidon ensnared by the energy blades, a thought struck him. Brother Zhou Ping, do you think we can just take him like this? Damn it. Once I'm free, I will. Listening to Poseidon's furious outcry, Zhou Ping shook his head. No, transporting him like this would only complicate matters. How troublesome. If only we had a divine weapon, something that could dispatch him with a mere touch. A few well-placed strikes would surely subdue him. But in this state, Zhao Li sighed, reinforcing the energy blades. He lifted the orb formed by them with the tip of his blade and turned to Zhou Ping. Let us first find a more secluded spot, then devise a plan to make him comply. Agreed. The two then soared away on their swords, leaving many on the shore to ponder. Is this what cultivating immortality looks like? Upon reaching a remote location, Zhou Ping guided their descent. In the dense underbrush, two individuals crouched beside a transparent spherical enclosure, about a meter high, within which was the liquefied form of Poseidon. Zhao Li tore off 2 pieces of cloth from his garment, subsequently shredding them into 4 fragments. He then balled them up and handed 2 to Zhou Ping, while stuffing the other 2 in his ears, his expression tinged with melancholy. How can he still be so noisy even after turning to water? Isn't he thirsty? Oh, I forgot he is made of water. So how could he possibly be parched? Zhou Ping idly fiddled with the grass at his feet, his demeanor somewhat sullen. What now? You need to devise a plan. If I let him continue listening like this, I might be compelled to thrust my sword into the orb. Whether it proves effective is another matter, but at least it would relieve some frustration. I do have some ideas, yet without formidable weapons, any thoughts I have are significantly diminished. Suddenly, Zhao Li's expression sharpened. Wait, I believe I might actually possess a remarkable weapon. Chapter 23. When the ball strikes, Zhou Ping lifted his gaze towards Zhao Li, bewildered. What? Your knife? Yes, this knife has been with me since I awakened. At that time, I was merely at the realm of illumination, yet I managed to challenge a being at the realm of pawns with it. Back then, even at that level, I could defeat my adversaries in a single strike. It stands to reason that now, having reached the apex of human potential, I should be equally formidable. Zhou Ping opened his mouth, intending to express that the disparity between the peak of humanity and divinity was not merely a single tier. It could be one or several levels apart. Although the two of them had managed to confine Poseidon within the confines of the blade's aura, they were, in truth, incapable of inflicting significant damage upon him. The mental fortitude of a human at the pinnacle is vast, yet once their energies were depleted, Poseidon would inevitably break free. Thus, confinement was merely an illusion of control. However, observing Zhao Li's eager demeanor, Zhou Ping refrained from voicing any discouraging words and instead suggested, let's give it a try. Zhao Li nodded, rising to his feet, wielding the knife as he approached the transparent sphere. To ensure safety, he meticulously reinforced the blade's aura around the sphere before daring to plunge the knife inside. This precaution was aimed at preventing Poseidon from retaliating violently upon being wounded. Ha, foolish humans! The weapons you forge cannot harm me. To attempt to resist a deity with mere human strength is truly a folly beyond measure. As Poseidon's taunts echoed, Zhao Li smirked slightly. Then do not shy away. Brace yourself against my strike. Poseidon scoffed, sensing something amiss with the knife and the aura restraining him. Only a fool would dare to confront it directly. Womans, tell me your names. Once I am free, I shall grant you a swift death. Zhao Li mirrored his tone, retorting, if you let me strike you now, I assure you, when I slice you later, I will leave you with a complete skeletal frame. You, what manner of creature are you? That hurts, withdrawing the knife. He flicked off the blood clinging to it, adopting a casual tone. Deities are not so formidable after all. As Zhou Ping heard Poseidon's cries of anguish, he stood and approached, maneuvering around Zhao Li to gaze at Poseidon within the sphere. He observed Poseidon shifting between a watery form and a humanoid figure, now half the size he once was. In his human guise, a gaping wound marred his chest, a testament to Zhao Li's thrust and twist of a knife. Blood gushed forth, seeping into the water within the sphere, and within mere moments, the water had transformed entirely into a pool of crimson. Feeling an inexplicable dryness in his throat, Zhou Ping coughed lightly, clearing his voice to inquire, "Is it the knife?" "Indeed, a simple knife, yet it is a forbidden object. So effortlessly it has wounded a deity, leaving a wound that has yet to heal even after a minute has passed." Noticing Zhou Ping's skeptical gaze, Zhao Li scratched his nose, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Firstly, his system was profoundly unscientific, capable of identifying anything. Secondly, this knife was extraordinarily peculiar, revealing no rank upon its emergence, with the system's identification resulting in an endless series of question marks. Lastly, most weapons possess a rank. For instance, the Shiva's grudge he had witnessed in Sangnan was of divine caliber. In summary, all these elements serve to highlight its exceptional nature. Let me reiterate a well-known truth. In the realm of gaming, items devoid of levels are typically of great value. Thus, when the discussion of divine weapons arose, it naturally brought to mind his blade. The reason for his delayed reaction stemmed from the constraints imposed by the so-called forbidden discourse. My arrival in the Great Xia is devoid of malice. I am here solely for the Shiwo Wo, a relic symbolizing destruction. Your Great Xia is godless and cannot safeguard it. Should it fall into the hands of a malevolent deity, calamity is inevitable. Allow me to take it, and we can avert disaster." Zhou Ping, upon hearing this, cast a sharp glance at Poseidon, his visage steady as he replied, "The absence of deities in the Great Xia does not justify your wanton plundering." Zhao Li, while fortifying his blade, interjected, "The Shiwo Wo, being within the Great Xia, rightfully belongs to us. Whether we choose to keep it is one matter. Your attempt to seize it is quite another. By the way, speaking of the absence of deities in the Great Xia, it seems your pantheon is rather abundant. Do you happen to have any surplus divine essences? If you could spare 2 for us, should we ascend to divinity, we would gladly grant you a token of merit." You dare to be so insolent. Oh dear, the sea god is incensed. How utterly terrifying." Zhao Li wielded his sword like a baseball bat, striking the transparent orb soaring skyward. As he beheld the orb's ascent, Zhao Li cheerfully called out, "Brother Zhou Ping." Understood. Perhaps due to their prolonged association, Zhou Ping comprehended Zhao Li's intent without further elaboration. With a resigned sigh, he leaped into the air, aiming his sword case at the descending orb with great force. Zhao Li, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement. What a splendid play. He subsequently caught the orb with his blade, twirling it with the tip, proclaiming, "I shall not be outdone. Watch the ball." Inside the orb, Poseidon watched in terror as the ever-multiplying, unhealable cuts marred his flesh, a stark realization dawning upon him that he was on the brink of death. Even if by some chance he survived, he would be gravely wounded, contemplating his return to Olympus in such a state. He recalled the fate of those gods who had been sacrificed. "Stop. I concede. I no longer seek the Shiwo Wo. I withdraw from the Great Xia." He vowed that as long as he lived, he would never again invade the Great Xia. Zhao Li couldn't help but smirk at this, mused to himself, living yet avoiding the Great Xia. What a Mont Loki-style fabrication. Regardless, the fight continued. "If you persist, I shall self-destruct my divine essence. Taking the 2 of you with me. Brother Zhou Ping, let us halt." Zhou Ping descended to Zhao Li's side, and together they gazed at the battered Poseidon within the orb, their expressions colder than ever. "If we were to spare you, it could be arranged on the condition that you wield the Shiwo Wo for us." "The Shiwo Wo?" Poseidon's ears perked up, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. If possible, he still wished to take the Shiwo Wo with him. Zhao Li, having noticed that momentary flicker of greed, felt his expression harden. He thrust his right hand forward, piercing through the orb and Poseidon's body simultaneously. "Reconsider your little schemes. Feel the power of this blade and contemplate your own life." Zhou Ping, frowning, surveyed the unfolding events, calculating the likelihood of Poseidon's compliance against the odds of betrayal. Poseidon let out a muffled groan, sensing the aura emanating from the blade. After a brief struggle, he chose to compromise for the sake of his own life. I will provide you with a divine energy sphere formed from my divine power. With it, you can wield the wrath of Shiva and allow me to depart." "No, Zhou Ping replied without a moment's hesitation, refusing the offer. If it were up to him, he would prefer to keep Poseidon's life as well. The great Xia needed to deliver a profound shock to the outer gods, a spectacle of mortals vanquishing deities. Zhao Li chimed in, "Indeed, it's unacceptable. If you hand over the sphere and flee, how can we ascertain the quantity of divine power contained within? Is it sufficient for our needs?" Poseidon lowered his gaze, concealing the bitterness in his eyes. Indeed, he wished to relinquish a portion of his divine power to secure his escape, but was that not a reasonable expectation? In the midst of the fog, divine energy was already being depleted. If he offered too much, what would happen if it dissipated completely? Chapter 24. The confinement of Sangnan. Before him stood a man with short hair, his expression one of cunning. If he were to expend a significant portion of his divine power, what if this man seized the opportunity to strike him with the very blade that could inflict harm? Zhao Li had not forgotten that this rogue had earlier demanded 2 divine essences from him. Observing the changing expressions on the man's face, Zhao Li impatiently withdrew the knife embedded in his body and thrust it into a different location. Have you made up your mind? If not, he would continue his assault. Poseidon, witnessing Zhao Li's eager demeanor, hastily exclaimed, "I agree. But I have one condition." Zhao Li raised an eyebrow, bemused. "You, a prisoner, dare to make demands? Should you refuse, I would rather detonate my divine essence than remain under your control. Then go ahead and do so." Zhao Li turned his gaze towards Zhou Ping in surprise, not expecting his companion to utter such a statement. Was this the latent power of a seemingly docile individual? Poseidon's forced bravado shattered significantly with those words. If he truly wished to self-destruct for the sake of his reputation, he would have done so the moment the fog descended. Those who have survived until now are hardly willing to meet their end so easily. Dejected, Poseidon leaned against the blade's aura. "You Dachau people value your promises. I implore you to swear that once I assist you, you will set me free. It is not assistance. It is an exchange of divine power for the chance to save your own life." Zhao Li corrected him. "Agreed. There will be no issue. I swear. Once you provide the requisite divine power, I shall release you. Then let us proceed." This was submission. Zhao Li regarded the wounds upon Poseidon as form. Contemplating for a moment, is this akin to ancient methods of coercion? He quickly dismissed the thought. It was merely a case of cause and effect. Had it not been for the events in Sangnan a decade prior, he would never have devised such a clever ploy, nor would the gods have suffered. Ultimately, the blame lay with the foreign gods themselves. Zhou Ping stood atop a sword suspended a meter above the ground, crouching to poke Zhao Li's face. "Let's go." Zhao Li leaped onto the sword, one arm encircling Zhou Ping's waist while the other held the knife, its tip balancing a spherical object. As his mental energy flowed continuously along the blade's point into the aura enveloping Poseidon. Simultaneously, the gods arrived at Sangnan, the divine battle on the verge of ignition. Lin Xie and Master Chun sat within a carriage, shifting restlessly as they surveyed their surroundings. Observing Lin Xie's agitation, Master Chun recalled a message sent by Yi Fan. Sighing internally, in a moment of crisis, revealing the truth to this young man, was it a blessing or a curse? Regardless of the outcome, it was certainly preferable to the scenarios Yi Fan had described, even though Lin Xie did not appear to be the type to retaliate against society with his abilities. Master Chun, lost in thought, poured a cup of tea for Lin Xie and said, "Now that we are here, there are certain truths you should have known long ago." Lin Xie sat up straight, looking intently at Master Chun. "Please enlighten me. Sangnan disappeared a decade ago. What still exists now is a miracle sustained by your efforts." "Haha, what a darkly humorous jest. Why do you not laugh, Master?" Detecting the tremor concealed within Lin Xie's voice, Master Chun let out a sigh. "As a miracle's custodian, you must feel it too, do you not? Master, the divine power left within you by Michael is dwindling. The miracle cannot be sustained for much longer." "No, please do not jest," Lin Xie replied, his voice tinged with desperation. "You know that when the divine ruins awaken, your own were so feeble. I cannot believe you have not harbored doubts." Lin Xie wished to articulate a response, yet he felt that any words at this moment would be futile. He felt as if he were submerged in a basin of ice water, every cell within his body trembling. However, what I wish to express is not limited to this. Lin Xie interjected, Master, please cease your words. I long to return home. Will you escort me back? There's hope for Songnan. What? There's hope. Zhao Li has proposed a path we had not previously envisioned, to counter the power of the outer gods with the power of the outer gods. If successful, he should be en route to us as we speak. I must add, before his arrival, you must not leave Songnan, for we do not know if the Songnan that has vanished can still utilize that method. Very well. Lin Xie's eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. He vowed to himself, swearing by the turmoil within, that he would not abandon Songnan. Rest assured, even in death, I shall only perish in Songnan. As time trickled by, the flames of war did not initially encroach upon their sanctuary within Master Qin's mental landscape. Yet gradually, it seemed that an otherworldly presence had taken notice of them. More specifically, of Lin Xie. Master Chen maneuvered the carriage through the city. A shroud of ominous clouds perpetually enveloped them, lightning flashing amidst the darkness, thunderbolts striking perilously close. Inside the carriage, Lin Xie observed Master Qin's labored efforts, his expression fraught with urgency. I shall go out. We can split our forces. Sit down. Have you forgotten what I just told you? Master Qin barked sharply. Foolish child. Cannot you see that he has been running without countering? He does so merely to buy time, to protect himself from capture, and yet this unfortunate boy still wishes to rush forward. Thus, Lin Xie remained seated for a while longer until he witnessed Master Qin spitting blood. At that point, he could no longer contain himself. Just then, an abrupt sound of a sword's song broke through his thoughts. Upon hearing the sword's resonance, Master Qin visibly relaxed. Thank goodness we have held on. Knock, knock, Master. Please open the door. With a wave of his hand, Master Qin opened the door, revealing a transparent sphere behind which appeared Zhao Li's face. Zhao Li glanced at the elder and the youth within the carriage, greeting them in turn. Greetings, Master. Hello, Xie. Master, brother Zhou Ping sent me to find you. He said you could lead me to the one who possesses the power of Shiva's wrath. I certainly can. Come in, and I shall guide you there. Observing Zhao Li step inside, Lin Xie surmised that he was the individual Master Chen had awaited. Thus, he did not take offense at Zhao Li's address, but, upon his entrance, leaned closer and inquired warmly, Elder, have you come at this hour bearing a means to save Songnan? Zhao Li tapped the ball on the tip of the blade and said with a slight pout, Here it is. What is this? The sea god, Poseidon. A deity. Zhao Li approached the curious Confucian who was peering over and proposed, Could we open a car window? I wish to witness how Zhou Ping engages in battle. Once home, you two can shut the door and watch to your heart's content. But not now. We are in a hurry. Step aside. Do not obstruct our path. Senior, let's converse, shall we? Zhao Li waved his hand dismissively. Off you go, child, play elsewhere. With the time spent chatting, he could have already visualized Zhou Ping's fighting style in his mind. The aura of thunder, Indra, Poseidon's eyes lit up, ready to call for help. But in the next moment, a blade was pressed against his lips. Raising his gaze, Poseidon saw Zhao Li grinning ominously at him. You may attempt it. Let us see whether your voice reaches out first or my blade pierces your mouth first. Chapter 25. Poseidon, it is over. Poseidon gazed at the knife poised dangerously close to his mouth, taking a step back until his back pressed firmly against the blade's edge, falling silent. Lin Xie, observing his cowardice, curiously inquired, Is this how all outer gods behave? Zhao Li nonchalantly replied, Perhaps. Poseidon shot a furious glare at Lin Xie, but with the blade so near, he dared not utter a word of reproach. Seeing Poseidon's state, Zhao Li felt a twinge of regret. Had he known that merely pressing the knife against Poseidon's lips would render him so compliant, he would have done so long ago instead of enduring endless prattle along the way. The sounds of clashing swords gradually faded behind them, indicating they had distanced themselves from the battlefield of Zhou Ping and Indra and were on the verge of entering a new conflict. As for the transition between battles, Zhao Li listened to the terrified cries of ordinary people outside and slowly turned his gaze toward Poseidon. The mere act of watching caused Poseidon to shrink back even further. You swore you would let me go. Oh, rest assured, I shall indeed allow your departure. The question lies in how I will do so, perhaps in pieces, one by one, or in larger portions. A chill crept down Poseidon's spine. But as he met Zhao Li's earnest gaze and recalled the tradition of the Xia people honoring their promises, he forced himself to relax. It would be fine. He would certainly return to Olympus, and this nightmare in Xia would soon come to an end. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently, a result of Master Chen's abrupt command to halt. Listening to the sounds of battle outside, Master Chen opened the carriage window, scanning the crowd until his eyes landed on Chun Mai, and he called out, "Captain Chun, a word inside the carriage, if you please." At first, Chun Mai could hardly believe his ears. After all, Master Chun was accompanied by Lin Chia, and it seemed illogical for them to be at the edge of Songnan, where danger lurked. If an outer god seized the opportunity to whisk Lin Chia away, Songnan would meet its demise prematurely. It wasn't until Master Chun repeated his call, and his team members urged him to hurry over, that Chun Mai realized he was not imagining it. As he fended off a colossal arm with his soul snare, Chun Mai turned and sprinted toward the carriage. Suddenly, he spotted an arm reaching through the open window, and from his vantage point, it was aimed directly at Lin Chia. Chun Mai's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, "Be careful! There is." Zhao Li leaned out of the window, cursing as he hurled the severed arm away. "With a face like that, how could you ruin my appearance with your fingernails? What am I to do if I am no longer desirable? Damn it!" Loki, clutching the severed point of his right arm, scowled as he listened to Zhao Li's tirade. All he wanted was to take Lin Chia away. Why did this man have to interfere? Moreover, as for the notion of ruining his looks, this man did not possess a visage of unparalleled beauty. He merely had an ordinary face. Did he truly think his fingernails could mar it? "Human, you shall perish." Loki released his grip on the severed arm, his focus now entirely on Zhao Li. Zhao Li paused, sensing that many sought his life, but who was this one to threaten him? "Loki, your delivery has arrived." Loki turned around, spotting the familiar yellow bike and yellow hat. "You again," he exclaimed. "Your enemy is me," said Lu Wei, casting a glance at Zhao Li before locking eyes with Master Chan in the carriage. He activated his ability, whisking Loki away to another battlefield. "Senior, are there others seeking your life?" Lin Chia, noticing the situation was under control, curiously inquired of Zhao Li. Zhao Li waved his hand dismissively. "No. What about just now?" Zhao Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. "In the novels I've read, they always say such things. I found it quite imposing, so I borrowed it. Do you have an objection?" "No, no." Lin Chia hastily waved his hands, his gaze catching the sight of the carriage door opening. "Captain." Chun Mai patted Lin Chia's head and nodded slightly to Master Chun. "Master, you summon me?" "Captain Chun, please bring forth the Shiwa's grudge." In a corner unnoticed, Poseidon's eyes widened in disbelief. The Shiwa's grudge was entrusted to such an unremarkable man? Has the great Xia gone mad, bestowing such an important artifact to one of feeble strength? It would have been better to return it. "Hey, stop staring. It's time for you to use it," Zhao Li said, grasping the orb and repeatedly compressing its interior until it shrank to the size of a basketball. He placed the orb atop the Shiwa's grudge and commanded, "Activate it with your divine power. Should I discover any trickery on your part, beware. I shall cleave you into 8 pieces and absorb your divine essence." Poseidon, poised to act, halted. "Activate it? What do you wish to erase?" 10 years ago, you erased a city of the great Xia. Now, erase the god responsible for that erasure from the timeline of 10 years past. Erasing the existence of a god, or erasing across timelines. Poseidon glared at Zhao Li. "If you wish to keep me here, just say so. There is no need to put me through this ordeal. We can perish together, if need be." "Am I troubling you?" Zhao Li asked, perplexed. "The god who erased Songnan was stronger than I. My divine power is insufficient to eliminate him." "TSK, just admit you can't do it. Don't say I'm making it difficult for you." "Fine, let us change the target of erasure. Simply erase the command that obliterated Songnan from 10 years ago. If you utter another word of inability, then truly you may as well perish." Poseidon fell silent. It was not impossible, though it would require considerable divine power. Observing the negotiations between the two, Lin Chia prodded Chun Mai's shoulder and whispered, "This god seems rather inept." "Captain, Even if he is inept, you wouldn't stand a chance against him. Don't aim too high, Chimai replied. Lin Xie pouted at the remark, but remained silent. Who said he couldn't fight? If it came to it, he would bring out. It wasn't that he couldn't win. It would simply be quite taxing. His blade bore an unusual aura, capable of wounding deities. It was no ordinary weapon. Hearing two familiar voices echoing in his mind, Lin Xie turned his gaze toward Zhao Li, who was now stabbing another hole in the orb containing Poseidon. As for why he uttered again, it was simply because Poseidon was already riddled with enough wounds. The tip of the blade pierced through the spherical space, suspended ominously above Shiva's lament. Before Zhao Li could utter a threat, a drop of blood trickled down the blade and fell onto the parchment. The moment the blood made contact with the sheepskin, it suddenly radiated a peculiar luminescence and began to unfurl slowly in the void, ushering the carriage into a 30-second suspension of air. After 30 seconds, everyone's gaze shifted towards Poseidon. No, more precisely, to his wounds. As for Poseidon, he merely felt a chill at the back of his head, and two words flashed through his mind. It's over. Chapter 26. Drained. I agree. I shall invoke divine power to erase that command from 10 years ago, Poseidon exclaimed in a fervor, hastily commencing his task, fearful that any delay would result in his blood being drained. He was perplexed by the sensation of blood being siphoned away. Yet the numerous piercing gazes upon him felt distinctly unsettling. Waves of oceanic blue divine energy surged from Poseidon, incessantly flowing towards the parchment beneath him. The infused energy amplified the wrath of the goddess Shakti, thereby revealing their hidden location. Simultaneously, Loki and Indra disregarded their adversaries and directed their attention towards the position of the carriage. I have located it. I shall no longer engage with you. Instead, I will play with my pet, Loki declared, summoning Garm to obstruct the path of Wu Wei, buying him precious moments, just enough time to facilitate his escape. Womans, stand azida. Indra shouted, unleashing bolts of lightning towards Zhou Ping, creating distance before dashing towards the carriage's location. Inside the carriage, Chunmai observed the radiant Shakti, his eyes widening in alarm. This is not good. At this rate, we will be overwhelmed. Zhao Li wiped his face, asserting, the master and I will hold them back. You all keep your knives ready. I have infused my mental energy above. Should he misbehave, stab him. After all, the blood of a deity contains divine power. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Chunmai accepted the knife without hesitation, addressing Zhao Li and the master. Be exceedingly cautious. Senior, you've left your weapon behind. You may as well use mine. Before Lin Xie could hand over his starlight blade, he noticed Zhao Li brandishing an additional sword. Zhao Li grinned at Lin Xie. I had previously considered the possibility of my weapon breaking in a scuffle, so I prepared an extra. Then why a sword? Shouldn't it be a knife? The latter part of Lin Xie's inquiry remained unspoken, for the sound from outside indicated that the enemy had arrived. At that moment, Zhao Li and Chun Fuzi rushed out, leaving only Lin Xie and Chunmai within the carriage. Oh, and a half-fallen god, he thought, yet Chunmai, perceiving the expression on his face, could not be oblivious to his confusion. Being well-informed, Chunmai quickly addressed Lin Xie's query. He and the sword saint are a pair. It's quite normal to alternate between knives and swords. Normal. As if. Zhou Ping observed Zhao Li wielding the sword as if it were a knife, closing his eyes momentarily before entering the fray, standing back-to-back with Zhao Li against the foes, unwilling to spare even a glance in his direction, merely harboring a hint of disdain. Womans, surande Shakti. I shall spare your lives. Loki shot a glance at Indra, who was still shouting, momentarily speechless, then bypassed him, charging towards the glowing carriage. With Shakti so near, why bother with negotiations? Direct confrontation to seize it would suffice. Loki deftly evaded the dual onslaught of sword chi and blade energy, focusing on the two figures blocking his path, his eyes narrowing. Indra obstruct them. Why should I heed your orders? Loki exhaled a sigh from his nostrils and closed his eyes, beginning to doubt whether the gods in India had indeed abandoned their posts. Otherwise, how could they have sent such a fool as Indra? First, let us seize him from the hands of the Xia people, and then we shall deliberate on who will escort him back. Agreed. Upon finishing his declaration, Indra attempted to rush toward Zhao Li and his companion, but was swiftly intercepted by Lu Wuwei and the inconspicuous Chun Fuzi, who had been lingering in the background. Your adversaries are us. Loki shut his eyes tightly, unable to foresee the outcome of this endeavor. Hey, closing your eyes like that may be a tad disrespectful to us both. Loki raised his hand to catch the sword that was aimed at him. Humans, step aside. Although he could not secure Shiva's wrath at this moment, he still had a contingency plan. It was time for him to retreat. Leaving? Not so easily, Zhou Ping declared, raising his hand to unleash several streams of sword energy directed at Loki. Caught in a pincer movement, Loki, momentarily careless, found his garments reduced to tatters, making a hasty retreat. After their blow, the two adversaries fell back, with Zhao Li twirling his sword elegantly, observing Loki's disheveled state. He elbowed Zhou Ping, inquiring, "Does he not resemble a plucked duck?" Indeed, Zhou Ping concurred. Loki gritted his teeth, enraged that these two dared to liken him to a duck. He would remember this affront. Casting one last glance at the duo, he turned to withdraw, indifferent to Indra's foolishness. Indra, wide-eyed, shouted, "Loki, you cannot abandon me." However, the act of walking away was definitive, and no amount of shouting could alter that. As Indra observed the four figures encroaching from all directions, he swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. If Poseidon were to perceive this sensation, he would undoubtedly clasp Indra's hand and exclaim, "Ah, a kindred spirit. This is indeed a kindred spirit. Master, this god must not be allowed to escape. These foreign deities are weakened. Even one who activates Shiva's wrath might not possess sufficient divine power. It will be best to capture him as well." What? There's a god among them? Who had you captured? Poseidon or Hades? Indra's inquiries went unanswered as Chun Fuzi stroked his beard and chuckled. Very well, we have fought gods before, but we have yet to capture one. However, I believe the challenge shall not be insurmountable. It is not overly difficult. We merely need to confine him with something he cannot temporarily escape. Thus, I shall put to the test. Lu Wuwei, displeased with Chun Fuzi's incessant chatter without action, interjected, "Hold on, let me take the first attempt." "You? I wish to see if I can make him into takeout." "Speaking of takeout, I find myself rather hungry. Brother Zhou Ping, what shall we eat once this is over?" Zhou Ping glanced at the unserious Zhao Li and replied quietly, "We shall discuss it later." "Very well. Hey, you two, do not just chat. Pay attention. Ensure that he does not escape if we fail. Rest assured, we are vigilant." The response came not from Zhou Ping, but from Zhao Li. Lu Wuwei shot him a glance, acknowledging that with Zhao Li and Zhou Ping working in tandem, it was acceptable for one to respond on behalf of both, and he did not await Zhou Ping's reply any longer. Lu Wuwei rubbed his hands together, eager to engage Indra. As Indra observed his approach, he stomped his foot, unleashing arcs of lightning that surged towards Lu Wuwei, accompanied by his divine essence. Do not misconstrue his intentions. He was not seeking confrontation, but rather preparing to slip away while Lu Wuwei was preoccupied with the lightning. The sword aura dissipated the bolts, and Lu Wuwei seized Indra's arm, forcefully slamming him to the ground, creating several fissures in the earth. Before Indra could react, Lu Wuwei pressed his hand against Indra's head, driving it towards the ground, simultaneously attempting to activate his ability to transform Indra into takeout. 1 second, 2 seconds, 15 seconds, success. Lu Wuwei opened his eyes to behold a paper bag, approximately the length of an arm and the width of a palm, bouncing on the ground. Upon witnessing his triumph, Zhao Li pulled Zhou Ping over to share in the excitement, playfully poking the bag and exclaiming, "Well done. You truly managed to turn him into takeout." He chuckled, "What a stroke of luck. It's my first time employing my spatial ability within the Forbidden Realm, and I never imagined it would succeed on the first try. Senior, trouble is brewing. Shiva's resentment continues to siphon divine power, and the deity within that orb has transformed into a divine being." Chapter 27. Elevation of Realms. Upon hearing Lin Chia's call, Zhao Li felt a genuine admiration for his own prescience. Behold, behold, he had anticipated that the divine power of Poseidon alone would prove insufficient, prompting everyone to retain Indra. Now, being transformed into a to-go item, Indra had fortuitously arrived. However, it must be said that Poseidon truly faltered. His silver spear and waxen demeanor appeared formidable upon the sea, yet ultimately proved to be of little practical worth. The group gradually boarded the carriage, each carrying the paper bag fashioned from Indra. As they entered, Zhou Ping averted his gaze and instinctively sought refuge behind Zhao Li. Observing this, Zhao Li guided him to stand beside Shiva's woe, naturally positioning himself in front to shield Zhou Ping. He accepted the blade from Chun Mai's hands, removing the orb formed by the blade's aura and placing it into Zhou Ping's grasp, whispering, "First, encase him with your sword energy. I shall deal with Indra before addressing him." Understood. Upon hearing Zhao Li's intention to confront Indra, Lu Wuwei promptly extended the paper bag, attempting to bypass Zhao Li in order to gaze at the orb in Zhou Ping's possession. Having only encountered such beings in history books, his curiosity was piqued. Zhao Li firmly obstructed Lu Wuwei's path, thrusting the blade into the paper bag. In that instant, a dense array of blade energy erupted, enveloping the bag in layers, leaving but a small opening, pierced by the blade's tip, to allow the divine blood to drain. The divine blood dripped down the blade, cascading onto Shiva's woe, revitalizing it, which had languished due to a lack of divine power. Time passed, and suddenly, a beam of divine light shot forth from Shiva's woe, effortlessly piercing through the carriage roof and soaring into the sky. The group hastily leaned out of the carriage windows, witnessing the light undulate and disperse, extending into the unseen distance. Zhao Li surveyed the assembly and inquired, "Are there any locals from Songnan among us?" "I am." Lin Xie raised his hand in response. Chen Fuji understood the question that would follow, yet Lin Xie was an exception. He was the embodiment of a miracle. Even if all of Songnan were to vanish, Lin Xie would remain, for he was the source of wonders. Lin Xie opened his mouth, wanting to speak but hesitated, feeling a conviction within. Alas, no one acknowledged him. Zhao Li, having listened to Chen Fuji, turned to the others, insisting that a local from Songnan must be procured for examination, not merely one from a single area, but several from different locales. As the notion of regional selection arose, the group's gaze shifted toward Lu Wuwei, who instinctively retreated a couple of steps, placing a hand over his chest and warily asserted, Hey, do not look at me. I'm not one to sell myself." "You, Captain." Lin Xie's loud exclamation redirected everyone's attention to Chun Mai, whose entire form began to shimmer and fade, becoming transparent from head to toe. Zhao Li's pupils constricted as he turned to Poseidon, accusing, "Have you meddled?" "I have not," Poseidon replied. His condition is a consequence of Shiva's woe being a cataclysmic artifact. To resurrect it, destruction must precede. Poseidon, though weak and feeble, resolutely endeavored to clarify the situation, for he perceived the murderous intent in Zhao Li's eyes. Given his current frail state, he realized that if he did not hasten to elucidate, a single strike would render him nothing more than a fragment of divine essence. Fate, it seemed, conspired to validate Poseidon's assertions. At the very moment Chun Mai vanished entirely, a new incarnation emerged, albeit one that appeared somewhat incongruous. Lin Xie repressed his sorrow, pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth, breaking through, "Congratulations, Captain." What a pity for his grief. With such a vivid example before them, it was evident that they had indeed succeeded. Observing this, Poseidon let out a genuine sigh of relief, stating, "I have fulfilled my promise to you. Now it is your turn to honor your commitment." "What? Did I ever promise you anything?" Zhao Li feigned a headache, tapping his forehead with his hand. Poseidon was astounded by such audacity, momentarily rendered speechless. "You intend to breach our agreement." What an absurdity. "I am a most trustworthy individual, provided, of course, that I can recall the terms," Zhao Li replied, a pure smile adorning his face as he withdrew the blade from Indra's body, wiping the blood upon the glowing weapon of Shiva, and cheerfully aimed it at Poseidon. "Brother Zhou Ping, when I strike, you must let go, otherwise, I fear for your safety. Rest assured." After a single blow, Poseidon's remaining breath escaped him, and as he gazed upon the lifeless body within the sphere, Zhao Li felt an unsettling uncertainty. Thus, he resolutely prodded the body within, ensuring that no remnants remained, whether or not Poseidon had indeed left a trace of life within. After Zhao Li's thorough inspection, the corpse vanished, replaced by a diamond-shaped crystal emanating a blue luminescence. "What is this?" Zhou Ping inquired, picking up the sphere and shaking it slightly, the crystal swaying with the motion of the water inside. "Is it a divine essence?" Uncertain, mused Chen Fuji, stroking his beard. Lu Wuwei approached, examining the crystal for a minute before concluding, "Regardless of its nature, it is our spoils of war. Begone. This is a bounty captured and slain by Zhou Ping and me. It is our prize. Where's your share?" Zhao Li urged him away. Lu Wuwei glanced back at the paper bag and then at the exquisite diamond crystal within the sphere, rubbing his hands together, shamelessly stating, "Might I borrow your knife?" Fearing Zhao Li's refusal, he quickly added, "I do possess a weapon, but it is a bomb, which is rather inconvenient to use in here. Using it would send us all skyward, literally. You cannot use it, but I can assist you in the kill." With the experience of his first kill, Zhao Li found the second to be far easier. In a swift execution, he dispatched Indra and handed the trapped purple crystal to Lu Wuwei, declaring, "Your spoils." Seizing the moment as he passed the item, Zhao Li silently intoned, "System." The system panel materialized with a prompt, and Zhao Li, in a hurried glance, noticed a change beside his name. His status had transformed from the pinnacle of humanity, intermediate, to that of an unremarkable minor deity. This fleeting observation instantly dispelled the confusion that had previously plagued Zhao Li. No wonder he had found it effortless to vanquish Indra earlier. With half of the spiritual energy he had charged into his blade still remaining, his elevation and status rendered everything comprehensible. At this juncture, the divine war of Songnan was nearing its conclusion. The spoils, two divine essences, had been secured, and the once vanished Songnan was now reborn, free from the threat of obliteration. However, the toll was considerable. Numerous structures in Songnan lay in ruins, and even now, several frost giants summoned by Loki were wreaking havoc. Zhao Li cast a glance outside, then shifted his gaze to the newly appeared quest. He flexed his wrists and tilted his head towards Zhou Ping, inquiring, "Shall we embark on a dual combat mission together?" Chapter 28. Home wasn't it just now? The sword I wielded earlier does not count. Moreover, do not presume that I did not notice the disdain in your eyes amidst the perilous circumstances. Observing the meaning conveyed through Zhao Li's gaze, Zhou Ping coughed lightly and lowered his head. "Let's tally our kills." The implication was clear. Let us compare and see who could slay more frost giants. Zhao Li arched his brows and smiled. "Very well." With that, he dashed out without waiting for Zhou Ping's response, prompting Zhou Ping to hastily follow suit. Once the two had charged forth, Lu Wuwei finally lowered his hand from his cheek, which he had been shielding, concealing his grimace of toothache. How has Zhou Ping, since entering a romantic relationship, become so reticent? This is not necessarily a bad thing. A healthy relationship should immerse one in joy rather than forcibly alter one's inherent character. "Master, when did you transition to becoming a relationship guru?" Old Chun huffed with indignation. Lu Wuwei. All right, I shall cease my remarks." As those two commenced their battle, we too must not lag behind. How about a competition? Let us see who slays more. The one who falls short shall treat the other to a meal. As the words settled, the two of them surged forward in tandem. Lin Xie and Chun Mai exchanged glances, grasped their weapons, and followed suit. Thanks to the efforts of the Night Watchers, the frost giants that had wreaked havoc within the city were swiftly dealt with. After the battle, nearly everyone was smeared in blood, save for a few ranged fighters who remained pristine. Zhao Li grasped Zhou Ping by one hand, observing him attempt to wipe the blood splattered on his face, only to find that his efforts spread the crimson further. He could not help but chuckle. "Stop wiping. We can find a hotel later to wash up. You'll frighten people like this." Zhou Ping, unperturbed, replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Zhao Li raised an eyebrow and turned to Captain Chun Mai. "Captain, has the invasion of giants in its Songnan become common knowledge among its people?" "Indeed," Chun Mai nodded. "You see, they have witnessed the giants. Thus, a bit of blood will not terrify them." With that thought, Zhao Li suddenly turned to old Chun, inquiring, By the way, in this battle, the mystery has been revealed to the entire populace of Songnan. What about the other cities? Do we intend to maintain the Fade? Lin Chia, eager to respond, raised his hand. We can use forbidden artifacts to erase their memories. Erase memories? Zhao Li echoed the phrase, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. A person's memories are deeply personal. If they can be so easily altered, what remains true in this world? Contemplating the Songnan people, who had just been rescued and no longer had to fear disappearance, only to have their memories of the mysterious wiped clean, forced to exist in a facade of false prosperity within a perilous world. It is a sorrowful thought that even one's memories cannot validate one's existence. Zhou Ping sensed the shift in Zhao Li's mood and tightened his grip on their intertwined hands. The pressure brought Zhao Li back to reality. He cast his gaze downward, avoiding eye contact with anyone present, and posed yet another question. What of the destroyed buildings? Surely, among the Night Watchers, there exist forbidden artifacts capable of restoring them? The news media will report that a massive explosion has occurred here. As for the casualties, they are included in the explosion. Lu Wuwei and Zhao Li engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, while Master Chun watched with a heavy sigh. He took out his phone and sent a message to Yi Fan, who was preparing to rush over and persuade Zhao Li to join the Night Watchman. Master Chun, no need to come. This child will not join the Night Watchman. Yi Fan, I'm almost there. Is there anything to report? Master Chun, it is true that he admires Zhou Ping and possesses compassion for the weak, willing to assist them. However, his ideals are incompatible with those of the Night Watchman. Even with Zhou Ping mediating, he will not join. After some time contemplating, Master Chen finally received a reply. Yi Fan, understood. I will return to the capital then. Please take extra care of matters in Songnan. Master Chun, certainly. As for why Yi Fan chose to consult Master Chun rather than Lu Wuwei. Ding, you have a new order to accept. Please respond quickly. Lu Wuwei pulled out his phone and accepted the order. Well, work has come up, so I must be off. We'll gather again when time permits. After riding a few dozen meters on the small yellow bike, he made a turn and returned to stand before Master Chen. Removing his goggles, Lu Wuwei said, I just took down 35, while you took down 33. Consider that a win for me. I'll find you later. Remember to treat me to a meal. Master Chen closed his eyes, suppressing the urge to roll them, and nodded. All right, off you go. Lu Wuwei smirked, waving at Zhao Li. See you. Then he waved at Zhou Ping. See you. After Lu Wuwei departed, Zhou Ping took Zhao Li's hand and approached Master Chun, hesitating to speak, struggling to find the words. Noticing this, Master Chun raised his hand in a gesture of understanding. I know what you wish to convey. I will handle matters here in Songnan. You and Zhao Li should return to Shijin. Thank you. Zhou Ping's gratitude was particularly heartfelt, for Master Chen's words spared him the need for a farewell speech. Go on, go on. Hearing they could leave, Zhao Li pulled Zhou Ping aside, saying, We can't use public transport like this. Can you draw your sword and take me with you? Too noticeable. Let them see. The Night Watchmen are adept at manipulating public opinion. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow and called out, Zhao Li, all right, I won't say anything more. How do we get back? By plane. With our current state, we wouldn't even pass security. There are internal flights for the Night Watchmen. No need to worry about security. Oh, so what shall we eat when we return to Shijin? The two continued conversing as they walked. And while the remaining dialogue faded into the background, the magnitude of their discussion left Lin Chia astounded. Captain, is this what humanity as pinnacle looks like? What do you mean by this? Since you've asked, say it plainly. They all seem a bit, well, unusual. Chun Mai raised a hand to his face, feigning profundity as he replied, Normal. To aspire to be the strongest, one must be willing to sacrifice something. Lin Chia gaped in astonishment, pondering whether he would also eventually revert to his usual reasoning. Observing their antics, Master Chun could not help but sigh. After all, what was the purpose of their playful banter in the presence of an elder? Was it not a blatant display of disrespect towards him? On the plane, the two had managed a cursory cleansing, at least removing the bloodstains from their attire, and had donned fresh garments. Zhao Li reclined against the seat, his mind swirling in a haze, nearly succumbing to slumber. Noticing his state, Zhou Ping gently pressed Zhao Li's head against his shoulder, suggesting, Rest your head here for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Li raised the armrest between them and leaned into Zhou Ping's embrace, nearly colliding with the opposite armrest. The near mishap was averted only because Zhou Ping had instinctively intervened with his hand. Rubbing his head against the support of Zhou Ping's hand, Zhao Li mumbled, "Are we still going to the capital for medical treatment? Not for illness, but—" Zhou Ping, realizing that further explanation would be futile, opted for simplicity and replied, "Forget it, we shall not go." Chapter 29. Deceiving Uncle San. If it were possible to avoid going to the capital, Zhao Li would not question the reason. He was content as long as he reaped the benefits. However, an explanation was still necessary, lest Brother Zhou think he was intimidated by the prospect of the capital. It wasn't that he didn't wish to venture there. The idea of a simple holiday appealed to him, yet he detested certain institutions. Zhou Ping gently stroked Zhao Li's hair and murmured, "I understand. Once we return to Shijin, how about we dine at Uncle San's rustic restaurant? We could order his signature tomato and scrambled eggs, along with a few other specialties. When the time comes to settle the bill, we can simply claim we have no money, but offer to wash the dishes as payment." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping smirked, clearly amused by the prospect of teasing Uncle San. Zhao Li, narrowing his eyes and noticing Zhou Ping smile, felt a flicker of excitement as an invisible tail wagged behind him. If Uncle San were to refuse, they could brazenly enjoy a meal on the house. "Uncle San will scold you," Zhou Ping remarked. "Not at all," Zhao Li replied confidently. "I can run. I'm young and swift. He won't catch me." Zhou Ping looked at Zhao Li, seeing the earnestness in his expression, and could not help but feel a sense of anticipation for what awaited them upon their return to Shijin. 4 hours later, the plane landed at Shijin Airport, and the two of them hailed a taxi. As soon as they entered the cab, Zhao Li let out a tremendous yawn. Zhou Ping observed this and said, "Take a nap. I'll wake you when we arrive." "All right, but remember to wake me up. Don't leave me behind. I won't forget." Hearing those words, Zhao Li beamed and reclined in his seat, drifting into slumber. Once he was asleep, Zhou Ping took out his phone, intending to send a message to Master Chen. He typed 2 words, but deleted them, pressing his fingers against his temples. Others had not touched Zhao Li's blade, unaware that it was a forbidden object rather than a forbidden realm. Even if he were to commit an act of divine slaying in plain sight, onlookers would merely regard his forbidden realm as somewhat peculiar. Forbidden realms could not be stripped from a person, leaving Zhao Li temporarily safe. Therefore, he could not inform Master Chen and should instead remain steadfast amidst uncertainty. As for the capital, it was absolutely off limits. Testing institutions could detect most forbidden realms, and going there would undoubtedly expose Zhao Li. Moreover, the night watchers, a vein throbbed on Zhou Ping's forehead as he glanced at the sleeping Zhao Li, letting out a deep sigh. For now, it was best to keep things under wraps for as long as possible, hoping that any schemes targeting Zhao Li would take their time to unfold. Even if they did come to pass, he would be there, with 2 of humanity's pinnacle beings. The ancient god's highest combat prowess would not pose a challenge they could not handle. After a restful sleep that lasted until they reached the rustic restaurant, Zhao Li alighted from the vehicle, stretching and feeling remarkably rejuvenated. Despite having barely accumulated half the sleep time of a normal day over the past 2 days, he felt invigorated. At that moment, Uncle San emerged to bid farewell to guests and was taken aback upon seeing the two return so soon. "Weren't you two supposed to be vacationing by the seaside? Why are you back so quickly?" "Vacation?" Zhao Li turned to Zhou Ping, who took a moment to realize that this was the excuse he had provided. In a flurry, he signaled Zhao Li for assistance in diverting attention. "Ah, yes. We went on a trip, but the seaside has been rather tumultuous lately, with tsunamis occurring one after another. We were fearful of being swept away, so we abruptly concluded our journey and returned." Upon finishing his statement, Zhao Li awkwardly chuckled, skillfully shifting the topic. "Let's not dwell on that. Brother Ping and I are in a bit of a rush to get back. We haven't eaten for nearly a day and a night." Third uncle, "Is there still food at the local eatery?" Third uncle shot a disgruntled glare at Zhao Li and retorted, "Asking if there's food left at the eatery is akin to inquiring whether a soldier has brought their weapon to the battlefield. Isn't it? Yes, come in. I'll prepare a few dishes for you too. After you eat, you should head back to rest." After they finished their meal, third uncle added, "Stay back to help." He cast another irritated glance at Zhou Ping. "What help? After 2 exhausting days, your greatest assistance to me would be to go home and rest. Moreover, the eatery is closed today. Take a break." So, earlier, we old friends gathered for a drink, and the one who just left was the last. Enough of that. Come inside. Zhao Li grasped Zhou Ping's hand and followed third uncle, whispering as they walked. "Today's closure means our plan to tease third uncle has been thwarted." "What a pity. Third uncle will hear you," Zhou Ping cautioned. Unfazed, Zhao Li retorted, "If I were to argue with third uncle, whose side would you take?" Zhou Ping remained silent, yet the answer was glaringly evident. "All right, I comprehend the answer. Let's bypass that question and discuss something else." Zhou Ping exhaled in relief. "What shall we talk about?" "What to talk about? You two come over here and help me." Third uncle's commanding tone ushered both into the kitchen. After a flurry of activity, 3 home-style dishes emerged from the stove, one of which was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The two carried the 3 plates outside, while third uncle, in the back kitchen, served 2 bowls of rice, ensuring they were pressed down, fearing they might not have enough to eat. Thus, when Zhao Li received the bowl from third uncle, he was momentarily taken aback, glancing sideways only to find Zhou Ping in a similarly stunned state. "Why are you dazed? Hurry up and eat," third uncle urged. Once the two began their meal, third uncle scrutinized them from head to toe, and upon seeing no visible injuries, he shifted his gaze to a modest long box at the side. "Is this a souvenir you brought back from the seaside?" Zhou Ping's hand faltered in its movement, realizing with dread that he had forgotten to hide his sword case, which was now under third uncle's watchful eye. Zhao Li nudged Zhou Ping's leg, signaling him to let him handle it, and with an unaffected demeanor, he replied, "Indeed, although the trip was brief, it is not our style to return empty-handed. Is it?" Exactly. When the tsunami erupted, you two didn't go closer to take a look, did you?" "No, you know us well enough. Brother Ping and I value our lives too much. Upon seeing the tsunami from afar, we ran without stopping, even when we spotted rare seafood along the way." Three uncle nodded slightly, and then inquired if he did not approach, "How could you possibly see the seafood brought by the tsunami?" That Zhao Li replied. "The seafood was blown onto our escape route by the typhoon." Listening to Zhao Li's nonsensical ramblings, Zhou Ping buried his head in his meal, not daring to utter a single word, fearing that any spoken syllable might reveal something amiss to three uncle. While three uncle might not be entirely familiar with Zhao Li and thus fail to detect his lies, he had an intimate understanding of Zhou Ping. "By the way, brother Zhao Ping and I brought back some souvenirs for you," Zhao Li continued. Zhou Ping abruptly lifted his gaze towards Zhao Li. "What souvenirs? What kind of commemoration? They were out fighting, not on a leisurely trip. When would they have had the time to purchase souvenirs?" Chapter 30. The deception continues. "Oh, you brought me something?" "Indeed. Look at this." Zhao Li extracted a sphere from his pocket, no larger than a glass bead, and handed it to his third uncle. "This is quite a rarity. The merchant claimed it to be the tears of a mermaid, which glow at night." "What tears of a mermaid? Isn't this just the essence of Poseidon?" Zhou Ping, rendered speechless, lowered his head to continue his meal, realizing he had no place in the conversation. Mermaid tears are merely a gimmick. With today's advanced technology, haven't we already proven that mermaids do not exist? As for it glowing at night, it's likely that the merchant inserted some phosphorescent material to deceive you youngsters. The third uncle carefully chose his words, mentioning deceit, but refraining from implying exploitation. Zhao Li, stifling a laugh, replied, "No way. I believe what the owner said is true. How much did you pay for it?" Just as Zhao Li was about to disclose an extravagant sum, he felt a sudden pain on the outer side of his thigh. Turning his head, he was met with an expected glare. He had momentarily forgotten that brother Zhou Ping was still present. Clearing his throat, he replied, "I didn't pay. The boss gave it to me." Upon hearing that it was a gift, the third uncle's critical gaze softened. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this item would serve quite well as a decorative piece in a room. "All right, I shall place it in the room. You two can finish your meal and leave. No need to tidy up." Although he had claimed there was no need for cleaning, the two still tidied up the mess created from cooking before departing. Upon returning home, the first thing Zhou Ping did was find a place for the sword case. while Zhao Li's first action was to draw all the curtains in the house, insisting that they should go to sleep. At the threshold of Zhao Li's room, Zhou Ping raised his hand to brace against the doorframe. "I'll sleep in my own room." Startled mid-yawn, Zhao Li turned to Zhou Ping with an exaggerated expression. "What?" "I'll sleep in my own room," Zhou Ping reiterated. Zhao Li's eyes momentarily clouded with confusion before he recalled something and confirmed, 3 days ago. "You promised we would be together, right?" "Yes, together. So why not sleep together?" Zhou Ping averted his gaze to the floor, attempting to shift the concept. "Haven't we already been sleeping together?" "That's not the same." "It is. It's not. I'm just not accustomed to sleeping with someone else." Zhao Li released his grip on Zhou Ping's hand and took 2 steps back, suddenly asking, "On that flight to the East Sea, did we sleep together? Did you fall asleep?" Zhou Ping opened his mouth, wanting to say he had indeed fallen asleep, but upon seeing Zhao Li's earnest expression, he ultimately chose to shake his head. "No, I didn't. You don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. It's my issue. I didn't notice your state in time. I'm sorry for being too hasty." "Brother Zhou Ping, please go sleep in your room. I won't disturb you." Zhou Ping nodded in response, but hesitated to leave, instead gazing earnestly into Zhao Li's eyes. "I just need time to adjust. I will adapt in the future. It's all right. I'm already quite content with how we are now. Please go rest." "Okay." After seeing Zhou Ping off, Zhao Li raised his hand to rub his face, feeling a twinge of guilt within. Why had he been so engrossed in the excitement of their shared slumber that he overlooked the state of those around him? After a moment of self-reproach, he resolved to pay closer attention to Zhou Ping's condition in the future. Such a situation should not arise again. At the very least, it should not. Turning back to his room, he fell asleep and did not awaken until 6 o'clock the following morning. Zhao Li emerged from his room, his hair in disarray, and first headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast before yawning and proceeding to wash up. While in the washroom, he heard the familiar sound of footsteps behind him and stepped aside. "No need. I've already washed up," Zhou Ping said. "How awake are you?" "It's almost 6. Not much different from 5. Zhao Li took a sip of water to rinse the toothpaste from his mouth, then washed his face. "Is the local eatery open today?" he inquired. "I just messaged Uncle San. He said it's closed. Since they're taking a break, they might as well rest for a few days." Zhao Li folded the towel and placed it on the rack, nodding in acknowledgement before asking, "Should we take Uncle San to the seaside?" "You just told him the seaside is unsafe." "Ah, forgot. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so convincing." Speaking of being convincing, did he really give Uncle San that thing left by Poseidon? "Outside, I have my blade energy and your sword aura, along with our combined spiritual force. Completely processed and harmless. It won't harm Uncle San." "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" Zhao Li asked as he gently pushed Zhou Ping outside. Zhou Ping, feeling the pressure of his shoulder, attempted to resist but found that the hand on his shoulder, though seemingly gentle, was exerting a clever force that made it impossible to break free without genuine effort. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. Zhao Li quickly realized what Zhou Ping was worried about, but, for safety's sake, still asked, "Are you concerned that the ancient god cult might seek out Uncle San?" Zhou Ping remained silent, which was confirmation enough. "You just said the local eatery would be closed for a few days, correct?" "Yes." "Then would you like to visit the ancient god cult?" "What?" At that moment, I had asked Yi Fan for the precise location of the ancient god cult, but he refused, saying he had sent it to you. If we decide to go, we wouldn't even need to ask Yi Fan for a map. Let me think. Take your time. I'll start cooking. Is there anything specific you'd like to eat? Anything is fine. Zhao Li shook his head. Anything was the most ambiguous choice. If they were two strangers just getting to know each other, that could be frustrating, but fortunately they were not strangers. They were a couple who had been together for a year. Zhao Li leaned down and kissed Zhou Ping on the cheek. "Then I'll prepare your favorite dishes. Of course, my cooking skills aren't as good as Uncle San's, so no complaints when we eat." Zhou Ping covered the spot where he had been kissed, watching Zhao Li enter the kitchen, feeling a peculiar warmth in his chest. Ding dong! The sound of a mobile notification broke the silence. Zhou Ping lowered his gaze and retrieved his phone from his pocket. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Yi Fan. The mere sight of Yi Fan's name tightened Zhou Ping's chest, as he feared that the peculiarities of Zhao Li might have been uncovered, prompting Yi Fan to seek him out for answers. while he was indifferent to Yi Fan uncovering his own secrets. For he had already prepared himself to sacrifice for the greater good of the great Xia upon their fateful encounter. The same could not be said for Zhao Li. Zhao Li had neither consented to join the night watch, nor agreed to any other commitments. He harbored his own intentions and should not be compelled to make sacrifices on this account. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ping input his password to unlock the screen. A wave of relief washed over him when he read Yi Fan's message. Not an inquiry about Zhao Li, but rather a question regarding the blue diamond-shaped crystal they had retrieved. Zhou Ping replied, "Yes, it has been brought back, but it has already been given to my third uncle." In the office of the commander-in-chief, Yi Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he could procure a sum of money to borrow the crystal from his third uncle for further research. When asked why he did not consider the one in Lu Wuwei's possession, Yi Fan scoffed. The man was a whirlwind, darting across the nation, delivering takeout faster than a specter, making it nearly impossible to catch him. Zhou Ping, it's time for dinner. Chapter 31. Two individuals cannot produce a single driver's license. Zhou Ping entered the dining room, observing the neatly arranged bowls and dishes on the table. He abandoned the thought of helping in the kitchen and settled down at the dining table instead. Zhao Li emerged from the kitchen, drying his hands, and took a seat beside Zhou Ping, placing the towel aside. He glanced at the rather modest breakfast spread and explained, "There's not much left in the fridge, so I just whipped up a little something." After finishing their meal, he suggested, "Let us head to the supermarket for groceries." Zhou Ping pondered for a moment and added, "Together." Typically, Zhao Li would venture out alone to procure groceries, having attempted numerous times to coax Zhou Ping into accompanying him, but to no avail. Over time, Zhao Li ceased to expect their joint excursions for shopping. Each time the need arose, he would simply ride his motorcycle to the supermarket, returning with sufficient vegetables and meats to last them both for a week. This routine had become a well-established pattern over the past year. Therefore, Zhou Ping's initiative to suggest shopping together was akin to a windfall for Zhao Li. Initially in disbelief, he quickly transformed into a state of uncontainable joy, his entire demeanor radiating happiness as he nodded enthusiastically. "Great. When I go alone, I can only buy enough for a week, but if we go together, we can stock up for half a month. This way, we only need to visit the supermarket twice a month." Faced with Zhao Li's seamless inclusion of himself in future shopping ventures, Zhou Ping's hand paused momentarily as he picked up his food, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. After their meal, they washed the dishes together and hand in hand made their way to the largest supermarket nearby. Upon entering, each of them took hold of a shopping cart, their tandem movement through the aisles undoubtedly drawing the attention of onlookers. As the gazes of those around them fell upon him, Zhou Ping felt a surge of anxiety. His grip on the shopping cart tightened, and his breathing quickened. He was tempted to suggest they return home. Sensing his unease, Zhao Li contemplated the cause and quickly realized what was amiss. This could not continue. He recalled a news story about an individual with severe social anxiety who fainted in a crowd due to psychological distress. Zhou Ping was not severely afflicted. He merely experienced some anxiety, and it was still possible for him to engage in normal conversations. To alleviate the situation, it was straightforward. Zhao Li simply needed to redirect Zhou Ping's attention away from the scrutinizing eyes of the surrounding crowd. Determined to distract him, Zhao Li raised his hand and gently covered Zhou Ping's hand that gripped the cart. He leaned in closer and whispered, "Hey, Zhou Ping, do you think we should buy Sprite or Coke?" Zhou Ping replied absent-mindedly, "Either is fine." Though his attempt to divert attention failed, Zhao Li was undeterred. He pressed on, "What do you think would be a suitable gift for Uncle San? Are we giving Uncle San a gift for a special occasion?" Zhou Ping inquired, intrigued. As expected, Zhao Li's strategy worked. Zhou Ping's focus shifted, and Zhao Li disregarded his previous disappointment, saying, "Well, since we're preparing to take you away for a few days, I thought it best to prepare an apology gift for Uncle San so that he won't dwell on the fact that I stole you away." As Zhao Li casually placed a case of Sprite and a case of Coke into the shopping cart, he pondered, what choices do adults make? Naturally, they desire it all, without the need for apologies. Zhou Ping lowered his gaze and remarked, "I can go out to play. Although my uncle does not voice it, he is undoubtedly pleased. Hence, there is no need to purchase a gift of apology. A few daily necessities would suffice." It seems my uncle lacks nothing. Lacking or not, we shall give. It is a gesture of goodwill. As they conversed, the two arrived in the cookware section. Zhao Li scanned the area and pointed to the most expensive set, suggesting, "How about this one? My uncle enjoys experimenting with dishes, and gifting him kitchenware would enrich his culinary arsenal." Afrayin Pan. Zhou Ping followed Zhao Li's gaze and mused. "Wouldn't that be unsuitable for my uncle? Shall we purchase everything then?" Thus, their shopping expedition to the supermarket yielded not only 2 weeks' worth of groceries, but also a cart brimming with an array of cookware, anything conceivable and beyond. While the purchase was exhilarating, the dilemma lay in transporting it home. Just as they were contemplating their predicament, a passerby, unable to bear the sight, approached them and pointed to a promotional sign behind them, stating, "Free delivery for purchases over 1,000 yuan." They turned around and, indeed, beheld such a scene. When they intended to express their gratitude to the kind stranger, they found that the individual had already moved on. Sharing a glance, Zhao Li burst into laughter, while Zhou Ping suppressed a smile, both bemused by their prior folly. After delivering the cookware to the designated drop-off point and filling in the address for Zhou Ping's uncle, the two leisurely rode home on their motorcycle, or so they thought. This was not the route home. Indeed, it was the direction toward a car dealership. A motorcycle proved too inconvenient, especially when transporting larger items. Perhaps it was time to purchase a car. "Do you have the funds?" Zhou Ping inquired, puzzled. Over the past year, he had not seen Zhao Li earn any money, though he had witnessed him spending liberally. Even if he had savings, with such a spending rate over the year, they must have dwindled significantly, right? "A few days ago, I landed a contract worth 2 million. Zhao Li replied with a hint of pride. While preparing breakfast that morning, he had checked his unexpectedly elevated level and discovered that, although there were no system tasks, defeating Poseidon had nonetheless rewarded him with money and experience. Slaying a Klein-level mystery granted him 500,000 in experience and 500,000 yuan. Defeating a god doubled the rewards. Yesterday, having vanquished 2 gods, his savings surged and his level ascended 2 ranks. Pure profit. 2 million? Money comes that easily." Zhou Ping furrowed his brow and asked, "You haven't engaged in anything dubious, have you?" "No. What could I possibly do that is inappropriate? I earn my money by vanquishing mysteries. If anything, I am ridding society of harm, alleviating the burdens of the night watchers." Zhou Ping remained skeptical, refraining from further inquiries. Yet a tiny seed of doubt took root in his mind, pondering who the unfortunate soul was that had commissioned Zhao Li to handle the mysteries. It is not to imply any negative connotation regarding Zhao Li, but rather to highlight the enigmatic manner in which he operates. Occasionally, he would bring home some meat for tasting, while the remaining portions would be mercilessly obliterated with a knife, thereby dismissing any speculation surrounding the mysterious corpse. If not for the enigmatic remains, what could possibly be the reason? Surely, it cannot be merely to provide Zhao Li with funds. The two ventured to the automobile dealership, perusing the selection, and both were captivated by a vehicle boasting an exceptionally spacious trunk. All that remained was to settle the payment and drive it away. However, as fate would have it, an unforeseen complication arose. When it came time to register, neither could produce a valid driver's license. Lacking the necessary documentation to purchase a vehicle, they were promptly ushered out under the guise of polite admonition. At the dealership's entrance, Zhou Ping gazed at the ground with a sigh, thinking to himself. He had assumed Zhao Li would possess at least the requisite credentials for such a purchase. I had the same notion. Zhao Li exhaled a sigh as well, believing Zhou Ping, being a year older, had already obtained his driver's license. Enough said, let us return home. Upon arriving home, Zhou Ping busied himself with unpacking their purchases while continuing to ponder. Xiao Ping, your phone is ringing. Xiao Ping? Zhou Ping was jolted from his thoughts by Zhao Li's call, casting him a puzzled glance. What? Your phone is ringing. Oh, right. Zhou Ping hastily reached into his pocket, retrieving his phone, but hesitated before answering. Noticing his reluctance, Zhao Li curiously leaned in to see who it was. Sanjio? Why aren't you answering Sanjio's call? As he spoke, Zhao Li's fingers swiped across the screen, unintentionally connecting the call. Don't! Zhou Ping barely managed to utter, but it was too late. The call had already been established. Chapter 32. Salvation through the sword. Just moments ago, a delivery from the supermarket arrived, bringing a plethora of kitchen items. I pondered, having not made any purchases myself. Could it be that Zhao Ping was responsible for this? Zhou Ping, unwilling to engage in conversation, simply nudged the phone toward Zhao Li, signaling him to speak. Zhao Li cast a puzzled glance at Zhou Ping, disinclined to converse with his third uncle. This was a first. Third uncle. Those items were purchased by me and brother Zhao Ping, considering that your kitchen utensils are rather worn and in need of replacement. Upon hearing Zhao Li's words, two characters flashed through Zhou Ping's mind. Game over. As anticipated, the next moment, an irate voice from his third uncle erupted through the phone. What do you know? A pot is not better simply because it is new. Rather, the longer it is used, the better it becomes. These have been my companions for many years. Their age might even surpass yours. Zhao Li took the phone and covered the microphone, looking bewildered at Zhou Ping. Is third uncle angry? It seemed that with such a multitude of items, third uncle likely felt it was an extravagant waste of money, intending to voice his disapproval to prevent unnecessary expenditure. This was Zhou Ping's assumption of third uncle's initial stance, but upon hearing Zhao Li mention the old pots, his ire was ignited. What should we do? Do not interrupt. Just wait for third uncle to finish his tirade. Thus, the two individuals, at the pinnacle of human potential, huddled in the kitchen, enduring an hour-long lecture before it finally concluded. As the call ended, Zhao Li weakly inquired, does this count as over? Over what? The favorable impression with third uncle. Think positively. Based on what I know of third uncle, he never had a good impression of you to begin with. Exactly. Think positively. After all, I did give him something tangible, so he cannot deduct points from my impression. Zhou Ping remained silent, quietly tidying up the items. A half hour later, all the purchased vegetables and meats were stored in the refrigerator. The two of them each carried a bottle of drink to the living room sofa and settled down. Zhao Li placed the cola on the table, urging Zhou Ping to retrieve his phone and check the information on the ancient deity cult. Unable to endure Zhao Li's incessant chatter, Zhou Ping glanced at him helplessly, placed his orange juice on the table, and handed him the phone. You can browse it yourself. Oh, Zhao Li took the phone, opened it, and waved it in front of Zhou Ping. Brother Zhao Ping, what's the password? 4 zeros. 4 zeros, okay. Yifan, Yifan. Zhao Li navigated to the chat window between Zhou Ping and Yifan and clicked inside. Brother Zhao Ping, you didn't reply to the message he sent half an hour ago. Shall you respond now? What did he say? He inquired whether he could borrow the artifact left by Poseidon for research. Zhou Ping took a sip of orange juice. Do you think that's acceptable? Me? I will defer to your judgment. Then tell him yes. After replying, he asked, and then what? Scroll up. The information on the ancient deity cult is in the earlier messages. All right. 30 seconds later, Zhao Li located the two files marked with the ancient deity cult information, but did not open them immediately. Instead, he went to the study to fetch a laptop, logged into the chat software, and then opened the files. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Li was taken aback upon realization, counting on his fingers in disbelief. 5? They have 5 divine agents? Enough with the pretense. Clearing his throat, Zhao Li retracted his exaggerated expression and continued to read. Time slipped away gradually as he immersed himself in the documents, 2 hours having passed by the time he finished the first one. Rubbing his temples, which throbbed from an overload of information, he paused for a minute before opening the next file. In contrast to the previous 48-page document, this one was merely a single page, a concise and clear map. Zhao Li exhaled, relieved to be free from further reading. Leaning back in his chair, he summarized the contents of what he had just read. 3 divine agents were formidable, 2 were less so, and there was a host of inconsequential minions. It was akin to a game. As long as they eliminated the prominent figures, the remainder would pose no threat. Zhou Ping, sensing that Zhao Li might have overlooked something, straightened up and turned his computer screen around, scrolling to find information regarding the murmurs before turning the screen back to Zhao Li. Look here. Zhao Li leaned in to read, exclaiming, wow, such a perverse divine abyss. The enemy possesses a brainwashing artifact and can replicate itself. This is unmanageable. Then shall we engage? Absolutely. Zhao Li sat up straight, resolute. One down is one less, two down is a pair. We cannot retreat simply because the challenge is daunting. Zhou Ping nodded in agreement. All right then, if you wish to fight, let us fight. Later, the two arrived at a stronghold, breaking through the walls in succession and ultimately converging in the center. Zhao Li gazed at the pristine path behind Zhou Ping, momentarily stunned, while Zhou Ping stared at the bloody trail behind Zhao Li, equally taken aback. Did you slay them all? You didn't? They both inquired simultaneously, and after a brief silence, they echoed, killed them. Not killed, Zhou Ping clarified after a pause. I merely incapacitated them. Before we came, I informed the master. The prison will send someone to collect them. They have committed crimes and will face punishment. A sheepish expression flickered across Zhao Li's face. I didn't think that far ahead. A gust of wind swept through, carrying a potent scent of blood. Zhou Ping turned, stating, the retrieval team is arriving soon. We should head back. After taking a couple of steps without hearing any movement behind him, Zhou Ping turned to see Zhao Li standing still, head bowed, lost in thought. He sighed, walked over, and gently grasped Zhao Li's wrist, removing the tightly clenched knife from his hand. Let us go home. Zhao Li glanced up at Zhou Ping, then quickly lowered his gaze. After a couple of steps, he suddenly declared, I will restrain myself in the future. I won't let it become so bloody again. Zhou Ping responded, everyone's path is unique. I do not know what your path entails or what has driven you to choose it, but I understand that relentless slaughter is misguided. Zhao Li, you should take some time to contemplate your own path. Path? What is that? A look of bewilderment flickered in Zhao Li's eyes. Is a choice truly necessary? Shouldn't one simply follow the tasks bestowed by the system? One might interpret the Tao as that which one has perpetually sought after, be an ideal or an obsession. Yet Zhao Li remained perplexed. Xiao Ping, you possess the Tao. What, pray tell, is yours? Initially, it was merely to live well. Zhou Ping cast his gaze downward, contemplating the ground beneath him, and spoke slowly. Later, upon uncovering the truth, it transformed into a mission of salvation. Salvation? Zhao Li stared blankly at Zhou Ping's profile. A sharp sword is wielded for the purpose of saving others. Then what, he pondered, is the purpose of his own blade? Chapter 33. His path. His heart. Zhou Ping observed Zhao Li's condition and realized that proceeding with their journey was no longer advisable. After some contemplation, he decided to lead Zhao Li back the way they had come, stopping by his third uncle's house for a meal before returning home. Upon arriving home, Zhou Ping gestured towards the bathroom, indicating that Zhao Li should freshen up first, and then pointed to the sofa, implying that they would converse afterward. 10 minutes later, the two sat side by side on the sofa in the living room, one with a perplexed expression, the other with a serious demeanor. Did you experience any mental barriers when Klein broke through his limits? Mental barriers? Were they? The answer to this question felt almost predictable. Zhou Ping lowered his gaze to his hands, reflecting, no wonder Zhao Li has yet to discover his own path at this stage. At the age of 17, during his third year of high school, he awakened to the forbidden realm, and by the age of 19, he had achieved the pinnacle of human potential within a mere 2 years. This time frame was likely inaccurate, as they had discovered Zhao Li already possessed the cultivation of a peak human at the time of their encounter. In fact, he must have reached that pinnacle even earlier. His journey had been remarkably smooth, with the greatest obstacle he faced being the lack of funds for his mother's medical treatment when she fell gravely ill. And then, Zhou Ping suddenly looked up at the person beside him, who had been intently watching him, and asked, when did you begin hunting the mysterious? 2 years ago, Zhao Li replied. Do you remember why you started hunting the mysterious in the first place? How could I forget? I remember it clearly. Had it not been for that incident, I might very well be just a sophomore or junior now, rather than embroiled in these mysterious events. At that time, I had no money, my mother was ill, and suddenly something approached me, compelling me to slay monsters in exchange for rewards. 5,000 for the Lantern Realm, 10,000 for the Pool Realm, and 50,000 for Klein. It was to pay for her treatment. Treatment? What's wrong with that? Zhou Ping felt an unexpected sense of joy radiating from Zhao Li's words. Zhou Ping resolved to help Zhao Li clarify his path today. He chose to set aside the previous topic and continued. After your mother passed away, How did you manage to sustain your pursuit of killing the mysterious for profit? By this point, you should have been financially stable. After her passing, Zhao Li hesitated, gazing at Zhou Ping. It wasn't that he didn't know what to say, but rather he was unsure if he should divulge his thoughts. The idea of resurrecting a deceased person seemed trivial to him due to his system, yet Zhou Ping lacked such a background. What if he thought Zhao Li was mentally unstable? Is it that you don't know? Zhao Li closed his eyes momentarily, dismissing his doubts, and decided to speak candidly. I want to bring my mother back to life. At this revelation, Zhou Ping nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from commenting on Zhao Li's desire. Instead, he began again. Initially, you sought to heal your mother, and later, you wished to resurrect her. This indicates that your journey began with the intention of saving her. Saving? Me? Zhao Li incredulously pointed at himself. Don't joke around. I have killed so many people and so many mysterious beings. The souls I've claimed could probably form an entire legion. Saving? How is that even possible? Mysterious to ordinary people, he is a lethal existence. In killing them, you have inadvertently saved others. As for the members of the ancient cult you dispatched, some may not deserve death, yet the majority are beyond redemption. Even if imprisoned, some would face capital punishment. Do not jest. I am merely a harbinger of death, not a savior, for I harbor no such grand aspirations. Observing Zhou Li's discomfort, Zhou Ping refrained from further comments, instead rising to glance at the wall clock in the living room. 9:30. After returning home at 8, they had conversed for 2 hours. He had already helped Zhao Li untangle the matters at hand. The rest was up to him. Once he overcomes his awkwardness, perhaps he will be fine. It is getting late. I shall retire for the night. You should rest early as well. Oh, good night. Zhao Li gazed longingly at Zhou Ping's retreating figure, hoping he would turn back to offer him a parting wish as well. The gaze behind him was hard to ignore, and as Zhou Ping reached his bedroom door, he turned back and said, "Good night." Zhao Li, who had thought a farewell was beyond hope, felt a flicker of joy in his eyes. His lips instinctively curled into a smile as he nodded in affirmation, promising to rest well. Zhou Ping paused for a moment, realizing that Zhao Li's response implied he would indeed have a peaceful night. While it was easy to understand, who responds to a farewell in such a manner? Zhou Ping could not see the smile that crept across his face, but he was acutely aware of the unprecedented tranquility and serenity within him. With a click, the door to his room opened, and Zhou Ping entered, leaving Zhao Li alone on the sofa. Yet, Zhao Li did not feel lonely. His mind was consumed by Zhou Ping's recent smile, and he suddenly recognized how much Zhou Ping had spoken today. The amount of conversation they shared this evening nearly equaled all the words exchanged during their first month of acquaintance. The reason for such dialogue stemmed from concern for him, aimed at helping him clarify his path. Zhao Li chuckled to himself, realizing that perhaps saving others was not such a bad endeavor after all. Although he had taken many lives, as Zhou Ping had said, he had also saved quite a few in the process. There's a saying that resonates online. What was it? It comes to mind. The value of saving lives lies not in the quantity, but in the intention. This was his intention. While he had no interest in saving others, he would gladly assist Zhou Ping if he wished to save. Just like that time in the East Sea, when he and Zhou Ping united to repel the encroaching tide that threatened the city, preserving their home. A shadow flickered in Zhao Li's eyes as he comprehended that his path was intertwined with his heart. Before sleep, Zhou Ping found himself worrying about when Zhao Li would come to terms with his thoughts, fearing that prolonged confusion might lead to complications. Little did he anticipate that the power of a single smile upon entering the room could illuminate Zhao Li's understanding, even prompting a mental shift within him. At 6:30 the next morning, Zhou Ping sat at the dining table, absently picking at the grains of rice in his bowl, his gaze fixed upon Zhao Li, who radiated youthful exuberance and vibrant energy. Confusion filled his eyes. Such a transformation in just one night. Had he been replaced? Xiao Pinggu, have some shrimp. Zhou Ping nodded. Indeed, he should indulge in some shrimp to nourish himself. After all, he must rectify the apparent flaw in his vision. Seeing Zhou Ping relishing his meal, Zhao Li decided to forego his own and donned a pair of disposable gloves to assist in peeling shrimp. One peeled, another consumed. Before they knew it, a plate of shrimp had vanished. Zhou Ping, biting the end of his chopsticks, stole a glance at the pile of shrimp shells before Zhao Li and the untouched rice, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he lowered his gaze. The shrimp had been purchased the previous day and frozen, lacking the succulence of fresh seafood. I shall head to the market shortly to procure a few pounds of fresh shrimp for lunch, Zhao Li announced, noticing Zhou Ping hesitating to speak. Misinterpreting his silence, he reassured him, "Fear not, I shall not indulge alone. We will dine together at the local eatery with Uncle San." "That is not what I meant. That is precisely what I meant. Now, let us hasten to our meal." Zhou Ping poked at the vegetables Zhao Li had placed in his bowl, eating quietly. Chapter 34. Becoming a teacher without hesitation. After their meal, the two set off to the market to purchase groceries. As they traversed the road, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust that obscured their vision through the goggles, rendering the world before them somewhat indistinct. Observing the hazy surroundings, Zhao Li took advantage of a red light to wipe the goggles clean and inquired of Zhou Ping behind him, "Brother Ping, do you think Yi Fan will assist us in obtaining our driver's licenses?" After a brief pause, Zhou Ping replied, "No. Yi Fan is the commander of the Night Watch. He is not a lawless rogue, and forging documents is illegal." As the light turned green, Zhao Li swiftly accelerated, stating that he would ask his third uncle which driving school in Shijin could guarantee a license within a month. "We should both enroll, and once we pass, each take a vehicle." "Indeed," Zhou Ping responded. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket, signaling a message. Upon checking, he discovered it was from their mentor. What did he want? Zhou Ping pondered, as it was generally understood that their paths diverged, leaving little need for communication. Matters of significant importance were typically conveyed by Yi Fan. With a sense of curiosity, Zhou Ping read the message. "Lin Xie has advanced to the Chuan realm." What? He has upgraded so rapidly? Wasn't he still at the Pool realm just days ago? Their mentor explained that the early conclusion of a miracle had prevented the full depletion of the power left by Michael, allowing the residual energy to propel him into the Chuan realm. Zhao Li silently marveled at the prowess of the divine ruins and then queried, "Why does our mentor share this with you? We are in Shijin, while he is in Sangnan. No matter the commotion, it wouldn't reach us here." "I don't know," I inquired, but have yet to receive a response, Zhou Ping admitted. "Very well," Zhao Li said, executing a sharp turn to park the motorcycle and gestured for Zhou Ping to disembark. They arrived just in time for the morning market, where the crowd was manageable, alleviating the need to jostle through throngs of people. The produce at the morning market was relatively fresh, ensuring they could buy freely without the worry of being reprimanded by their third uncle for spoiled goods. Though they had initially planned to purchase only shrimp, they succumbed to temptation and acquired an array of items. Aside from the shrimp, their haul consisted predominantly of various meats, with only a single head of lettuce to represent the vegetables. Upon exiting the market, the two exchanged glances, each carrying bags of meat, and simultaneously smirked. "If we were to traverse back to ancient times, we would surely starve within 3 days." Zhou Ping was skeptical, asserting that with one wielding a sword and the other a knife, they could hardly lack for meat. Seeing his disbelief, Zhao Li added with a grin, "There are no restrictions in the ruins. Then it is indeed possible. Weren't we headed to see our third uncle?" "Yes, let's go now. Hand me the goods. I will secure them to the motorcycle." Their motorcycle was laden with an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, shrimp, and meat, while Zhou Ping carried a large bag of pork ribs. From a distance, they appeared as two people emerging from a heap of meat. What a delightful prospect. "Shall we enjoy a couple of drinks later?" As Zhou Ping turned to see Yi Fan standing at the entrance of a rustic restaurant, he asked, "You came?" With a borrowed bag of money, Yi Fan gave his briefcase a shake, casually requesting a couple of drinks. "Xiao Ping and I don't drink. We have matters to attend to this afternoon." "Matters?" Zhou Ping blinked in confusion, unaware of any such engagements. Yi Fan glanced at Zhao Li, who had unexpectedly positioned himself between Yi Fan and Zhou Ping, his gaze drifting over Zhao Li's subtly hostile eyes, thinking to himself, "What a character. This lad sees himself as my rival." Little did Zhao Li know of Yi Fan's musings. Had he been privy, he would have scoffed at the notion of being a rival. After all, he was Xiao Ping's first love. First love. Does one comprehend the intrinsic value of a first love? Well, if that's the case, let us forego the drinks and simply enjoy a meal. That works. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Sanjiu, who cast an exasperated glance at the trio, his eyes narrowing on Zhao Li. This brat claimed my pot was old. Zhao Li offered a sheepish smile and raised his hands filled with an array of vegetables, ingratiatingly stating, "Look, Xiao Ping and I bought these. How about I join you for a couple of drinks at noon?" Sanjiu surveyed the assortment of meats in Zhao Li's grasp, snorted dismissively, waved his hand, and entered without uttering another word, embodying a quintessentially proud demeanor. Zhao Li exhaled in relief, but the next moment, his expression soured as he turned to Zhou Ping, lamenting, "Xiao Ping, I think I'm truly finished." Just as Zhou Ping hesitated on how to console him, Yi Fan draped an arm over Zhao Li's shoulder, a playful smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "You have matters to attend to and won't drink? Yet you just mentioned having a couple of drinks." "Indeed. So it seems you can't drink because of him, right?" Sensing the commotion drawing the attention of passers-by, Zhou Ping lowered his head and discreetly slipped into the rustic restaurant. Once Zhou Ping entered, Zhao Li promptly ceased engaging with Yi Fan, disregarding their unresolved quarrel, and followed inside with eager steps. Yi Fan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips without lighting it, merely savoring the aroma before returning it to the pack. In the kitchen, Sanjiu was busy washing dishes when Zhou Ping walked in. Zhou Ping squatted beside him, reaching for the basin filled with water, only to be lightly smacked on the back of his hand by a wet chopstick. "Sanjiu, go on. You're not needed here. Go outside and chat with your friends. They've come a long way to see you. Don't leave them alone out there." "Yes. Xiao Ping, you should go chat with him. I can take care of things here." I can help. Xiao Ping, rest assured. I want to let Sanjiu tire himself." Zhou Ping glanced at Sanjiu, who affirmed, "The boy is right. Go out and enjoy yourself. No need for you to work." Thus, Zhou Ping was ushered out to converse with Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Zhao Li knelt down to assist with the washing, attempting to strike up a conversation to redeem his standing in Sanjiu's eyes. Initially, Sanjiu showed no reaction until "Did you say Xiao Ping enjoys shrimp?" Indeed, this morning, Xiao Ping consumed all the shrimp by himself, and the look on his face still seemed to linger with desire. Consequently, the two of us proceeded to the morning market and procured 8 pounds of shrimp. "Shortly, we shall have to rely on you, Uncle San, to prepare them," Zhao Li said with a shy smile. "It's not that I am unwilling to work, but rather that Xiao Ping believes your culinary skills surpass mine. If you take charge, he is bound to indulge even more." Zhou Ping interjected, "I never said that." Uncle San, upon hearing this, smiled with pride. "As for my culinary prowess, it is no boast here in Shijin." Zhou Ping turned to Yi Fan, incredulous, and inquired, "To become a teacher?" "Yes." "No, I cannot. This does not necessitate immediate action. You have a span of 6 months to prepare." Upon hearing the timeline, a flicker of hesitation crossed Zhou Ping's face. If it weren't for someone of great significance to the great Xia, Yi Fan would not have come specifically to request his assistance. 6 months seems ample time for mental preparation. Teach whom? Someone you have encountered. Someone I have met? Indeed, just a few days ago in Songnan. Excluding a few exceptional individuals, only Chun Mai and Lin Xie remained. Chun Mai was unlikely, leaving only one possible candidate. Lin Xie, the possessor of the divine ruins. Chapter 35 afterward, I gazed at him, contemplating the formation of a 5th Special Squadron under his command. However, his abilities were insufficient. For the next 6 months, he would be under the tutelage of a master, after which he would return to your side for further instruction. To Shijin? Indeed, I currently lack accommodations for him, as well as training facilities. Rest assured, I will make arrangements for that. But does this mean you are in agreement? Yes. With one matter concluded, it was time to address another. Yi Fan lifted the briefcase at his feet, placing it upon the table and sliding it towards Zhou Ping. 200,000. Borrowed for 2 months. After dinner, you can speak directly with the third uncle, and he will handle the money. Pausing for a moment, Zhou Ping responded, "Isn't this a bit excessive? 200,000 is not the fee for a buyout. It is merely a loan for 2 months. Initially, he had thought a modest sum would suffice. Excessive? Not all. Take what is given to you." In truth, This sum was not solely a loan. A small portion was for borrowed items, while the majority represented Yi Fan's initiative to provide Zhou Ping with a salary. Over the years, Zhou Ping had assisted in numerous matters, and most recently, he had salvaged the entire Tsangnan. However, simply handing over money would certainly be declined. Thus, he resorted to this alternative. Naturally, the amount offered was far less than what Zhou Ping rightly deserved. But it was the maximum that Yi Fan estimated Zhou Ping would accept. With the formalities addressed, their subsequent conversation meandered aimlessly. As their discourse flowed, they arrived at the topic of Zhao Li. Lighting a cigarette that he had previously held unlit, Yi Fan took a drag before continuing. The hideout you dismantled yesterday. Those sent by the master reported back with photographs of the scene. Half were gruesome, half intact. The bloody side was his doing, wasn't it? Yes. Is he psychologically stable? Zhou Ping remained silent, as he did not perceive any psychological issues with Zhao Li, hence he refrained from commenting. Unperturbed by the lack of response, Yi Fan transitioned to a memory from a year prior. When he had first arrived in Shijin, perhaps to gauge his capabilities, Yu had evaded the watchful eyes of the sentinels and entered Shijin, successfully encountering Zhao Li. Noticing the concern in Zhou Ping's eyes, a sense of foreboding swept over Yi Fan. He lowered his gaze and took a drag from the nearly burnt-out cigarette before continuing, upon receiving the news. I rushed to the scene. Can you guess what I witnessed? I want to guess. Just tell me. Very well. I witnessed Zhao Li decapitate Yu with a single stroke. Yi Fan mimicked the gesture of slitting a throat to illustrate Zhao Li's decisiveness at that moment. While this alone might not have been remarkable, you would never imagine the expression in Zhao Li's eyes. His expression? It appeared devoid of emotion. It concealed a blend of disdain and excitement. Although Yu was not a virtuous individual, Zhao Li had no prior acquaintance with him and was unaware of his character. After the act, he calmly indicated my position and inquired whether the sentinels would handle the body without issue. Yi Fan extinguished the nearly burning cigarette in the ashtray, declaring, "His psyche is undoubtedly troubled. To speak candidly, from that moment forth, I regretted allowing him to come to Shijin. Had I known he would become entangled with you, I would have directed him to the capital without hesitation." Zhou Ping cast his gaze down upon the table and remarked softly, "It is too late to discuss this now. Is it not? He is already with Zhao Li, and regret serves no purpose." Moreover, his heart whispered to him that Zhao Li was not the malevolent fiend he had been led to believe, nor was he psychologically unhinged. After a year of acquaintance, Zhao Li had consistently shown him respect. Even when Zhou Ping had declined his advances, the most Zhao Li had done was cast him a pitiful glance, nothing more extreme. In contrast to Yi Fan's decisive nature, he placed greater faith in his own instincts. Zhou Ping anticipated Yi Fan's forthcoming words and interjected, "During Zhao Li's year in Shijin, no one has gone missing or suffered injury. Even the air of mystery has dissipated. Yi Fan, this is the truth. But what of the future? In the future, I shall keep watch over him." They locked eyes for a moment, and Yi Fan, appearing defeated, averted his gaze, raising a hand to his forehead in exasperation. "All right, you young lovers enjoy your romance. I shall not interfere." Yet, he would discreetly assign someone to keep an eye on them, should the need arise. At that moment, Zhao Li emerged from the kitchen, lifting the curtain and peering out with excitement. "Little Ping, the shrimp from Uncle San is ready. Allow me to call you over to taste it." "Very well. I shall come immediately." Once Zhao Li retreated, Zhou Ping turned back to Yi Fan and said earnestly, "I trust my instincts." Yi Fan, in a state of disillusionment, reclined against the chair's back, staring up at the ceiling, musing, "Ah yes, your instincts are undoubtedly correct. I, the epitome of clarity in this world, have nothing further to discuss with you young lovers." An hour later, the table was laden with an abundance of sumptuous dishes, with several pairs seated opposite one another. Zhao Li, seated beside Zhou Ping, placed the peeled shrimp into his bowl. Upon receiving a toast from Uncle San, he raised his wine glass in salute before downing the drink in one go. "Drink up. You have quite the tolerance." "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. If Uncle San is interested, we should share a drink alone another day." Observing this, Yi Fan raised his glass to Zhao Li, saying, "Come. I shall toast you as well. I will finish mine. You may do as you wish." Zhao Li, hearing this, raised his freshly filled glass, took a tentative sip, then set it down. Faced with Yi Fan's astonished gaze, Zhao Li shrugged innocently. You said it. I may do as I please. Hey, you rascal. Come on. This time let us both down our drinks. Their glasses clinked together, and Yi Fan tilted his head back, consuming the contents in one gulp. Upon setting down his glass, he noticed that Zhao Li's drink remained untouched. You little scoundrel, are you toying with me? Not at all. It was little Ping who wouldn't let me drink. Zhou Ping, quietly consuming his meal, looked up with a puzzled expression. Me, however. Upon meeting Yi Fan's inquiring gaze, Zhou Ping fell silent for a moment before nodding. Indeed, it was I. You all conspire to commit perjury. I shall not engage with you any longer. Come, Uncle San, let us drink. Uncle San, observing Zhou Ping's animated expressions, felt a surge of delight and graciously extended his courtesy toward Yi Fan. Lifting his wine glass, he clinked it with Yi Fan's, declaring, All right, let us two indulge. He suggested that the two children should focus on their vegetables. The children, Zhao Li and Zhou Ping, exchanged a glance and instantly reached a consensus. They would eat their vegetables, especially since the dishes today were quite delightful. The meal was nothing short of a warm embrace, resulting in a state of inebriation so profound that they could hardly stand. Third uncle observed the intoxicated Yi Fan, listening to his mumblings, and ascended to the upper floor to retrieve the items they had discussed during their drinking session. He placed them on the table and slid them toward Yi Fan, reminding him, as agreed, you shall return it in 2 months. This was a gift from Zhou Ping, one he intended to cherish for a lifetime. Zhou Ping gazed at the spherical object that had been gifted to him 2 days prior, now carefully nestled within a small box lined with cotton. Realizing that third uncle had indeed put thought into preserving it, he pursed his lips, reflecting on the past. It seemed he had never truly gifted third uncle anything before. This token, delivered by Zhao Li, was likely the very first present third uncle had received from him. Chapter 36. Inebriated calm, perceiving the profound sense of loss within him, Zhao Li pondered for a moment and remarked, Uncle San, how have you found those pots I gifted you? Ah, indeed. I have received so many. I haven't even finished using the first one. Observing Uncle San's subtly melancholic expression, Zhou Ping suppressed a smile. The sight of his amusement brought a sense of relief to Zhao Li, who then pointed to the inebriated yet diligent Yi Fan, asking, What shall we do with him? There's a place to sleep upstairs. Let him rest for a while before we depart. What about us two? You come and help me assist him upstairs, and then take Zhou Ping back to rest. Understood. Zhao Li helped Yi Fan ascend the stairs, with Uncle San leisurely trailing behind. Zhou Ping, watching their retreating figures, blinked in a daze, remaining seated in his place. Upon reaching the upstairs guest room, after Zhao Li had laid Yi Fan down, Uncle San, with hands clasped behind his back, advised, when you return, avoid riding your motorcycle. Take a taxi instead. I am not intoxicated. It is unwise for someone who has consumed alcohol to face the wind. Do not think I did not notice how Zhou Ping shared a few drinks with you earlier. He paused before continuing. Take the 5th intersection to the right and turn left. The innermost establishment serves excellent hangover soup. You might wish to purchase some before heading back. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Li nodded in acknowledgement. I shall take Zhou Ping to buy it shortly. Just the other day, I saw numerous young people having accidents on motorcycles on television. Here, take this money and consider replacing your bike. It is unsafe. Zhao Li pushed back the bank card that Uncle San had offered, his tone tinged with resignation. It is not that I do not wish to replace it. Both Zhou Ping and I lack the necessary licenses to purchase a vehicle. Ah, that is something Uncle San had not considered. Today, in addition to dining with you, I intended to inquire if you could recommend a driving school that could issue a license within a month. Zhou Ping and I wish to acquire one, so we might purchase a car. I have not kept track of that. However, allow me to inquire on your behalf. I shall inform Zhou Ping once I have the details. Very well. Zhou Ping is still downstairs. I shall escort him back. Uncle San waved his hand dismissively. Go on. Go on. The rustic eatery will remain closed for a few more days. If you cannot visit the seaside, exploring some inland cities would also suffice. Well, I will defer to Zhou Ping's judgment. Uncle San, witnessing his submissive demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Listen to Zhou Ping? Then you two might as well expect to spend your lives in Shijin. Off you go, find Xiaoping. All right. Farewell, Uncle San. Hearing footsteps descending the stairs, Zhou Ping turned his gaze toward the staircase. At first glance, all appeared normal, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that his eyes were somewhat vacant. Zhao Li approached Zhou Ping, calling out Xiaoping. There was no response, which felt quite unusual. Normally, although Zhou Ping spoke little, he would acknowledge his name with a sound. This time, Zhao Li crouched down, cupping Zhou Ping's face to examine him. He appeared the same as ever, fair-skinned, with no visible discrepancies, yet his gaze seemed somewhat amiss. Xiaoping, are you awake now? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhou Ping fixed his gaze on Zhao Li and finally replied with a subdued affirmation, awake. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Li raised an eyebrow and replied with a teasing tone, I don't believe you. What should I do? Zhou Ping, puzzled, tilted his head and asked, what do you mean? Zhao Li mimicked his gesture, tilting his head to look at him. If you kiss me right now, I will believe that you are sober. How about it? Kiss. The brain struggled to comprehend, ultimately reaching an understanding. Zhou Ping bent down and lightly pressed his lips against Zhao Li's, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. This time, the CPU seemed to overheat for Zhao Li, who took a moment to process, his face flushing crimson. He sprang to his feet, stomping in excitement. Hey, I'll take you home. Home. Zhou Ping repeated the two words in a daze. Zhao Li nodded affirmatively. Yes, home. After hailing a taxi and purchasing some hangover soup, they returned home. After helping Zhou Ping drink the soup, Zhao Li squatted in front of him, who was seated on a chair, observing him with a curious gaze. Intrigued, he poked Zhou Ping's cheek and asked, do you know where this is? Zhou Ping looked around, his expression clearly bewildered. Noticing this, Zhao Li suppressed a laugh and continued to tease him. This is our home. Do you know why you are here? Why? Zhou Ping inquired, curiosity piqued. Because my third uncle asked me to bring you back. I don't believe it. My third uncle wouldn't he do that? It's true. My third uncle told me to bring you back. Don't believe me? Let's call him. As he spoke, Zhao Li took out his phone, intending to call his third uncle, though he had no intention of actually doing so. After all, a real call would surely earn him a reprimand. Zhou Ping shook his head and stood up. I want to go back. Hey, don't go. Don't you want to know who I am? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping pondered for 2 seconds before sitting back down, resting his face on his hands and asking, then who are you? I am your boyfriend. Does that ring a bell? It seems familiar, yet not quite. If you can't remember, I might have to bully you. Listening to him, a question suddenly popped into Zhou Ping's mind. Normally, he would have contemplated it quietly, but in his slightly drunken and dazed state, he blurted it out. Are you a psychopath? What? Zhao Li could hardly believe his ears. Zhou Ping assumed he heard clearly and kindly repeated, psychopath. Who told you I'm a psychopath? Zhao Li ground his teeth, thinking, I hope he doesn't find out who it is. Otherwise, he would definitely grab a knife and chop him into 100 pieces for a game of mahjong. On the second floor of a rustic restaurant, Yi Fan lay in bed and suddenly shivered. No one spoke, and Zhou Ping raised his hand to point at his finger, which had popped up on its own. No, I'm not a psychopath. I'm a very sunny person. The person I like the most is you, and what I enjoy doing the most is washing dishes. Washing dishes? I like that too. Zhao Li's lips twitched slightly as he coaxed. Be good, don't like that. It's not good. How about liking something else? No, just that. How did he go from being socially anxious to stubborn after drinking? Zhao Li, feeling a headache coming on, coaxed him to take a shower and then persuaded him back to his room to sleep, daring not to tease him any further. Listening to the steady rhythm of the breathing from the person on the bed, Zhao Li let out a sigh, washed his face in the bathroom to awaken his senses, and tidied up by mopping the floor of their home. That night, after sobering up, Zhou Ping buried himself beneath the covers, wishing he could travel back to the daylight and strike his inebriated self away with a sword. Why had he behaved so foolishly while drinking? And why did Zhao Li find it amusing to tease him so? Dingling, dingling. Zhou Ping glanced at his phone on the bedside table. It was his third uncle. He answered, Hello, uncle, what brings you here? Ah, yes, I've sobered up. A hangover remedy? I've had it. Yes, I'm preparing to take the driving test. The driving school in the western suburbs is quite good. ISNT it? All right, I understand. We'll go register tomorrow. Knock, knock. Brother Xiaoping, may I come in? Yes, come in. Zhao Li placed a bowl of kanji on the table. Hearing the movement outside, he guessed that Zhou Ping had awakened, so he brought a bowl over, saying, "You've just woken up. This will settle your stomach." Good. As Zhou Ping drank, he discussed the driving school with Zhao Li. "Let us go with this one. We'll register tomorrow and aim to obtain our licenses within a month." However, fate had other plans, for while they said one could receive a license in a month, it did not specify that only one of them would be eligible for it. Chapter 37. Airport pickup. Half a year later, Zhou Ping drove to the airport to fetch Lin Xie. Do not inquire why Zhao Li did not accompany him. The answer is simply that he remains at the driving school, yet to graduate. Zhou Ping had never driven before. Initially, he felt somewhat clumsy behind the wheel, but as he gained experience, his progress was nothing short of remarkable. The 1-month certification Zhao Li spoke of was a reality for Zhou Ping. While Zhao Li himself faced repeated setbacks, it was not that he lacked the ability to drive. Rather, his muscle memory was overwhelmingly dominant. For a simple maneuver like reversing into a parking space, he insisted on drifting, reminiscent of his motorcycling antics. If that were all, it could have been overcome with some time, but fate took a turn when he accidentally crashed into the main power supply during a speed run, resulting in the driving school being forced to close for 2 weeks. Additionally, there were instances of chasing after the driving instructor and inadvertently driving the car into a ditch, his illustrious tales. Were it not for Zhao Li's perpetually furrowed brow upon returning home each day, Zhou Ping might have suspected his antics were deliberate. This was the crux of why Zhao Li remained at the driving school. Listening to the airport's announcement of arriving flights, Zhou Ping scanned the area, anxious not to miss Lin Xie's arrival. "Senior, we are here," a voice called from behind, prompting Zhou Ping to turn in confusion. Hadn't they just arrived? How could the voice originate from the exit? "We rescheduled our tickets and arrived early. I'm terribly sorry for not informing you," Lin Xie explained, scratching his head. After Zhou Ping waved off the concern, his gaze swept over the few individuals accompanying Lin Xie. His fingers curled and then relaxed at his sides. Were they all together? Yes. The commander mentioned that I cannot form a special task force directly yet, but I can establish a preparatory team. Once the conditions for forming a special unit are met, they can be officially recognized. They are the members I selected after reporting. Zhou Ping's eyes moved from the plump Bailey Tumming to the somewhat anxious, but undeniably proud Shen Qingzhu, the intelligent-looking Qingyu with glasses, and the buzz-cut Chao Yuan. Oh, and there was a girl with a naive expression tugging at Lin Xie's sleeve. Zhou Ping closed his eyes momentarily, feeling an onset of social anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved his phone. "I will arrange taxis for you. 2 vehicles. 3 people per car, with 2 cars perfectly accommodating everyone, thus sparing any of you from having to ride in mine." What a flawless plan. Zhou Ping silently commended himself. "We can just take our own taxis, senior. You only need to tell them the destination," Lin Xie replied, catching a glimpse of Bailey Tumming raising his hand to say something and hastily signaling Chao Yuan to cover his mouth. After spending half a year with his mentor, he had gleaned some insights into the pinnacle of humanity. The sword saint before him was indeed socially anxious. If Bailey were to call for a fleet of taxis, this sword saint might very well make a hasty exit from the airport, rendering their learning experience futile. "I've arranged the taxis for you. Simply wait by the airport entrance." Several individuals followed Zhou Ping as he made his way to the airport entrance. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes, a ride-hailing vehicle arrived. After ensuring that his teammates were comfortably settled, Lin Xie turned back to notice that only one seat remained empty in the car. He tilted his head to signal Bailey Pang Pang to come down, offering the passenger seat by saying, "Senior, please take this seat. I will sit in the back with." "No need. I drove here myself." "Huh? You drove here but still ordered 2 cars? Are you that wealthy?" Lin Xie questioned, perplexed yet somewhat lacking in respect. Zhou Ping, unable to see his expression as he looked down, had no intention of glancing up either. He urged Lin Xie to get into the car before heading to the parking area to retrieve his own vehicle. When he emerged, the 2 ride-hailing cars had already vanished from sight. Fortunately, he was certain of the destination, so he did not need to call Lin Xie to inquire about it. The vehicle slowly exited the airport, merging into the vast stream of traffic. During the journey, Zhao Li called, and Zhou Ping opted to answer. placing the phone aside as he listened to the complaints from the other end, occasionally responding with a few murmurs, while his primary focus remained on the road ahead. Feeling much better after venting, Xiao Pingge, did you manage to pick them up? I did, and we are en route to the destination provided by Yi Fan. On the other end, Zhao Li detected a note of dissonance in Zhou Ping's voice, rising from his crouched position beneath a willow tree. He switched to another app to order a car, directing it towards a warehouse 3 kilometers from the driving school, which is also designated as Yi Fan's training ground. You seem a bit off. Was the pickup not smooth? It went fairly well. It's just that. Zhao Li remained silent, patiently waiting for Zhou Ping to elaborate. Just that what was supposed to be 1 has turned into 6. 6? Yes, 5 young men and 1 young lady. Zhou Ping pondered for a moment, but refrained from mentioning that the solitary young lady appeared utterly bewildered, gazing around the airport as if she had been rescued from a remote mountain. He intended to ask Zhao Li for assistance later, as he did not want to misconstrue any details. Are you all right then? Me? I'm fine. Really? You're not nervous, sitting with a full car of people? After a brief silence, Zhou Ping spoke again. I ordered 2 cars for them. 2 cars, 2 cars. Zhao Li chuckled once he realized the implication. So now you're the only one in the vehicle? Indeed. Did they know you drove here? Did anyone question it? I'm not sure. As they conversed, Zhao Li's ride arrived. He opened the door and climbed in, responding to the driver's inquiry about his whereabouts. I'm heading to the training ground. Since it's closer than the airport, you should arrive before me. Once there, please help me settle them. At your service. Listening to Zhao Li's playful tone, Zhou Ping couldn't help but smile. They exchanged a few more words, but since Zhou Ping needed to concentrate on driving, they concluded the call. Young man, are you talking to your girlfriend? Hearing the driver's question, Zhao Li laughed. No, it's my boyfriend. Such sweet talk. Your relationship seems quite good. Although Zhao Li did not find it bothersome, he genuinely appreciated the latter part of the conversation, which significantly brightened his smile. We have been conversing for 6 months now, and our families are aware of it, naturally indicating that our relationship is quite good. The driver, somewhat perplexed, responded with a couple of affirmations, struggling to understand why the passenger suddenly broached this topic. However, intuition suggested that if he did not wish to indulge in such sentiments, it would be prudent to conclude the discussion. By the way, young man, I see you just emerged from driving school. Are you here to take your driving test? Yes. Indeed, I am here for the driving test. Which stage are you currently at? Zhao Li's expression gradually turned sour as he replied, the 2nd stage. The 2nd stage? That's easy. Let me tell you, the slowest among them has passed the 2nd stage within a month. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li merely smiled without responding, inwardly lamenting, you are mistaken. The record has long been updated, and from now on, it will take 6 months. The driver glanced at Zhao Li through the rearview mirror and noted that he was smiling and speaking with increasing enthusiasm. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of bitterness behind that smile. Chapter 38. Intentionally confined 3 kilometers away. The driver rambled on about various achievements from driving school, concluding with a boast about obtaining his license in just a month. Zhao Li remarked, sometimes, a smile merely signifies politeness. Upon arrival, Zhao Li exited the vehicle and opened the warehouse door before stepping inside. As the door closed behind him, the driver skillfully dialed a number on his phone, saying, hello. Yes, it seems his temper is quite good. I've said quite a few piercing remarks without provoking him. Psychological issues? That's impossible. If you have them, he certainly does not. What? Am I slandering you? If you don't believe me, why not come and see for yourself? Zhao Li leaned against the door, listening to the conversation outside, a cold smile curling at his lips. Yi Fan, it's you again. Half a year ago, when I dined in Shijin and told Xiao Ping he was psychologically disturbed, that was one thing. But now, you've actually sent someone to prod at his lingering frustration over not passing his driving test for half a year. When we meet again, he shall taste the sharp edge of my blade. In Beijing, Yi Fan sneezed just as he hung up the phone, a sudden chill creeping down his spine, one that felt strangely familiar, as if he had experienced it 6 months prior. Oddly, did he feel this way back then? Finally, we've arrived. After this long ride, my backside feels as if it might split into 8 pieces. 7E, by the way. Why didn't you allow me to call a taxi team? If you call them first, We could have turned back home right away. Enough. Fatty, cease your chatter. Hey, is that another ride-hailing car? Did someone arrive here before us? Creak. Zhao Li opened the warehouse door, glanced at the still-parked ride-hailing vehicle, and gestured for the recently arrived individuals to enter. You lot, come here. Oh, Senior, it's good to see you again. We met at Jinan Mountain. Do you remember? Zhao Li lowered his gaze to the plump figure who had darted in front of him, stepping back slightly and nodding. I remember. You do tend to talk a lot. Is that so? I think I'm just fine. By the way, Senior, you and Sword Saint Senior. Bailey Fatty's words trailed off as Zhao Li suddenly moved. As Zhao Li shifted, Bailey Fatty fell silent, following Zhao Li's direction of movement to see a white car steadily pull up nearby. The car door swung open, and the individual who had come to collect them emerged. The moment Zhao Li laid eyes on this person, all traces of coldness vanished from his face. Bailey Fatty leaned closer to Lin Chia, poking his chest. Captain, are those two in a romantic relationship? Indeed. Bailey Fatty nodded and began rummaging through his collection of treasures. Zhao Li approached, noticing Zhou Ping's gaze lingering on the nearby ride-hailing car. He furrowed his brow and obstructed Zhou Ping's view. You should head inside first. All right. Hearing Zhou Ping's compliance, Zhao Li relaxed his brow and waved to Lin Chia. Take them inside. Zhou Ping stood at the door, turning to look at the man beside the ride-hailing car, who was wearing a cap. The moment their eyes met, the air seemed to still for 2 seconds. What did you break free? Not long ago. My visit to Shijin served dual purposes, to escort a few individuals and to gauge Yifan's character while also taking the opportunity to see you. Having completed my observations, I am now prepared to take my leave. Adjusting the brim of his cap, Guan noticed Zhao Li's vigilant gaze and smirked slightly, saying, I am merely following orders. Grievances must be addressed to their rightful owners. My friend, remember to settle accounts with Yifan. By the way, allow me to add one final note. Yifan is engaged in numerous acts of bullying towards the younger ones. Younger ones? Zhao Li suddenly turned to Zhou Ping, questioning, Are you the one he refers to? Not at all, Zhou Ping denied. Zhao Li remained unconvinced, pondering that the individual had no reason to include such a remark if it were untrue, although it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he aimed to sow discord. Bai Li Tu Ming lamented while clinging to the doorframe. Such explosive information. Are we permitted to hear it? Having been privy to the commander's dark secrets, will we be silenced afterward? Lin Chia contemplated and responded. I doubt there will be any silencing, but once the special team is formed, we may find ourselves deprived of our holidays. That would be more insidious than silencing. Gao Juan di commentet. Shun Qingzhu chewed her bubblegum in silence, her expression clearly one of agreement. Similarly, and Qingyu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Jialan beside Lin Chia, contemplating how to persuade Lin Chia to ensure Jialan undergoes a health check, considering he had just been excavated from an ancient tomb. Xiaoping, we shall discuss this later. For now, let us settle them in. Zhao Li, suppressing his desire to clarify matters upon returning, nodded and said, I will take care of their accommodation. Please wait for me here. Very well. Zhao Li briskly approached Lin Chia, stating, You're the captain, correct? Lin Chia felt a moment of gratification, not because Zhao Li addressed him as captain, but rather that he no longer had to endure the derogatory nickname. Indeed, the warehouse has been refurbished and now boasts a second floor. Ascend the stairs to find 8 rooms, each with its own bathroom. You may allocate them as you see fit. The kitchen is located in the northeast corner on the ground floor, fully equipped with all necessary utensils. Of course, if you prefer dining out, that is entirely up to you. Lastly, here's a card. Zhao Li handed Lin Chia a bank card, explaining that it had been sent by Yifan in advance to cover 3 months of living expenses, allowing them to manage as they wish. Furthermore, there would be no classes today. They were free to explore the surroundings, with formal studies commencing the following day for a duration of 3 months. Understood. With that, the arrangements were made. Zhao Li led Zhou Ping to the vehicle, opening the passenger door and taking a seat inside. Wait, why did you sit down yourself? Should Tio place the sword saint in there? Fatty, stop looking at things you shouldn't. Lin Chia replied, exasperated. The proximity makes everything audible, you know? If there is something to discuss, It should wait until we're further away. Zhao Li wore a look of deep discontent, lamenting. Such strength comes with its drawbacks. Failed again at the second hurdle? Indeed, this incident was even more severe than the last. I collided with a utility pole. Fortunately, the pole remained unscathed, and I emerged unhurt as well, though the instructor in the passenger seat was somewhat displeased. I compensated him a little to procure some items for himself. Additionally, I had to reimburse the driving school for the damages incurred, as the front of the car was dented. Zhou Ping sat in silence, unsure of what to articulate, but thankfully, Zhao Li was capable of continuing the discourse alone. By the way, I noticed you were casting glances at the young lady beside you. Is there an issue? She seems quite fond of Lin Qie. It is entirely natural for young people to experience romance and mutual affection. However, it appears that Lin Qie does not share her sentiments. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li instantly comprehended Zhou Ping's concern. You fear that Lin Qie might entice the young lady only to abandon her later, correct? No. His selection as the reserve captain of the 5th Special Team by Yi Fan indicates his commendable character. While Zhou Ping recognized Lin Qie's integrity, he also sensed that the young lady's demeanor was indeed peculiar. In short, it was a rather perplexing situation. Chapter 39. Scheduling for the coming days, observing Zhou Ping's troubled demeanor, Zhao Li contemplated for a moment before suggesting, how about this? If you're truly concerned, I can devise a reason tomorrow to take Lin Qie and a few others away, leaving just the two of you alone to have a heartfelt conversation. No, I am not suited for such intimate discussions. Zhou Ping protested. Then perhaps we should enlist the help of Uncle San, Zhao Li proposed. All right. Zhou Ping's rapid agreement suggested he had already contemplated seeking Uncle San's assistance. Zhou Li musha inwardly. However, while thinking is one matter, voicing it is another. If they were to involve Uncle San, it wouldn't be appropriate to return home directly. Instead, they could take a detour at the previous intersection and head straight to the rustic restaurant. The timing would be perfect, allowing them to assist Uncle San during the peak hours of customer traffic. Zhou Ping glanced at the time, 11:30 a.m. It would take approximately half an hour to reach their destination, coinciding with the bustling lunch hour at the rustic restaurant. Let us have dinner there and return afterwards. He suggested. Sound good to me. I defer to you, Brother Zhao Ping, Zhao Li replied, rolling down the car window and inhaling the fresh air outside. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhou Ping's expression seemed to relax. With a cheerful tone, he added, after all, we'll have more time in the evening. Brother Zhao Ping can slowly clarify who that little friend is and whom Yi Fan has been bullying. How do you still remember that? Zhou Ping asked, perplexed. Zhao Li rubbed his temples, feigning distress as he replied, it's just my natural gift for memory. There's nothing I can do about it. Zhou Ping remained silent, contemplating whether he could navigate this situation without revealing the truth. He did not wish to witness a conflict between Zhao Li and Yi Fan. Internal strife amidst external pressures would be a foolish endeavor. Brother Zhao Ping, you need not think of deceiving me. Even if you choose not to disclose the information, I will remember it myself and investigate later. Fooling me is futile. Besides, there should have been a confrontation with Yi Fan 6 months ago, but you intervened, preventing it from escalating. At that time, I believed that as long as he did not provoke me again, we could let it slide. Yet, here we are. He has come to bother me once more. Still over the same issue. Yi Fan stubbornly perceived Zhou Ping as a psychologically disturbed individual. It was one thing to have someone discreetly monitoring the situation, which both of them understood was not overly intrusive, but to send someone to test the waters was crossing a line, wasn't it? Yu Zhaoli remarked nonchalantly while gazing out the window. In a couple of days, I plan to travel to the capital. I'll take a flight that arrives in the early morning and return the same evening, making it back the following dawn. Zhou Ping calculated the time. According to Zhao Li's schedule, after subtracting the flight duration, he would only have a mere 2 hours in the capital. 2 hours would hardly suffice for a leisurely drive around the city. It would be ample time for Zhao Li and Yi Fan, who would undoubtedly come to pick him up, to find a place to settle their differences. Be careful. I don't want to see you get hurt, Zhou Ping cautioned. Zhao Li flashed a reassuring smile. I will be cautious and avoid injury. After all, it would sadden me to see Brother Zhao Ping worried. Zhou Ping shook his head, choosing not to press further. He was somewhat at a loss for words. While Zhao Li was anything but, since their conversation 6 months ago with the ancient god church, it was as if a certain constraint had been lifted, and now he spoke so much in daily life that it caused him headaches. The occasional sweet nothings he uttered left him utterly unprepared. Half an hour later, as anticipated, they arrived at their destination. The two disembarked and entered a rustic cuisine restaurant, greeting their Uncle San without any pleasantries, heading straight for the kitchen. Uncle San observed their retreating figures, nodding in agreement as familiar patrons praised Zhou Ping's filial piety and his friend's amiability, before excusing himself to prepare some dishes in the kitchen. Upon seeing Uncle San enter, Zhao Li's eyes brightened, and he promptly seized the plates from Zhou Ping, urging him, "Uncle San is here. There's no one in front now. Brother Ping, you should hurry to the front cashier." "You go. I'll handle the washing," Zhou Ping replied. "I have an intimidating appearance. The patrons outside do not favor my looks. You should go. You two stop pushing. Brother Ping, you go." Confounded by being ushered out of the kitchen by both Uncle San and Zhao Li, Zhou Ping wondered when their relationship had become so amicable that they could work in concert to push him out. Little did he know, it was not their bond that had strengthened, but rather their shared intention to care for him. In the kitchen, while stir-frying the dishes, Uncle San inquired, "Why are you back again? Are you in a rush for meal service?" Brother Ping was concerned you might be overwhelmed alone, so we decided to come over. Zhao Li replied, "Next time he wants to come during peak hours, please deter him. He is in the prime of his life. He could be engaged in something more worthwhile. It's not appropriate for him to keep sneaking into my kitchen. You know our relationship. How could I possibly stop Brother Ping from doing as he pleases? Just don't indulge him too much. His nature requires some discipline," Uncle San advised. Zhao Li merely smiled, choosing silence. Uncle San's words held merit, but if he agreed, that would be problematic. Trust it or not, the moment he ascended, he would find himself expelled from the rustic restaurant for merely stepping inside. Moreover, he did not perceive any flaw in Brother Ping's current disposition. People are inherently diverse, and it is precisely this variety that makes interactions intriguing. Different experiences shape distinct personalities. If he were to prune Zhou Ping's character according to his own preferences, the result would be a person severely wounded. Such an outcome is unnecessary and lacks merit. To love someone is to accept them as they are, not to aspire to alter them. This was the final lesson imparted to him by his mother before her passing. After the peak hours had passed and the last patron was seen off, Uncle San lowered the roll-up door and prepared a few quick dishes to invite the two for a meal. "What are you two sneaking around for? If there's something to say, just say it." Zhao Li turned to exchange glances with Zhou Ping. "How should we say it? Who should speak?" Zhao Li asked. Zhou Ping slightly averted his gaze. "You go ahead." "All right." Zhao Li set down his chopsticks, adopting a serious demeanor as he began to fabricate story. Brother Ping has a friend who believes in Brother Ping's good nature, and thus has helped him secure a few youth tour guide positions in Xijin. This morning, Brother Ping went to the airport to fetch them and settle them in, but there is one person who seems a bit off. "A tour guide position?" After a moment of hesitation, my uncle inquired, "This job requires one to speak a great deal, does it not?" Zhao Ping, however, only needed to escort the visitors to the scenic spots. With that assurance, my uncle relaxed, saying, very well, very well. By the way, you just mentioned that one of the individuals seemed out of sorts. In what manner was she peculiar?" The group consisted of 5 young men and 1 young lady. The 5 young men posed no concern, but the young lady appeared utterly bewildered, clinging to one of the men's sleeves and remaining silent throughout. That does indeed sound rather unusual. However, are you sharing this with me for a specific reason? Tomorrow, Zhao Ping and I plan to take the 5 young men out for an excursion, leaving the young lady in your care at the accommodation. We hope that while you attend to her, you might inquire about her circumstances to ascertain whether there is truly something amiss. Chapter 40. The Zhou. Absolutely. Just bring your friends along tomorrow. Shortly after dinner, the evening guests arrived again. Fortunately, in this remote area, the nighttime visitors were few, and by around 9 o'clock, they had tidied up and closed the doors. On the way home, Zhao Li, seated in the passenger seat, stretched lazily and while massaging his neck, proposed to Zhou Ping. "Brother Zhao Ping, what if I forego getting my driver's license? One person in our family can drive, and that should suffice. You no longer wish to drive? To be honest, I find driving a car somewhat stifling. It lacks the thrill of riding a motorcycle. Do as you wish. In that case, I'll withdraw from school when I return from Beijing. Zhou Ping cast him a sidelong glance, noting the eagerness etched on his face, wondering if this was not the first time he had contemplated dropping out. Upon returning home, under Zhao Li's persistent questioning, Zhou Ping divulged everything he had discussed with Yi Fan during her visit, including the general activities that followed, and even reluctantly shared the chat history from his phone. Watching Zhao Li peruse the conversation, Zhou Ping lamented for the first time his lack of a habit to clear his chat records. Please don't go through it. There's nothing significant. Just 5 more minutes of browsing, Zhao Li replied before resuming his scrutiny, selecting messages to forward, leaving them for later review. Brother Zhaoping, did the night watchman pay you for your work? Receiving no reply, Zhao Li lifted his gaze to Zhou Ping and pressed, did he pay you? A sinking feeling washed over Zhou Ping. Did he? I see. He didn't tea. Faced with Zhao Li's simmering frustration, Zhou Ping realized the situation was indeed dire. The next morning, Zhao Li rose as usual, appearing unchanged. After breakfast, he noticed Zhou Ping stealing glances at him and smiled softly, choosing not to address it directly. Instead, he urged Zhou Ping to drive them to the warehouse in the western suburbs. Upon arrival, seeing the group lined up, Zhao Li took the stage once more, weaving a tale that mingled truth with fiction. Using their familiarity with Shi Jin as a ruse, the two led Lin Chia and a few others out. The first stop, naturally, was the rustic restaurant, which offered little in the way of exploration, primarily serving to provide a meal. After dining, Zhao Li approached Lin Chia, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. The next place we're heading to will be crowded and chaotic. It would be safer to leave this young lady here and return for her later. What do you think, Jialan? Lin Chia inquired, glancing at Jialan. Jialan looked at Zhou Ping, then at her uncle, and finally at the unfamiliar Zhao Li. Her clear eyes flickered with understanding, and after a moment's thought, she nodded to Lin Chia. All right. Jialan agreed to stay behind. Senior, where to next? Zhao Li inquired with a glance at Zhou Ping. Where shall we go? With a gentle sigh, Zhou Ping tentatively suggested, the zoo? Very well. I will purchase tickets on my phone, Zhao Li decisively replied. The 5 companions, serving merely as background, were whisked away without a chance to voice their opinions. Upon entering the zoo, they established a meeting time and split into 2 groups to explore separately. Bailey Pang Pang stood beside Monkey Mountain, his pair of small eyes filled with confusion. What amusement could the zoo possibly offer? The crux of the matter was not the enjoyment, but the need to distance ourselves from Jialan. Shen Qingzhu shifted her gaze from the monkey's crimson rear and casually remarked, it is only natural for a normal person to feel unsettled seeing an innocent girl like Jialan follow us around, constantly tugging at Chia. It is quite reasonable to wish to separate and inquire. With a glance at the affected demeanor of Chao Yuan, Bailey Pang Pang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Jialan may be just a girl, but were she to be a woman with a husband, one could only imagine the reaction. Since we are here, let's explore. Lin Chia interjected diplomatically. With the captain's words, they decided to wander. Initially, they regarded the zoo with disdain, yet soon enough, they found themselves captivated. After all, not even half of them had previously visited a zoo. Zhao Li, holding a melted cotton candy, protested, can't we just throw it away? Zhou Ping was examining the zoo's layout map, contemplating their next destination. Upon hearing Zhao Li, he turned a glance at the gooey cotton candy in his hand, responding with a hint of exasperation. If you didn't want it, why did you buy it in the first place? You looked at it several times. I thought you desired it. I was merely looking at the side. Zhao Li sighed. Never mind, let me have it. He raised his hand to evade Zhou Ping's reaching grasp. No, if you want some, I'll buy you a new one. This one has been bitten. The fact that it had been bitten was not the main concern. Rather, it had melted. To prevent Zhou Ping from snatching it, Zhao Li endured the cloying texture of the cotton candy, finishing it quickly before tossing the stick aside. He led Zhou Ping to find a place to wash the sticky sugar off their hands and return to the cotton candy stall. What were you looking at earlier? Zhou Li inquired. Nothing. Zhou Ping awkwardly shook his head. It's no matter. There are only 2 stalls next to the cotton candy. I could simply buy one of everything from each. Zhao Li didn't catch what Zhou Ping said next, and had to ask. What? Your voice was too low. I didn't here. Clay figurines. Now Zhao Li understood, and he pulled Zhou Ping to the clay figurine stall, crouching down. Which little animal do you want? The vendor, noticing their interest, began to introduce, these clay figurines are modeled after the animals in our zoo. Any animal found in the zoo can be found here, like the well-selling dolphins, tigers, lions, elephants, giraffes, and snow leopards. Zhao Li interrupted with a smile. If you keep going, you'll recite all the animals at your stall. Hee hee, they all sell well, they all sell well. Zhao Li paid no further heed to the vendor and turned to Zhou Ping. Have you decided what you want? The lion. The lion? Very well, vendor, wrap up this lion and this snow leopard. Only the lion and the snow leopard? You should buy one of each to take home, perhaps even a small zoo display for your abode, so you need not visit the zoo again. Animals are certainly best enjoyed alive. Indeed, indeed. By the way, let's also pack a giraffe. 2 minutes later, the two individuals departed from the stall, carrying the carefully wrapped clay figurines. Zhao Li remarked as they walked, the lion is yours, the snow leopard is mine, and the giraffe is for my third uncle. Those two seniors were just squatting there buying something. Let me see what they are selling. Lin Chia noticed Bai Li Pang trying to slip away from the group and swiftly grab his shirt, exclaiming, stop fooling around. We need to hurry to the next park. Otherwise, we might not finish before closing time. Bai Li Pang, unable to break free from the grip on his collar, kicked his legs in frustration and admitted, oh, I wasn't fooling around. I just saw the Sword Saint and his partner squatting there buying something, and I want to check it out. Thinking of getting something similar to the Sword Saint to take home. Something similar to the Sword Saint. Xin Qingzhu and Chao Yuan exchanged glances. One with hands in pockets, and the other with palms pressed together. They strolled leisurely past Lin Chia, one to the left and the other to the right. Hey, look at them. Chia, you can't just stop me. You should stop them too. Lin Chia cleared his throat, released his grip on Bai Li Pang's shirt, and softly said, my apologies. He then accelerated, swiftly arriving at the stall ahead of the others. Seeing this, Bai Li Pang shouted in surprise and mustered all his strength to dash toward the stall. Observing his somewhat embarrassing companions, and Xingyu adjusted his glasses and quietly walked over, quickly picking up one item amidst Bai Li Pang's declaration of exclusivity and rushing to pay. Unbeknownst to Zhao Li, who was oblivious to the ensuing scramble after the two had left, he would have definitely used his financial prowess to acquire all the clay figurines if he had known. As for something similar, he and Xiaoping were quite satisfied. Well, as for his third uncle, being family, he could reluctantly accept having a matching item. Zhao Li's eyes lit up upon spotting a particular animal, mixed with personal grudges. He exclaimed, hey, look, a bald-headed bird just like Yi Fan. Zhou Ping followed his finger and smirked, saying, that is a vulture, not like Yi Fan at all. Yi Fan has hair. Do not let personal grievances cloud your judgment. Do not project negativity onto others. This is not right. In the office in Shangjing, observing the capture recording, Yi Fan pressed play for the 10th time. In a couple of days, I want to visit Shangjing. Shangjing. Why did Zhao Li suddenly come to Shangjing? One could easily deduce the answer. Yi Fan cursed under his breath, feeling betrayed for being sold out, stopped the recording, and continued searching through a national map, seeking a suitable refuge to escape to in a couple of days. Just then, Yi Fan rubbed his nose, wondering which little rascal was whispering about him behind his back. If only he knew, they would be in for a surprise. Chapter 41. Variables as dusk descended. Several individuals convened outside the zoo before embarking on their journey home. The vehicle halted before a rustic eatery, and as they disembarked, Zhao Li immediately sensed a penetrating gaze upon him. Following his instinct, he lifted his head and locked eyes with an acquaintance of his uncle. Raising an eyebrow, he recalled Lin Chia addressing this individual as Jialan. Everything had seemed well in the morning, yet upon their return in the evening, a transformation had occurred. Had the very essence been altered? Noticing the undercurrents swirling between Jialan and Zhao Li, Lin Chia inwardly lamented the situation and swiftly positioned himself between the two, stating, Senior, this is where we part ways. We are familiar with the route ahead and will take a taxi back ourselves. We do not wish to impose further. Suiti ursalvas, Zhou Li Rublia. Averting his gaze as he approached Zhou Ping, grasping his hand as they ventured into the eatery. As they brushed past Jialan, Zhao Li distinctly heard two words, Variables. Pausing. Zhao Li turned to Lin Xie and requested, "Please share your contact information." Lin Xie hesitated for a moment before relaying his mobile number. Zhao Li nodded in acknowledgement, reciprocating with Zhou Ping's number. "Upon your return, kindly organize your personal information and send a message. I must ascertain the nature of Jialan's forbidden realm." After a brief pause, Zhao Li added, "This is also to prepare for future excursions." Excursions? Lin Xie took a moment to comprehend that this referred to the previously agreed-upon training, his gaze drifting toward his uncle at the entrance. This must be the pretense to conceal their intentions from him. Once they entered the rustic eatery, their uncle pulled down the roller shutter and, as he walked inside, remarked, "That young girl possesses no lack of intelligence. She willingly accompanied you. And there's no question of abduction. You need not worry. Thank you for your concern, Uncle. This is a token of appreciation." Just as their uncle was about to decline the gesture, he noticed a clay giraffe nestled in Zhou Ping's palm, its painted eyes gazing at him. A thought crossed his mind. "Did you purchase this at the zoo?" "Indeed, it's for you," Zhou Ping replied. Their uncle accepted the clay figure and gently stroked it, inquiring, "Did you enjoy your visit to the zoo today?" "Very much," Zhou Ping affirmed. "That's wonderful. If you find joy in it, make sure to venture out more often." "Understood?" Zhou Ping bit his lip and nodded earnestly. "Understood." Good, good. Wait here. I'll fetch the dinner I prepared for you." "Ah, I should not have let you leave without a meal. You ought to have dined before returning." "Not to worry. They have a kitchen at their residence and can cook whatever they desire," Zhao Li interjected, holding the giraffe and playfully pointing its head toward Zhao Li. "Enough of that. Let me serve you your meal. After a day at the zoo, both Zhou Ping and I are nearly famished." Zhao Li playfully nudged their uncle toward the kitchen, glancing back at Zhou Ping with a wink. This whimsical display elicited an involuntary smile from Zhou Ping. After finishing their meal and collecting the takeout bag prepared by their uncle, they exchanged pleasantries at the entrance before finally stepping out of the rustic eatery. Gazing at the night sky adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, Zhao Li stretched his arms lazily, the plastic bag in his hand rustling softly. With such a multitude of stars, tomorrow is sure to be a splendid sunny day. Yet, the distinction between sunny and cloudy days appears rather trivial. For a day remains a day, regardless of its weather. As they approached the car, Zhao Li bent down to place his belongings in the trunk, then teasingly pinched Zhou Ping's face, saying, "Comrade Xiao Ping, do you realize how misguided your thoughts are? If there is no difference between sunny and cloudy days, why is it that on overcast days, fewer people venture out in the rain, while on sunny days, many more emerge to bask in the sun and dry their laundry?" Zhou Ping blinked, brushed aside Zhao Li's gentle hand, closed the trunk, and headed toward the driver's seat. "I don't know. It is my oversight for not helping you discern the differences between sunny and cloudy days. Henceforth, let us experience sunny days in a manner befitting their brightness, and cloudy days in a way that honors their gloom, striving to make each day distinct enough for you to recognize their differences." That sounds rather tedious. While it may be cumbersome for one, it transforms into a delightful venture when shared by two. Zhao Li spoke animatedly to Zhou Ping. "Arguing with you is futile. Do as you wish." "Indeed, as he pleases," Zhao Li thought to himself, feeling buoyant as he swayed his legs, contemplating his upcoming trip to the capital to purchase a camera, a device intended to capture the essence of their daily lives. While there were options in Shijin, the variety was scant and the selection incomplete. Although he was not well versed in cameras, his desire was to acquire the finest available. The following day, Zhou Ping went to the warehouse to teach a few individuals about novels, while Zhao Li made his way to the driving school to withdraw. Observing the exuberant display of emotion from his instructor, Zhao Li remained silent. Was he truly that mournful? Never to be seen again, never to be seen again. The enrollment instructor grasped Zhao Li's hand and shook it with unrestrained joy. "If you ever consider enrolling in a driving school again, please do not contemplate ours. If you must, perhaps consider the one in the northern suburbs, where their instruction surpasses ours. You and the northern suburb driving school. Good brothers in misfortune, yet to share the joys." Zhao Li mused silently as he exited the driving school, the cheerful instructor bidding him farewell behind him. Honestly, the instructor stepped back and closed the driving school door. "You're not having second thoughts, are you?" "Not at all." "Then that's good. No need for further honesty. As he watched the instructor retreat hastily, Zhao Li couldn't help but smirk, feeling a surge of exasperation. He mounted a nearby motorcycle, heading toward the warehouse, intending to vent his frustrations about the driving school's attitude to his dear comrade Xiaoping. However, upon entering, Zhao Li quickly forgot his original intent. Xiaoping, why are you sweeping the floor? Where are they? Zhou Ping replied while cleaning. They're inside reading novels. Reading novels? Zhao Li rolled up his sleeves, ready to investigate the matter. Zhou Ping stopped him, saying, I asked them to read. Then why are you cleaning? It was too messy for my liking. I wanted to tidy up myself. Hearing this, Zhao Li suddenly recalled the first time Zhou Ping visited his home, when they had both cleaned up after dinner, leaving the floor immaculate. After standing and observing for a while, Zhao Li suddenly inquired, Is there a second set of cleaning tools? Aren't you the one who despises such tasks? He continued, It depends on whom you are with. If you have nothing to do, why not procure some ingredients instead? Once we finish, we can go together. It won't be a waste of time. Zhou Ping remained silent, so Zhao Li took it upon himself to search. Ultimately, he discovered 4 sets of cleaning tools tucked away in a corner. He casually grabbed one and set to work. By the time they completed the cleaning of the communal area, an hour and a half had elapsed. Zhao Li pounded his aching, bent waist with one hand while the other playfully pinched Zhou Ping's waist. Sore? He asked. Not too bad, Zhou Ping replied. Sore is sore. What does not too bad even mean? Zhou Ping sighed and locked eyes with Zhao Li. You already know the answer. Zhao Li raised an eyebrow, playfully obstinate. So what if I do? I want to hear you say it. Sore. Chapter 42. Journey to the capital. Let me help you with that. Zhou Ping struggled to drag the large dog outside, constantly on guard against Zhao Li's claws. Don't make a fuss. If you're seen, it will be troublesome. I'm simply offering a massage for your waist. Nothing inappropriate, he replied. How nauseating, Li Pang Pang remarked, peeking out from behind the door, filled with exasperation. It's rather affectionate, isn't it? Shen Qingzhu observed the expression of Lin Qie, who had uttered those words, and he felt a profound lack of warmth, only recognizing the struggles of a senior swordsman in difficulty. Once in the car, Zhao Li resumed his usual demeanor, lightly clearing his throat to announce his flight details. A 10 o'clock evening departure, returning the next morning at 8, and he expected to arrive home around 1 in the afternoon. Weren't you supposed to take the midnight flight? Zhou Ping inquired. I rescheduled, was Zhao Li's succinct response. Zhou Ping nodded, acknowledging the change without pressing for further explanation. That night, upon returning home, Zhou Ping switched on the light and turned back at the doorway, intending to say something, only to find the space behind him empty. It was then that he realized Zhao Li had already departed for the airport. Exhaling softly, he raised a hand to his forehead, traversing the entryway to sit on the sofa, staring vacantly at the television mounted on the wall, unsure of what to do. At that moment, his phone rang. Taking it out, he noticed the caller. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. Zhao Li. Checking the time, he saw it was 9:30, the hour for boarding. Swiping to answer, he said, Hello? Xiaoping Ge, I've arrived at the airport. Amidst the cacophony on the other end, Zhou Ping murmured in response. You should be boarding now, right? I'm in line to check in. I'm rather considerate, so I decided to let others go ahead of me. Standing here is dull. So I thought I'd call you and see what you were up to. Zhao Li exclaimed rapidly. So what are you doing? Spacing out. Are you home? Yes. Then stop daydreaming. Turn on the television. Our favorite show is about to air. Also, there are blueberries and little cakes in the fridge from our supermarket trip a couple of days ago. Check if they're still good. If they are, take them out and enjoy. Sir, it's your turn to check in. All right, I'll hang up now. I'll message you once I've landed. Also, don't wait for my message. Just go to sleep. I want to be home until the early hours of the morning. Good night. Good night. After hanging up, Zhou Ping sat in silence for another 2 minutes before finally rising to turn on the television and head to the kitchen for something to eat. Gazing at the blueberries and little cakes in the fridge, he felt as if a multitude of thoughts crossed his mind, yet he also felt an overwhelming emptiness. However, after that fleeting moment, he wondered what had truly changed. The flight from Shijin to the capital took 4 hours, and by the time Zhao Li disembarked, it was already 2 in the morning. As soon as he landed, Zhao Li sent a message to Zhou Ping, informing him of his arrival. After waiting for 2 minutes without a reply, He nodded in satisfaction, thinking, good, it seems he is obediently asleep. The airport in the early hours was far from desolate. It was bustling with elegantly dressed workers, their exhaustion barely concealed. Zhao Li, a tall figure clad in casual attire, stood out conspicuously, though there were others even more eye-catching. At the airport entrance, Zhao Li immediately spotted Yi Fan squatting opposite the door, smoking. He narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand in a friendly greeting towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan thought to himself that such a greeting was better left unspoken. With a sigh, he extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash bin, gesturing to Zhao Li to come over. It was better to converse in a different setting. Half an hour later, at the night watch training ground, the two faced each other, weapons in hand. Was this confrontation inevitable? Was that 6 months of surveillance truly necessary? Yi Fan wiped his face with his hand and said, "Enough talk, let us fight." The clash of blades resonated, sparks occasionally flying from the contact. Zhao Li, his expression darkened, inquired of Yi Fan, "What do you truly consider Xiao Pinggu to be? A reliable sword, or a friend worth having?" As Yi Fan parried a strike from behind, he kicked at Zhao Li, who was advancing from the front. "A friend," he replied. "Are your friends merely tools for perilous tasks? I have no one else to rely on. If you have no one, then go find someone," Zhao Li retorted, anger mounting as he recalled the chat logs he had seen. His strikes grew increasingly fierce. The disparity in their levels was palpable, and with Yi Fan not genuinely resisting, the outcome was all but predetermined. Zhao Li pressed the blade against Yi Fan's neck, observing the latter's unwavering demeanor. He retracted the blade and coldly remarked, "Those who play with power are truly ruthless." Aware that Zhao Li would not actually kill him, Yi Fan felt no need to fully resist. "It's merely a matter of empathy," he stated. Yi Fan flexed his numbed hand and continued, "Although you harbor deep misunderstandings about me, I must express that many situations are not as they appear. They evolve according to your perceptions. Matters that do not concern me are of no interest to me. But those that do, I shall pursue to the end, regardless of their nature. Some things you're destined to lose. I do not believe in fate." With that final proclamation, Zhao Li turned and departed. Yi Fan watched his retreating figure, trembling slightly as he lit a cigarette, thinking that the show was over, and it was time to emerge. Suddenly, the training ground's large screen flickered with garbled text, and a figure materialized, lazily leaning against the wall. Noticing Yi Fan's trembling hand concealed beneath his clothing, the newcomer whistled. "Well, if it isn't our commander, Yi, why do you look so disheveled today?" Yi Fan rolled his eyes at the figure, thinking, "Isn't this precisely what you wish to witness?" The figure replied, "Oh, not at all. I merely helped bridge the information gap. I haven't done anything else." If this was the result of his inaction, what would have happened had he actually intervened? By the way, why do you appear so disheveled? Even if you felt guilty and were reluctant to exert your full strength, it shouldn't. Yi Fan knew all too well what should and shouldn't he be. Yet, he sensed a divine aura emanating from the figure. Was he an agent of the divine? It was hard to tell. Weren't they merely a bearer of the forbidden realm? Yi Fan gazed silently at Guanzai, who, after a brief moment of contemplation, exclaimed in disbelief, "You can't possibly mean he has ascended to divinity, can you? Let us not jest. The notion of humanity achieving godhood defies all principles, and merely considering the arduous trials of transcendence is enough to render one lifeless." Taking a contemplative drag from his cigarette, Yi Fan calmly stated, "The divine essence of Poseidon resides in his possession. To clarify, it is not his possession, but rather that of my third uncle." "It makes little difference," Guanzai dismissed, uninterested in the intricacies. "Whether Zhao Li attains godhood or not is of no consequence to me. I have some minor issues to address and will need to retreat for a while. Before I leave, however, let me offer you one last piece of advice. My friend, Yi Fan, do not calculate everything. In the end, you risk losing all emotions in your scheming." Long after Guanzai departed, a profound sigh echoed across the vast training ground. For the sake of the great Xia, I had no choice. In the bustling metropolis, numerous establishments operate around the clock, ensuring that even in the early hours, one can procure necessities. Zhao Li wandered through various shops, soon accumulating a plethora of shopping bags. Just after exiting a jewelry store, he turned and entered a clothing boutique. "Good day. How may I assist you?" "I would like two of that black shirt. One in XL and the other in 2XL. "Certainly. Would you require anything else?" In truth, Zhao Li was not particularly knowledgeable about clothing. His choice of shirt was influenced by Zhou Ping's habitual preference for them, and he genuinely had no idea what else he might need. "No, just these two. Please wrap them up." After 3 hours of shopping, burdened by a multitude of items, Zhao Li found navigating the path increasingly challenging. He reluctantly decided to purchase a large suitcase to discard the unnecessary packaging, leaving only his acquisitions to be stored within. At the airport at 7 in the morning, Zhao Li was engaged in the check-in process. "Who would understand? I arrive here all alone, and now I must check in so many items. Yet, I hardly feel I have purchased anything at all." Chapter 43. Living together after enduring great hardships, Zhao Li returned home, dragging his large suitcase behind him. He made his way to the kitchen, retrieved a bottle of cola, and collapsed onto the sofa. After resting for a bit and regaining his energy, he took out his phone to send Zhou Ping a message about dinner. Stretching his limbs, he walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, glanced at the remaining vegetables, and then stepped outside once more. Half an hour later, Zhao Li returned home, his arms laden with fresh ingredients. Checking the time, he noted it was only 1:30 in the afternoon, still too early to prepare dinner, so he decided to tidy up instead. He opened his large suitcase and placed the clothes he had bought for himself directly into the wardrobe, while the items for Zhao Ping were set on the sofa, awaiting his return to take them to his room. Indeed, even to this day, they still slept in separate rooms, not because Zhao Li was unwilling to share a bed, but rather because Zhou Ping could not overcome his inner barriers. They could chat and share kisses without issue, but the thought of sleeping next to someone was something Zhou Ping subconsciously resisted. Zhao Li understood this and accepted it wholeheartedly, even comforting Zhou Ping by saying, "If we don't share a room, we don't share a room. Living under the same roof is not much different for sharing a room, so there is no need for guilt or self-reproach." Of course, if it were possible to have deeper conversations, that would be splendid, as they had not been together long. Zhao Li poured out his life experiences like beans spilling from a bag, but whenever the topic turned to Zhou Ping's past, Zhou Ping would lower his gaze and fall silent. After this happened twice, Zhao Li refrained from asking further. He desired the person before him, not the shadows of the past, and if inquiries would cause pain, then he would simply not ask. As his thoughts settled, Zhao Li looked at the jewelry box in his hand and within the suitcase. Initially intending to hide it to surprise Zhou Ping, he reconsidered and placed it directly on the coffee table. If he was going to give it, he might as well do so openly. Hiding it and then having to search for it together seemed inappropriate for him. He also had a camera, a new keychain, postcards, bookmarks. As he examined the bookmark in his hand, he contemplated placing it alongside the jewelry box, noting that while he did not enjoy reading, Zhou Ping had a penchant for martial arts novels. The suitcase was quite sizable, filled with various items, and by the time he finished organizing, it was already 3 o'clock. However, 3 o'clock was still too early to start dinner, so he decided to clean instead, though the floor of the room gleamed. Leaving him unsure of what there was to clean, he thought it better to dawdle than waste time. After an hour of procrastination, when the clock struck 4, Zhao Li eagerly set aside the mop and headed into the kitchen. At 6 o'clock, as Zhou Ping stepped through the door, he was greeted by a medley of enticing aromas. Passing through the hallway, he saw several dishes laid out on the table, but did not spot Zhao Li. Instead, he made his way to the kitchen. Hearing movement behind him, Zhao Li turned slightly and said, "You're back. Perfect timing. Come over and taste this dish. If it's right, we can serve it up." Zhou Ping approached, noticing the small vegetables in the pot. Remembering the dishes he had seen earlier, he tilted his head to look at Zhao Li's face and asked, "Are you trying to balance the meat and vegetables?" Zhao Li pretended to be inscrutable as he shook his head, proclaiming, No. What I'm doing here is balancing the colors to stimulate one's appetite." As he spoke, Zhao Li picked up a pair of chopsticks and offered a portion of vegetables to Zhou Ping's lips. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow and stared at the greens for a couple of seconds before reluctantly opening his mouth to consume them. After chewing a few times with some difficulty, he found the taste to be just right. "All right, you should wash your hands. It's time to eat." When Zhou Ping returned to the dining table after washing up, he noticed that the plate of vegetables was perfectly positioned between the two of them. Amidst a spread of vibrant meats and fish, the solitary green dish was anything but unobtrusive. Observing Zhou Ping's unwavering gaze upon the vegetables, Zhao Li cleared his throat. We'll share it equally to prevent any waste. Okay. At the dining table, the meat and dishes disappeared at an astonishing pace, while the vegetables were only occasionally offered to one another. Fortunately, they managed to finish everything in the end. After the meal, when Zhou Ping intended to clear the dishes, Zhao Li intervened. There are some items I bought for you on the table in the living room. Go have a look. Just leave the dishes to me. Can you clean them properly? Zhou Ping remained skeptical. I have worked for a year at Sanjiu's local restaurant. What makes you think I can't wash a dish? Just as Zhou Ping seemed poised to protest further, Zhao Li pushed him gently by the shoulder towards the living room. Before I finish washing the dishes, I want you to unpack all these boxes and try on the items inside. I will be asking for your thoughts shortly. Hey! Ignoring the protests behind him, Zhao Li swiftly tidied up the dishes, washing them in a few swift motions before heading to the living room. Upon finding Zhou Ping staring blankly at the boxes without making a move, he inquired with curiosity, "What's the matter?" "This." Zhou Ping pointed at the large gold bracelet inside one of the boxes, his face a picture of disbelief. "Is this for me?" "Of course. Who else would it be for?" Zhao Li sat beside Zhou Ping, took his hand, and helped him put on the bracelet. "I'm not particularly knowledgeable about this, so I just picked one with a substantial weight." It suits your fair skin. I did not make a wrong choice. Is it appropriate for me to wear this out?" Zhou Ping continued to express his incredulity. What could possibly be inappropriate about it? But if you prefer not to wear it out, you can keep it in your room to admire. Whenever you need some money, you can sell it. Sell it? Yes. Otherwise, why do you think I bought gold? It retains its value and can be exchanged for cash when needed. Zhou Ping looked at Zhao Li earnestly, stating, "The gift you gave me, I will not sell." His expression was imbued with such earnestness, reflecting the value he placed on Zhao Li, that it made Zhao Li's ears flush. He cleared his throat to change the subject. Besides the bracelet, there are also a ring and a hairpin. Let me show them to you. For the ring, I chose one engraved with a sword design. I have one as well. Zhao Li raised his right hand to indicate the ring he wore, which bore a sword motif. "Come, let me put it on you for a moment." "All right. It's nice," Zhou Ping replied. "And there is also a hairpin with some texture, though not overly intricate, perfect for a gentleman. Now, let me help you style your hair with it." Zhou Ping turned slightly to face Zhao Li, feeling the gentle pressure from behind, followed by a cautious, "All right." As the hand withdrew, suddenly, he declared, "Let us live together." "We're living together now," came the response. A profound silence ensued. Abruptly, Zhao Li gasped, sitting upright. I will go pack my things and move in with you. Wait for me." The sound of a collision echoed as Zhao Li, in his haste, bumped his head against the doorframe. Zhou Ping blinked, inexplicably sensing a dull ache on his forehead. Simultaneously, he noticed a throbbing pain in his wrist, and upon further inspection, it was indeed no mere illusion. Zhou Ping glanced down at his right wrist, his left fingers delicately pinching together over the bracelet, revealing a surprising amount of skin beneath. After a brief pause, he measured the thickness again, noting it was the width of 2 fingers. Chapter 44. Whom shall we bind? Raising his hand, he felt the weight, a hefty burden that must weigh at least a pound. To have unearthed a gold bracelet of such mass was no small feat during a brief intermission while moving things. Zhao Li noticed him staring vacantly at the bracelet and explained this was crafted from 450-gram circular bracelets. "I placed the order online a day in advance and picked it up today. So it was not a found treasure, but a custom order," Zhou Ping mused silently. The real effort lay not with Zhao Li, but with the diligent staff who melded the pieces together. Why a bracelet, though, with such significant weight? Surely one could fashion a decorative piece instead. Tradition, Zhao Li recounted. In our culture, it is customary for mothers to gift gold bracelets to their sons' beloveds. Originally, my mother possessed a bracelet weighing about 50 grams, but I sold it to pay for her medical bills without her knowledge. Before she passed, she urged me to give the bracelet to my future partner. With newfound wealth, he had intended to repurchase it, yet it had vanished. He contemplated acquiring a similar style, but deemed it unnecessary. However, Having browsed online jewelry stores recently, he began to feel that obtaining such a piece was indeed significant, a blessing from an elder. Although the bracelet was no longer the original, its symbolism remained intact. Zhou Ping removed the bracelet from his wrist and placed it in the box, stretching his wrist. A 600-gram gold bracelet could certainly weigh heavily, causing discomfort. Perhaps I should keep the blessings to myself. Zhao Li noticed his wrist movements and quickly understood. In his focus on the weight, he had overlooked the human capacity to bear it. It's also due to my increasingly formidable physique, he chuckled. I'll visit the jewelry store sometime to have it melted down and resized for your convenience. There's no need, just leave it be, Zhou Ping declined. I prefer wielding a sword. I'm not accustomed to wearing anything on my wrist. He typically refrained from even wearing hair ties, content to use whatever was at hand. With modest expectations, anything that could keep his hair out of the way sufficed. Then you should put it away, Zhao Li suggested nonchalantly, before shifting to an excited expression. I'll continue tidying up. Zhou Ping gazed at the swaying door, pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, and reluctantly began to gather his belongings, bracelet, hairpin. When he reached for the ring, he hesitated, his fingers hovering over it for an extended moment, yet ultimately decided against removing it. A ring was just a ring. What harm was there in wearing it? Xiao Pingge. Zhou Ping looked up towards the source of the voice, only to hear a snap as Zhao Li stood at his doorway, grinning widely while holding a camera. Did you buy that today too? Indeed. Besides this, I picked up many miscellaneous items, which I've organized on the sofa and coffee table for you. The gifts for Sanjiu are placed at the entrance. Remember to take them when you leave tomorrow. Are you not visiting Sanjiu tomorrow? Zhao Li raised the camera to partially obscure his face, a hint of shyness evident. I'm out of money. I must earn some. This reasoning struck Zhou Ping as unexpectedly genuine, prompting a quiet chuckle. How much did you spend this time? Not much at all. It is essentially half of the deposits. The majority is tied up in gold, while little has been spent elsewhere. Oh dear, Xiao Ping. There's no need for you to inquire so much. Hurry and retreat to your room for some rest. It's only 7:30. I'm aware, yes, 7:30. Is there a problem? Zhou Ping is often astounded by Zhao Li's occasional lack of awareness. After all, which decent person retires to bed at such an early hour? Noticing Zhou Ping's reluctance to move, Zhao Li approached and took his arm, leading him towards the room. Zhou Ping observed Zhao Li's grip on his arm, reflecting with exasperation, childish temperament, merely a novelty on their first night sharing a bed. Once the novelty wears off, all will be well. Here, take this and go shower. With one arm clutching the bathrobe Zhao Li handed him, Zhou Ping grasped the bathroom door with the other. Attempting to resist, it's a bit early for shower and sleep. Not too early, but usually. Xiao Ping gazing at Zhao Li's feigned pitiful expression. Zhou Ping sighed in resignation, loosening his grip on the bathroom door and allowing it to be pulled shut from the outside. Hearing the sound of water from within, Zhao Li did not linger, retrieving a piece of clothing from the wardrobe and turning back to the previous room, where another bathroom awaited. Once they both had tidied up, turned off the lights, and settled in a bed, they realized only 20 minutes had passed. Zhou Ping lay on his side, facing away from Zhao Li, sensing the breath of another person beside him. Despite knowing he was safe from harm, sleep eluded him. Zhao Li, unable to quell his excitement, rolled over, uncertain if the other had fallen asleep, and softly called out, Xiao Ping. Upon hearing the response, Zhao Li perked up and casually initiated a conversation. Did Lin Shiyi send you their message? Yes, Zhou Ping replied, sitting up and turning on the bedside lamp. Unplugging his charging phone to hand it to Zhao Li. Zhao Li accepted the phone, opened it, and found the message. Wang Su Immortal, is this recorded within the Watchers? Indeed, Zhou Ping affirmed, although the last recorded appearance was over 2 millennia ago during the Han Dynasty. Its reemergence now raises uncertainty. Zhou Ping felt an underlying concern. Yet he considered that since Jia Lan had come here with Lin Qiyi, Yi Fan must also be aware. He knows, yet he neither intervened nor explained it to him, suggesting that this occurrence is momentarily favorable. Reflecting on the notion of change he had once heard, Zhao Li pondered aloud. Can the immortal Wang Su predict the future? It cannot, Zhou Ping contemplated before adding. I only understand that immortal is merely a characteristic. To acquire more specific information, one must access the Watcher's internal website. However, not everything is visible upon login. The data accessible varies according to the rank of the Watchers. Though he had not officially joined the Watchers, due to Yi Fan, he possesses an account that allows him to view the majority of the information. Upon hearing that they needed to log into the website for further details, Zhao Li replied, knowing this is sufficient. After uttering these words, Zhao Li began to tap on his phone screen, lost in contemplation. If the future remained unpredictable, what, then, did that phrase about variables truly signify? Given the current information, he realized it was virtually impossible to decipher its meaning on his own. The only way to gain clarity was through a singular approach. However, Zhou Li hesitata, casting a glance at Zhou Ping, aware that this method might not align with the moral compass of a virtuous individual. Sensing Zhao Li's gaze, Zhou Ping turned his head, meeting Zhao Li's eyes, and inquired, "What is it?" Upon locking eyes with Zhou Ping's clear and unclouded gaze, Zhao Li could no longer restrain his tongue and blurted out his thoughts. "I want to kidnap someone." Kidnap someone? Had Yi Fan provoked him again? That seemed unlikely, especially since he had just returned from the capital. Zhou Ping's mind raced with various possibilities, all leading to the assumption that Zhao Li intended to abduct Yi Fan. To prevent chaos within the Night Watch, Zhou Ping carefully considered his words and advised, "Isn't kidnapping someone a bit inappropriate? I understand it's not ideal, but without abducting her, the issue cannot be resolved." Seeing Zhao Li's seriousness, Zhou Ping hesitated for a moment. Perhaps it would be acceptable for Zhao Li to go ahead with abducting Yi Fan, as he would be there to oversee the situation, minimizing any potential problems, even if it meant merely wasting some time. "If you truly wish to kidnap Yi Fan, that's fine, but you must exercise caution." "Huh? But the person I want to kidnap isn't Yi Fan." The two shared a moment of mutual bewilderment, and Zhou Ping asked, "Then who do you intend to abduct?" Chapter 45. A half-hearted kidnapping Zhao. Zhao Li's voice was so faint that Zhou Ping, standing close by, could not catch it, prompting him to ask for a repetition. "Who?" "Cough. I mean Zhao." Upon comprehending the name, Zhou Ping responded without a moment's hesitation, "Absolutely not." Yi Fan had engaged in numerous acts against Zhao Li. He was a grown man and could endure being taken captive. However, Zhao was merely a young girl who had committed no wrongdoing. She could not be abducted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li, who was still wavering on the decision to kidnap Zhao, resolutely abandoned the thought and shifted his focus to another potential victim. If Zhao is off the table, what about Lin Xie? Zhou Ping fixed a silent gaze on Zhao Li, and the latter, feeling his confidence wane, eventually asked, "Why do you insist on kidnapping someone?" Zhao Li realized, "I could simply abduct them all." Zhou Ping blinked, utterly bewildered. Was he suggesting that he should take them all? After much back and forth, Zhou Ping grew weary of offering counsel and merely instructed Zhao Li to call him when he was ready to proceed with the kidnapping, at least with his oversight. The situation would not spiral into chaos. Seizing the day, they set off immediately. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Zhou Ping was still grappling with how he had ended up following Zhao Li's lead. Moreover, was it truly wise to enter through the front door to carry out a kidnapping? With this thought, Zhou Ping inquired, "Is it really safe to go in through the front door? Aren't we afraid of getting caught?" Zhao Li pondered the wide-open entrance and silently decided to close it. Unsheathing his enlarged knife, he pulled Zhou Ping along, ascending to the second floor and locating Lin Xie's room, where they crashed through the window. At that moment, Lin Xie had just exited the shower, clad in a bathrobe and drying his hair. Their eyes met, and an overwhelming sense of awkwardness filled the air. Lin Xie stared at his two familiar intruders, utterly bewildered and taken aback. Without further ado, he resolved to report this incident to the authorities. Grabbing his phone, he disregarded the time and the potential disturbance to his elderly caretaker, dialing Master directly. "Xiao Pingge." Seize his phone. Zhou Ping opened his mouth to protest. "Aren't we supposed to use code names instead of real names?" He had forgotten. Oh dear, that didn't matter now. They must seize the phone to prevent Lin Xie from calling for help. With that, Zhao Li dashed forward, and Zhou Ping reluctantly caught up in the chaos, sighed and followed suit. Zhao Li swiped at Lin Xie's phone, sending it soaring into the air. Both he and Lin Chia tracked its flight, only to see a hand gracefully reach out and catch it. Xia Ping Yi. Zhou Ping? Why is it you calling from Lin Chia's number? Looking down at the phone, and then at Lin Chia, Zhou Ping realized it was a video call. His foreboding sense from earlier had come to fruition. With a resigned sigh, he returned the phone to Lin Chia and attempted to leave with Zhao Li. Wait. Gentlemen, may I inquire what brings you here tonight? Zhou Ping succinctly replied, kidnapping. The words escaped so rapidly that Zhao Li had no time to cover his mouth. Lin Chia gazed around in confusion, finally pointing to himself. Are you going to tie me up? He asked. Is there anyone else in this room besides you? Zhao Li retorted. So, you're kidnapping me, and you still want to implement a real name system? Lin Chia cast an odd look at Zhao Li and Zhou Ping. His attire was ordinary. His face was his own, and he didn't even deign to wear a veil. Forgive his astonishment. Such brazen acts of abduction could only be committed by these two before him. We have no ill intentions. We merely wish to take you back and ask a few questions. Zhao Li implied that a real name system was not a significant concern. The teacher on the other end of the phone listened impassively to the entire exchange, feeling that the situation was akin to child's play. Why can't you just ask your questions directly? Why resort to abduction? Upon hearing the teacher's inquiry, Zhou Ping felt as though a fog had lifted from his mind, suddenly becoming alert. Indeed, why not ask directly? He was now responsible for instructing Lin Chia and could, with a degree of politeness, expect him to answer honestly. Thus, why had he consented to Zhao Li's idea of kidnapping and accompanied him? Hey, you two take Lin Chia back to your place. Tonight's events have undoubtedly startled him. I'll discuss with Yi Fan how to make amends. No need, Lin Chia insisted, waving his hands dismissively. I wasn't startled, and I don't require any compensation. He spoke truthfully. To him, the events of the evening were far less surprising than witnessing Jialan emerging from a coffin, merely a splash of water. Compensation, then? Lin Chia said as he caught the object Zhao Li tossed his way. Upon inspection, it appeared to be an unremarkable, transparent sphere. 3 blades of energy. 1 blade should suffice to deal with the Klein realm mystery. As for the human aspect, you can calculate that yourself. As for questions, Zhou Ping and I will come to inquire tomorrow. I hope you will be forthcoming with your answers. Lin Chia couldn't shake the feeling that Zhao Li had deliberately emphasized the word you, as if it represented more than just him. When he regained his senses, the room was already empty. He glanced at the shattered window, sheathed his blade energy, and resolved to treat the night as if nothing had transpired. As for the window, it was merely old and in disrepair. He would have it replaced tomorrow. Upon returning home, Zhao Li lay languidly in Zhou Ping's embrace, lamenting, "It's my fault for not considering things thoroughly, allowing the teacher to discover us. We failed to ask any questions." He blamed himself for his inexperience in abduction, having even forgotten to prepare any sedatives. Zhou Ping gently stroked Zhao Li's head and posed the question that had intrigued him from the start. "What is it that you wish to ask?" Zhao Li hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. Logically, the words of a stranger would bear no weight, especially those resembling prophetic judgments, variables. It seemed almost alarmist. Just because someone claimed he was something, did that make it true? He ought to dismiss it with a laugh. Yet the truth was, he found himself inexplicably concerned about those 2 words. This evening, in pursuit of those 2 words, he even dragged Zhou Ping into the abduction of Lin Chia, an act that can only be described as having reached a state of frenzy. Is it not permissible to speak of it? No. It is not that one does not wish to speak, but rather one is at a loss for words. Xiaoping, if someone were to say that you should never have appeared in the first place, what thoughts would stir within you? Upon hearing this inquiry, a flicker of realization passed through Zhou Ping's eyes. Did Jialan utter something? On the day they returned from the zoo, as they brushed past one another, she mentioned variables. Aside from variables, did she convey anything else? No, only those 2 words. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow. Does the immortal king's ruins possess not only immortality, but also prophetic capabilities? He was certain it did not before, yet now he found himself in a state of uncertainty. Perhaps it would be prudent to request information regarding this ruin from Yi Fan. Chapter 46. The psychiatric hospital. Zhou Ping retrieved his phone, intending to send a message to Yi Fan, when a video call from Yi Fan unexpectedly came through. Hearing the sound, Zhao Li leaned over to glance at Zhou Ping's phone. Upon seeing it was Yi Fan, he furrowed his brows and reached to disconnect the call. Zhou Ping, however, intercepted Zhao Li's hand and tapped to accept the call. As the connection was established, Zhou Ping noticed another phone positioned on the table across from him, prominently displaying the face of Master Chun. "What is this?" Yi Fan rapped the table seriously, signaling Zhou Ping to pay attention. Once Zhou Ping turned his gaze, Yi Fan spoke. "You previously mentioned that you would keep an eye on him. Is this what you meant by watching over him? Your version of watching involves ensuring he is not left alone to cause mischief, providing him with someone to talk to?" After speaking, Yi Fan could not help but slap his forehead, lamenting, "This is it. It's utterly ruined. A perfectly good sword Saint has been led astray." He regretted it deeply. He should never have allowed Zhao Li to go to Shijin. Master Chun stroked his beard, observing the silent Zhou Ping on the screen. To prevent him from overthinking, he interjected, "Think positively. At least he's become a bit more lively. Lively enough to resort to kidnapping? Moreover, this is a struggle session, not a time for optimism. The person I intended to abduct is me. Feel free to blame me. It has nothing to do with Brother Xiao Ping." Zhou Ping pushed Zhao Li out of the camera's view, admitting, "It's my failure to keep an eye on him." Yi Fan, witnessing the two's attempts to deflect responsibility, felt a pang of frustration. Good heavens! If a mistake was to be punished, it should have been Left Qing, not allowing a fine sword saint to be led astray. Left Qing sneezed, rubbing his nose, and dismissed the matter, returning his focus to the documents at hand. Anger surged within Yi Fan as he pointed at the suddenly appearing Zhao Li, exclaiming at Zhou Ping, "His mindset is not one that can be easily justified. What decent person would first resort to kidnapping rather than simply asking a question?" Zhao Li and Zhou Ping's hands, caught in a mutual push, hovered in midair. With a cold expression, he stated, "Commander Yi, to be candid, my thoughts may not be sound, but neither are the skills I possess." "Don't speak nonsense," Zhou Ping chided, tugging at his hand. Afterward, he turned to the video call, speaking earnestly regarding today's incident. "I bear the majority of the responsibility since I did not timely dissuade him when he proposed this course of action. If there are any repercussions, please inform me directly. We will not evade accountability. Compensation has already been offered, and while there shall be no punishment, I hope you will take this as a lesson to avoid a recurrence." Zhou Ping nodded, ending the video call, and turned to the pouting Zhao Li beside him. With a sigh, he remarked, "Do not be upset. Although Yi Fan's words were somewhat harsh, they contained a kernel of truth. We have indeed strayed onto a misguided path from the outset. I am not angry with him. I am frustrated with myself." Zhao Li lamented as he leaned against Zhou Ping's shoulder. "Because of me, your reputation has suffered, and you have endured grievances." Zhou Ping shook his head, assuring him, "I am not aggrieved." In silence, Zhao Li embraced Zhou Ping, and after a long pause, suddenly said, "Perhaps I should ask Yi Fan to arrange for a psychologist for me. I might genuinely have some psychological issues." A thought does not arise without purpose. It awakened Zhao Li, who suddenly recalled that during his high school days, he was not this way. Back then, when confronted with challenges, his first instinct was communication. Now, however, his mind drifts towards abduction. Once he has seized a person, he has no certainty of the answers he seeks, nor what actions will follow. Though he suspects they will not bode well, he harbors no fear of taking lives, having already extinguished so many. Yet he dreads the thought that his actions might tarnish Zhou Ping's reputation, casting him as a nefarious figure in the records of the Night Watchman. This should not be the case. After a year together, Zhao Li knows all too well the purity of Zhou Ping's character. Zhao Li suddenly tightened his grip on Zhou Ping's hand. The endless cycle of violence had transformed him profoundly. When did this change occur? Perhaps it began a year and a half ago, the first time he took a life without feeling a thing. Realizing then that the truth of the world was starkly different from the game he had imagined. He had extinguished a living voice and felt no remorse. This is not what is truly tragic. The real tragedy lies in his newfound awareness of his transformation. "Xiao Ping, I feel a bit cold," Zhao Li remarked. Zhou Ping glanced at the air conditioning, which was set to a comfortable 26 degrees, Yet Zhao Li insisted he was cold. I will raise the temperature a bit. No, I suddenly don't feel cold anymore. Zhou Ping did not perceive Zhao Li's behavior as a torment, but rather placed his hand on Zhao Li's forehead to check for fever. Satisfied there was none, he inquired what was amiss. If one day I became a monster devoid of emotions, solely driven by slaughter, would you still love me, Xiao Ping? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ping replied, there is no such if. But what if? After a prolonged silence, Zhou Ping said, I would kill you, and then take you home. Zhao Li exhaled in relief. As long as you are willing to take me home, that is enough. Why do you ask such a thing? Has something happened? Zhao Li sat up, offering Zhou Ping a radiant smile. It's nothing, it's getting late, let us rest. Zhou Ping regarded him for a long moment before responding. All right. Before sleeping, Zhao Li planted a kiss on Zhou Ping's face, then, with anticipation, looked at him. On our first night sleeping together, we must have a sense of ceremony. I kissed you, so you must kiss me as well. In response, Zhou Ping propped himself up and, under Zhao Li's expectant gaze, cupped his face and pecked his lips gently. Good night. Good night. The following morning, before stepping out, Zhou Ping informed Yi Fan that he needed a psychologist. The response was almost instantaneous. Yi Fan, a psychologist? Who needs one? Zhao Li. Zhou Ping typed slowly, yes. Yi Fan, here's the address. Just go there. They are available 24 hours. Upon receiving the address, Zhou Ping suspected that this psychologist had been prepared for a long time, awaiting his request. Xiao Ping, why haven't you left yet? Yi Fan just sent me the address of a psychologist. I'll take you there first before heading to the warehouse in the western suburbs. We're going now. Please wait for me 2 minutes. I need to change out of my pajamas. All right. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a steady halt in a nearly empty parking lot. The two alighted and gazed silently at the imposing characters spelling out mental hospital before them. Once I step inside, I won't be able to come out, will I? Zhao Li queried with a hint of doubt. Surely not. Really? I'll send a message to Lin Xie, allowing them to roam freely for the day while I accompany you inside. Zhao Li's eyes sparkled as he nodded. After the consultation, shall we head to that amusement park? Following Zhao Li's pointing finger, Zhou Ping looked in that direction, which was indeed the amusement park. Once your consultation is complete, we shall go together. With Zhao Li's delighted affirmation, he eagerly took Zhou Ping's hand and entered the mental hospital. To those in the know, it was clear they were there to see a psychologist. To others, it might have seemed they had wandered into the wrong place altogether. Knock, knock. Dr. Li, who had only just arrived at the hospital, looked up at the sound of the knocking. Upon seeing the visitors, his eyes lit up. After 6 long months, he had finally awaited the arrival of the person he had longed to see. There was a time when he believed he would never return, destined to live out his days in this mental institution. Welcome, take a seat. Zhao Li paused mid-step. That familiar tone, something felt amiss. Chapter 47. Condition A cough escape doctor. Li's lips, signaling his realization of an error. He corrected himself with deliberate intent, inquiring, are the two of you here for an individual consultation or together? An individual consultation, came a reply. The one seeking treatment should complete the questions on this form. Remember, be truthful and do not conceal your genuine feelings. Zhou Ping stepped forward, retrieving several sheets of paper from Dr. Li's hands, along with a pen, and returned to hand them to Zhao Li. Dr. Li gestured toward the nearby table, instructing him to write there. As Zhao Li glanced at the 3 sheets, the dense text struck him, causing a sudden throb at his temples. He found himself contemplating that perhaps embodying a cold, unfeeling machine of destruction was not entirely unfavorable. Zhou Li Baoza Bundaring. Perhaps the persona of a heartless being is not suited to me. I seem more attuned to the chaos of the mortal realm. It took Zhao Li 40 minutes to complete the 3 sheets. Dr. Li scrutinized Zhao Li's responses for 20 minutes, posed several questions, and fabricated an excuse regarding medication to send Zhao Li out. He then turned to Zhou Ping with a grave demeanor. His condition is one that he is not suited to comprehend. What is your relationship with him? Can you make decisions on his behalf? Zhou Ping pressed his lips together. We are boyfriends. I am his boyfriend, and I believe I can represent him in decision-making. Very well, I shall be candid. His condition has progressed to a later stage. It is not a particularly severe mental illness, merely a loss of empathy. It will not impede his daily life, but will influence his approach to tasks to some extent. Zhou Ping's hands, resting at his sides, suddenly clenched tightly. What can be done to treat it? You. Me? Dr. Li nodded somberly. With both of his parents deceased, the pathway to restoring his empathy through familial bonds is irrevocably closed. Fortunately, the affection between you two exists, which we shall define as love. Emotion is the key to his regaining empathy. In other words, you are pivotal in his journey towards reclaiming it. What must I do? Guide him subtly in your daily life, without haste for immediate results. His situation requires patience. Thus, let us plan for you both to return monthly for follow-ups, adjusting treatment based on his progress. The conversation was abruptly interrupted as Zhao Li entered, and Dr. Li composed himself. He tapped the table, noting the prescribed dosage of medication on paper before handing it to Zhou Ping. On this paper, alongside the medication's dosage, was my contact information. Should there be any confusion, feel free to reach out to me at any time with inquiries. Once the two departed, Dr. Li leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling while murmuring softly, "This situation is not quite right, is it?" Zhao Li's current state is one where all his emotional reliance rests on Zhou Ping, showing indifference to the rest of the world. This is not merely a loss of empathy. It is a loss of emotional connection. The concept of complete emotional loss is particularly challenging to define within the realm of psychology, for, to varying degrees, every individual harbors some semblance of emotion, be it affection, aversion, or sorrow. When a person experiences total emotional deprivation, no one can predict their subsequent actions. However, based on his conjecture, Dr. Li deduces that Zhao Li likely succumbed to this affliction around the time he encountered Zhou Ping. How did the two of them come to develop mutual affection? It cannot simply be that Zhao Li fell head over heels in love in the fleeting moment before his illness struck, leaving him to dwell on that singular encounter thereafter. Dr. Li shook his head vigorously. It was implausible, utterly improbable. Such coincidences do not exist in reality. Sitting upright, he tapped his forehead and began drafting a report for his superiors, emphasizing Zhou Ping's significance at the conclusion of the document. Presently, Zhou Ping served as the chain binding the mad dog. As long as that chain remained intact, the mad dog would behave. Should there be any failure in that chain, well, then they would be facing an impending rampage from above. It is well known that a rampage only grows in intensity. Thus, it is imperative to safeguard the chain. Leaving aside Yi Fan's incredulous expression upon receiving the report, let us turn our attention to the two individuals who had exited the psychiatric hospital and entered an amusement park. Upon entering the amusement park, both were awestruck, captivated by the sights and sound around them. "Hey, over there, they are selling ice cream. Shall we go buy a couple to try?" Zhou Ping suggested, pointing in the direction of a quaint, square metal booth adorned with a giant ice cream cone decoration and walls embellished with whimsical doodles. Regardless of the taste, this booth was undoubtedly eye-catching. "All right," Zhou Li smiled broadly, and as they approached the booth, they discovered it indeed housed ice cream. "Hello, what flavors of ice cream would you like? We offer passion fruit, vanilla, taro, strawberry. A total of 8 flavors. How many ice cream scoops can one order at once?" "For per serving. We'll have 2 servings, each with 4 scoops." "Very well, but since a standard serving includes 3 scoops, an additional scoop incurs a charge of 3 yuan. "Understood." After completing the payment via QR code, they received their 8 scoops of ice cream within 2 minutes. Each held a serving, exchanging bites. "Try mine. I'll try yours," they declared, sampling each flavor in turn. "I find a passion fruit delightful. What do you think, Xiaoping? Perhaps the original flavor." "The original." Zhou Li silently noted this, then gestured towards the pirate ship that swayed high above, inquiring, "Shall we ride that?" "No. Is it that the pendulum does not swing high enough? Or is it that humanity's limits have been reached?" "What about the drop tower?" "No." "Bumper cars?" "No." Zhou Li surveyed the surroundings and found only one option remaining. "The Ferris wheel?" "That one is acceptable." "Then it's settled. I shall arrange it immediately," Zhou Li exclaimed confidently, only to be informed that the Ferris wheel would not operate until evening. Returning dejectedly, Zhou Ping leaned closer and grasped his hand, asking, "What happened?" "The Ferris wheel can only be ridden at night." "Then let's wait until next time to sit down." I noticed a teddy bear over there. Shall we go take a look? Yes. After admiring the teddy bear and other plush toys, the two strolled around various attractions in the amusement park before finally departing. Once in the car, Zhao Li retrieved a bottle of water from the compartment and handed it to Zhou Ping. Did you enjoy yourself today? He asked. Indeed. Zhou Ping replied. But it's a pity. Puzzled, Zhou Ping gazed at Zhao Li, unsure of what he lamented. I forgot to bring my camera. If I had, I could have captured photos of our adventures and printed them to display at home. We will come again next time, Zhou Ping reassured him. Suddenly, the phone rang. The caller ID displaying Lin Chia. What does he want to call you for? I have no idea. If it concerns training, he has already sent a message. If it's about last night. The call connected, and Lin Chia's voice came through. Senior, do you still have questions? Chapter 48. The mediocre Dr. Zhao Li glanced inquiringly at Zhou Ping. Shall we ask? Zhou Ping nodded yes. Let's inquire promptly and settle this matter, as there is a lingering question that troubles the mind. We should arrive in approximately 40 minutes. Very well. We shall remain here and await your arrival in the warehouse. 40 minutes later, within the western suburban warehouse, the 7 individuals convened. Before Zhao Li could utter a word, Zhao Lan stood and approached him, suggesting, let us speak privately. Zhao Li turned to Zhou Ping, who tilted his head in confusion, questioning his gaze. Noticing this, Zhao Li reluctantly inquired, may I accompany you? Of course, Zhou Ping replied, puzzled by the necessity of the question. A sense of helplessness washed over Zhao Li as he exhaled deeply. Let's find a place to converse in solitude. Zhao Lan nodded, leading the way, and Zhao Li followed. As they vanished around the corner, Bai Li Fat leaned closer to Zhou Ping, his face brimming with curiosity. Senior, who was pursuing whom back then? Zhou Ping stepped back. I shall step outside to wait. Hey, Senior. As Bai Li Fat attempted to follow, Lin Chi swiftly intervened. Fat, do not pursue them. While the Sword Saint is indeed amiable, one must consider the temperament of his companion. Moreover, it is rather impolite to intrude out of mere curiosity. Separated by a wall, Zhao Li furrowed his brow at the commotion outside, mentally noting Bai Li Fat's inquisitiveness. He then released his spiritual energy, enveloping both himself and Zhao Lan to ensure their forthcoming conversation remained confidential. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, he urged. The first question, what does variable signify? Literally, it means something that ought not to exist, she replied. The second question, can you foresee the future? Zhao Lan shook her head, clarifying that she could not predict the future. She had merely experienced it multiple times. The third question, without my existence as this variable, what would Xiao Ping's future resemble? Zhao Lan remained silent, forming a word with her lips. Zhao Li mimicked her, and upon deciphering the word, he felt no surprise, merely a sense of inevitability. The fourth question, will my existence as a variable alter anything? Zhao Lan gazed intently at him. Recalling the information she had gathered about Lin Qiyi, Zhao Kongcheng was not dead, and Shen Qingzhu had encountered no misfortune during their expedition to Jinan Mountain. Song then had not vanished. All these signs indicated that the trajectory of this world had irrevocably shifted. Yet, when she spoke, she asserted, no, the future is predetermined. If the tragic had already been altered, then let the once happy past be established as such. Regardless of how tumultuous the future may be, at least in this timeline, they had once shared fleeting happiness. The future would not be swayed by her existence, signifying that her presence would not disrupt Zhou Ping's promising future. From the moment she became aware of her role as a variable, the weight on her heart had finally lifted. Feeling elated, Zhao Li smiled. Tossing a sphere into the air, he echoed Jia Lan's words, mirroring Lin Qiyi's sentiments. Afterward, he turned to depart, leaving Jia Lan to ponder the sphere resting in her palm. Xiao Ping. Zhou Ping turned to gaze at Zhao Li, who had just emerged from the warehouse. His eyes, initially drawn to the radiant smile on Zhao Li's face, soon drifted to his swinging arms. Are you finished? Yes. I am glad to know that I won't affect you. Was it merely concern over uncertainties, or was he truly afraid of impacting him? Zhou Ping raised his gaze, locking eyes with Zhao Li for a moment before awkwardly diverting his glance, retreating into the driver's seat and resting his head on the steering wheel, his heart in turmoil. Such intense emotions, as if they were about to engulf him entirely. Could he withstand such fervor? Could he reciprocate with equal ardor? The car door beside him swung open, and after the sound of fabric brushing against itself and the door closing, another person joined him. Suddenly, his hand resting on the steering wheel was poked. Zhou Ping lifted half of his face to look at Zhao Li, who was cheerfully extending a clenched fist towards him. What? Just touch it. Zhou Ping remained still, while Zhao Li did not retract his hand, and they both understood the standoff was merely a formality. Zhou Ping regarded Zhao Li and slowly extended his hand, using his index finger to poke at the clenched fist. The fist opened to reveal two small ice cream figurines, one blue and one pink, each adorned with little faces. The blue one had its eyes downcast, appearing somewhat bashful. Choose one from the blueberry and strawberry-flavored figurines. Zhou Ping poked each one before ultimately taking the pink ice cream with a smiling face. Where did you get these? I asked the shopkeeper for them while you were lost in thought watching the carousel. As he spoke, Zhao Li formed another fist and brought it close to Zhou Ping's mouth. Come on, blow on it. Zhou Ping, perplexed and reluctant to comply, ultimately acquiesced under Zhao Li's expectant gaze. When the fist opened, a small blue horse emerged. Isn't this something only children riding the carousel would have? It was exchanged for 4 ice cream figurines, amusement park currency. Surprisingly effective. Since you were too shy to ride, keeping the toy is perfectly fine, right? Zhou Ping nodded. After retrieving the small horse, Zhao Li urged him to set off. Where to? To my third uncle's place to deliver this, Zhao Li said, shaking the red box in his hand that he had spotted at the entrance. I knew immediately it was something you forgot to deliver yesterday. Indeed, he had forgotten. What's inside? A Pichot bracelet, Zhao Li replied, opening it for Zhou Ping to see. It was small, starkly contrasting with the heavy bracelet that weighed down his wrist. He had gifted a Pichot bracelet, enjoyed a meal, and had also endured a lecture on saving money from the young man. On the way home, Zhao Li lamented his losses, but the radiant smile on his face indicated he was merely speaking out loud. Smile, come on. If I don't, will you be unhappy? Zhou Ping initially ignored him, but Zhao Li, perhaps intoxicated by the few drinks during dinner, kept pestering him about his happiness when he received no response. Casting a glance at Zhao Li, who appeared to be inebriated, Zhou Ping seized the opportunity during the red light to turn and earnestly declare, I am happy. Noticing Zhao Li's dazed stare, Zhou Ping offered a faint smile, reiterating, I am happy. Being with you brings me joy. This simple declaration of happiness rendered Zhao Li obediently seated in the passenger seat for the remainder of the journey, his eyes shimmering with delight as he gazed at Zhou Ping in silence. Though Zhou Ping felt a slight urge to evade that gaze, his spirits remained buoyant. Yet, an instinctive sense of unease lingered, intensifying when they returned home, and Zhao Li excused himself, claiming a headache, retreating to his room to rest. Seated on the sofa, Zhou Ping began to reflect on the events of the day. Departing the morning posed no issues. A visit to the psychiatrist at the mental health facility went smoothly, and they had emerged from the institution with medication. Wait a moment. They had indeed left with medication. Where was it? 10 minutes later, upon viewing a friend request that had swiftly been approved, Zhou Ping commenced typing. However, before he could complete his 5-word message, a lengthy response arrived, as if it were a mere copy and paste. Dr. Li wrote, the medication he received is unnecessary. The effects of a single course are minimal. Taking multiple courses may impair his grasp of reality. When convenient, replace it with vitamins, as the appearance of the pills is quite similar. After dispatching his prepared message, Dr. Li let out a sigh of relief. Had Zhou Ping not added him, he would have resorted to contacting him via the number on the medical records, which would have been rather embarrassing. Fortunately, he had reached out. As for whether this message would cast him as an unskilled physician, he was assured that as a doctor recommended by Yifan, he could not possibly be deemed as such. Zhou Ping, upon reading Dr. Li's message, puffed his cheeks and replied, all right. In truth, the medication had not even made a home, having been discarded in an unknown trash bin during their visit to the amusement park. He had been oblivious to this fact, as Zhao Li had not mentioned it until Zhou Ping inquired, prompting him to reluctantly message Dr. Li to ask what the medication was so he could procure some replacements. The outcome was the receipt of such a message. Well then, there was no need to buy anything. It was time to tidy up and retire for the night. Chapter 49. The red light. Zhao Li lay in bed, eyes closed, silently counting the seconds. Upon reaching 12:56, he felt the space beside him sink, followed by the arrival of another's fragrance. Without opening his eyes, he extended his hand to the side, finding an enticing waist to grasp. He pulled himself closer, burying his face against the other's body, softly murmuring, "I don't want to take the medication." Zhou Ping gently caressed Zhao Li's hair, teasing him. "Will you really recover without the medicine? There's always that talk therapy option. We could choose that instead." "Then I shall heed your advice and opt for talk therapy," Zhao Li replied, lifting his head and opening his eyes. "The medication, after all, is unnecessary, isn't it?" Zhou Ping blinked in surprise, taken aback by Zhao Li's insight. Noticing Zhou Ping's astonishment, Zhao Li beamed with pride. "If abstaining from medication were not an option, you certainly wouldn't allow me to forego it, Zhao Ping. I understand you better than you realize. Now rest. Tomorrow, you will join me for their training," Zhou Ping instructed. Zhao Li, propping his head up in astonishment, queried, "I'm going to." In reality, he wished to inquire, "Am I permitted to go?" Given his current state, he feared he might startle Yi Fan. After all, he was among the elite of the younger generation. A misstep could lead to unfortunate consequences. Zhou Ping gently pressed a finger to Zhao Li's brow. "Do not overthink it. You may go. Now sleep." With that, Zhou Ping leaned down to place a soft kiss on Zhao Li's lips, whispering goodnight. Zhao Li touched the spot where he had been kissed, momentarily taken aback, then turned to press his lips against Zhou Ping's, gently biting down before murmuring, "Good night." The following morning at 8 o'clock, in the western suburban warehouse, two groups stood in opposition. On the left were 6 members of Lin Qia's team, while on the right stood Zhou Ping and one companion. Zhao Li, hands tucked in his pockets, stood behind Zhou Ping, observing the opposing members with a stoic expression. It was only when he noticed two individuals exchanging furtive glances that his demeanor shifted. Clang! As the broadsword embedded itself into the ground. Bai Li and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, swallowing hard, their demeanor turning earnest. Zhou Ping glanced back at Zhao Li, but refrained from commenting on his behavior. Instead, he reached out to reassuringly pat the hand Zhao Li had placed on the sword. Startled at the touch, Zhao Li felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Being publicly acknowledged in this manner was akin to a declaration of ownership. There was no distinction. Noticing Zhao Li's expression soften, Zhou Ping turned his attention back to Lin Qia and the others, announcing their training plan. "Based on the competition from the day before yesterday, I have a clear understanding of your abilities and have tailored a training regimen to suit your needs. I have documented everything. Zhao Li, please fetch it from the car." "The cardboard box in the trunk?" "Yes." After Zhao Li departed, Bai Li rubbed his hands together, raising them in the air. When Zhou Ping looked over, Bai Li pointed to the broadsword on the ground. "Master Jiansheng, what level of restricted item is that sword? It appears rather unremarkable to me." Zhou Ping's brow twitched as he stepped to shield the broadsword, replying nonchalantly, "It is not a restricted item." Oh, so it is just an ordinary knife." Zhou Ping pressed his lips together and remained silent. Lin Xie glanced at the plump Bai Li and then turned his attention to Zhou Ping and the knife lying on the ground. He recalled the scene from the Tsungnan Divine War, the extraordinary acknowledgement between the two deities, and realized that the secrets embedded within this knife were likely profound. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, one must mind their own business to live long. Thus, Lin Xie obediently stood still, said nothing. And after receiving his personal situation summary and training plan, he did not inquire further about his upcoming battle with Jialan, merely expressing a desire to return to his room. "Sword Saint, I wish to return to my room to put away some items." Go ahead." Jialan raised his hand. "What? You too?" Zhou Ping took a moment to grasp the implication of Jialan's words and replied, "Go on." As the two ascended the stairs, they crossed paths. Lin Xie, upon seeing Jialan, remembered his private time with Zhao Li the previous day, so he took out the transparent orb he had kept close and waved it in front of Jialan. "I'm going to put this away." "Who are you?" "Me too." "Me too." Jialan also possessed this item, and Lin Xie, who initially found the 3 streaks of blade energy appealing, suddenly felt they were not as enticing anymore. What? Am I training with Zhao Yuan? Senior, are you serious? Playing tic-tac-toe in Black King mode? You must be joking. I can't do that. Bai Li, who had been lamenting about training with Zhao Yuan, couldn't he help but approach with a mischievous grin upon hearing Zhao Yuan's protest. Zhao Yuan, you really can't? Shen Qingzhu tugged at Bai Li's collar and pulled him aside, avoiding Zhao Yuan's menacing glare, and said with annoyance, behave yourself. If he draws his knife, you'll be jumping around again. And Qingyu, clutching his training plan, flipped through it in disbelief several times, confirming he had misread, his eyes shining with excitement. Senior, does the higher-ups know about this plan? Zhou Ping shook his head. No, it's a plan I devised myself without consulting you, Fan. But you needn't worry about the dissection materials. I will find a way to procure them for you. Thank you, Senior. After expressing his gratitude, and Qingyu turned to leave, knowing time was of the essence. He needed to prepare his laboratory. Finishing a minute earlier would mean starting his journey to strength sooner. And Qingyu's departure sparked Bai Li and Zhao Yuan to cease their playful scuffle, shake hands, and commence their training together, observing the two settling into place. Shen Qingzhu quickly moved aside to keep watch. Should the Black King erupt, he would need to utilize his forbidden domain to suppress it. During this time, he had to restrain two impulses, one to ignite and the other to snap his fingers. Once everyone was in position, Zhao Li took a couple of steps forward and stood beside Zhou Ping, just as he was about to speak when an uproarious laughter echoed from outside. What is that? The Black King, upon drawing its blade, would lose all reason and engage in indiscriminate attacks. Zhao Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this forbidden domain, and pulled Zhou Ping to the door to take a look, witnessing Zhao Yuan's transformed state. While the effects are off the charts. Hey, hey, hey. Ha ha, kill. As the conversation unfolded, a figure enveloped in dark mist suddenly pivoted and charged towards the two. Zhao Li deftly caught the flying broadsword that came from behind, using it to parry the strike from Zhao Yuan. Observing the ominous aura emanating from Zhao Yuan, a glint of crimson light flickered in Zhao Li's eyes. Kill. This is intriguing. Sensing the unusual tone in Zhao Li's words and recalling the doctor's remarks from the previous day, Zhou Ping swiftly kicked Zhao Yuan aside and pulled Zhao Li back several steps into the warehouse. They blocked his path. Bai Li and Shen Qingzhu exchanged glances, then advanced in unison. One unleashed a torrent of forbidden fire, while the other recklessly hurled forbidden items, effectively ensnaring Zhao Yuan in place. Seniors, what is this? Zhou Ping firmly grasped Zhao Li's arm, pressing him into a corner. Hearing voices behind him, he turned to see Lin Xie and Jialan, nodding in acknowledgement. It's nothing. You two continue with your training. Chapter 50. Aftermath. What on earth? Lao Chao, what has happened to you? I swear I did not employ any lethal contraband. Do not even think of extorting me. Zhao Yuan, with a bewildered expression, gestured to the portly Bai Li to assist him in rising. Shen Qingzhu, observing Bai Li's preoccupation with his own exclamations and his utter disregard for the hand extended towards him, grimaced slightly and, with a swift motion, grasped Zhao Yuan's hand midair, pulling him up with considerable force. Are you all right? Zhao Yuan, with a resigned smile, replied, Not quite. Your Black King state. Zhao Yuan glanced around the room, recalling a fleeting sensation of terror that had overwhelmed him moments prior. Huh? Zhou Ping, distracted by the commotion outside, ensured there was no imminent threat before turning his attention to Zhao Li, who stood obediently against the wall with a glint of red in his eyes. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Zhao Li, do you still recognize me? Zhao Li blinked and nodded. Little Ping, I assure you, my mind is intact. Please release me. Zhou Ping looked down at Zhao Li's tightly clenched fist around the weapon. Put down the knife. I cannot. Why not? There are enemies outside. There are none. They are merely students, not foes. Not foes? Zhao Li tilted his head, perplexed. Then why the murderous intent? Practice sparring. Is that so? Indeed, Zhou Ping affirmed, attempting to cautiously retrieve the weapon from Zhao Li's grip. He did not genuinely expect success. Rather, he aimed to gauge Zhao Li's current state of rationality. Oh, he managed to seize it effortlessly. Noticing Zhou Ping's focus on the blade, Zhao Li, feeling slighted, cupped Zhou Ping's face with both hands and insisted. Do not look at that. Look at me. Was there a hint of jealousy in his tone? Zhou Ping stifled a laugh, amused at the notion of his own weapon inciting jealousy. Suddenly, a resounding crash erupted from outside, prompting Zhou Ping to instinctively turn toward the sound. A gust of wind swept past him, and he silently cursed his ill fortune. He swiftly pivoted and made his way outside, wrenching open the warehouse door to reveal Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan huddled behind the portly Bai Li. While not far off, 3 waves of energy surged violently. In the seconds he spent assessing the situation, several explosions echoed from within. With a swift motion, Zhou Ping caught Lin Xie, who had been propelled outward, and handed him to the others nearby, leaving a protective barrier of sword energy for the 4 of them against the energy waves. He charged headlong into the epicenter of the turmoil, not looking back. The 4 watched anxiously from a distance, concern etched on their faces for those inside. Upon entering, Zhou Ping found Zhao Li relentlessly assaulting Zhao Lan. Fortunately, with Zhao Li without his weapon, even amidst his furious onslaught, Zhao Lan's immortal king's ruin was sufficient to withstand the attack without sustaining injury, indicating that Lin Xie had likely been sent out by her. Upon closer inspection of Zhao Li, he appeared to be the aggressor, yet bore no wounds. Relieved to confirm both were unharmed, Zhou Ping exhaled deeply, soaring over to send Zhao Lan away with a blast of sword energy before seizing Zhao Li's hand, commanding, "Calm down, Zhao Li." Zhao Li blinked, shaking his head vigorously. "Little Ping?" "Yes, I am here." Zhao Li, with a flush in his eyes, called out, "Little Ping, I am here." Zhao Li exhaled deeply, realizing that his current state was somewhat amiss. He raised his hand to embrace Zhou Ping, nuzzling against his neck, and implored, "Take me home. You promised you would." "Very well, I shall take you home," Zhou Ping replied, steadying Zhao Li by the arm to help him stand properly before guiding him gently to the ground. He nodded at Lin Xie, who had arrived with a rather grim expression, and said, "Training proceeds as usual. I will take my leave now." Lin Xie opened his mouth, intending to say something, but upon noticing Zhao Li's iron grip on Zhou Ping's arm and the fierce glare directed at him, he swallowed his words. Silently, he stepped aside, watching as the 2 departed. Upon returning home, Zhao Li appeared as though all vitality had been drained from him, looking listless and devoid of strength. Zhou Ping assisted him to the sofa, retrieved his phone, and found Dr. Li, briefly recounting the day's events. He then set the phone aside, awaiting a response. However, rather than a message from Dr. Li, he received a call from Yifan. Zhou Ping picked up the phone, intending to step onto the balcony to avoid agitating Zhao Li, who was at odds with Yifan. Just as he took a couple of steps, a hand grasped his wrist, followed by an arm wrapping around his waist. Sighing, Zhou Ping said, "It's Yifan on the line." "It's fine. Take the call here. With you by my side, I will not lose control," Zhao Li insisted. Yielding to Zhao Li's insistence, Zhou Ping returned to the sofa and answered the call. "Zhou Ping, tell me the truth. Has Zhao Li crossed that line?" "Which line?" Zhou Ping, taken aback by Yifan's urgent tone, suddenly understood the implication. "He hasn't crossed it." "When?" Both voices echoed in unison. Unlike Zhou Ping's astonishment, Yifan's tone was laced with understanding. "After the battle in Songnan, when Poseidon and Indra were slain. You haven't attained enlightenment?" Zhou Ping was at a loss for words in response to Yifan's question. Zhao Li had only found his path after returning from Songnan. Prior to that, he had no enlightenment to speak of. As Yifan awaited an answer, Zhao Li showed no inclination to engage. Observing this, Yifan fell silent for a moment before decisively calling for assistance. "Zhou Ping, please help. When you became a deity, did you experience discomfort or a sense of bodily dissolution?" "No." "Then how did you realize you had become a deity?" "I noticed it through the system notification, but I cannot disclose that." "I felt it." "That's impossible. It cannot be." Yifan raised his hand to hang up the call. "Wait, I will ask someone and call you back." The brief pause lasted only 2 minutes. Zhou Ping gently pushed Zhao Li, who was nuzzling against his neck, away and adjusted his clothing. He glanced at his phone. It was a call, not a video, and he confidently accepted it. "After you became a deity, did you bear the weight of the laws?" Zhou Ping looked at Zhao Li, who shook his head, indicating no. Indeed, he, as a deity, is imperfect. It is precisely this imperfection that results in the affliction of emotional detachment. In such circumstances, Zhao Li silently mused. Nonsense. His divinity is quite complete and successful, which is precisely why he lacks such afflictions. Emotional loss? Zhou Ping inquired, confused. Isn't it said that it is the disappearance of empathy? Ahem. That is of little consequence. What truly matters is the urgency of discovering his own laws, for otherwise, he would be in peril. By the end of his statement, Yifan's tone had taken on a somber note. Regardless of whether Zhao Li had enlisted the Night Watchman, a new god, born of humanity, stands as a living benchmark in the eyes of the mysterious Night Watchers, both in sentiment and reason. He fervently hoped that Zhao Li would not fall so easily. Of course, it was far more likely that he would descend into madness. The previous hypothesis reported by Dr. Li regarding a human pinnacle spiraling out of control was enough to instill despair in Yifan. Now, envisioning a god in such a state sent a shiver down his spine, compelling him to reject that horrific imagery. Zhao Li yawned languidly, asserting, "I believe I do not require laws." Zhao Li. At that, Zhao Li shivered, straightening his posture. "Truly, I do not require laws. My cultivation method is somewhat unique. I wish to ascend by simply killing, and killing. It is not akin to what normal individuals experience. Having become a deity, my approach is understandably distinctive. I pose but one question. In the end, will you still remain yourself?" Zhou Ping asked gravely. Zhao Li fell silent, uncertain. Although the system had yet to show any harmful intent, the path it had presented him was undoubtedly troubling. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan interjected, "I too have but one question. Can you guarantee that you will not eventually turn your blade upon those closest to you?" Upon finishing, Yifan silently applauded himself. It mattered not if he was indifferent to the world at large, for there was one individual beside him whom he truly cared for. Chapter 51. A step further will happen? Zhao Li asked himself, certain that it would not. Yet, an inkling of uncertainty lingered. The rational part of him would surely refrain, but what of the irrational side? He was unsure. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Li covered his face with his hand and murmured, let me think. Then, he feigned silence while his mind raced with questions directed at the Q system. System. Do not hide. Come forth and resolve this dilemma. Will I lose my sanity in the end? If I continue this path of killing, will I ultimately become a madman who knows nothing but slaughter? No. The voice resonated clearly in his mind. Upon hearing the system's assurance, Zhao Li exhaled in relief and inquired about his current predicament. What is happening to me now? I warn you, if you do not explain this properly, I might as well pack my bags for a mental asylum. Transition? How long is this phase? 4 or 5 months would be acceptable, but if it stretches to 3 or 5 years, will I not end up in an asylum regardless? God, no asylum. So, if one is mentally unstable, they don't go to an asylum, but to a nursing home? Hurry up and provide a definitive timeline. Others are waiting for me to come to terms with this. Godly Supreme. Upon receiving a clear answer, Zhao Li opened his eyes, lowered his hands from his face, and, shedding his previous despondency, spoke earnestly. I assure you, in the end, I will not wield the knife against those around me. Truly, Xiao Ping, you must believe me. Zhou Ping, this is not the time for your romantic musings. We are discussing serious matters. Beep. Yifan stared at the disconnected call, cursed under his breath, and tossed his phone onto the table. As he reached for a cigarette, he remembered the office's no-smoking policy. Grinding his teeth, he took several puffs of the tobacco before rising to leave. Zhou Ping touched Zhao Li's face. I believe you. Similarly, he trusted the sword in his hand. If Zhao Li were ever to become a madman fixated on killing, he would exert every ounce of strength to slay him with his blade and fulfill his promise to bring him home. If not, then death would merely be the outcome. And he feared it not. In that moment of eye contact, Zhao Li glimpsed a fragment of Zhou Ping's thoughts. He lowered himself, resting his head on Zhou Ping's lap, content to close his eyes. Whether trust was genuine or merely perfunctory mattered little. The mere pretense brought him joy, as long as Zhou Ping would ultimately take him home. Before his mother's revival, Zhou Ping had become his last connection in this world. Zhou Ping gazed down at the fluffy head on his lap, contemplating whether to raise his hand. Ultimately, he let it rest gently on Zhao Li's head, caressing him softly. "You are not alone." Zhao Li lifted his head, smiling at Zhou Ping. "Of course, I'm not alone. I have Xiao Ping." After pausing for a moment to observe Zhou Ping's expression, he added, "And Uncle San." Zhou Ping was amused by his reluctant demeanor, poking his face playfully and chuckling. "If Uncle San sees you like this, he will surely become irritable with you again. Here, it is just the two of us. Uncle San will remain oblivious, unless you, Xiao Ping, decide to betray our secret. Yet, would you truly betray me, risking Uncle San's displeasure?" Zhou Ping averted his gaze from Zhao Li's eyes, lifting his head to rest on the sofa before standing up. "It's late. We should rest," he remarked. "But it's only 8 o'clock, Zhao Li retorted. "Weren't you asleep by 7:30 as well?" Confronted by Zhou Ping's counter, Zhao Li fell silent. The 7:30 slumber was not their first shared bed. He felt a surge of excitement, eager to embrace the experience of sleeping together. After a brief pause without a response, Zhou Ping discerned that Zhao Li had run out of words. With his back to Zhao Li, a subtle smile graced Zhou Ping's lips as he stepped towards the room, silently counting down 3, 2, 1. The sudden impact caused Zhou Ping to stumble slightly, despite having prepared for it, revealing that Zhao Li had indeed launched himself without restraint. Zhou Ping raised a hand to pat the arms wrapped around his neck, tilting his head to speak, their breaths mingling, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable as he turned slightly away. "Release me. We must walk properly." Zhao Li shook his head in playful defiance, insisting, "No, I want you to carry me back to the room." "Xiao Ping, you are rather heavy," Zhou Ping replied. Zhao Li released his grip and squatted before Zhou Ping, declaring, "Then I shall carry you back." Zhou Ping gazed silently at the door, just 3 meters away. Was there truly a necessity for carrying? "Hey, let us go," Zhao Li cheerfully urged. "Xiao Ping, you should be holding onto my neck to prevent a fall." Zhou Ping found such behavior rather childish, but he pressed his lips together and, adhering to Zhao Li's suggestion, wrapped his arms around his neck. 2 seconds later, recalling the scene at the amusement park, he hesitated before leaning his head against Zhao Li's shoulder. Feeling the movement behind him, Zhao Li's breath momentarily halted. When it resumed, it was softer, as if he feared disturbing something delicate, until Zhou Ping broke the silence with, "Aren't we leaving?" Only then did Zhao Li realize he had been preoccupied with the sensation of Zhou Ping's breath, completely forgetting that he was supposed to carry him back. Clearing his throat, Zhao Li said, "Let us go." The few meters to their room were merely a few strides for someone as tall as Zhao Li. Upon returning, he squatted down with his back to the bed, gently placing Zhou Ping onto the mattress. He then turned, kneeling and gazing up at Zhou Ping in silence. Under Zhao Li's watchful eyes, Zhou Ping raised a hand to touch his face, akin to a small puppy. Hearing Zhou Ping's soft murmurs, Zhao Li took his hand and rubbed it against his face, craving more intimacy, even imitating a dog's bark with surprising clarity, startling Zhou Ping. "Why are you?" Zhou Ping questioned, taken aback. "It's settled. I am your little dog. As your master, you must never abandon me, just as I shall never forsake you." Understanding Zhao Li's expectant gaze, Zhou Ping realized what he yearned for, yet he remained uncertain if he could fulfill that desire. Zhou Ping closed his eyes, reminiscing about the emotions he felt when his third uncle brought him home. At this moment, what must Zhao Li, resembling a small puppy waiting for adoption, be feeling? Zhou Ping opened his eyes, gazing into the flickering anticipation within Zhao Li's eyes. He cradled Zhao Li's face in his hands, leaned down, and pressed his lips against Zhao Li's. Their lips met in a profound kiss, their first shared embrace. After the kiss, Zhou Ping breathed heavily and earnestly declared, "It's a promise." Upon hearing this, Zhao Li's already bright eyes sparkled even more, fixating on Zhou Ping with an intensity that sent a shiver of danger through him. Initially, he could not discern the source of this unsettling feeling until Zhao Li, crouching before him, suddenly pounced onto the bed. It was then that Zhou Ping realized the origin of the peril. With Zhao Li's head nuzzling recklessly at his collarbone, Zhou Ping exhaled softly, tilting his head in acquiescence, granting more space for Zhao Li's exuberance. As he swayed, Zhou Ping found himself entranced by the overhead light while his hand continued to tenderly caress Zhao Li's hair. Zhao Li might appear fierce, yet the reins of control were undoubtedly in his hands. What had led to this moment? Indulgence or something else entirely? Chapter 52, Departure Indulgence. Zhou Ping stood before the mirror, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the crimson marks adorning his neck. So many so dense that even high-neck clothing could not conceal them entirely. Zhao Li entered from outside, affectionately wrapping his arms around Zhou Ping's waist and resting his head on his shoulder. Calling out, "Xiao Ping Gu," through the mirror, Zhou Ping observed Zhao Li, who effortlessly added another mark to the vacant spaces on his neck. As the saying goes, there comes a time when one can no longer endure. Zhou Ping closed his eyes, allowing the pent-up anger to ferment, before turning to lightly tap Zhao Li's forehead. How am I supposed to go out like this? How can I teach them? Take a couple of days off? Zhao Li suggested cautiously, covering his forehead. Zhou Ping crossed his arms, silently scrutinizing Zhao Li. Shall I teach them for you? Recalling the teaching mishap from yesterday, Zhou Ping sighed in resignation. Fine. Help me find a high-necked shirt. All right. Zhao Li readily agreed, turning to exit. Also, no more leaving marks in conspicuous places. Zhao Li paused mid-step, raising his hand to cover his ears, pretending he had heard nothing, quickening his pace significantly. Ignorance is bliss. As long as he could deceive himself, he could continue to act as he pleased next time. Observing Zhao Li's comical pretense, a smile gradually crept into Zhou Ping's eyes. Perhaps this was acceptable after all. After changing into a new outfit, Zhou Ping approached the dining table, regarding the breakfast laid before him with a raised eyebrow. He said nothing, simply sitting down to eat in silence. After the meal, as Zhou Ping was about to leave, he cast a doubtful glance at Zhao Li, who seemed determined to stay at home. Today, he would not be following? Zhao Li cleared his throat, aware that his behavior was somewhat amiss. But in order to avoid becoming a madman and hurting his beloved, he resolved to diligently level up today. If possible, he would relish the thought of being by Zhou Ping's side for 24 hours without weariness. As for the matter of leveling up, it wasn't that he didn't wish to be transparent. Rather, he feared worrying Zhou Ping. He understood that his current state was unrelated to the path of slaughter he had taken, yet Zhou Ping remained oblivious. If he were to confess that he intended to embark on a rampage, Zhou Ping would surely think he had lost his mind yesterday. Today I want to go. I fear that I might lose control during their training and hurt them, which would be unfortunate. What do you plan to do then? I'll just... Zhao Li scratched his head, his gaze flickering, research some recipes at home, waiting for your return. Perhaps I might also lend a hand to Sanjiao. Haha. Zhao Li raised his hand to cover his face. Please don't look at me like that. If you do, I might end up revealing everything. Zhou Ping gently removed Zhao Li's hand from his face, gazing earnestly into his eyes. I want to pry into your plans, but at the very least, let me know where you will be. I'll only be wandering around Shijin, not venturing far. Be careful. I do not wish for you to get hurt. Yes, I will. With a soft click, Zhao Li watched Zhou Ping exit, the door closing firmly behind him. After standing still for a brief moment, he turned to tidy up the kitchen utensils and meticulously clean the house before stepping outside. His motorcycle awaited him just downstairs, ready for a swift ride. Zhao Li mounted the bike and summoned the system to check the monsters for the day, perhaps sensing his eagerness to level up. Today's monsters exceeded those of previous days, amounting to a total of 8. Yet, upon inspecting the details, Zhao Li sighed. None were particularly formidable, and they were scattered about. Even if he vanquished them all, the progress bar for his upgrade might not even budge a fraction. The 8 monsters were dispersed across 5 locations, with 3 congregating in one area. At each site, Zhao Li sent Zhou Ping a location pin, and by the time he sent the last one, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. Balancing on his bike, he didn't dismount, but drew his knife and slashed towards the shadows, a monstrous cry echoing forth, accompanied by the distinct stench of mysterious blood wafting through the air. At that moment, his tasks for the day were thoroughly accomplished. He tucked away his foot, started the motorcycle, and returned home, where he indulged in a refreshing shower before diving into culinary research. However, as he immersed himself in the recipes, his thoughts began to wander. The mouth-watering images of delectable dishes on the pages suddenly morphed into the undulating form of Poseidon. Reflecting on the experience gained from his divine encounters, Zhao Li snapped the cookbook shut with determination. 2 gods had elevated him from the intermediate to the divine level. What if he were to encounter 20 or 30 gods? Would that propel him even further? Yes, he affirmed to himself. That night, after dinner, the two settled in front of the television to catch up on a long-awaited series. Noticing Zhou Ping glance over for the 5th time, he switched off the TV, catching Zhao Li in the act of his 6th glance. "Do you have something to say?" Zhou Ping inquired. "Yes, I wish to explore the mists. No, more precisely, I wish to slay gods." "Why?" Zhou Ping pressed, seeking a rationale that would justify accompanying Zhao Li in this endeavor. "I must grow stronger. Only then can I maintain control over my own sanity." Zhou Ping observed their faint reflections in the dark screen, contemplating silently before finally responding. "In 2 months. I will accompany you." Zhao Li opened his mouth, his mind racing with confusion. Did that mean what he thought it meant? What about his uncle? Was he to be forgotten? "Take care of your matters first, and then return to be with your uncle. It won't take long," Zhou Ping reassured him. Though he claimed it wouldn't be long, both were aware of the reality. Zhao Li, accustomed to placing his uncle's needs above his own, was taken aback by Zhou Ping's words. Tears welled in his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Ping as though trying to bore a hole through him. Zhou Ping averted his gaze, still unaccustomed to direct eye contact. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the day of departure, Zhou Ping said nothing, silently ordering a feast from his uncle's rustic restaurant as a parting gesture. "Senior, when shall we set out to challenge the other teams?" "It is not us, but you." Zhou Ping cast his gaze upon the table before him, pondering what Zhao Li might be engaged in at this moment. "I have matters to attend to," he remarked. "Yi Fan will find another to escort you. That individual, as fate would have it, should be arriving shortly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear," he quipped. "From this point onward, I shall be your guide. Are you pleased?" The group turned to see Yuan Gang entering through the door, and in unison they exclaimed, "Old Yuan? What do you mean by old Yuan? Show some respect and call me." While they engaged in their nostalgic banter, Zhou Ping, feeling somewhat inconspicuous, quietly exited. He had not driven himself today. Zhao Li had brought him on his motorcycle. As for Zhao Li, Zhou Ping strolled a few steps towards the side of the warehouse and spotted him idly kicking at the dirt clods by the wall. "Zhao Li, we are leaving." Zhao Li looked up in surprise. "Leaving now? Aren't you going to bid them farewell?" "We shall meet again," Zhou Ping replied nonchalantly. "There is no need for an overly sentimental farewell. Such occasions do not suit me. Let's go." "Where to?" Zhao Li asked, bewildered. With a sigh, Zhou Ping realized he had been sighing rather frequently of late. "We are heading to a distant place. I must inform my uncle." "Shall I come back and tell him?" Zhao Li asked. Zhou Ping regarded him with an expression that conveyed, "Is there any other option?" Did Zhao Li expect him to concoct an elaborate tale to appease his uncle? "Very well. We shall say that all is tranquil, and we, feeling rather bored in Shijin, wish to explore other locales. We have many destinations in mind and may not return for 2 months. During our absence, could we trouble Yi Fan to capture photographs of us in various places, perhaps alongside local specialties, and send them to my uncle? What do you think?" Chapter 53. 1. No. 2. Zhao Li had considered every aspect of the situation, leaving Zhou Ping with nothing to add but a series of nods in agreement. Suddenly, a sharp ring of a phone broke the moment, prompting both to glance at Zhou Ping's pocket. Who could it be? It was Yi Fan. Upon answering, Zhou Ping was met with rapid breaths on the other end. Yi Fan exhaled, glanced at the screen, and said quickly, "To be brief, I've just received news. Over the past 2 months, Zhao Li has dismantled several strongholds of the ancient god church, and now they are cornered and desperate. They have set up an altar in Lin Tang, intending to summon an outer god to wreak havoc. A specialized team is already en route, and I will be joining them, but I fear their strength may be insufficient. If possible, you and Zhao Li should hurry to provide support." "All right, we shall leave at once," Zhou Ping replied. Zhao Li unleashed his blade, stepping onto it as it soared into the air, extending a hand to Zhou Ping, who used it to leap onto the knife, elevating himself a meter off the ground. Once Zhou Ping was steady, the blade darted forward. In just 3 minutes, they covered a journey that would typically take half an hour. The knife hovered outside their window, and Zhao Li raised his hand to shatter the glass, guiding Zhou Ping inside, while simultaneously retrieving his phone and signaling Zhou Ping to fetch his sword. "Hello, third uncle, Little Ping and I are preparing to go." "Yes, that's right, we're not going anymore." It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and time is pressing. "We are headed to the airport now." As Zhao Li spoke, he leaped from a window, landing neatly on the sword Zhou Ping had summoned, indicating for him to retract the knife and switch to his own sword. "All right, I will message you once we land. I will send you photos and local specialties when we arrive." "Yes, understood." After hanging up, Zhao Li moved slightly forward, wrapping his arms around Zhou Ping's waist, having reassured third uncle that he would not worry. "Thank you," Zhou Ping murmured. "No need for thanks. We are family." Indeed, the sword sliced through the sky with great speed, propelling the two toward their destination. However, despite their haste, it would still take several hours to reach Lintang. The dragon elephant sword hovered above the city, and both gazed down at the seemingly ordinary landscape, a wave of astonishment washing over them. "Is there truly an altar here?" Zhou Ping shook his head, uncertain. Lintang was vast, unless the altar revealed itself. The two of them could not hope to search the entire city. "Sword Saint." Zhou Ping turned towards the voice, spotting a figure 50 meters below on a high-rise, waving energetically. Beside this person were several others, yet they remained still, their attention fixated on the ground beneath them, as if something of great value lay below. A sudden tightening at his waist drew Zhou Ping's focus, and he heard Zhao Li's voice, laced with jealousy, "Don't look at them." With a resigned glance at Zhao Li, Zhou Ping replied, "I was merely trying to identify which specialized team they belong to." "Have you discerned it?" From their attire, they appeared to be the Faceless. Zhao Li, uninterested in their identity, was only concerned about one thing. Do they know where the altar is? Unlikely. If they were aware, the information they would report would undoubtedly reach Yifan. Upon hearing their ignorance, Zhao Li seized Zhou Ping and soared into the distance, ostensibly to search for the altar in Lintang, hastily seeking a resolution. Yet, the truth was evident to both. "Captain, the sword saint has been taken away by an unknown man. Did you see that?" "Huh, is this reasonable? This cannot be right." Witnessing the disheartened expression of Yu Gue, Wang helplessly raised his hand to cover his face, unable to bear the sight. "I understand, Captain." Tian Ping approached Yu Gue, firmly grasping the collar of his garment and dragging him back to the group. Releasing his grip, he patted Yu Gue's shoulder and added, "Now, please behave." MMM. "Hey, what did you do? Why can't he speak?" He applied a bit of weight to the man's mouth. Gravity manipulation. This ability sounded rather intriguing. Zhou Ping shifted aside. Their proximity made Zhao Li's warm breath tickle his ear. "Xiao Pinggu, are you avoiding me? I'm feeling quite sad, truly." Zhou Ping turned calmly to regard the openly lamenting Zhao Li, noting the absence of any sorrowful expression on his face. Reflecting on his emotional detachment, he sighed inwardly. He reached out to caress Zhao Li's face in a gesture of comfort. "Good boy." Zhao Li rubbed against the hand on his face, remaining silent, yet no longer causing a ruckus. As for why they were covertly observing the masked team, the reason was simple. Shortly after taking flight, they realized they were utterly clueless about how to search, as a mere mental scan could not effectively locate the altar. Clever Zhao Li naturally recalled a tactic from their school days, copying homework. With the masked team present, they could follow them to find the altar, ensuring a successful endeavor in their quest. Zhao Li yawned as he watched the figures on the opposite rooftop. When would they take action? Were they not finished yet? Zhou Ping tugged at Zhao Li's arm, urging him to follow the now moving masked team. The group meandered through the city, and the leader of the masked team began to sense something amiss. Zhou Ping, trailing behind, felt an increasing sense of unease. Despite his mental energy being constantly projected outward, he detected nothing unusual. He could not help but wonder, did Lintang truly harbor an altar? Was it possible that Yifan had received erroneous information? Or could it be that the altar was not in Lintang at all? As the latter thought struck him, Zhou Ping's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Li, let me behind them. I need to call Yi Fan to confirm. All right. In an instant, they exchanged positions, with Zhao Li moving from the back to the front, casually trailing 100 meters behind the massed team, all the while eavesdropping on the conversation between Zhou Ping and Yi Fan. Yi Fan, are you certain the altar is in Lintang? The news emanating from the ancient god church was alarming. Yi Fan gazed at the notification that popped up on his phone, his hand trembling slightly, his throat parched. No, it was not Lintang. It was the nearest city to the mist border. Yet, yes, it was Lintang. Zhou Ping lifted his gaze to the ominous black pillar of light not far away, and the sky that had suddenly darkened. In a solemn tone, he remarked, "The altar here has been successfully activated. The outer god is coming." Thus, from the very beginning, it was not merely one altar, but rather two. Zhao Li observed the reflection of the city in the sky, feeling a chilling aura enveloping him. Furrowing his brow, he tightened his grip on Zhou Ping's hand, channeling his divine power through their clasped hands. Zhou Ping glanced at Zhao Li, then at the still-connected phone call, and quickly urged, "Do not come to Lintang. Head directly there instead. We have sufficient strength here. Once we deal with the outer god, we will proceed to assist you." After all, their original destination was indeed the mist, so it could be considered a convenient detour. Chapter 54. The Slaying of Gods. Be cautious, you two, Zhou Ping warned, hanging up the phone. His peripheral vision caught sight of the masked squad approaching, causing his hand to falter as he pocketed his phone. Should he greet them? Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, disrupting Zhou Ping's thoughts. Everyone looked up to behold an altar emerging in the sky, a black pillar of light connecting the two realms, reflecting the ground and the heavens like a mirror. Zhao Li squinted, and in the dim light, he discerned a man resembling a specter materializing within the pillar. No, it was not merely a semblance. A man indeed emerged from the light. Observing the hollowed eye sockets and the bloodless, cracked black skin, Zhao Li fell silent. Surely, one would require at least 20 pounds less of vitality to achieve such a ghastly visage. However, one must admit, the golden crooked staff he wielded was rather striking. If it were pure gold, he vowed to safeguard it earnestly, perhaps even melting it down to sell when the occasion arose. In an instant, a divine aura enveloped them. Although aware that this divine presence posed no threat to Zhou Ping, Zhao Li furrowed his brow and positioned himself protectively in front of him. A confrontation was imminent, and it was best to alleviate any discomfort before the clash began. The great underworld, Zhao Li interrupted, striking at the deity who insisted on announcing his title, sending him hurtling toward Zhou Ping's direction. As Osiris was propelled backward, Zhou Ping readied himself, unleashing a swing of his sword that sent a chilling wave of sword energy back at Osiris. Exhaling deeply, Zhao Li steadied his blade before him, his eyes alight with the thrill of impending violence. This was fortuitous. Clang! The sound of weapons meeting reverberated, the unmistakable noise of iron colliding. Zhao Li observed Osiris shielded by the crooked staff, his brows knitting in displeasure. Iron? The tone of disdain in his voice ignited a surge of anger within the now recalled Osiris. "Humans, you have successfully enraged me," Zhao Li scoffed, suddenly addressing Zhou Ping. "Little Ping, isn't your uncle's shop still missing an air conditioner? What do you think of this one?" Hearing Zhao Li's mockery of Osiris, Zhou Ping's eyes sparkled with amusement as he succinctly replied, "Sure. Did you hear that?" "Sure," Zhao Li exclaimed, as dark energy materialized in Osiris's grasp to block the descending blade. His eyes widened in shock. "You are not human. Zhou Li, indignan, brutasta. How can you strip me of my humanity?" Thus, he continued to strike with increasing ferocity. Each slash may not have aim for the vitals, yet each was necessary to draw blood. Observing Zhao Li's bloodlust, Zhou Ping raised his sword, delivering a sweeping strike that parted the clouds, simultaneously separating the entangled Zhao Li and Osiris. "Little Ping?" As the two sword passed, Zhou Ping whispered, "Calm yourself. I shall engage him." "Understood," Zhao Li replied, wiping the blood that had inadvertently splattered on his face, his gaze intently following Zhou Ping's figure. "Witness him, a mere mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Behold as he encircles Osiris with his sword's aura. Zhao Li wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, regarding Osiris with a gaze akin to that reserved for the deceased. Is the method of your outer gods merely ambush? Osiris, observing the blood seeping from Zhao Li's lips, erupted into laughter. Huh, you, a newly ascended deity, are but an insignificant ant before me, one who has long held divinity. Join Egypt, and I might consider sparing you and your beloved. What say you, beloved? Indeed, while the outer gods indulge in promiscuity, they ought not to presume upon others. To hell with that notion of a beloved. Xiaoping is undeniably his true love. To perish. Osiris stood aghast, gazing at the immense blade that bisected the sky, rendering him exceedingly small. His instinct was to evade. The pressure emanating from that strike intimated that he could not withstand it. But where to flee? The ground was teeming with souls. He could siphon their essence to mask his presence and absorb the damage. After all, is not the purpose of human existence to serve these deities? With a fleeting thought, the world transformed into shades of gray, invoking the laws of death, as ethereal figures surged toward Osiris. Upon witnessing the terror etched on the faces of these phantoms, Zhou Ping hastily called out, "Zhao Li, cease." Zhao Li, upon hearing this, halted his descending hand, casting a pitiful glance at Zhou Ping, then turning to glare fiercely at Osiris, who wielded the living souls as shields. Gritting his teeth in indignation, shameless, Osiris chuckled heartily. "Ha, strike away. Let us see who is ultimately wounded or slain. Is it I, or the people of Great Xia? The injured and the dead would undoubtedly be you." Observing the souls slipping from his grasp back to their corporeal forms, Osiris, in a fit of rage, directed his ire at the void. Who dares to show themselves? A figure stepped forth from the ether, cradling a silver sphere, advancing with each step causing the realm of the dead to dissipate, replaced by familiar scenery. Zhao Li glanced upward, then fixed his gaze upon Osiris, who was so engrossed in the newcomer that he overlooked him. Seizing the moment, Zhao Li swung the blade that had lingered midair, aiming a fierce strike at Osiris. Having been forced to pause earlier, he now intensified his assault, determined to deliver a fatal blow. The Emperor of Fengdu observed as Osiris began to fragment under the strike, swallowing the words he wished to utter. He looked up at the realm of the dead, re-emerging due to Osiris's impending demise, and tossed the sphere he held toward it. "Leave the remaining matters here to me. You two may proceed to your next destination." Zhao Li wiped the blood from his face in silence, yearning for a bath to cleanse himself of the sticky crimson residue. Yet, he uttered no words, instead turning to Zhou Ping, his intent clear. The decision lay with him. Zhou Ping nodded at the Emperor of Fengdu, opened his mouth as if to speak, but words eluded him. Ultimately, he nodded again and took Zhao Li's hand, hastening their departure. Watching the fleeting figures of the two individuals vanish, the Emperor of Fengdu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, shaking his head. Social anxiety. Nothing more than that. Having departed from the recently afflicted city of Lintang, the duo rented a room in the neighboring city for an hour, freshened up with a shower, and set off once more. Zhou Ping stood atop his sword, guiding its flight, shaking his still damp hair and grimacing in discomfort. Long hair took ages to dry. What a hassle. Perhaps he would consider a trim when time allowed. However, the thought of a barber touching his head and engaging in conversation about the desired hairstyle made him silently dismiss the idea of a haircut. Never mind, he thought. Enduring it would suffice. Suddenly, Zhao Li pressed down on Zhou Ping's shoulder, preventing him from turning. "Hold still. Let me dry your hair." Zhou Ping acquiesced with a simple "oh" and remained still. Zhao Li employed his mental energy to gently dry Zhou Ping's hair, strand by strand. Once every lock was thoroughly dried, he secured them with a hair tie he wore on his wrist, making slight adjustments to alleviate any tightness against the scalp. Stepping back to admire his handiwork, Zhao Li nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a job well done. Chapter 55. Emotional outburst. Zhou Ping raised his hand to touch his neatly tied hair, then glanced back at Zhao Li with a hint of surprise. Zhou Li, scratching his nose, confidently inquired, "What do you think?" Isn't it splendid? He. Shall I tie it for you again next time? Zhou Ping looked at Zhao Li in confusion, unable to comprehend why he was so enthusiastic about styling his hair. Was this truly a worthy endeavor? Zhao Ping? Sure. Upon hearing the affirmative response, Zhao Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly sat down on the sword, opened his phone, and navigated to his photo album. As Zhou Ping averted his gaze, he caught a glimpse of countless hair braiding videos within Zhao Li's collection. Realizing what he had just agreed to, Zhou Ping hesitated. Excuse me, can one retract what has been said? His thoughts of withdrawal were abruptly halted when he observed Zhao Li gesturing in the air, practicing with determination. Since he was so earnest, Zhou Ping decided to let it be. Zhao Li's grip was gentle, hardly a burden, and it merely required him to contribute a few strands of hair. Moreover, Zhao Li displayed an exceptional level of seriousness while reviewing the pre-save videos, a level of dedication he had not shown even during the final sprint of their senior year. As the sword soared through the air, Zhao Li had spent an equal amount of time learning behind it. Upon reaching their destination, with the sword hovering a meter above the ground, the two jumped down, and Zhao Li's gaze, filled with the wisdom of a learner, fixated on Zhou Ping's hair. Zhou Ping, over here. Zhou Ping turned to see Yi Fan waving at him from a short distance away. He pulled a somewhat dazed Zhao Li over, only to find Yi Fan staring at Zhao Li with a peculiar expression, pointing at his own head. Zhou Ping. Zhao Li? What's wrong? He looked at Zhou Ping in bewilderment, his mind still busy contemplating what hairstyle would suit him best. Zhou Ping gestured towards Yi Fan, indicating that he should greet him. However, Zhao Li misinterpreted the gesture, thinking that Yi Fan was beckoning him without reply. Yi Fan, having enlisted Zhou Ping as an external aide, crossed his arms and maintained a deadpan expression. Did you call me for something? Witnessing Zhao Li's change of demeanor, Yi Fan was utterly speechless, realizing that this was not the appropriate time for a quarrel with Zhao Li. Otherwise, he would surely showcase the eloquence he had honed since becoming the commander-in-chief. Come inside. Yi Fan gestured toward the makeshift structure behind him. Zhao Li stared at the rudimentary metal shed, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Has the night watchman gone bankrupt? This is merely a temporary venue for discussion. After some negotiation, the trio finally entered the building, which, contrary to Zhao Li's expectations, was not as shabby inside. Instead, it was filled with unfamiliar machinery that he could not comprehend. Feigning understanding is not a commendable habit. So Zhao Li looked to Zhou Ping with a thirst for knowledge. Zhou Ping exchanged a glance with Zhao Li, silently directing his gaze to his own toes. Unsure where Zhao Li had gotten the idea that he would possess any understanding. Some anti-eavesdropping devices, Yi Fan explained. The upcoming conversation should remain confidential. Oh, the audacity of that insolent brat. Yi Fan inwardly cursed while maintaining an air of composure, stating, over 8 months ago, during the South Sea Divine War, although the external deities ostensibly withdrew, as long as the resentment of Shiva remains, their return is merely a matter of time. Therefore, Zhou Li interjecta. So you decided to hand over Shiva's resentment? Not quite handing over. Rather, we staged a ruse with a counterfeit, Yi Fan clarified. Upon this revelation, a palpable silence enveloped the room, primarily due to Zhou Ping's reticence. He was currently lost in thought, while Zhao Li chose to ignore Yi Fan. Observing this, Yi Fan cleared his throat, breaking the silence. These are the photographs of the personnel stationed in Northern Europe. Please take a look. Zhao Li accepted the photographs, glanced briefly, and then passed them to Zhou Ping, who tucked them away, leaving the conversation stagnant once more. The matter of infiltration was of great significance. It was not that they intended to conceal it from you, but rather to maintain confidentiality. Apart from the involved personnel, the number of individuals privy to this information does not exceed. Well, no need to elaborate. Let us instead discuss what sort of deity has emerged from the altar here. Zhou Li interjecta. Yi Fan handed Zhou Ping an aerial photograph captured by drone. As for why he did not pass it to Zhao Li, well, he knew that Zhao Li would simply relay it to Zhou Ping anyway. It was more efficient to deliver it directly to Zhou Ping. The wind deity, upon his emergence,
seized half of Anta County City and the subterranean essence of Fengdu, dragging them into the mist. Considering the timing, it coincided with the moment the Emperor of Fengdu set forth to confront Tang. We have fallen into a stratagem of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. Yifan seek it, primarily because no one anticipated he would refrain from destruction and instead simply extract the city. Zhou Ping examined the aerial view, noting a stark division marked by a black line, one side brimming with towering edifices, while the other lay desolate. By comparing it to the remaining half of the city, one could vaguely discern what that half might resemble. Zhao Li observed Zhou Ping's aerial image with indifference. The shocking scene depicted therein failed to stir any emotion within him. After all, if he wished, he could easily obliterate half the city with a single stroke. How many people did he take? Zhou Ping suddenly inquired. He was unconcerned with Yi Fan's mention of Fengdu's essence, but the fate of the citizens within the city was of utmost importance. Over 10,000 souls, he replied. Are the inhabitants of the city safe? Through the tenuous connection between him and Fengdu, the emperor managed to invoke some semblance of protection over the residents, ensuring their survival amidst the mist. However, his strength had not yet fully recovered, and due to certain peculiar circumstances, he could not depart from the Great Xia, rendering him unable to do more. That is sufficient. Human lives ought to be salvaged by humanity itself. At this juncture, questioning why the wind deity took half the city became irrelevant. It was merely an act of vengeance against the people of Great Xia, or an attempt to restore the dignity lost by the external deities in Great Xia. The immediate priority was to pursue and reclaim the territory and populace of Great Xia. Zhou Ping exhaled, preparing to beckon the previously silent Zhao Li to depart, when he suddenly remarked, "Even now, do you still wish to keep them in the dark regarding the mysterious matters?" Zhao Li observed Yi Fan with keen interest. With 2 altars and 2 external deities, the populace of both cities was already aware. What purpose remained in continuing the charade? Yi Fan gazed at Zhao Li, whose emotions had diminished significantly compared to 2 months prior. The moment Feng Shanxiu emerged, a fierce wind rendered the entire city unconscious. Implicitly, this meant that as long as they could retrieve that half of the city before awakening, no calamity would ensue. Yi Fan's demeanor evoked memories in Zhao Li of the Tsangnan people, whose memories had been erased after the Tsangnan Divine War. Emotions that had remained dormant then now erupted in full force. He let out a cold laugh and derisively remarked to Yi Fan, "Self-deception is your forte. Zhao Li, let us go pursue Feng Shanxiu," Zhou Ping urged, nudging Zhao Li's arm that hung by his side. Zhao Li nudda, casting a final taunting smile towards Yi Fan before following Zhou Ping to depart. "Wait, do you know where his ultimate destination lies?" "I do. As one of the 9 pillars of Egypt, Feng Shanxiu's aim is undoubtedly the divine realm of Egypt, the Sun City. You alone, or the 2 of you, daring to infiltrate the divine realm of Egypt. Do you comprehend the peril that awaits?" Chapter 56. The mist perhaps having spent considerable time with Zhao Li, Zhou Ping instinctively mirrored Zhao Li's reaction to Yi Fan's inquiry. He chose silence and turned to leave. As he walked, his thoughts spiraled. He was no fool. How could he possibly accompany Zhao Li into the divine realm? Their intent was merely to slay the deity, not to be slain themselves. His audacity to chase after was merely a testament to his conviction that he and Zhao Li could ambush the wind god Xiu before he arrived within the precincts of the divine realm, armed with fragments of the earth. "Zhou Ping, have you considered that this might merely be a trap to lure out the great Xia deity?" Zhou Ping halted, turning to face the pursuing Yi Fan, and replied earnestly, "I am aware, yet Yi Fan, that represents the lives of over 10,000 souls." The possibility of a trap rendered the awakened great Xia deity incapable of rescue due to inadequate strength, while many others were too burdened with affairs to offer assistance. All these factors unequivocally indicated that half of the city's populace had become sacrificial pawns. Yet, the value of life cannot be forsaken. His path was one of salvation, and those souls resided within the world but Zhao Li. Zhou Ping suddenly turned to Zhao Li and said, "You may remain. I dare you to utter that, and I shall knock you out to pursue the wind god Xiu." Zhao Li threatened fiercely. Do not forget, I am here to slay the god amidst the mist. Rather than floundering about like a headless fly, it would be more prudent to perform a good deed, accruing merit for oneself. Little Ping, if you dare abandon me, I shall reduce the remaining half of the city to ruins. Zhou Ping lightly tapped Zhao Li on the forehead, admonishing him not to speak in anger. Zhao Li, clutching his forehead, feigned a pitiful demeanor, though internally he felt no turmoil. He was not merely speaking out of anger. Yi Fan observed the two, swallowing his thoughts on the pros and cons, and waved his hand, urging them on. Go, take this and hurry along. The sooner you catch up with Wind God Xiao, the sooner you can return. Please refrain from flaunting your affection before this solitary soul. I have no desire to consume dog food. Zhao Li caught the necklace tossed by Yi Fan, twirling in his hand, and inquired, what is this? It is a storage talisman. Within, I have placed some healing salves and provisions to prevent you two from starving along the way. Zhou Ping nodded and said earnestly to Yi Fan, thank you. If you were to speak so candidly in the future, we might become great friends. Candid? It seemed he had previously spoken in convoluted terms. Yi Fan felt disheartened by their remarks, his hands nearly forming a beckoning gesture, hoping they would depart swiftly. Yet, once they truly left, he found himself staring vacantly in the direction they had taken. After standing in contemplation for a while, Yi Fan returned to the ironclad shed, his fingers gliding over the equipment. As he recalled Zhou Ping's eyes, clear as the first encounter when he spoke, a smile suddenly graced his face. Perhaps he was not convoluted, but rather guarded, which compelled him to navigate many convoluted paths when conversing with the innocent Zhou Ping, attempting to ensnare him in a maze of thoughts. In truth, he alone wandered within the labyrinthine confines of his mind, only to look up and find Zhou Ping already awaiting him at the end. Turning off the machine, Yi Fan stepped out of the metal shack and stood at the edge of the precipice, gazing at what was once the city, igniting a cigarette. Zhao Li, with his arms wrapped around Zhou Ping's waist, rested his head on his shoulder and inquired as the encroaching mist drew nearer. Xiao Ping, aren't you and Yi Fan quite good friends? He tends to speak in circles, which I find rather unappealing. However, for the great Xia, he is indeed a remarkable individual. As Zhou Ping's calm tone reached his ears, the surging murderous intent within Zhao Li dissipated. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from Zhao Li had subsided, Zhou Ping discreetly exhaled in relief. This marked the second occurrence, and the situation had escalated once more. From Lintang to Antak County, you have guided me with your sword. Xiao Ping, are you weary? Allow me to take over with my knife for a while. Zhou Ping did not make excuses, but nodded in agreement, acknowledging his fatigue. As the sword hovered in midair, a knife suddenly materialized beside it. The two transitioned from the sword to the knife, and once the sword was sheathed, the knife emitted a low hum, propelling them swiftly onward. The mist was dense, rendering the path ahead nearly invisible. Fortunately, there was but a single route to the divine land of Egypt. As long as their direction remained approximately correct, they would eventually encounter the wind god, who carried fragments of the earth. The two remained exceptionally silent in the fog, the suffocating mist weighing heavily upon them, as if pressing upon their hearts as well. While maneuvering the knife forward, Zhao Li struggled to fend off the rising turmoil within, feeling the steady rhythm of his beloved's breath behind him. He bit down on his tongue, striving to maintain clarity. Ever since they had entered the mist, a tempest of murderous intent had surged within him. The fog felt akin to a stimulant, coursing through his veins with each breath he took. No, that cannot be right. If it were stimulant, why did he sense a slight enhancement of his divine power within? Zhao Li bit down harder on his tongue, this time with enough force to draw blood. I smell iron. You are injured. No, it was merely an unfortunate creature that collided with the knife's edge. Zhao Li replied, gesturing with a finger to the side. Following a monstrous shriek, the heavy scent of blood spread, masking the metallic taste in his mouth. Zhou Ping had initially harbored doubts about Zhao Li's injury. Yet the latter's hurried attempt to conceal the truth paradoxically ruled out any misinterpretation. You are hurt. Where? My tongue. What? My tongue. I accidentally bit it when I was lost in thought. Would you care to blow on it for me, Xiao Ping? No response, as expected. Zhou Li Chocolat, legally. Are you shy? Focus on the path. Zhao Li raised an eyebrow. What was there to observe on this fog-laden road? It was all a haze, relying solely on instinct for navigation. Did it truly matter whether one looked or not? There was no difference, but he could not voice that. Otherwise, the person behind him might sulk in embarrassment. Though Zhou Ping would not resort to physical reprimand, he would likely ignore him for an extended period. If Zhao Li had his way, being ignored was far worse than receiving a beating. After all, once the blows were dealt, things would return to normal. He simply could not endure Zhou Ping's silence. After flying for a while longer, Zhao Li confirmed that the surge of divine power was not merely a figment of his imagination. The more he soared through the skies, the more exhilarated he became. Not only had he expended no energy, but he had also amassed considerable strength. Quietly contemplating the system within his mind, Zhao Li glanced at the experience bar beneath his level, which had significantly increased since yesterday, particularly after he had just vanquished a deity. What astonished him was the fact that the experience bar was pulsating with growth, incrementing by a modest 5 points per second. Typically, experience from defeating monsters was settled in a single instance, with no lingering delays, so this could not be attributed to the experience gained from slaying the god. Reflecting on the peculiar sensations he experienced upon entering the mist, Zhao Li scrutinized the swirling fog around him, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Was the enhancement of his experience due to the mist's inherent vitality? Had he accrued experience from swiftly traversing and vanquishing the entities it harbored? Or was it somehow linked to the origins of the system itself? Could the system possibly derive from a mist? Ahem! His reverie was abruptly interrupted as Zhao Li turned to crouch beside his companion, the meditative Zhou Ping, and examined him closely. "Little Ping, what ails you?" he inquired. Zhou Ping, whose throat merely tickled and urged a cough, replied, "I am fine." After all, he possessed the physique of a human pinnacle. Not even a cough could faze him, let alone a puncture wound. Yet, he found solace in the concern of others. Zhou Ping reached out to gently pat Zhao Li's head and said, "Let me see the wound on your tongue." Obediently, Zhao Li complied, revealing that it had already healed. Since attaining divinity, his self-healing abilities had reached new heights. The injury from biting his tongue had mended almost instantly. Were it not for the lingering scent of blood, Zhou Ping would certainly have been oblivious to Zhao Li's injury. Chapter 57 Question: How does one ascend to divinity? Suddenly, Zhao Li unleashed his divine power, enveloping Zhou Ping entirely. "You are unaware that this mist can inflict harm upon the human body." "I am aware." "Huh? You know?" He deduced from the fact that the mist could enhance his experience. After all, anything that augments experience is seldom benevolent. How could Zhou Ping be privy to this knowledge? Zhou Ping sighed helplessly, regretting not having encouraged Zhao Li to read more. Otherwise, Zhao Li would not be so ignorant of even the most basic principles. It is not just I. The entire Night Watch, along with the residents of the Great Xia, are aware that the mist is detrimental to the human form. Isn't it only harmful to ordinary people? Who informed you of that? I inferred it from experience. Zhou Ping was oblivious to the distinction between this system, experience, and that, life, experience, merely advising, in the future, refrain from conjecturing and inquire more. Very well. Zhou Li wa Li, Rupelia. Zhou Ping patted Zhao Li's head, intending to say something further when suddenly, with a resounding bang, a sensation of vertigo overwhelmed them. He looked up at Zhao Li, who had caught him in his embrace during this perilous moment, then glanced at the knife, half embedded in the mountainside. With a soft sigh, he channeled his mental energy, suspending both of them in midair. Raising his hand, he pointed at the sword box behind him, the dragon elephant bursting forth from its confines. "Allow me to take you aloft." Zhao Li, clutching the knife he had extracted from the mountainside, slumped despondently upon the sword, his spirit utterly deflated. "Next time, I will undoubtedly watch where I'm going." Zhou Ping skillfully maneuvered the sword to avoid the towering mountains, responding with a smile, "I believe you." "Then how about," Zhou Ping interjected, "no." Pausing momentarily, he added, "Not for the time being." Following the recent mishap, he found it difficult to trust Zhao Li's sword control skills again in such a short span. They soared for an indeterminate duration. Hunger compelled them to consume some sustenance, and fatigue led them to hew out a cave for respite. Once rejuvenated, they resumed their flight until in the distance they discerned what appeared to be structures reminiscent of human architecture in motion. Zhou Ping exchanged a glance with Zhao Li, who rose to his feet and moved alongside Zhou Ping, the sword beneath them accelerating once more. Zhao Li gazed at the edge of the city, noting those straight, defined lines of separation are undoubtedly from the half of the city in Antak County that was dragged away. Let's enter. After traversing a thin, pale, gray membrane, they successfully entered Antak County, the dragon elephant sword gently descending to an open street. Zhou Ping observed the multitude lying unconscious upon the ground, and after a moment's contemplation, he grasped the situation. The gale from the wind god's rest likely inflicted harm upon their mental faculties. Although humans in the Forbidden Ruins possess mental energy, theirs is comparatively feeble, rendering them prone to fainting and slow to regain consciousness, which was entirely understandable. Upon reflection, their unconsciousness might not be entirely unfortunate. If they were awake, they would be compelled to confront the unknown terror daily, living in a state of trepidation regarding the future. In such circumstances, ignorance is indeed bliss. Damn, why are there still so many people? Haven T, we've been moving for over 30 consecutive hours? It feels as though we are never finished. Enough with the chatter. Let's get back to work. After the sound subsided, another voice emerged. Senior Chen Han. You still have a fever. You should rest for a while. I can handle this alone, and I assure you I will drag them all into the building. Zhao Li turned to gaze at Zhou Ping. It was a voice. It must be the night watchman, whose mental fortitude is robust enough to remain conscious even after enduring the onslaught of the gale. However, upon hearing the other voice mention Chen Han's fever, it was evident that he had likely suffered a blow to his soul from the fierce wind. Who is speaking over there? Zhao Li asked, coldly observing the man rushing towards him, scrutinizing him from head to toe without uttering a word. Zhou Ping, noticing his approach, tossed the necklace that Yifan had thrown to them before leaving. It contained healing medicine. Take this to treat the other person. Lu Yu held the necklace, staring blankly at the two of them. Are you night watchmen sent for rescue? Zhou Li scufa legally. No, we are not night watchmen, Zhou Ping clarified. After explaining, he couldn't help but sigh. Who could understand? He had originally been socially anxious, and all interactions with outsiders were typically handled by Zhao Li. Now, the roles had reversed. Lu Yu tightened his grip on the necklace, a look of foolishness on his face replaced by vigilance in an instant. Then what are you doing here? Zhao Li turned his gaze towards the pale blue figure in the distance, poised to spring forth. Zhou Ping glanced at Zhao Li's departing figure and softly informed Lu Yu, slay the deity, then take you home. Without waiting for Lu Yu's reaction, he turned and pursued Zhao Li. By the time Zhou Ping arrived, Zhao Li was already engaged in combat with the wind deity. He observed the torn garments of the wind deity and the blood seeping through, lowering his gaze as he unsheathed the dragon elephant sword. What? There is still a deity? The wind deity extended a hand to grasp the sword that Zhao Li had cleaved towards him, his face a mask of astonishment. After a moment of careful assessment, he exhaled in relief. No, you're merely a human. Get lost. This is not a battlefield for you to meddle in. The souls, regardless of their impending state, hold no right to refuse. The deity, soon to be a wandering spirit, was no exception. The wind deity, watching Zhao Li attack with ferocity after uttering a single sentence, cursed under his breath and was compelled to focus entirely on the battle with Zhao Li. However, this inadvertently left his back exposed to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping stared at his back, momentarily at a loss for words. Forget it. If he had nothing to say, he would remain silent and engage directly. With a low glance at the sword piercing his chest, the wind deity raised his hand to grasp the blade's tip, but before he could shatter it, another dagger was thrust toward his heart. Zhao Li twisted the knife within the wind deity's body before suddenly recalling something of great importance. Discarding the knife in favor of hand-to-hand combat, he leapt forward, forming a massive hand of mental energy that grasped the wind deity's head and forcefully slammed it to the ground. Once, twice, thrice. Countless times later, Zhao Li withdrew the mental hand and grasped Zhou Ping's arm, pulling him down to the ground before stepping towards the half-crushed head of the wind deity. his blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent. Next, I will ask you questions, and you will answer them within a second. Do you understand? Umph. A mere mortal who has just ascended to divinity will undoubtedly be slain by the other gods upon their arrival. Nonsense. Zhou Li raturta. Then summoned a blade and severed one of Xiu's arms. I have no interest in cruelty. Thus, I ask, you answer, understood? To a god, the loss of an arm is trivial, yet the sudden agony of such a loss is unbearable even for a deity. Xiu silently counted the seconds since sending a distress signal, struggling to nod before Zhao Li's next strike fell. The first question, mortal, how does one attain divinity? I do not know, Xiu replied with a stoic expression. Incorrect. Ah, Zhao Li you. Zhao Li tilted his head and smiled at Zhou Ping, brother Ping. I am fine, no need to worry. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow and raised his hand to wipe the blood splattered on Zhao Li's face, unconvinced by his reassurances. Chapter 58. Returned. Zhao Li brushed against Zhou Ping's hand as he helped him wipe his face, murmuring something that Zhou Ping could not quite discern. The pressing concern at hand was to restore Zhao Li to his former self. Could you please hand me the knife? Zhou Ping asked, tentatively extending his hand towards the blade in Zhao Li's grasp, reminiscent of their previous encounter in the warehouse. However, this time, Zhao Li sidestepped, evading Zhou Ping's reach, and slowly withdrew a step while loosening his grip on Zhou Ping's other hand. Xiao Ping Gu, I wish to share countless centuries with you. Now that he had ascended to divinity, centuries were but a triviality, yet his Xiao Ping Gu had yet to achieve such a status. Zhao Li, listen to me. I will attain divinity, but not at this moment. Zhao Li shook his head, stepping down forcefully on Xiu's foot as he reiterated his earlier inquiry. Humanity. How does one become a deity? Cough, cough. The laws. To become a deity, one must have the laws, and also, one must possess a body capable of bearing the laws, Xiu replied, glancing at the knife suspended over his thigh and shutting his eyes. Is that so? Zhao Li elongated his tone, tilting his head towards Zhou Ping. Xiao Ping Gu, do you desire the laws of the wind? Zhao Li, do not act this way. Regain your clarity. Zhou Ping's hand instinctively clenched at the sight of Zhao Li's indifferent expression. I am quite lucid, I understand. You do not wish for the laws of the wind, which is reasonable given their frailty. Fear not. There are other laws to choose from. Zhao Li swiftly ended Xiu's life and turned his gaze towards the distance, sensing the approach of two deities. He looked back at Zhou Ping with a glimmer of delight. See, new laws are arriving. Once you have selected a law, I shall seek a vessel capable of harnessing its power. Then you shall ascend to divinity, and we could be together for eternity. As Zhao Li spoke, he scrutinized Zhou Ping's expression, eager to ascertain his desires. He yearned for their perpetual union, yet he remained uncertain of Zhou Ping's willingness, despite being aware of Zhou Ping's fondness for him. Zhao Li appeared transformed, his demeanor strikingly different. Although Zhou Ping should have found him unfamiliar, he noticed the way Zhao Li spoke with lowered brows and eyes, occasionally averting his gaze. This habitual mannerism rendered him anything but strange. With a sigh, Zhou Ping stepped closer, cradling Zhao Li's face earnestly. Listen, I do not require the laws. I shall forge my own. As for the body, I have no desire to change. You can ascend to divinity in your mortal form, and so can I. Zhao Li shook his head and retreated. You can, I cannot. He understood well how he had attained divinity. To borrow a phrase from Yi Fan, it was not a path easily traversed. However, he had thoroughly inquired about the ascension of others. The first obstacle for mortals seeking divinity was the absence of laws. Possessing laws was insufficient. One must also achieve transformation. What did transformation entail? It meant fully merging one's body with the path, leaving not a trace behind. His earlier interrogation of Xiu had been an attempt to discover alternative methods of ascension, yet the means he had described were strikingly similar to what Yi Fan had conveyed. Zhao Li, confronted by Zhou Ping's wounded gaze, could only utter his name, unable to articulate anything further. Xiao Ping Gu, you cannot abandon me. We made a pact. The outer gods have arrived. Let us postpone our conversation until I have dealt with them. Zhou Ping observed Zhao Li's hasty retreat, understanding that his friend feared hearing his response. However, some matters cannot be avoided through evasion. He slowly raised his hand to his heart. Having already formulated thoughts on the principles, his cultivation having reached a point where he could step forward at any moment. Yet, he chose to keep this to himself, refraining from sharing it with Yi Fan, who eagerly anticipated his ascension to divinity. Deep down, he sensed that his body might not withstand the transformation. Thus, he wished to spend more time with Zhao Li and his third uncle. Originally, this was his intention, but Zhao Li's mental state. Zhou Ping glanced at Zhao Li, who returned from his excursion bearing numerous wounds. Clearly having employed a strategy of exchanging injuries in a desperate bid to conclude the battle swiftly. Zhao Li, let us return to the Great Xia. After we escort these half a city of people back, I shall accompany you in the pursuit of the path to divinity. Zhao Li, with his head bowed in contemplation, remained silent until Zhou Ping took his hand, prompting him to lift his gaze. Very well, let us return. You enter the city, I will bear you back. Zhou Ping affirmed with a slight press of his lips. Go in. Together. The two exchanged glances for a moment, before Zhao Li averted his eyes, murmuring, Enter. The mist is harmful to you. It's also harmful to you. Zhou Ping retorted. No, it poses no threat to me. Have you not noticed? I have grown stronger. Reluctantly, under Zhao Li's insistence, Zhou Ping entered the city, leaving behind the dragon elephant's sword as a safeguard. Should Zhao Li encounter any danger, their connection would allow him to sense it immediately. As Zhao Li touched the dragon elephant's sword, he contemplated what a sword signifies to a swordsman, a smile involuntarily creasing his lips. Yet, as he smiled, he was suddenly met with a salty taste at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand to wipe away the physiological tears, divine power pouring forth to envelop the half-collapsed city that had fallen due to the death of the wind god. The divine energy coalesced into ropes, securely binding his shoulders. Zhao Li felt the weight on his back. It was somewhat burdensome, yet manageable. With a swift push from his toes, he ascended into the air, racing back along the path he had come. His strength exceeded that of the wind god by a considerable margin, and the swirling mist continued to replenish his expended divine energy, accelerating his experience growth. Unbeknownst to him, his speed of flight began to increase significantly. Stop! I am! Zhao Li swung his sword, declaring that anyone who obstructed him would meet their demise. Regardless of their identity, Zhou Ping, seated within the city, sensed an aura that came and vanished, rubbing his temples in frustration. For the first time, he found these outer gods as bothersome as cockroaches. Given Zhao Li's current condition, it was infuriating that they continued to send gods to provoke him. Before he could finish his thoughts, another one approached. Zhou Ping looked up at the vast night sky, pondering whether the Egyptian nine pillars gods would come a check-in one by one before they returned to the Great Xia. However, he surmised that this was unlikely, as Osiris, the god of the underworld among the Egyptian gods, had already fallen at the Battle of Lintang. 24 hours later, the soldiers stationed at the border noticed the mist surging unexpectedly, and they quickly readied their weapons in defense. Yifan gazed intently at the tumultuous fog, his heart fervently praying, Please let it be Zhou Ping and the others. Buildings. It is urban architecture. The city floated in the air. No, it was not merely floating. It was being carried by a person. Yifan's tightly clenched hand suddenly relaxed. How splendid. It was Zhou Ping and the others. Most of the previous curfews could now be lifted. A gust of wind swept by as the city sailed overhead, with no one to impede its passage. Yifan leapt forward to keep pace, trailing behind the city. He watched intently as Zhao Li returned the city to its original position and saw Zhou Ping emerge, accompanied by 2 sentinels and 3 children. 3 children. Yifan's gaze paused. Waking up so swiftly after being stunned suggested remarkable talent. Zhao Li approached Zhou Ping and stood beside him, naturally taking his hand his own, softly murmuring, You promised to accompany me. I won't forget. Zhou Ping chuckled, bemused, as if he were a child fearful of an adult's change of heart, repeatedly reminding him, lest he forget. Chapter 59. The City of Sunlight. Zhou Ping gently squeezed Zhao Li's hand, turning to Yi Fan and saying, The people in the city have been affected by the gale, and their souls are somewhat damaged. Remember to send someone in to treat their injuries. We shall take our leave for now. Yi Fan gazed at Zhou Ping, opening his mouth as if to inquire, Will you return? When will you come back? Yet, for various reasons, the words remained unspoken. Instead, he nodded at Zhou Ping, saying, I will. Farewell. Farewell. Wait. Senior, your forbidden item. Lu Yu approached, holding the necklace Zhou Ping had tossed to him in the mist. Bending down and lifting it above his head with both hands, sincerely expressing, Thank you, Senior, for coming to our rescue. Zhao Li reached out to take the necklace, securing it without requiring Zhou Ping's assistance. Zhou Ping's lowered eyelashes trembled slightly, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable mirth. Despite the many changes, his jealousy remained unchanged. No need. Before Lu Yu could react, a gust of wind swept past, and the legs of the two individuals before him vanished from sight. He quickly looked up towards the direction of the mist, but even with his swift reaction, he could only discern two tiny dots. Upon their second entry into the mist, both were prepared for further troubles instigated by the Egyptian gods. However, no such troubles arose until they reached the edge of the Egyptian divine realm. They encountered not a single divine ambush, an exceedingly abnormal occurrence. They had taken away half of the city, although they knew not the Egyptian gods' intentions for that portion. It was certain they had devised some plot against the great Xia. With the scheme abruptly interrupted at its inception, their ire was to be expected. As for the notion that the three gods they had slain would instill fear in them, that was even less likely. If the foreign gods were so easily intimidated, they would not covet the delectable territory of Great Xia. Zhao Li turned to meet Zhou Ping's gaze, a sudden smile gracing his lips. Xiao Ping Ge, the path ahead may be perilous. Are you afraid? Zhou Ping shook his head. He feared not death. Then let us wager everything today. If we succeed, we shall guard each other for a century and another century. If we fail, Zhao Li paused before continuing, I shall embrace you into hell. Zhou Ping raised his hand before Zhao Li, looking into his eyes and declaring, to journey together, we must also return together. Agreed, to return together. With a smile, Zhao Li slapped his hand against Zhou Ping's, the crisp sound masking a kiss, so light it was barely felt. As the kiss concluded, both raised their heads to gaze upon the ancient city suspended in the heavens, their toes barely touching the ground as they soared towards it. Their progress was remarkably smooth, undoubtedly affirming their mutual suspicion of a trap. Yet, whether they were enticing the foe into a snare or merely barging into their domain remained uncertain. At the highest point of the central plaza of the City of Sunlight, a seemingly boundless square floated silently within the city. At its edges stood 9 luminous pillars, each radiating its own brilliance at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that 5 of the pillars had lost their divine light, bearing only the scars of time. These 5 pillars belonged to the once mighty Osiris, the god of the underworld, slain in the city of Lintang, the wind god Su, who was vanquished amidst the fragments of Great Xia, the earth god Geb, who ventured forth to provide aid, the sky goddess Nut, and finally, the death goddess Nephthys, who had come to exact retribution. As the 9 pillars diminished to 5, only 4 remained, alongside 8 and other deities. At this moment, the atmosphere was palpably tense, and after a prolonged silence, an authoritative voice resonated. The 2 individuals have arrived. Previously, one by one, they discovered the means to shatter our defenses. Now, united, we must ensure they do not escape. Should word spread, the might of the Egyptian gods would be at stake. A chorus of agreement echoed from all directions. The sound of bricks crunching underfoot announced the arrival of the 2 figures, who simultaneously emerged within their designated beams of light, brandishing their weapons and casting a menacing gaze toward the audacious humans who dared to invade the Sun City with naught but a sword and a dagger. Yet, one among them appeared to be divine, a human attaining godhood. The realization deepened the murderous intent within the hearts of the Egyptian deities. If any individual could ascend to divinity, what would become of their own status as gods? Moreover, a more critical concern loomed. The laws of the universe, which had already been largely divided, were finite. Like a limited banquet, how could these original patrons tolerate newcomers at their table? Upon stepping into the square, Zhao Li was struck with astonishment, not due to the vastness of the space or the divine aura, But because of the system that had remained silent until his arrival, now erupting into chaos. The system interface, typically dormant, flickered before him, displaying colossal text accompanied by enormous arrows pointing toward the pillars, as if fearing he might misunderstand or be unable to see. Each word was oversized, complete with pinion annotations. Sun God Pillar, Source Explosion, Source Absorption can enhance the body. Wind God Pillar, Source. Each inscription bore commentary. Yet, Zhao Li's attention was ensnared by the first. Enhance the body. Indeed, what they lacked was a vessel capable of bearing the laws. His eyes brightened suddenly, and he pointed decisively at the Sun God Pillar, calling out, Xiao Ping Ge. No further words were necessary. Zhou Ping comprehended his intent. Go ahead. I shall hold them off. Understood. As the two conversed, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, the ethereal figure atop the Sun God Pillar scoffed at the audacity of these humans. Set, Tefnut, eliminate them. Yes. Watching the two deities dive toward them, Zhou Ping took a deep breath and tightened his grip on his sword to intercept them. Zhao Li, meanwhile, darted past Zhou Ping, making a beeline for the Sun God Pillar. Numerous other deities attempted to obstruct his path, but he dispatched them with his blade. The ethereal figure, witnessing this, let out a cold snort, unleashing the oppressive aura of the supreme deity upon Zhao Li. The weight of this divine pressure slowed his movements considerably, and those moments of hesitation led to several injuries as he struggled to evade the onslaught of the other gods. Blood trickled from his mouth and wounds, and catching a glimpse back at Zhou Ping, who was now laboring under the strain, Zhao Li understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. Outnumbered, they could easily be worn down by a war of attrition. Zhao Li closed his eyes momentarily, releasing the knife from his grasp before the next attack struck, allowing it to fall to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as it embedded itself into the earth. A surge of divine power erupted from within him, repelling the minor deities encircling him, as his resolute gaze fixed upon the Sun God Pillar. Just as Zhao Li's hand was about to make contact with the pillar, an ethereal hand suddenly grasped his wrist, flinging him away with force. Human, you possess the potential to ascend to divinity. Your talents are undoubtedly commendable, but this is where your journey ends. Is it? Zhao Li twisted midair, soaring back with a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Perhaps you should take a look at the Sun God Pillar behind you. Chapter 60, Ascension to Divinity. The shadow cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Li, momentarily halting its words, I shall observe your tricks. However, its attention shifted to the blade embedded in the light column, and a sense of foreboding enveloped the apparition. How did this happen? The god of life, Aces, had been a silent witness to the entire scene, timidly raising a hand to interject when you grasped his wrist and hurled him away. That knife suddenly materialized in his grasp, propelled by your force. Be cautious. The shadow evaded Zhao Li's oncoming assault, its eyes ablaze with fury. Human, you shall perish. Hearing the scorn in its tone, Zhao Li felt a surge of indignation, glaring back fiercely. He stood at the edge of the light column, thrusting the knife deeper into the fissure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the shadow understood that this individual was not there to engage in combat. His true aim was the divine column. What lay within the column? His very essence. As the shadow rushed to thwart Zhao Li, the latter had already reached into the crevice formed by the blade. Zhao Li closed his eyes, bracing for the shadow's attack without flinching. He was certain he would not perish. His hand had found the essence the system had spoken of. Thus retreat was not an option. Coughing violently, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, creating a scene reminiscent of a leaky faucet. Zhao Li wiped the blood away, still preoccupied with his thoughts. I have obtained it. Zhao Li withdrew his hand from the fissure, revealing a pulsating orb of light about the size of a palm, which throbbed rhythmically in his grasp, akin to a heartbeat. The moment this association struck him, Zhao Li's heart skipped a beat. Dismissing the thought, he concentrated, enveloping the orb with a myriad of blade auras. He drew his knife to fend off the shadow's renewed assault and hurled the orb towards Zhou Ping. Xiao Ping, catch. The other gods contemplated intercepting the orb, yet the blade auras clinging to the essence deterred their efforts. A smirk crept onto Zhao Li's lips. Do they look down upon humanity? Then let them witness how a human ascends to divinity. Zhou Ping swung his sword, forcing back two gods, leaping to grasp the orb of light. Set, Tefnut, obstruct him. The shadow commanded loudly. Set and Tefnut exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's reluctance. If they could subdue this human, would they have needed to engage in such an extended struggle? Zhao Li repelled the shadow with a decisive strike of his blade, swiftly positioning himself behind Zhou Ping to thwart the impending ambush from Set and Tefnut. Now, your opponent is me. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Zhou Ping reached for the orb, only to find that the surrounding shadows, at the shadow's command, were also lunging toward the orb. The blade auras erupted from the orb, scattering in all directions, deliberately avoiding Zhou Ping's trajectory. As Zhou Ping grasped the orb, he turned only to discover it had vanished from his hand, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Zhao Ping, ascend to divinity. Now, surrounded by the pantheon of gods, to ascend now? Yes. A wild grin adorned Zhao Li's face. Do they scorn humanity? Then let them observe. Let them witness how a mere human achieves divinity, and how he will eradicate these ancient deities. Zhou Ping glanced back at the blood-soaked Zhao Li, and the hesitations in his heart were replaced by unwavering resolve. The moment he affirmed his desire to attain divinity, a shimmering azure light emanated from the center of his chest beneath his black shirt. The air around him surged with sword energy, and his gaze, imbued with the essence of a blade, was fixed skyward, directed towards the unseen realm. There, he perceived numerous entangled laws, yet none were complete. Each was fragmented and divided among one or more deities. Abundant were the laws, yet none belonged to him, nor would any accept him. However, it mattered not. His laws were destined to be forged by his own hands. With the sword raised, Zhou Ping struck towards the heavens, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Each blade materialized before the last had dissipated, one after another, forcefully cleaving into the void. Ultimately, the tumultuous sword intent coalesced into a law that was distinctly his own. At the moment the law was realized, Zhou Ping's aura surged, propelling him toward the realm of divine transformation. The phantom stared in astonishment at Zhou Ping, and the deity engaged in combat with Zhao Li ceased their assault, drawn by the essence of the new law emanating from the human. Zhao Li tilted his head in confusion and furrowed his brow, raising his blade towards Seth. Seth, caught off guard, was struck squarely. He gasped, "You are allied with humanity, aren't you? He achieves divinity, yet you remain unperturbed?" What was destined to occur needed no further observation. Ironically, it was these outer gods who paused to witness Zhao Ping's ascension. One might muse whether the romanticism of outer gods was ingrained in their very essence. Zhou Li skufa. In his eyes, they were merely cockroaches coveting newfound power. With a couple of swift strikes, he dispatched Seth, bloodied and grinning as he turned to Thoth, declaring, "I've dealt with this one. It's time for the next. I must conclude this before Zhao Ping's ascension ends, so I can claim my merit." Thoth, taken aback, pleaded, "Don't look at me like that. I'm just a rain god with little offensive capability." Thoth longed to flee, but the phantom's gaze rendered him paralyzed. In that moment of hesitation, another presence loomed behind him. Upon sensing the aura of the newcomer, Thoth stiffly turned his head, only to find that the human who had just declared his intent to ascend to divinity had arrived as well. Zhou Ping assessed the sword in his hand, unleashing a strike imbued with law towards Thoth. One strike, and the god was severed. Zhao Li witnessed this scene, not feeling diminished by the comparison of strength, but rather filled with admiration, his eyes sparkling as he approached Zhou Ping. "Zhao Ping, I have achieved divinity. Together, let us carve our way through here." Zhou Ping responded not with words, but with action, and as Zhou Ping charged forth, Zhao Li followed closely behind. What had begun as a strenuous struggle now transformed into an effortless victory. Zhao Li reveled in the slaughter of the divine beings Zhou Ping had incapacitated, growing increasingly jubilant as his strength surged with each kill. The ascent of experience was silent, yet Zhao Li imagined the sound of coins clinking with each fallen foe. And thus, since the commencement of the bloodshed, the smile upon his lips had never waned. The phantom gazed down upon the two humans rampaging below, recalling the failures of two plans and the stolen divine pillar's essence, and the pressure surrounding him intensified. Suddenly, his hand, which had been hanging by his side, lifted, as a beam of scorching light from the sun above descended, spiraling around the plaza. The ground of the square trembled, compelling the deities standing upon it to ascend into the air. In an instant, a pyramid materialized, and they found themselves transported from an open battlefield to the interior of this monumental structure. Unlike before, where the combatants were present, now they stood amidst living gods. The two figures stood back to back, observing the transformations around them, their eyes reflecting a shared vigilance. Those who dared to provoke the wrath of the sun god were destined to remain eternally in Egypt. Death was their only refuge. Zhao Li raised his hand to shield himself from the oncoming wave of heat, and as the intensity subsided, he lowered his hand, revealing a flicker of astonishment in his gaze. The sun? That was not the true sun, but merely an illusion conjured into existence. Zhou Ping tilted his head, gazing at the enormous orb of light. Chapter 61. Victory with a cold reprimand. The Egyptian deity hesitated, uncertain whether to continue the fight amidst the shifting scene. Locking eyes with his opponent, he closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and charged forward, weapon in hand. Zhou Ping raised his sword, wounding the advancing god, then pushed him aside to allow Zhao Li to strike. However, as the slaughter continued, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Was this god charging at him for the third time? The identical visage, thrice over. What could this possibly mean? The sun, that phantasmal orb, would allow the slain god to emerge once more from its radiant depths. As he voiced his discovery, Zhao Li could not contain his expletive. Damn, if they can resurrect indefinitely, how are we supposed to fight? Of course, were it only this, it would not be so bothersome. A relentless spawning mechanism. He could simply guard against it and accumulate experience. If things continued in this manner, reaching the pinnacle was within grasp. But he had just stolen a glance at his experience points and discovered that the second god he had slain granted no experience. Only the first kill yielded any reward. For those who offered no experience, he found slaying them to be a tiresome endeavor, not merely a matter of infinite resurrection. Zhou Ping dispatched another charging god with a single strike, observing that these beings lacked sentience. Were they souls? If one could call them souls. They bore a closer resemblance to corporeal forms. Zhao Li tapped his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "This is maddening. Fighting requires deciphering too. Little Ping, send me over." Grasping Zhou Ping's outstretched hand, Zhao Li felt a firm grip in return, recognizing the intent. Adjusting his stance, he declared, "I am prepared." In response, Zhou Ping tightened his hold and hurled him towards the solar illusion. Utilizing the momentum and his own strength, Zhao Li swiftly reached the vicinity of the sun's manifestation before the gods could react. He plunged his blade into the illusion, instantly feeling the intense heat turn it crimson. With a sharp hiss, he released the hilt, kicking away an approaching god, opting not to engage further. Instead, he enveloped the blade with divine power, thrusting it forcefully into the illusion. The phantasm let out a derisive laugh, declaring, "This is where it ends, human. The hypothesis of humanity ascending to divinity shall be buried here. I shall not permit any humans to threaten our dominion." Zhao Li gazed deeply at the illusion, which began to sense an impending danger. Before it could discern the reason for this foreboding, Zhao Li conjured another sword from thin air, enveloping it in divine power and driving it into the solar illusion. With each repeated death, the gods inside ceased to emerge. Zhou Ping finished off the remaining gods and soared to Zhao Li's side, seizing his hand to inspect the faint burn marks. Aside from that, he appeared unscathed. Seeing Zhou Ping grip his sword tightly and prepare to advance towards the illusion, Zhao Li urgently restrained him. "Little Ping, we must first destroy this structure. Staying here grants us no advantage." Zhou Ping took a deep breath, nodded, and thrust his sword downward. The dragon elephant sword invoked the power of the laws, channeling it through the blade into the pyramid beneath them. The surface of the pyramid began to crack. With a thunderous roar, the pyramid collapsed, and Zhao Li, disregarding the risk of burns, forcibly withdrew his blade and charged toward the illusion the moment the pyramid split apart. With this ethereal shadow having conjured so many malevolent beings, today he must be vanquished. The shadow, momentarily stunned by the destruction of the pyramid forged from divine power, evaded Zhao Li's descending blade with a swift sidestep. Yet, in the next instant, a sword pierced through its back. Attempting to utter a word, it was met with another thrust from a knife. This relentless cycle incited the shadow's fury, and with a surge of divine energy, it repelled both adversaries. In a fleeting moment, the shadow materialized, grasping a weapon as it charged toward the two. Zhao Li's eyes sparkled with opportunity upon witnessing its corporeal form. What a chance! The previous ephemeral state had withstood numerous stabs without succumbing. Surely, this tangible form could not endure the same fate. Xiaoping, I'm coming. The blade, entwined with the power of the laws, surged forth in unison with the knife. A sickening sound echoed. A droplet of blood fell. As Zhao Li watched the corpse of the sun god topple backward to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. To trade wounds for wounds was indeed a harsh bargain with oneself. Zhou Ping, steadying Zhao Li's arm as they fell to the ground, regarded him with a mix of reproach and concern for having shielded him from the sun god's assault to execute that strike. Do not be this way. Though I have coughed blood, I assure you I am unharmed. That blood was merely the stagnant energy within me. Now that it is expelled, I feel invigorated. If you do not believe me, I shall leap for you. Zhou Ping, grasping the one who was resolute in his intent to leap, sighed in exasperation. Please behave yourself. The blood from the wound continued to flow forth, and the notion of jumping about seemed reckless. Coughing twice, Zhao Li sought to voice something further. But suddenly he heard faint sounds nearby. Fearing that the deity had not yet perished, he quickly positioned himself in front of Zhou Ping. Blade pointed toward the source of the noise. Who goes there? Step forth. The rustling sounds persisted, yet no deity emerged from that direction. Zhou Ping rastraina Zhou Li. I will check it out. I shall accompany you. Just as Zhou Ping intended to decline, he was met with Zhao Li's pleading gaze. Xiaoping, I'll support you. Just do not engage. Very well. The two joined hands and approached the source of the sound. Upon nearing, Zhou Ping pried aside the debris of the wall with his sword, revealing a child squatting behind it. Zhao Li sensed the aura emanating from this person and mused. It truly is a child. Please do not kill me. The child's words were not in the language of Daxia, rendering them unintelligible. However, the expression of fear on the child's face hinted at a plea for mercy. Zhou Ping lifted his gaze to the sky, noticing that as the deities departed, the once nebulous mist began to thicken, ominously suggesting that this place would soon be enveloped completely. If this unknown child were to be left here, it would likely not survive the day. Zhou Li, whatever you wish to do, go ahead. Bolstered by his beloved's support, Zhou Ping inhaled deeply, mentally assuring himself that the child posed no threat, unlike the cunning adults. He released Zhao Li's hand and knelt before the child, extending his right hand, pointing to himself and then to the outside, signifying his intent to lead them away from this place. The child gazed at him intently for a long moment before suddenly grasping his hand and rising, pulling him in a specific direction. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Li furrowed his brow slightly, momentarily disregarding the injury on his right hand that he had been attempting to conceal with his left. He hastened to the side of Zhou Ping, placing his hand upon the child's head to gently move him aside, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "Speak your mind, but refrain from any physical altercations." The child opened his mouth, uttering a flurry of words, when he noticed the bewildered expressions on their faces. He stamped his feet in frustration. Suddenly inspired, he darted a few steps away before returning, repeating the process several times, eagerly glancing at Zhou Ping in the hope that he would comprehend his intentions. "Do you wish for us to follow you?" Zhou Ping inquired, gesturing toward himself and Zhao Li, then indicating the child. Although the child did not grasp the words spoken, his eyes brightened with understanding of the gestures, and he vigorously nodded in affirmation towards Zhou Ping. Chapter 62. Regarding love, 1 minute later, Zhao Li observed the lively child ahead, bouncing along the path. and with a slight grimace remarked, "A suddenly appeared child. Who knows whether he is a divine being skilled in transformation? Xiao Ping, your lack of vigilance is alarming." Zhou Ping glanced at Zhao Li with exasperation. He did not believe that Zhao Li had not confirmed whether the child was human or divine, and urged him not to be irrationally jealous. "I am not," Zhao Li protested, asserting that his concern was legitimate and unrelated to any feelings of jealousy. Zhou Ping shook his head, unwilling to engage in a debate. Instead, he began discussing the child's origins, suggesting he was likely a child from the human realm, though it was unclear how he had emerged from it. Human realm? It refers to the domain where outer deities nurture humans for sustenance, Zhou Ping explained. "Oh," Zhao Li acknowledged with a lackadaisical nod, squeezing Zhou Ping's hand before suddenly declaring, "Wait for me." Without allowing Zhou Ping a chance to respond, he leaped towards several dimmed, divine pillars. Apart from the already plundered sun god's pillar, 8 remained, each varying in hue due to their differing sources of power. In a mere moment, Zhao Li returned, cradling a collection of radiant orbs. "This wind source will enhance your speed. Take it. Once absorbed, it will bolster your offensive capabilities. Also, here is the life source, which will alleviate your fears of injury. The underworld god source seems decent as well, though the sandy one is unappealing and its abilities seem lackluster in the sky." As he spoke, Zhou Ping found several sources tucked into his embrace. This time, he was cautious. The instant Zhao Li attempted to hand them over, he enveloped them with sword energy, preventing immediate absorption. As Zhao Li reached for another orb, Zhou Ping hastily called out, "That's enough. Really, that is sufficient. You can absorb the rest yourself." "Me? I don't particularly require these," Zhao Li replied. "You do. You need them." The system interface flickered before Zhao Li, almost quivering with urgency. Zhao Li waved it off, casting a glance at the child who had also halted due to their pause. "Xiao Ping, please don't refuse me." Zhou Ping pressed his lips together, casually selecting one orb from Zhao Li's south grasp to place into his own. "You take 4, and I'll take 4. "Ah, very well." Zhao Li acquiesced with a hint of regret. Sensing Zhao Li's disappointment, the system interface trembled with increased agitation, exclaiming in frustration at having pointed out beneficial items to this lovesick host. Suddenly, the child dashed towards them, reaching out to tug at Zhao Li's clothing. Zhao Li shot him a glance and noted, with intrigue, that the child's hand veered away mid-reach, instead heading towards Zhou Ping. Chuckling, Zhao Li stepped back while holding Zhou Ping's hand. "Xiao Ping," he was peering at us with a shifty gaze from afar. His appearance certainly bears some ulterior motive. "I understand," Zhou Ping replied, "but this child is undeniably human and poses no threat." More pressing than the child's intentions was his own concern. "Your emotions have returned." "Oh." Suddenly my head aches terribly. "Xiao Ping, what is happening to me? Am I going to die?" As Zhao Li spoke, he inadvertently tilted his body to one side, fortuitously in the direction where Zhou Ping stood. Despite knowing that Zhao Li was merely pretending, Zhou Ping instinctively reached out to support him as he stumbled. Upon meeting the child's dark, glistening eyes, Zhou Ping bit his lip, belatedly experiencing the sensation of embarrassment. Over there, the child, observing their close proximity, grew anxious and attempted to grasp Zhou Ping's hand, urging him to move away. In his mind, this individual appeared far more amiable than the one beside him. Just moments ago, this person had crouched down to converse with him, and though words were not exchanged, he did not regard him with a menacing gaze. Zhao Li, seizing the child's outstretched hand towards Zhou Ping, crouched down, his eyes flashing with a hint of crimson. "Regardless of your intentions, it is still not too late to leave. Brother." Another child emerged, and Zhao Li, holding the first child's hand, maneuvered to avoid the oncoming child, finding the situation amusing despite his irritation. The first child, oblivious to the circumstances, seemed unaware of their surroundings during battle and failed to notice the presence of another child. Though, in truth, the situation was quite peculiar. How could a child ascend to such heights? However, this newly appeared second child was brazenly toying with the two of them. Zhao Li broke into a brilliant smile and turned to Zhou Ping, seeking his counsel. "Shall we eliminate them?" "No." Zhao Li directed his gaze towards the newly arrived little girl, who could speak the great Xia language. The little girl glanced at Zhao Li, then at Zhou Ping, astutely identifying the more approachable of the two. We are not here to cause trouble. We have come to seek help. Zhou Ping, who had been silently observing the unfolding situation, finally interjected, "Seek help. A sudden earthquake struck our home, and the priest guarding the temple informed us that a conflict above had occurred, advising us to carry on with our lives as usual. Yet abruptly all the temples collapsed, and the mist surged into our homeland. The priest said this was because our deity was defeated, and we are doomed. A priest led us out, instructing us to find the god that vanquished our deity and to inform him that we are willing to worship him in exchange for protection. We will build a temple for you. Please, save us." Zhou Ping knelt before the little girl, helping her to her feet and gently wiping the dirt from her face. He earnestly replied, "We do not require a temple." But, Zhou Ping wiped away the tears that streamed down the girl's face from her anxiety. "Do not cry. We will save you." Zhao Li released the boy's hand, shrugging nonchalantly. "I shall heed your words, Brother Ping. Lead the way." Zhou Ping affectionately patted the little girl's head. The girl nodded vigorously, taking the boy's hand as they walked ahead, frequently glancing back as if fearful that the two of them might vanish. Zhao Li leisurely trailed behind Zhou Ping, quietly inquiring, "Isn't it strange that a child from Egypt can speak the great Xia language, Brother Ping? Strange. Yet we cannot choose to disregard her cries for help simply because of her eccentricity. Ultimately, it is the slaying of the Egyptian deities that has allowed the mist to encroach upon the realm of humanity. The immorality of the human sphere lies not with its inhabitants, who are well aware of the brutality beyond their confines. Yet they have not chosen to relinquish their lives. Instead, they strive to exist, which in itself adds a vibrant hue to the tapestry of life. As long as one desires to live, no force can strip away the intrinsic right to pursue existence. Zhao Li, the great Xia, stands as the last bastion of purity in this world. Thus, those who dwell within its borders may remain oblivious to the perils that lurk outside, for there are those who silently bear the burdens of all. The realm crafted by the outer deities is indeed harsh. Resources are scarce, and space is limited. Even newborns must learn to restrain themselves with the assistance of adults. Yet they choose to endure, to live, for life holds profound significance for them. I do not comprehend. Zhou Ping sighed upon hearing this. If you claim to be perplexed, why then do you desire to share centuries with me? Because I love you, Zhao Li blurted out. Your love for me mirrors their love for life. This abstraction crystallized for Zhao Li, rendering the endeavor to aid the two with newfound significance and a deeper appreciation. Chapter 63. The stolen corpse. After following the two children for a while, they passed through a thin membrane, and the scene before them shifted dramatically. Even Zhao Li, who was generally indifferent to his surroundings, was momentarily taken aback. Yellow sand stretched endlessly, and emaciated figures with timid eyes populated the area. What has happened here? I thought a human circle would at least resemble an oasis. Did not the outer gods desire offerings? Why then allow these people to endure such suffering? Zhao Li's thoughts were transparent, clearly etched upon his face. Zhou Ping gazed into the distance, as if recalling some distant memory, yet seemingly lost in thought, before finally responding. Perhaps it is the faith born from suffering that is the most devout. Brother Zhao Ping, are you sorrowful? Why? Zhou Ping suppressed his tangled thoughts and strode forward to catch up with the two children waiting for them not far ahead. He was not sorrowful. The answer was a negation, yet his eyes betrayed the truth. Zhao Li could not comprehend why Zhou Ping felt sorrow, yet he longed to see him smile. Surveying the area, would rescuing these people bring joy to Zhou Ping? It would, Zhao Li affirmed to himself. After following the children for approximately half an hour, they finally caught sight of greenery, an exceedingly rare sight. The lush area was so diminutive that one could see its boundaries at a glance. This was a very, very small oasis. Had it belonged to the people of the great Xia, it would have been brimming with crops. Even if it could not sustain the entire population, it would alleviate some of the burden of food scarcity. However, here, aside from a few crops at the edges, the rest lay barren, merely covered by a thin layer of green grass, and in the center stood the ruins of a collapsed structure. from its remnants. It was evident that it had once been a temple. Grandfather priest. The little girl's eyes lit up upon seeing the elderly man emerge from the crumbling walls, and she tugged at the little boy, rushing towards him. The man, referred to as Grandfather Priest, embraced the two children as they leaped into his arms, gently ruffling their hair before setting them aside and kneeling before Zhao Li and Zhou Ping. Zhao Li pulled Zhou Ping away from the direction in which the man knelt, frowning as he remarked, "Moral coercion? I did not intend that. I simply wish to ask you to save those who are on the brink of death." The elderly man replied. Zhao Li interjected, halting Zhou Ping before he could speak, and pose a question. What would happen if we choose not to intervene? The old man remained silent, staring at the ground for a long while before he finally spoke. Then I must still thank you for liberating us from the exploitation of the divine. Zhao Li was somewhat satisfied with this response. It did not sound like the ramblings of a madman, nor did it resemble the words of an ungrateful soul. He stretched languidly and suddenly posed an unrelated question. Did you teach that child the language of the great Xia? Indeed, she will succeed me as the next high priest and is destined to inherit all my knowledge. Brother Xiao Ping, you converse with him. I shall venture out to devise a means of excavating this place. Excavate? Zhou Ping inquired. You mean to do so as the wind god did, using divine power to transport it back? Zhao Li grinned mischievously, planning to bring something back to Yi Fan to keep him occupied. Zhou Ping sighed at this, wondering how he had gotten entangled with Yi Fan. Be cautious. Of course, I am capable of handling matters. Do you still doubt me? Zhou Ping's gaze lingered on Zhao Li's blood-stained clothing, the implication unmistakable. Zhao Li rubbed his nose, gazed skyward, and shifted the conversation. What should we do with the corpses of those deities? Should we take them back? Take them back. Indeed, Zhao Li replied, observing the young boy. Among the few youngsters you taught, isn't there one who has a penchant for dissection? Such exquisite material should not be left unattended. It would be a pity. Then we shall take them back, Zhou Ping confirmed. Zhao Li, intending to steal a kiss before departing, restrained himself upon noticing the presence of two children and an elder, and turned to leave without indulging that thought. Once outside the small circle of individuals, Zhao Li's expression hardened. His earlier probing had evoked no reaction from the boy. Had he overthought the situation? No, it certainly was not mere overthinking. He must have overlooked some details. Contemplating this, Zhao Li returned to the battlefield, and without much scrutiny, he noted that one of the corpses had been tampered with. It was missing an arm and had a gaping wound in its chest. Ironically, this was the body of the most formidable sun god. A cold smile crept across his face. Indeed, he had come for the corpse. Surrounded by mist, the thief of the body could not have fled far. Zhao Li was not in a rush to pursue. He waved his hand, gathering all the corpses into his necklace. Leaning against a nearby pillar, he summoned the system interface, revealing that his level had ascended to the highest. Recalling the system's assertion that attaining the highest level would restore his emotions, Zhao Li took a moment to introspect, but felt no difference. Failure. He was not one to torment himself unnecessarily. If he felt nothing, he would simply let it go and instead focus on the experience required to ascend to the next level. 1, 10, 100,000, billion. Zhao Li rubbed his face in disbelief, suspecting a flaw in his vision or intellect. 1 billion experience points. Even if he were to slay every deity of the Egyptian pantheon again, he could not amass such an amount. Damn system, you might as well kill me outright. Really? A sense of palpable malice lingered in those two words, and Zhao Li cleared his throat. Just kidding, disperse. He had work to attend to. Speaking of work, Zhao Li felt a wave of annoyance as he approached the entrance to the circle of people. Channeling divine power, he delved 100 meters underground, extracting it from the earth. His divine energy expanded, enveloping the circle of people, which from a distance resembled a colossal crystal sphere. Placing his hand at the entrance, he called inward, Xiao Ping, use your laws to encase it and prevent the mist from eroding it. I lack such laws. All right. The moment his voice echoed, Zhao Li sensed a chilling sword intent intertwining with his divine power. However, as its owner bore no intent to attack, the sword intent was surprisingly gentle. No, not surprising, normal. Xiao Ping was inherently a gentle soul. Zhao Li sighed, regretting his unkind thoughts. Why the sigh? Xiaoping, what brings you out? Zhou Ping turned his head, noting, the individuals inside are quite warm-hearted. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement sparked in Zhao Li's eyes. With a playful smile, he bounded over to Zhou Ping and teased, with such a reluctance to engage with others, what shall you do in the future? Zhou Ping, perplexed, gazed at Zhao Li, pondering the words that had been intentionally omitted. Zhao Li succinctly replied, the wedding. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Ping's face flushed a deep crimson, and he exclaimed, what nonsense. Hey, Xia Ping Yi. Don't run away. Zhao Li extended his hand towards the flustered Zhou Ping as he attempted to flee, casting a glance back at the encircled figure enveloped in divine energy. Zhao Li concentrated, sending forth 2 strands of divine power. He deftly wrapped them around his waist, securing them before soaring after Zhou Ping. Chapter 64. The return. Zhao Li flew a short distance before spotting Zhou Ping hovering in midair, and he immediately approached with a cheerful smile, calling out, little Ping. Zhou Ping replied softly, extending his hand towards Zhao Li's waist, intending to untie a strand of divine power wrapped around him, so they could return together. Hey! Zhao Li took a step back, feeling it was inappropriate for Zhou Ping to be so forward while they were still outside. Zhou Ping's hand froze midair. I didn't. You didn't? Zhao Li pointed at Zhou Ping's hand suspended in the air, urging him to realize what he was doing. Zhou Ping glanced down at his own hand, then back at Zhao Li, where he unexpectedly met a gaze filled with amusement. Zhou Li. Wrong. Don't tap. If you knock me silly, I want to know the way home. Zhou Ping let out a cold snort, retracting his hand that was poised to tap Zhao Li's forehead. Give me a strand of ribbon. I'll take it with you. About that, Zhao Li replied, I don't need your meticulous care. Upon meeting Zhou Ping's calm gaze, Zhao Li was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the words he had prepared. He lowered his head and unfastened a ribbon from his body, placing it in Zhou Ping's outstretched hand. I understand. He had never regarded Zhou Ping as a fragile flower requiring his protection, but had always seen him as a partner to walk alongside. Yet as a lover, he often desired to do more to ease Zhou Ping's burdens. Unbeknownst to him, this had led to overlooking Zhou Ping's feelings. I apologize for disregarding your feelings, little Ping. Zhou Ping tightened his grip on the ribbon and smiled at Zhao Li. No need to apologize. I hold no resentment. I promise I won't do it again. Let us go. The person enveloped in divine power could fly normally even when held by a god, and with 2 gods carrying him, their speed was significantly enhanced. The mist swirled and was swiftly cast behind them. After 2 continuous days of flight, they finally spotted a glimmer of light in the distance. Seeing the light, Zhao Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived. If they delayed any longer, he would have to contemplate a temporary strike. Stop when we're close. I'll go out first and send a message to Yifan. Zhao Li expressed his disappointment with a soft ah, suggesting, why not just take them inside directly? What difference would it make? Informing Yifan in advance would render his carefully prepared surprise futile. Zhou Ping countered with an exasperated glance. Zhao Li pouted, entering his petulant mode. You're siding with Yifan and not with me. I'll be heartbroken. Stop it. I'll tell you this. If you don't kiss me now, when we return to Daxia, I'll go complain to my 3rd uncle. I'll accuse you of bullying me. What a ridiculous reason to complain. Zhou Ping chuckled at Zhao Li. 3rd uncle wouldn't he believe that? Zhou Ping turned and planted a quick kiss on Zhao Li's lips. All right, be good. I'll go in first. Wait for me to come back to you. Next time, I want to be so easy to deal with. Zhou Ping ruffled Zhao Li's hair, said nothing more, handed him the ribbon, and sped into the mist. Stop. Upon hearing the stern admonitions of the patrolling soldiers, Zhou Ping halted and descended to the ground. He retrieved a well-preserved mobile phone from his hidden stash and swiftly located Yifan's number, dialing it just before the soldiers approached. Silently praying for Yifan to answer promptly so that he might hand the phone to the incoming individual for communication. The phone rang incessantly. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Lu Wu Wei glanced at the vibrating device on Yifan's desk, a busy individual, hastily picking it up to discern the caller's identity. It could only be someone. Just as Yifan's voice abruptly ceased, Lu Wu Wei, intrigued, leaned over the desk to scrutinize the phone, his eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing the caller's name. Zhou Ping, Lu Wu Wei shouted, snapping Yi Fan back to reality. What are you dawdling for? If you won't answer, I shall. Yi Fan instinctively guarded his phone, exclaiming, No, no, this is my phone. If you wish to answer a call, use your own. Very well, very well. I shan't snatch it, just answer it quickly. As the call connected, Yi Fan was about to call out to Zhou Ping when he was met with an entirely unfamiliar voice. After a flurry of confusion, both parties finally clarified their identities, and the soldier requested Zhou Ping to enter the base. Zhou Ping, grasping the phone, directly declined the invitation. Clenching the device, he gazed into the swirling mist, as if envisioning Zhao Li still ensconced within. Yi Fan, we need you to come to the border. Are you being pursued by the gods? Yi Fan asked, rising and tilting his head to beckon Lu Wu Wei to accompany him. Zhou Ping, whatever it is, you must tell us. We can assist you. Recognizing Lu Wu Wei's voice, Zhou Ping rubbed his fingers together and greeted him. Lu Wu Wei, hello. All right. What trouble have you found yourself in? Are you being hunted? Hold on. I shall ride over to rescue you. Yi Fan clenched his fist, attempting to reclaim his phone from Lu Wu Wei. Return my phone. Amidst the noise on the other end, Zhou Ping's eyelashes fluttered before he replied, No. I just returned from eliminating the gods with Zhao Li and brought back a few things that require Yi Fan's reception at the border. Zhou Ping tightened his grip on the phone, furrowing his brow as he glanced backward, only to see Yi Fan and Lu Wu Wei emerging from a fissure on a small electric scooter. You, cough, I see you're in a hurry. I had him use his powers to come directly here. Yi Fan quickly dismounted from the rear seat, adjusting his sleeves. Now, what is it that requires my signature at the border? People. What? Yi Fan questioned, doubting his ears, as if the prolonged hours spent in the office had affected his hearing. The gods are dead. Without their protection, they will perish. Zhao Li, and I brought them back. Trembling, Yi Fan extracted a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips, and upon tasting the tobacco, he seemed to awaken from stupor, asking, All of them? All of them. Where are they now? Zhou Ping turned to gaze into the mist, his meaning clear. Lu Wu Wei, wide-eyed, marveled, Impressive, my friend. Oh, no time to chat. A new order has arrived, goodbye. He slipped away, realizing that if he lingered any longer, he would be compelled to remain and toil for Yi Fan. Ruffling his hair, Yi Fan pondered whether Zhao Li was indeed lurking beyond the mist. On the other side, Zhao Li, upon hearing his name, emerged partially, waving enthusiastically at Yi Fan with a radiant smile. It's been a while. I brought you a splendid gift. Observing Zhao Li's demeanor, Yi Fan discerned without inquiry that his emotional troubles had been resolved. A journey away had indeed addressed one issue at least. Sighing, Yi Fan invited, Please come inside. Zhao Li nodded, tugging at the ribbon to drag in fragments of the Egyptian earth. Upon glimpsing the enormous crystal orb, Yi Fan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, wishing fervently to faint on the spot. Why must I be the commander? Why must it be me? He lamented inwardly. This burden was impossible to delegate. Wait, delegate? What did you just say? This marked the second occasion that Yi Fan questioned the integrity of his hearing, as Zhao Li's words were simply too astonishing. With a cheerful grin, Zhao Li reiterated, I mentioned that someone inside has stolen the corpse of a deity, likely an arm, a heart, and a leg. As for the perpetrator, Zhao Li pointed, and Yi Fan followed his gesture to the territory behind him. Perhaps we should just eliminate him. With the divine power of both me and Xiao Ping. He won't escape. You needn't worry. Needn't worry? Yi Fan scoffed. That's absurd. That little rascal will only invite trouble. However, did Zhao Li just mention the divine power of both himself and Zhou Ping? Chapter 65. Homecoming. Yi Fan shifted his gaze towards Zhou Ping, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Zhou Ping nodded in response. I have attained divinity. By the heavens. After all this time, finally a piece of good news. Yi Fan exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight, feeling that the earlier setbacks were trivial in comparison. They had just witnessed the first human in the Great Xia to become a deity. The very first. Zhao Li. That fellow did not count. He had no laws to speak of, a true oddity. Who could fathom how he achieved divinity? Amidst his elation, Yi Fan did not forget to confirm, You have grasped the laws, right? Don't be like Zhao Li, who lacks even a single law, relying solely on his blade. Yes. Excellent. By the way, what laws do you wield? Let me guess. Have you commandeered the laws of wind, rain, thunder? The sword. One of my own creation. A sword? Quite commendable. Wait, you crafted it yourself? Huh. Yi Fan rubbed his temples and turned away, muttering, I must still be dreaming. I shall return to my slumber. The absurdity of this dream was quite remarkable. He truly dared to dream such a thing. Yi Fan, this is no dream. I have genuinely become a deity, Zhou Ping declared, drawing his sword and cleaving through the distant mist. The fog parted only to swiftly reassemble. The dust stirred by the sword's energy dusted Yi Fan's face, and he became convinced that this was indeed reality. Meanwhile, Zhao Li nestled beside Zhou Ping, observing Yi Fan, who occasionally chuckled to himself. He poked Zhou Ping aside and inquired, has he lost his mind? Perhaps he is merely overwhelmed with excitement. Zhou Ping replied, somewhat uncertain. Hearing them discuss him, Yi Fan cleared his throat to suppress his exhilaration, then stood with hands clasped behind his back, declaring, those individuals require assessment and arrangement. I shall take my leave now. You may attend to your matters. As he walked away, chuckling, Zhao Li fell silent before questioning. Do you think he will truly be perceived as mad for leaving in such a state? Zhou Ping replied hesitantly, it should not be, I suppose. Zhao Li merely broached the subject without intending to dwell on whether Yi Fan would indeed be seen as insane. Noticing Zhou Ping deep in thought, he decided to play the rogue. He leaned into Zhou Ping's embrace, clasping his hands and squeezing them affectionately. Brother Ping, let us return to Shijin. Now, after all we've done, we've only brought Yi Fan trouble. Shouldn't we at least remain to lend a hand? Or is it not a tad unethical to leave him? Zhao Li, however, was unconcerned with ethics. He simply wished to distance himself from Yi Fan. Yet, compelling Zhou Ping to return was not a feasible path. With a flicker of inspiration, Zhao Li continued, it has been nearly half a month since we departed. Don't you miss Uncle San? Uncle San. Precisely. Think about it. While we've been away, he has been managing the local restaurant alone, purchasing ingredients, preparing meals, setting tables, washing dishes, and keeping accounts. He must be utterly exhausted. If we return sooner, we can assist him. As he spoke, Zhao Li averted his gaze to the ceiling, unable to meet Zhou Ping's eyes. Approximately 6 months ago, he and Zhou Ping contemplated renovating the local cuisine restaurant. While it may not rival the grandeur of a 5-star establishment, in comparison to other modest eateries, the equipment within is undeniably superior. The large dishwashers and sterilizers, among other appliances, do not entirely replace human labor, yet they significantly alleviate the burden on staff, saving considerable time. Consequently, during this period, Zhou Ping was able to focus on his driving school, obtaining his license in a month, and subsequently enjoying much more time with him instead of helping out at the restaurant. Thus, when it came to persuading Zhou Ping to return home by invoking the strenuous efforts of their uncle, Zhao Li felt an unusual sense of guilt. Fortunately, their uncle held a respectable place in Zhou Ping's heart. Even though he knew that the uncle's hardships were exaggerated by Zhao Li, he still decided to inform Yi Fan of their decision to return. Zhao Li, reluctantly being led forward by Zhou Ping, felt a mix of reluctance and annoyance. Pondering why they needed to inform Yi Fan, he had inadvertently created a significant dilemma for himself and was temporarily conceding. Hey, Zhuqing. Yes. Come to the border. Is it an invasion from the outer gods? No, it's something else. Are you busy? No witties. Just drop off the documents in my office. I'll handle it. Make your way to the border as soon as you can. Zhou Ping shut his eyes, realizing he should have anticipated that Yi Fan wouldn't burden him excessively. He turned and grasped Zhao Li's hand, departing. Zhao Li chuckled softly. Xiao Ping go. Did you not say something? No more, came the reply. After all, Yi Fan, the great deceiver, would surely manipulate others into labor, ensuring he wouldn't be worn out. By the time Yi Fan became aware of Zhou Ping and Zhao Li's departure, they had already boarded a direct flight to Shijin at the border. Yi Fan, upon reading Zhou Ping's farewell message, felt that Zhao Li had led him astray, sneaking away. However, he pondered the old priest, the little girl, and the boy. Were they suspicious? The little girl seemed uncertain, yet the boy was undoubtedly suspect. His sudden appearance had been rather peculiar, and his shifty eyes only added to the suspicion. Do not make any assertions. The investigation has not yet commenced. Zhao Li obediently nodded. Then I shall not mention him again. Good, Zhou Ping replied, gently ruffling Zhao Li's hair. He felt a subtle thrill when Zhao Li instinctively nuzzled his palm, reminiscent of a small animal seeking affection. Xia Ping Yi. When you have a moment, please contact Lin Xie and have him come over to retrieve the corpses of the forbidden entities, and then return the artifacts to Yifan. Speaking of corpses, it seemed they had not informed Yifan about bringing back some divine remains. Zhao Li blinked innocently. Should we tell him? The corpses of the gods. Surely he would want them. After all, they hold significant research value for the Institute. Previously, the divine essence left by Poseidon had been borrowed for study, and when it was returned, Yifan had expressed regret over not retaining Poseidon's body. Divine essences were exceedingly difficult to work with, yielding little in terms of research. They could barely break the outer skin, let alone delve into its depths. In contrast, the corpses offered a wealth of potential for study, allowing them to uncover myriad insights through various means. Zhao Li recalled the last time Yifan borrowed a divine essence and had to pay for it. He said, all right, then tell him to procure a corpse with the money. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Zhao Li's eyes. Xiao Ping, I have just conceived a brilliant idea for wealth accumulation. Would you care to hear it? His excitement was palpable, hinting at mischief brewing within. Zhou Ping tilted his head, observing the vibrant expression on Zhao Li's face, and gently replied, I would. Look, Zhao Li continued, we possess numerous divine corpses. This is a rarity, not just in the world, but certainly within the entirety of the Great Xia. What does this signify? What does it signify? Zhou Ping asked with a bemused smile. Following Zhao Li's lead. Chapter 66. Exclusive business. This indicates that we can engage in a monopolistic venture. With a bustling population in the capital, we could organize an auction, selling one by one, Rain God, God of Life. As Zhao Li spoke with increasing excitement, Zhou Ping interrupted by poking Zhao Li's face. Selling corpses is illegal. Zhao Li's expression froze, yet he remained undeterred. These are not human corpses. The law shouldn't apply, right? What do you think? Zhou Ping countered without answering. Zhao Li slumped, realizing, I should have anticipated this. The quickest ways to earn money are all outlined in criminal law. I should have thought of it sooner. All right, while selling to others may be prohibited, selling to Yifan is permissible. Zhou Ping, unable to bear Zhao Li's despondency, comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. Upon hearing that selling to Yifan was an option, Zhao Li perked up, sitting upright and shedding his gloom, instantly revitalized. The stark contrast in his demeanor left Zhou Ping both amused and perplexed. How had he ended up at odds with Yifan? It seemed Yifan had never wronged Zhao Li in any significant way. Meanwhile, Yifan was lost in thought, gazing at a massive crystal ball when he suddenly sneezed. Regaining his composure, he pinched the bridge of his nose, sensing an inexplicable chill behind him, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Soon, this unsettling feeling was validated hours later. Yifan scrutinized the chat window, with Zhou Ping on his phone, narrowing his eyes. The boastful tone was unmistakably not Zhou Ping's. It could only belong to Zhao Li. However, the focus was not solely on that. How many divine corpses do you possess? Listening to the hurried breaths from the other end, Zhao Li raised an eyebrow and gestured to himself while seated on the sofa, implying, should I respond? Zhou Ping nodded affirmatively. You should. Zhao Li smacked his lips, resigned to the idea that if he ruffled someone's feathers, he couldn't be held accountable. How many? To be honest, I don't know. I've killed too many to count. Why don't you look into mythology and see how many Egyptian gods there are? His mind raced, prompting Yifan to grasp the implications of his words immediately. Yifan's eyes widened in shock, his breath quickening. Have you two slaughtered the entire pantheon of Egyptian gods? Sort of. By the way, how many divine corpses do you need? Speak quickly, so I can calculate how many. Hey, hello. Zhao Li glanced at his phone, turning to Zhou Ping with a look of grievance. He hung up. Wait for what? Zhou Li. A thunderous voice erupted from beside him. Zhao Li turned to see Yifan glaring at him from the living room, flanked by Lu Wuwei, clad in a delivery uniform. Lu Wuwei, having ridden over on an electric bike, pushed his helmet down. his expression one of disillusionment. He was aware of Yi Fan's busy schedule and had avoided answering his calls to escape being roped into unpaid labor. Little did he know, Yi Fan's cunning had led him to order takeout, inadvertently dragging him into this invisible conflict. Zhao Li blinked and turned to look at Zhou Ping, only to find no trace of surprise on his face. Well, it seemed he had anticipated this. Did you two truly slay the entire Egyptian pantheon? Perhaps. What does perhaps mean? Yi Fan furrowed his brows and shifted his gaze to Zhou Ping, who reluctantly assumed the role of translator between them. The gods within the Sun City have perished, but we did not search the surroundings, so we are unaware if we have eliminated all the Egyptian deities. Yi Fan's breath quickened as he tugged at his hair, clapping his hands together, his expression a mix of excitement and something more sinister. Huff, huff. Lu Wei leaned closer to Zhou Ping, curiosity evident on his face. What is the Egyptian pantheon like? Is it beautiful? Very empty, a vast square with only 9 columns. How does that sound less appealing than any random place we have here? Zhao Li raised his hand and affectionately draped it over Zhou Ping's shoulder, resting his cheek on it in agreement. It's already less impressive than any of our spots. Those gods are all peculiar, unable to articulate their words properly, their speech laced with disdain. Oh, what was their expression like when you killed them? Lu Wei inquired with keen interest. I didn't pay attention, but when Xiao Ping transformed into a deity before them, their expressions were quite remarkable. Upon realizing this, Zhao Li felt a twinge of regret. What a pity. I didn't bring my camera, otherwise I could have captured some photos as mementos of our visit to the Egyptian realm. Zhou Ping gently squeezed Zhao Li's hand in comfort. We can go again next time. The mist is so thick, it won't be the same next time. By the way, are there any other divine realms apart from the Egyptian one? Lu Wei removed his helmet and pondered for a moment. Does Japan's Takamagara count? Takamagara? Zhao Li repeated, puzzled, and turned to Zhou Ping. Xiao Ping, do you know where it is? I don't. Zhao Li's eyes lit up upon hearing this. You don't know, and I don't either. Perfect. Let us visit there next time, and I promise I won't forget to bring my camera. To avoid forgetting, Xiao Ping, you must remind me before we set off. All right, I'll remind you. Lu Wei, intrigued by Zhou Ping's response, exclaimed, is this the power of love? The one who despises going out and being in crowded places, Zhou Ping, has actually agreed to embark on another journey, especially to such a distant place. How many divine corpses do you have? Never mind. The quantity is insignificant. I've purchased them all. No, Zhao Li refused. You cannot buy them all. I have to reserve some for others. Yi Fan frowned, looking at Zhao Li. You do realize that trading corpses privately is illegal, right? Of course, that's why I'm not selling. I'm giving them away. At this, Yi Fan twitched his lips. Then why did your message say 1 corpse costs $1 million? Oh, that's a special price for you. Zhou Ping lowered his head to conceal the smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. The confrontation between Zhao Li and Yi Fan resembled a playful squabble between elementary school children, with exchanges both swift and sharp. Neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Yi Fan's lips twitched more violently upon hearing Zhao Li's words, questioning whether it was indeed a special price rather than a personal affront. One of the bodies is free of charge. Oh, 1 body at no cost. Has a sense of conscience suddenly emerged? Zhao Li brandished the enchanted item that Yi Fan had tossed to him before their departure, shaking it slightly. Let us make a trade. Still the same ungrateful demeanor. I can't take everything, so I shall require 10 divine corpses. If possible, please select the remains of deities who possessed varying abilities in life. Very well, Zhao Li readily agreed. Once you send over the container for the corpses, I shall sort them for you. But for now, right now, you must clean the floor of my home. Zhao Li exclaimed angrily, pointing at the filthy floor trampled by Yi Fan and Lu Wei. These two had come uninvited, taking the most unconventional route by arriving in a vehicle straight into his living room, and he had no desire to behold the mud that now marred his floors. Thus, before they departed, these two must leave the place spotless. Otherwise, the task would fall upon him and Xiao Ping to rectify. Chapter 67. Have you gone wholesale? Yi Fan, in a desperate struggle, exclaimed, well, we're just guests here. It is unreasonable to make guests work. Uninvited guests. Zhou Li raturta. Seeing the precarious situation, Lu Wei leaped up from beside Zhou Ping and hastily remarked, "Brother, when calamity strikes, each must flee. I shall take my leave first." With that, Lu Wei darted towards the car like a monkey, leaving Yi Fan alone amidst the chaos. Yi Fan glanced at Zhao Li, then at Zhou Ping. Noticing Zhao Li's unwavering gaze upon him, while Zhou Ping averted his eyes, he realized that avoiding this task was no longer an option. After retrieving cleaning tools and tidying up the mess of mud and dust on the ground, Yi Fan fell into contemplation as he gazed at the large hole by the window. Surely, a considerable portion of the dust inside this house must have wafted in through that gaping opening, right? This hole is still here. Xiaoping, do you know the number for replacing glass? My uncle does. Then let us tidy up and head to my uncle's place. Besides, we are out of vegetables at home. All right. Yi Fan tapped on the wall. Kid, a significant portion of this dust in your house isn't from me, right? Were you just trying to trick me into cleaning? Did I? No, right? Zhao Li, grinning at Yi Fan, slipped over to Zhou Ping's side and clung to his arm. Initiating a false complaint, Xiao Ping, he threatened me. You must stand up for me. Zhou Ping, with a complex expression, regarded the upside-down accusations of Zhao Li and opened his mouth. His eyes and ears were functioning perfectly. He understood that he had witnessed everything that had transpired between the two, hence there was no situation of Yi Fan threatening Zhao Li. Xiao Ping, you saw it all, right? I did nothing and said nothing. This is purely Zhao Li's preemptive accusation. Zhou Ping responded softly. Xiao Ping, the tone, was melodious and tortuous. Yi Fan, through his clothing, touched his arm and felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Zhou Ping fell silent for 2 seconds, awkwardly shifting the arm Zhao Li clung to. Under Yi Fan's teasing gaze, he nearly fled in a panic. Unable to extricate his arm, Zhou Ping redirected the conversation. It's getting late. We should head to my uncle's. Indeed, it was late. Let's go. Zhao Li dropped his dramatic demeanor, prompting both Zhou Ping and Yi Fan to exhale in unison. As they descended the stairs, Zhao Li took the lead, allowing space for the two old friends, Zhou Ping and Yi Fan. In the elevator, which contained just the two of them, Yi Fan pointed at his reflection in the polished elevator wall and inquired, "Did you muddle his mind during treatment?" "No." "Really? He doesn't seem to exhibit the signs of a recovered mind. It appears quite the opposite." "Ding. What do you mean by the opposite?" "That he has transitioned from one extreme to another." Yi Fan observed the elevator doors open to reveal Zhao Li, completing his unspoken thoughts internally, but merely shook his head, saying nothing. Zhao Li nodded slightly, his stern gaze shifting from Yi Fan to Zhou Ping, warmth subtly infusing his demeanor. "Xiao Ping Gu, let us proceed." Zhou Ping lowered his eyes to Zhao Li's outstretched hand, gradually raising his own to grasp it, contemplating to himself that perhaps Yi Fan was indeed right this time. He relaxed and followed Zhou Ping out of the elevator into the underground parking lot, with Yi Fan closely trailing behind. Once they all entered the car, Yi Fan opened the rear door and slid inside. "I have nowhere to go in Shijin, so I'll tag along with you to have a meal at Third Uncle's. We're not merely going for a meal, we're going to assist." "What is this? Does Commander Yi wish to join us in washing dishes?" "Don't pretend. I know you purchased a large dishwasher 6 months ago. Are you addicted to spying?" Zhao Li asked, frowning. "Without my connections, you and T have been able to buy the latest gadgets at such a low price. Let us be reasonable. I've rendered you a significant service. Did we ask for your help?" "Hey, you rascal. Enough squabbling." Zhou Ping interrupted their bickering, starting the car. "If you keep arguing, I'll just drop you off to continue your quarrel." Their incessant back and forth sounded like children in a kindergarten, their words akin to caged ducks quacking incessantly. Yi Fan observed Zhao Li, who had suddenly deflated, and chuckled. Serves you right. Yi Fan, I was referring to both of you." Yi Fan opened his mouth to retort, but was silenced by the mocking smile reflected in the rearview mirror from Zhao Li. It seemed he wanted Zhao Li to initiate the argument before Zhou Ping expelled him. "Didn't he? All right, today, let us see what it means to be as immovable as a mountain and to practice silence like a Zen master." Zhao Li remained oblivious to the dramatic flair Yi Fan attributed to his glance. He merely shot Yi Fan a look before refocusing on Zhou Ping. As he observed Zhou Ping, who was intently driving, Zhao Li's thoughts began to wander. Xiao Pinga looked so dashing while concentrating on a road. He felt an urge to kiss him, but that was impossible, as an unwelcome third wheel occupied the back seat. What to do about the third wheel? Zhao Li's eyes gleamed with mischief. Surely, shattering it would solve the problem. Zhou Ping retracted his hand from tapping his forehead and calmly stated, "Do not entertain dangerous thoughts." He certainly did not wish to visit Zhao Li in prison in the future. Reluctantly, Zhao Li withdrew his gaze. Fine, I shall behave." He conceded, and in front of Yi Fan, he pulled out a brick from his forbidden items. "Third uncle. This is a souvenir that Xiao Pinggu and I brought back from Egypt." Third uncle took the brick from Zhao Li's hand and inspected it for a moment. "You, young man, exaggerate just enough. Why so much? Do you think I'm too old to read?" Not all. Who doesn't he know that the outside world is shrouded in mist, making it impossible to venture out? You must have gone to a replica Egyptian tourist attraction, right? After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Li nodded decisively. "Indeed, third uncle, you are astute. Wait, there are more souvenirs." Yi Fan and Zhou Ping watched as Zhao Li continuously brought in various Egyptian-themed items, with Yi Fan unable to resist tapping the table and asking, "Did you go to Egypt for wholesale?" I do not know." Zhou Ping wore a bewildered expression as he remarked that Zhao Li had merely instructed him to collect the corpse, and thus he had not accompanied him, leaving him utterly in the dark regarding what else Zhao Li had concealed in Egypt, apart from those remains. "It is not my place to say, but you ought to get a grasp on these mundane matters. Otherwise, should the day come when you two part ways, you would be at a loss as to how to divide your assets. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to destroy a marriage." Such a statement from you seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Yi Fan stiffly turned his head to find Zhao Li standing with his arms crossed, gazing down at him from a superior position. He then redirected his gaze toward Zhou Ping, intending to chastise him for failing to inform him of Zhao Li's whereabouts. With a sense of resignation, Zhou Ping rose and followed his third uncle, who had retreated to the kitchen to escape the encroaching artifacts of Egypt. The matters between these two were beyond his control. Every time they encountered one another, a conflict would ensue, whether it escalated to blows or merely exchanged barbs, as if they were sworn enemies from a past life. Chapter 68. The moonlight is just right. Zhao Li cast a glance at Yi Fan, snorted coldly, and eagerly followed Zhou Ping into the kitchen. Yi Fan pressed his forehead where a vein throbbed. The child, having lived for so many years. He would not stoop to bicker with a child. No, it was certainly not because he could not contend with Zhao Li. His phone vibrated in his pocket, and Yi Fan pulled it out only to see that it was from Zhuo Qing, without any change in expression. He hung up and secretly resolved not to answer any call from Zhuo Qing for 3 days. In the dining area, Sanjiu observed Zhou Ping, who appeared considerably more cheerful than before, and with satisfaction produced 3 bottles of liquor, distributing one to each. Come, let us drink today. We shall indulge to our heart's content." "Sanjiu?" Zhou Ping called out, his hands empty. Sanjiu, noticing Zhou Ping's puzzled expression, waved his hand dismissively. "You are still young. It is not good to drink too much of this." Upon hearing this, Zhao Li looked down at the entire bottle of liquor in his hand. So it was permissible for him to drink? "What are you dawdling for? Drink up, Zhao Li." "All right, I toast to you," Yi Fan dramatically added. The 3 of them clinked glasses, consuming one after another until, by the end, though not entirely inebriated, they were certainly tipsy. After the meal, Zhou Ping supported the somewhat intoxicated Zhao Li and addressed Sanjiu. "I appreciate your help with Yi Fan." "Oh, it's no trouble at all. I merely provided him with a place to stay." Zhou Ping nodded in acknowledgement, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He lowered his gaze to avoid Sanjiu's eyes and bid farewell. "Then I shall take my leave. Please rest early." Under the witness of the night sky, Sanjiu watched as Zhou Ping walked to the car, opened the door, and helped Zhao Li inside. Suddenly he called out, "Xiao Ping." Zhou Ping paused, turning back to face Sanjiu, asking, "What is it?" Sanjiu, with a serious expression, said, "I do not know what you two have been up to, but I would like to hear you promise me that you will never allow yourself to be harmed." Sanjiu's gaze bore into Zhou Ping, awaiting his assurance. He understood that he might be pressuring Zhou Ping, yet he knew the boy was one who kept his promises. Once given, he would never break them.
He did not ask for much, only a single assurance of safety. A gentle breeze wafted between them, and after a long pause, Zhou Ping finally replied, I promise I will not let myself be harmed. Upon hearing this promise, Sanjio's solemn expression softened, and with a smile, he waved at Zhou Ping. All right, you may go now. I too need to rest. After watching Sanjio enter the rustic restaurant, Zhou Ping opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. Just as he placed his hands on the wheel, the inebriated Zhao Li in the back seat stretched his hand forward. Xiao Ping Ge, Sanjio is quite worried about you. Yes, I have no one to worry about. Zhao Li's disheartened words were interrupted by Zhou Ping. I worry about you, deeply. I do not wish to see you hurt. Zhao Li stared blankly at Zhou Ping's reflection in the rearview mirror. You worry about me? Me? In the Sun City, you exchanged injuries to vanquish the Sun God R. Seeing you hurt fills me with worry and pain. Therefore, promise me, do not employ the strategy of exchanging wounds for wounds again, all right? Zhao Li withdrew his hand, gradually covering his face, feeling the heat rising upon his skin. He mumbled, all right. After a moment, he spoke in a low, muffled voice, Xiao Ping, my face feels so hot. I think I might have a fever. Taking advantage of the red light, Zhou Ping chuckled as he glanced at Zhao Li's flushed ears through the rearview mirror. A deity claiming to have a fever. What virus could possibly afflict a god? Zhou Ping was aware that Zhao Li's words were not sincere, yet he playfully teased. I could take you to see a doctor. No. Zhao Li promptly rejected the idea of a doctor's visit, complaining, Xiao Ping, you don't understand me at all. At this moment, you should place your hand on my forehead and gently ask if I have a headache. I'm driving. If I do as you suggest, we will be making headlines tomorrow. Fine, then don't touch my forehead. Just talk to me. That will suffice. Talking can alleviate a fever? Of course. Some intoxicated individuals undergo talk therapy for psychological issues. Surely, a fever could be treated similarly. All right, what would you like me to say? Say my name. Zhao Li. Zhao Li frowned. Not like that. Be gentler. Zhao Li. After a series of playful banter, they finally reached home. Zhou Ping was parched from the conversation. He parked the car, assisted Zhao Li out, and playfully flicked his forehead, grumbling, you little pest. Having consumed just a bottle of ordinary wine, Zhao Li had become this inebriated, whether genuinely or feigned remained a mystery. Upon entering the house, Zhou Ping's gaze fell upon the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. He slapped his forehead, realizing he had completely forgotten the important matter during their outing. It was already past 10. It was too late to call his third uncle. He decided to temporarily seal the hole with his sword energy and would inquire about replacing the glass the following day. After helping Zhao Li to the bedroom, he turned to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. Just after taking a couple of sips, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. I found you, Xiao Ping. Zhou Ping pinched Zhao Li's face, observing his somewhat dazed expression. What do you want? A kiss. What? Zhou Ping questioned, uncertain if he had misheard. As he was about to ask Zhao Li to repeat himself, a shadow descended upon him, Zhao Li's face, as he answered with action instead of words. As their lips met, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. With a sudden crash, the glass slipped from Zhou Ping's hand and shattered on the ground, briefly snapping him back to reality. He gently pushed Zhao Li away from his chest, leaning back against the cabinet. I'll clean this up. Zhao Li, undeterred, stepped closer and embraced Zhou Ping, burying his head into his shoulder, rubbing against him. His voice muffled as if spoken through cotton. Don't worry about it. Focus on me instead, Xiao Ping. I'm feeling unwell. Please return to your room. I will tidy up the glass shards and join you shortly. We can clean the shards together in the morning. Upon hearing Zhao Li's response, Zhou Ping cupped his face to meet his gaze, asking, You're not truly intoxicated, are you? Zhao Li tilted his head against Zhou Ping's hand, smiling as he replied, No, I'm indeed drunk. After speaking, Zhou Ping pressed down on the hand. Returning to the room, I will embrace you. No need. Zhou Ping pushed aside Zhao Li, who was leaning on him, and turned to leave. Zhao Li observed Zhou Ping's retreating figure, chuckling softly, his eyes clear and devoid of any hint of inebriation. He raised his hand to unleash a blade-like force, sweeping the shards of glass from the floor into the trash bin, and then hurried to catch up. In just a few strides, he reached Zhou Ping at the door.
leaping forward to embrace him, both tumbling into the softness. That night, the moonlight outside was just right, and the spring ambience within was equally fitting. Chapter 69, Is It Fun? Beneath the moonlight, the sword energy blocking the glass gap emitted a series of inaudible hums. The moonlight streaming into the room fluctuated between brightness and clarity, shifting in tandem with the intensity of the sword energy. As the moon reached its zenith, all became still. The soft sound of water echoed in the room, warm steam enveloping the entire bathroom. Zhou Ping leaned against Zhao Li's chest, lazily fluttering his eyelids as if on the brink of slumber. Zhao Li squeezed some shampoo into his palm and carefully applied it to Zhou Ping's hair, gently massaging while suggesting in a soft voice, "How about we buy a bathtub tomorrow?" Zhou Ping reacted after a moment, replying, "That works." He yawned shortly after, urging, "Let us wash up quickly and go to bed. I'm so tired." "I'll hurry." Zhou Ping closed his eyes and nodded, feeling Zhao Li's hands weaving through his scalp. Just as he was about to drift off, he suddenly said, "You were pretending to be drunk earlier, right?" "I was genuinely intoxicated at the restaurant, but later I used my spiritual power to expel the alcohol," Zhao Li replied, awaiting Zhou Ping's response. After a prolonged silence, he glanced down to find Zhou Ping fast asleep. He detached the shower head from the wall, turned it on, tested the water temperature, and, finding it suitable, carefully rinsed off the foam from Zhou Ping's hair. He then returned the shower head to its place and lifted Zhou Ping out of the bathroom. As soon as he laid Zhou Ping on the bed, he stirred awake. Zhao Li gazed at his beloved, whose eyes were barely open, and gently stroked his face, saying, "It's all right, go back to sleep." "Here, I can manage it. It will be troublesome." "Not all. Sleep now," Zhao Li reassured, sitting on the edge of the bed and softly patting Zhou Ping's shoulder. After a minute of coaxing, he saw some success as Zhou Ping's eyes finally closed. After waiting a bit longer to ensure he was deeply asleep, Zhao Li rose and fetched 2 dry towels from the bathroom, one to place underneath and the other to wring out Zhou Ping's hair. Once it was semi-dry, he used a hairdryer to dry it completely, finishing the task. Noticing the bed slightly dampened by Zhou Ping's hair, Zhao Li turned and exited to the adjacent room, swiftly changing the sheets and duvet. Once he completed this task, he returned to the previous room, cradling Zhou Ping and settling into the freshly made bed for a restful slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the unshuttered curtains, awakening Zhou Ping from his slumber. He groggily opened his eyes, only to find the surroundings unfamiliar. Sitting up, he surveyed the room, and upon spotting a small trinket on the bedside table, recognized whose room it was. He reached out to poke at the blueberry ice cream figurine, watching it wobble without toppling, a smile curving his lips. "Is it fun?" "Quite," Zhao Li replied, pouting as he handed Zhou Ping a glass of warm water. Sitting on the bed with arms crossed, and asked, "Is it fun or am I more fun?" Upon hearing this question, Zhou Ping's expression turned incredulous. "Are you 3 years old?" "No, you're even worse. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't point at a toy and ask if I'm more fun than the toy." Zhou Ping raised his cup and took a sip of water, calming his nerves. After a moment, he remarked, "It's not entertaining at all." Upon hearing this, Zhao Li, who had been eagerly anticipating Zhou Ping's praise, immediately let his expression fall. He leaned closer, placing his hands beside Zhou Ping, and planted a playful kiss on his cheek, deliberately lowering his voice to murmur, "Brother Ping, am I really that boring?" "Last night Zhou Ping quickly raised his hand to cover Zhao Li's mouth, preventing him from uttering more suggestive words. You're entertaining. Now, can you move aside? I need to get out of bed." Noticing Zhao Li's slightly arched eyebrows, Zhou Ping suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could retract his hand and push Zhao Li away, he felt a warmth in his palm. His brow twitched. "You. It is indeed getting late, isn't it? Let me fetch your clothes. Just wait a moment." As Zhou Ping watched Zhao Li chatter away and leave, he glanced down at his palm, sighed in resignation, and recalled the events of the previous night, speculating that Zhao Li's eagerness had yet to subside. Otherwise, why would he be so eager to explore every sensation? "Brother Ping, your clothes." "All right." Zhou Ping accepted the garments and got dressed. "Where are my shoes?" "They're in the adjacent room." "I'll get them right away." Zhao Li dashed off and quickly returned, the only difference being that he now held a pair of slippers. Zhou Ping put on his shoes and stepped out of the room, where a breakfast prepared by Zhao Li awaited him in the kitchen. He simply served himself and began to eat. After finishing his meal, he contacted his uncle to obtain the number for the glass replacement service in Shijing. Upon calling, they discovered that the glass could not be replaced immediately and required an appointment. They could only schedule it for 2 days later. Please help us with the appointment. I appreciate it. It's no trouble at all. Could you provide the dimensions of your floor-to-ceiling windows so we can bring the appropriate glass? Zhou Ping was at a loss regarding the dimensions. He turned to Zhao Li for assistance. I don't know either, Zhao Li replied, scratching his head. I'll find a tape measure. All right, Zhou Ping agreed. He then spoke back into the phone. Please hold on. We'll measure it now. 10 minutes later, the measurements were finalized, and Zhou Ping hung up, stretching lazily. He asked Zhao Li, what shall we do next? It seems there is nothing pressing. Zhao Li replied with a nod. Brother Ping, do you have any activities or places in mind that you'd like to visit? None. What a coincidence. Neither do I. Zhou Ping stared at Zhao Li in disbelief. Is that really a coincidence? Zhao Li raised an eyebrow. I assenti it. Zhou Ping pushed Zhao Li away, exclaiming, coincidence or not, please don't get so close. If you're free, why not message Lin Xie and ask him to bring in Qingyu over to take away the divine corpse? Zhao Li straightened up. I don't have his contact information. Here, take my phone. Zhao Li accepted the phone Zhou Ping offered and, in return, handed over his own. I'll contact him using your phone. You can entertain yourself with mine for now. Zhou Ping placed Zhao Li's phone aside without playing with it, opting instead to pour 2 glasses of water in the kitchen. Upon emerging, Zhao Li was seen sitting gracefully on the carpet beneath the sofa, his hands resting on his knees as he tilted his head to gaze at him. Have you made contact? Yes, I have. Lin Xie mentioned that he will bring his team over tomorrow. Additionally, he asked me to inquire whether you wish to join them in entering the mist to search for Gao Xianyuan. Did he not consult you? He did not. I presume it is assumed that if you go, I shall accompany you as well. Zhou Li raplia charfuli, relishing the sense of being instinctively regarded as part of a whole. To be candid, it felt rather pleasant, having just emerged from a mist. I'm not inclined to re-enter it so soon. Inquire with them about their intended departure. If it is a month hence, agree to accompany them. If not, politely decline. Chapter 70. Misunderstanding. After Zhao Li signaled an OK, he sent a message to Lin Xie. A minute later, a reply arrived. Brother Xiao Ping. They said they can follow our schedule. They can join us. They have just completed the assessment of the special team and are ready to rest for a while before taking action. The implication was clear. They were intent on sticking with them, ready to move at their convenience. This situation left no room for hesitation. Then inform them, we shall depart in a month. All right, it's sent. Zhao Li placed his phone on the coffee table, accepted the cup of water passed to him by Zhou Ping, leaned back against the sofa, and curiously inquired, Brother Xiao Ping, what did you discuss with Yi Fan yesterday that led to thoughts of venturing into the fog again? Wasn't it your desire? I indeed have that desire. But whether we enter now or 100 years later matters little. Once one becomes a deity, time is abundant. So, if I express a wish not to go, would you reconsider your decision? Zhou Ping, rubbing the cup in his hands, sat down on the sofa and replied softly. Yi Fan mentioned that the heavenly court is undergoing reconstruction. It will take 2 years from the Southern God War, during which the great Xia gods cannot intervene. However, external deities are restless, necessitating a formidable deterrent to remain vigilant. Isn't the intimidation from having decimated the entire Egyptian pantheon sufficient? Zhou Li skufa. People are insatiable. He is merely exploiting you. Zhou Ping gazed down at his cup, refraining from rebuttal. The truth was as he had laid bare to Yi Fan yesterday. This is the last time. Once the great Xia gods are free to act, we can enjoy a period of relative peace. In this world, a completely peaceful existence was a distant dream, unless a deity could disperse the shrouding fog and eradicate all existing mysteries. Well then, Zhao Li said, tilting his head to look at Zhou Ping, should we learn Japanese? Japanese? The realm of Takamagara is inhabited by Japanese deities. Surely they speak Japanese. If we don't learn, we might not understand if they insult us. Indeed, Zhao Li's desire to learn Japanese stemmed not from a wish to communicate, but from a fear of being insulted without the means to retaliate. although one could often discern whether the majority were speaking kindly or maliciously by their expressions. There always existed the possibility of encountering someone who smiled while hurling insults. Understanding is not the crux. The real issue lies in our inability to respond. One can deliver quite vulgar retorts in their mother tongue, but if the other party cannot comprehend, the impact is significantly diminished. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Li turned to Zhou Ping, who was unresponsive, and said, "I am no academic prodigy and do not enjoy reading. Learning a new language in a month is not realistic, but memorizing some insults is feasible. Brother Xiaoping, would you join me?" Zhou Ping closed his eyes and declined. Time slipped by like water, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On the day of departure, everyone appeared particularly hurried. Zhao Li, resembling a cuddly bear, rested his head on Zhou Ping's shoulder while yawning. Zhou Ping allowed him to remain in that position. Lin Xie pointed at Zhao Li and inquired, "Senior Sword Saint, what is Zhao Li doing?" "Burning the midnight oil," Zhou Ping succinctly replied. Bai Li, propping his head up, leaned closer and asked, "Studying?" "I didn't expect Senior Zhao Li to be so dedicated to learning. Were you studying? May I join?" "Not really advisable," Zhou Ping gently declined. In truth, it was not merely unadvisable. It was a cacophony of profanity. Over the past month, Zhao Li, who had no affinity for reading, had memorized a plethora of commonly used Japanese expletives and even coined several of his own. And Qing Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he reminisced about the divine corpse he had just dissected. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he resolved to find a location in Japan to procure another divine corpse for dissection, hoping to uncover any commonalities. Chao Yuan, clutching his sword, gazed at the sea and noticed the mist ahead shifting. He alerted the others. "The ship is approaching." Shun Qingzhu withdrew his hand from the water surface, shook off the droplets, and instinctively snapped his fingers. However, upon realizing Zhou Ping was still present, he stiffened and glanced at him, thinking, "Did I just fail to resist? Was that reflexive?" This sounded suspiciously like a defense. Shun Qingzhu raked his fingers through his hair and asked, "How should one justify returning knowledge after encountering a teacher post-graduation? As long as you remember it in practice, that's what matters." Wait for me." Wu Xiangnan rushed towards the group, preparing to board the ship, barely catching his breath as he exclaimed, "I want to go with you all." Lin Xie regarded Wu Xiangnan thoughtfully for 2 seconds before asking, "Have you sought permission from the master to come out?" "I wasn't ill to begin with. What nonsense would I need to seek permission for?" Lin Xie nodded in understanding, gesturing for the others to follow Zhao Li and Zhou Ping, while he took out his phone and dialed the master. On the deck, Zhao Li attempted to embrace Zhou Ping as he had before, only to be pushed away. "Xia Ping Yi, you're heavy." "All right then." Zhao Li, looking dejected, trailed beside Zhou Ping, holding his hand in a manner that reduced their skin-to-skin contact. The ship was spacious enough, and since they were the only passengers, each of them was assigned a room. Before entering, Zhao Li glanced at Wu Xiangnan, who had joined them just before their departure, but chose not to speak, instead turning to enter his room. Inside, Zhou Ping was arranging the linens on the small bed provided. Seeing this, Zhao Li hurriedly approached, saying, "Xiaoping Ge, let me help with that. Together then. You handle the duvet cover, and I'll change the sheets and pillowcases." "Okay." After they had tidied up their sleeping quarters, Zhao Li retrieved a camera from his belongings and waved it at Zhou Ping, suggesting, "Shall we take a picture? There doesn't seem to be much worth photographing here." Zhou Ping remarked, surveying the room's antiquated decor with practicality. "As long as you are here, any place is a beautiful landscape for me. Besides, I bought this camera to capture you, not scenery. Come on, look at the lens, cheese." Zhou Ping pressed his lips together, responding, "Perhaps not." Facing the camera with a peace sign seemed rather foolish. Zhao Li instantly discerned his thoughts and chuckled, suggesting, "Forget the peace sign. Simply shift to the side and gaze at the lens." Zhou Ping nodded in agreement, finding this approach acceptable, and complied with the request. After the shoot, Zhao Li reviewed the captured images, feeling that each one was exquisite beyond compare. The only drawback was the maritime setting, which offered no facility for developing the photographs. Zhou Ping approached, peering at the camera in Zhao Li's hand. After glancing at the images, he abruptly seized the camera, declaring, "Let me take a picture of you." "You want to take my picture?" Zhao Li exclaimed, springing up to adjust his attire. He positioned himself where Zhou Ping had previously stood, flashing a wide grin while striking a pose. Meanwhile, Bai Li, a plump figure at the entrance, beckoned a few team members, swallowing hard as he silently gestured. It seems quite inconvenient inside. Chapter 71. Different spaces. Lin Xie, in disbelief, silently mouthed, "What?" They have all taken their positions. Bai Li Pang, without any regard for the others, mimed his thoughts, prompting the group to exchange knowing glances. In unison, they approached the door and began to eavesdrop. After a while of hearing nothing, they exchanged looks again and turned to Bai Li Pang, who had been pushed aside. Their gazes clearly communicated. There is no sound at all. Bai Li Pang, fuming, glared at his teammates who had unceremoniously shoved him aside. With a huff, he took a couple of steps forward, shoving everyone aside. "Let me." Creak. Zhao Li opened the door, observing how those who were supposed to tumble inside instead stagger backward, barely regaining their balance. Raising an eyebrow, he leaned casually against the doorframe and asked with feigned nonchalance, "What have you heard?" "We haven't heard anything." The group replied in unison. Oh, Zhao Li elongated the sound, his gaze sweeping over the still motionless crowd. A knife materialized in his right hand. "Then it seems you have heard everything. It appears you cannot be spared." Wait, senior. I believe we can discuss this matter amicably. Drawing blades is beneath your stature." Bai Li Pang retreated a few steps, hiding behind Chao Yuan while coaxing him. Afterward, he did not forget to grasp Chao Yuan's hand to shield his own head, whispering, "Old Chao, if things get heated, you step in. Please protect your brother." Seeing the anxious expressions of his companions, Zhao Li could not suppress a chuckle. Hearing his laughter, Zhou Ping, who had been standing behind him with a camera, stepped forward and said, "All right, let us not frighten them any further." Lin Xie, noticing the camera in Zhou Ping's hand, twitched his lips and inquired, "Sword Saint, were you two taking pictures inside just now? Why else would we be here?" Zhao Li countered, draping an arm around Zhou Ping's shoulders. Lin Xie cast a sidelong glance at Bai Li Pang, affirming his unreliability. Bai Li Pang, indignant, shot a defiant look back at Lin Xie, wondering if he was the only one with such thoughts. If he was indeed alone in this, why had 7 people been eavesdropping at the door, pushing him to the back? Thus, with such dubious minds, it was best to let bygones be bygones. After a brief silence, Lin Xie decisively spoke, "It's nothing, senior. We wish to discuss how to locate Gao Xianyuan and the subsequent actions once we find it. We wanted to ask if you'd like to join us." "Xiaoping?" "Together." Lin Xie nodded, "Then come with us. We have prepared a room as a temporary meeting space." Zhao Li suddenly turned his gaze towards the sea, asking, "How long have we been on the boat?" "About 4 hours, I believe," Lin Xie replied, looking at Qingyu, who nodded in affirmation. He reiterated with conviction, "4 hours. Jump ship." "What?" "There is something beneath the vessel that cannot wait. In 1 minute, this ship will sink." After Zhao Li spoke, he turned around, took the camera from Zhou Ping's hands, and thrust it back into his possession, grasping Zhou Ping's hand as they made their way toward the edge of the deck. "Wait, can't we eliminate that thing beneath the ship to ensure our safety?" Lin Xie inquired of Zhao Li. "We could, but do you know how to reach Takamagara? Do you know the way to Japan?" Lin Xie lowered his gaze to the deck, as if trying to peer through the planks to glimpse the tumultuous entity lurking below. "Are you suggesting?" "You don't know." "I don't know. No one knows." "In that case, let us simply follow the intentions of the other." After Zhao Li concluded, he turned, tightly embracing Zhou Ping and leaping into the sea. Observing this, Lin Xie hesitated no longer, shouting, "Everyone, secure yourselves. Jump in a ship." As they plunged into the ocean, Lin Xie momentarily caught sight of towering waves rising abruptly, the ship's fragmented remains battered by the surf, and not far off, the blue whirlpool with the 2 seniors entwined together. Then he lost consciousness, understanding that reaching the legendary Takamagara would not be an easy feat. Zhao Li chose to suppress his breath using divine power, allowing his body to drift with the currents. Zhou Ping stirred, extending a hand from Zhao Li's grip to scribble a few characters on his arm. After discerning the message, just as Zhao Li was about to reassure Lin Xie and the others that they were unscathed, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him. Once the vertigo subsided, Zhao Li raised a hand to his forehead, feeling as though his brain were about to be scrambled. Wait, he thought, raising his hand to his head. What about the person in his arms? Anxiously, Zhao Li stood, scanning the surroundings. There was nothing, only a haze of blackness and the pale remnants of bones. On the other side, Zhou Ping had realized their separation even before Zhao Li. His body plummeted rapidly, the sense of confinement dissipating. If he were unable to feel it, that would be a grave concern. He struck the forbidden object, summoning his dragon elephant sword, and stood firmly upon it, gazing downward. He had no time to be astonished by the absence of any trace of mist. Instead, he spotted a figure adrift on the ocean's surface. Zhou Ping maneuvered the sword downward, rescuing Lin Chia from the water. Ascending higher, he scanned the distance, hoping to catch sight of the others. Yet, there was none. Still, a child attempting to take their own life caught his attention, and he promptly saved them. While Zhou Ping hurriedly rescued individuals, Zhao Li was on the brink of madness. His surroundings were not as tranquil as Zhou Ping's. They were fraught with peril, blood-red moon. Shattered flesh, red, everywhere was red, leading Zhao Li to question whether he had unwittingly entered the body of some colossal creature. He swung his blade, repelling the crimson waves that surged toward him, racing toward the shore in search of anyone. After a thorough search without spotting a single complete person, Zhao Li pressed his lips tightly together, casting a hesitant glance at the ever-present sea of blood. Could they be within this? Not here. System? Why do you speak? Zhao Li rubbed his forehead, quickly dismissing those thoughts, urgently inquiring. You know where he is, don't you? Tell me, in a secure environment, your foremost thought is how to escape from this place. Knowing that Zhou Ping is safe, Zhao Li is no longer anxious. The system, unusually verbose, answers all inquiries, and it would be remiss not to ask a few more questions. He plunged the knife into the ground, shed his coat, and sat cross-legged on it. Clad only in a vest, he inquired of the system, "Is my presence here the result of your machinations?" "Indeed," came the reply. Zhao Li nodded, suspecting as much. Having held Zhou Ping so tightly, it was improbable that they would have ended up in the same location without some external influence. His second question was, is this crimson space in any way connected to you? Chapter 72. The purpose of the system is there no direct or indirect relationship? None at all. Very well, I believe you. Now let me inquire, what is your connection to the mist? I arrived alongside the mist. Was it you who summoned the mist, or did the mist bring you here? The latter. What is the purpose of binding me? Was your earlier promise to revive my mother genuine? Revenge, indeed. As the system spoke, it conjured a panel, revealing a small window at its center, showcasing a familiar figure to Zhao Li. Zhao Li gazed at his mother, radiating a soft glow, clad in the hospital gown she wore at the time of her death. His breath hitched. What is this? Her soul. I have preserved her properly in response to your request for resurrection. Back to the matter at hand. Whom do you seek to avenge, and how far am I from the strength needed? The instigator of the destruction of my world. There are many. One last question. After sharing so much with me today, do you intend to silence me? No, why would you think that? Because you are unusually loquacious today. In a realm where order has collapsed, without suppression, it is considerably easier. Suppression? Reflecting on what the system had just mentioned about its world, Zhao Li silently branded it as a smuggler. Well, I have finished my inquiries. It is time for you to send me out. Upon the conclusion of his words, there was an extended silence. As the quiet lingered, an ominous premonition began to rise within Zhao Li. You wouldn't be intending to leave me here without a way out, would you? Receiving no response, Zhao Li stared despairingly at the system panel. Don't feign ignorance. Speak. There are many monsters here, and you have ample time to level up. Once you reach a certain realm, you will naturally be able to tear through space and escape. Damn, system. You had better pray you lack a physical form. If you choose not to strive, in 2 years, there will be a chance to hitch a ride out. 2 years? Zhao Li felt darkness encroaching. Without Zhou Ping around, he couldn't endure even a day in this wretched place. Yet, given the situation, it was no longer merely up to Zhao Li to decide whether to stay or leave. At this juncture, he could only be grateful that the forbidden items containing food and weapons were in Zhou Ping's possession. Otherwise, survival would have truly been untenable. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Li raised his blade and commenced his actions. No words, just kill. The system observed Zhao Li's burgeoning determination and quietly summoned wave after wave of monsters, while simultaneously absorbing the maddening red energy surrounding Zhao Li, unwilling to end up as a mere shell of his former self. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping, accompanied by Lin Xie and the little girl, arrived at the girl's home. Thanks to Zhao Li, he could now comprehend some basic Japanese, enabling him to communicate without being completely lost. As he gestured to exchange information with the girl, Lin Xie, who had been lifeless since being pulled from the sea, finally awakened. Yuzuriha stared in astonishment as Lin Xie opened his eyes. He is indeed alive. In a state of astonishment, Zhou Ping fell silent. He turned to observe Lin Xie's expression, only to find him looking utterly bewildered, indicating that he had not comprehended a word. At that moment, Zhou Ping was at a loss. Should he feel relieved that Lin Xie was spared the sorrow of misunderstanding, or lament the fact that neither of them could summon a proficient Japanese speaker? Zhou Ping pressed the hilt of his sword against Lin Xie's lips, silently conveying to him, while facing away from Yuzuriha, "Your throat is injured." Lin Xie gazed at Zhou Ping in confusion, but when he saw him gesture towards his throat and shake his head, he began to grasp the situation. He promptly nodded in agreement, letting out a few sounds to indicate that he could produce vocalizations, albeit not particularly complex ones. Yuzuriha regarded Lin Xie with a look of mixed emotions and remarked to Zhou Ping, "Is he really such a simpleton that he drools even while eating?" Zhou Ping pressed his lips together. To be honest, he did not fully understand her lengthy statement, yet the term simpleton resonated distinctly in his mind, largely due to Zhao Li's influence. He shook his head at Yuzuriha and continued gesturing until their communication finally reached a semblance of understanding. Noticing the time, Yuzuriha said to Zhou Ping, "It's time to eat. I will prepare something for you." Once she departed, Lin Xie, who had been holding his breath, finally exhaled and hurriedly inquired, "Senior, what did she just say? Why do you sometimes seem displeased?" Zhou Ping, contemplating how to convey to Lin Xie that he had largely failed to comprehend, particularly the insults laced in the Japanese he did grasp, was interrupted before he could formulate a response, as Yuzuriha returned. Upon seeing her, Lin Xie silently closed his mouth and retreated to the corner. While they struggled with their communication, Zhao Li found himself grappling with a lack of energy. He had lost count of how many times he had swung his blade. All he knew was that the monsters here seemed endless. For every one he dispatched, another would emerge from the sea of blood. Some were of the same variety he had previously slain, their appearance and level unchanged, the only difference being their increased difficulty to defeat. The monsters he had once dispatched effortlessly as a human pinnacle now posed a greater challenge after his ascension to godhood. This sensation was more disheartening than any mental corruption. Zhao Li suspected that this blood sea might imbue creatures with enhanced capabilities. After cleaving a nearby monster, he kicked its head toward the small mound and, taking a breath, asked the system, "If I jump in, will I grow stronger? Or, if I throw my sword in and retrieve it, will it gain a higher quality?" "You could try." Zhao Li sent a kick to a creature attempting to bite his neck. "Can you guarantee I won't die?" "Yes." "All right." As he continued to slay monsters while moving towards the blood sea, he stepped into it with his left foot. A sharp pain shot through his left calf, and he looked down to see his skeletal hand gripping his leg, its bony fingers piercing through his clothing. Feeling the pain, he mused, "Fortunately, it seems like it hasn't penetrated the bone." He lifted another foot into the blood sea, and with each step he took, a bony claw emerged from the surface. By the time Zhao Li was completely immersed in the crimson depths, save for his face, his entire body was ensnared by these skeletal appendages. Zhao Li swatted away a claw that sought to grasp his face, feeling his body gradually sink. In the fleeting moment, he closed his eyes. He seemed to glimpse a figure etched in his memory. Here's a curious thought. The places pierced by these claws were not painful. Rather, they radiated a strange warmth. Does that sound reminiscent of hell? Yet it is the truth. The bony claws dragged Zhao Li down towards the ocean floor, creating little disturbance in the vast expanse of the sea, for in comparison to the ocean, a single human is but a mere grain of sand, easily lost. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Zhou Ping gazed at the enormous, luminous moon above, furrowing his brow as he pressed a hand to his chest, where a peculiar heaviness lingered. Inexplicable and unsettling. He wondered where Zhao Li was and whether he was safe. Chapter 73. Dislocated time in the midst of the Blood Sea. A large oval cocoon, measuring 2 meters in length, floated serenely upon the surface, resembling an abandoned shell at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would observe a faint crimson glow perpetually swirling around it. The Blood Sea seemed oblivious to the passage of time, creating an illusion of stasis that rendered its existence nearly imperceptible. After an indeterminate period, the cocoon began to stir. From within, a handprint manifested upon its surface. As Zhao Li opened his eyes, he discovered himself lying in a confined space, devoid of the bone claws that had previously ensnared him. He turned his head to survey his surroundings. The space was small, yet warmly enveloping. Upon accessing his system panel, he noted that during his slumber, he had successfully leveled up, ascending to a half-step dimensional realm. While pondering the implications of this newfound state, the space around him suddenly convulsed violently. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Li pressed his hand against the transparent area above him, eager to escape whatever turmoil lay beyond. Upon emerging from his confinement, he was struck by the sight before him. He was suspended above the sea, and as he pressed his fingers to his temple, a pressing question escaped his lips. "Can I leave on my own now?" "Yes." "How long have I been here?" "1 year." Though he had anticipated a significant duration of sleep, the revelation of an entire year struck Zhao Li with a jolt. That span equated to much of the time he had spent with Xiaoping. He quelled his immediate urge to leave and inquired of the system. "You possess the ability to expedite growth. It must be simple for you to enhance my power. Why did you choose me?" "A medium. Outsiders cannot effectively absorb the energies of this world." "What is the nature of my current realm? Why is it a half-step? And how many levels remain?" "1. After providing this answer, the system fell silent, unresponsive to Zhao Li's calls. Resigned. Zhao Li employed his own abilities to tear through the fabric of space and exited the realm where he had once received answers from the system. Yet, the scene that greeted him upon his departure left him momentarily stunned. If he was not mistaken, Lin Xie, clad in sequin attire, was nestled among a crowd not far away. Lin Xie was here. What of Xiaoping? Zhao Li's gaze turned icy as he hastened toward Lin Xie. "Where is Xiaoping?" Lin Xie, taken aback by Zhao Li's sudden appearance, exchanged a few words with Yu Qingwei before whispering to Zhao Li, "Follow me." Once they reached a secluded area, Lin Xie turned to Zhao Li and said, "The Sword Saint is well. He is at a friend's house. At this moment, he should be outside seeking someone. Who is he looking for?" "You, Jialan, and Qing Yu, Chao Yuan, Bailey Pang Pang, and Wu Xiangnan." Zhao Li initially intended to urge Lin Xie to take him back immediately, but recalling the earlier scene, he paused for 2 seconds before asking, "When do you finish work?" "I can inform them now, and we can leave right away." "All right, I'll wait here for you." 5 minutes later, Zhao Li gazed at Lin Xie, who had hurriedly changed into running attire and could no longer restrain his curiosity. "The necklace contains gold bars. Surely you must be financially secure?" "Ah, indeed," Lin Xie replied, scratching his nose ambiguously. "I'm merely gathering information. This place is quite well informed." Zhao Li understood the unspoken words regarding the Sword Saint. He was aware that the esteemed elder would not venture out unless accompanied by others. Relieved, Zhao Li thought it fortunate that Xiao Pinggu had not engaged in this task of information gathering, given his aversion to crowds. One could only imagine the torment it would entail. Upon their return home in darkness, they encountered Zhou Ping, who had just returned with companions. Lin Xie observed the empty space behind Zhou Ping and stepped aside to lead the way. "Sword Saint, I have located Elder Zhao Li." Zhou Ping was taken aback. He slowly turned his gaze toward the shadows, where the person he had worried about for so long emerged. Zhao Li, seeing Zhou Ping merely staring at him in silence, bit his lip and rushed forward to embrace him, calling out plaintively, "Xiao Pinggu." At that moment, Lin Xie discreetly slipped away. He had no desire to witness such affection. After noticing Lin Xie's departure, Zhou Ping gently placed a hand on Zhao Li's back, offering comfort as he caressed him. "How have you fared during our separation?" "Not well. Not at all. Zhou Ping's heart tightened as he stepped back from Zhao Li's embrace and scrutinized him, realizing that Zhao Li had not only maintained his weight, but appeared even more robust. You have no idea. I was sent to a desolate place, devoid of life. There wasn't even a blade of grass, and the water was particularly foul. I faced monstrous creatures that would kill at the sight of a human. I have gone an entire year without sustenance. Xiao Pinggu, look at me. Do I not appear significantly thinner than before? Zhou Ping pressed his lips together. At a loss for words, he grasped Zhao Li's arm, whispering, "Let us step inside and discuss this." All right. Once back in their designated room, Zhou Ping visibly relaxed. He gestured toward the bed, inviting Zhao Li to sit while he went outside to fill a cup with water. Zhao Li accepted the cup Zhou Ping offered, but did not drink. Instead, he gazed earnestly at Zhou Ping. "Xia Ping Yi, what have you been doing during our time apart? Why do I sense that you have lost considerable weight?" "I've been searching for people." Zhou Ping paused before adding, "I haven't lost weight." "How can you say that? Your chin is even sharper than when we last parted." Zhou Ping seized Zhao Li's hand, which was reaching for his chin. "Zhao Li, yes, I did not search for you for a year." "Ah, that is of little consequence. I have come to find you now. What I mean is, my time here has not equated to a year. It has only been a few months." Upon hearing this, Zhao Li paused in his playful manipulation of Zhou Ping's fingers, finally directing some attention toward the notion of distorted time. This realization matched his previous speculation when he had found Shenqing Zhu. Now, with Zhao Li's confirmation, it became a certainty. Zhao Li gradually tightened his grip on Zhou Ping's hand. Each individual's journey through time is unique. It signifies that regardless of whether we share the same space or not, our paths are destined to diverge. Zhao Li remained composed. The unknown exists here, and it is entirely natural for such unforeseen circumstances to arise. He exhaled slowly, struggling to regain his composure. Noticing his calmness returning, Zhou Ping gently squeezed his palm and inquired, "Where were you sent? Why does it seem that your mental state has deteriorated significantly since before we arrived here?" Chapter 74. Pursued in a desolate space. Zhou Ping raised his voice slightly, calling out Zhao Li. After a moment, he continued, "All right, I shall speak candidly. The specifics elude me, but I have a strong inclination that it is Takamagara, the realm of the gods in Japanese mythology." "Have you been besieged?" Zhou Ping inquired. "No," Zhao Li replied, rubbing his forehead. "Apart from the monstrous entities that attack, there is nothing else there. Well, to be precise, it is not entirely devoid of life. There are numerous corpses of various kinds, stacked high enough to form a mountain reaching 1,000 meters if piled together." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping grasped Zhao Li and pulled him up from the bed, circling around him, touching and probing, while asking, "Are you injured?" "No, truly I'm not." "Brother Ping, please stop touching me. If you continue, it could lead to dire consequences." Zhou Ping withdrew his hand, gazing in silence at the theatrically resistant Zhao Li. "If you refuse, at least use your hands to push me away." Zhao Li raised both hands high, initially to cooperate with Zhou Ping's playful touches. However, upon being exposed, he ceased his pretense, lowering his hands and lunging at Zhou Ping, burying his head against Zhou Ping's chest. "Since we have abandoned the charade, let us proceed." "Not at all," Zhou Ping firmly declined. Initially perplexed by Zhou Ping's reluctance, Zhao Li soon sensed the breathing from the adjacent room. He snapped his fingers, and an invisible divine power emanated from him, enveloping the entire room. "Now, this is better," Zhou Ping remarked, gently stroking Zhao Li's head, his fingers gliding down to his forehead, the corners of his eyes, the tip of his nose, and finally resting upon his lips, applying a slight pressure. Zhao Li, confused by Zhou Ping's actions, complied and opened his mouth, only to feel Zhou Ping's fingers brush against his teeth. "They are a bit sharp. They might leave marks." Zhao Li mumbled, "This is simply the natural shape of my teeth. I cannot very well find something to file them down, can I?" "No need. Just be mindful of your strength," Zhou Ping advised. To this, Zhao Li fell silent for a moment before responding, "I shall find something to smooth them down one day." This reaction took Zhou Ping by surprise. He raised an eyebrow, regarding Zhao Li. "Is it more challenging to restrain your strength than to file your teeth?" "Not at all, but I choose not to." For, in the realms of love and desire, one finds release in the utmost extremes. After a night of unrestrained revelry, the next day, Zhao Li sat up with a refreshed demeanor. He turned to gaze at Zhou Ping, who remained sprawled on the bed, and with a delicate touch, he extracted a forbidden object from around Zhou Ping's neck. He retrieved a camera from within the confines of the object and captured a photograph of Zhou Ping. Then, to conceal his actions, he lifted the camera to photograph the room's decor, ensuring that the first picture next time would not be of his slumbering companion. Having completed these tasks, Zhao Li returned the camera to its place, his hand hovering near Zhou Ping's face, his gaze tender as he admired his sleeping beloved, gently caressing his face through the air. His path of cultivation had been devoid of significant hardship. All he needed was to kill, while the system took care of his ascension. Thus, his success was inextricably linked to the system, which had approached him with a clear purpose: to request his assistance in eliminating a singular foe or a group that threatened to disrupt its world. The strength of the system was unknown to him, yet it was presumably superior to his own. After all, if one could not even contend with the system, what hope did he have? To be honest, he was devoid of confidence. However, if he chose not to fight, he would remain trapped in this state of existence. While there would be no punitive repercussions from the system, the thought lingered. Zhao Li closed his eyes, the image of the figure he had glimpsed in the system's interface flickering in his mind. If he chose inaction, he would never overcome the mental barrier within himself. He recalled saying before his departure that he had ample time, enough to share a century with another. Yet, it now seemed that without striving to enhance his power, he could hardly afford even a century. Zhao Li suppressed the sorrow in his eyes and turned to Zhou Ping with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Brother Ping, did you sleep well last night?" Zhou Ping absent-mindedly rubbed his neck, recalling Zhao Li's embrace from the previous night, and replied simply, "Not well." "Not well, huh? Let me help you reminisce, shall I?" Zhou Ping swung his legs over the side of the bed and hastily made his way to his clothes. Donning them as he spoke, "It's getting late. We should get up and seek out some people." "Seek out people? Can't we wait for them to come to us?" Zhao Li questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. "That approach is unfeasible." "How do you know it's unfeasible? Has Lin Chia tried it?" Zhou Ping turned his gaze toward the window, murmuring, "He's quite well known now." Seeing his demeanor, Zhao Li recalled the scene from the day before. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, dry and parched. "Ahem, enough of him. I shall rise and accompany you in the search." After completing a meager breakfast, Zhao Li stepped out with Zhou Ping under the curious gaze of Yulini. Once outside, Zhao Li clung to Zhou Ping like a conjoined twin, attracting the attention of passers-by who were not in a hurry. Zhou Ping felt uncomfortable and attempted to pull his hand away, but Zhao Li's grip was firm. "Loosen up. There are many eyes upon us. I'm unfamiliar with this place. If I don't hold on to you, I might get lost." As for the latter part regarding the onlookers, he thought, "Let them look. We are all human. And a few glances won tea cost us a thing." With that thought, Zhao Li shifted positions with Zhou Ping, effectively blocking most of the gazes directed at them. With fewer eyes upon them, Zhou Ping felt considerably more at ease, allowing Zhao Li to hold his hand without protest. After walking for a while, Zhao Li curiously asked, "Are we truly searching for someone?" He couldn't shake the feeling that their current situation resembled that of young couples strolling leisurely on the streets of Daxia. "This feels rather peculiar." Upon hearing Zhou Ping's explanation, Zhao Li's expression grew increasingly odd. Was it true that they could not utilize the forbidden ruins lest they provoke unwanted attention? Indeed, this restriction should not apply to us, Brother Ping, for we possess the ability. No, you possess the ability to wield the power of the laws, which does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Forbidden Ruins. The authorities here have no control over it. Zhao Li deliberately emphasized the word possess to remind Zhou Ping. After a brief silence, Zhou Ping replied, "Let me give it a try." With a thought, the previously clear sky was suddenly cloaked in darkness, and with another thought, it returned to its normal state. Zhou Ping shook his head at Zhao Li, stating that it was unfeasible. The sword's aggressiveness was too potent to be employed for locating individuals. "Allow me to attempt it." He began, but before he could utter another word, he sensed Zhao Li's aura surging, divine power radiating outward. 2 minutes later, Zhao Li opened his eyes and seized Zhou Ping's hand, urging him to flee. Bewildered, Zhou Ping was dragged along, questioning what is happening. It appears I may have alerted those individuals you mentioned. To prevent further complications, we must find a desolate location to address them. To the right, Zhou Ping exclaimed. The sea lies in that direction, where few venture. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li immediately altered their course, sprinting towards the right. They had scarcely reached the seashore when a group of individuals clad in various robes pursued closely behind them. On a lighter note, in line with the customary updates, let us celebrate. Happy birthday to Zhou Ping's beloved on May 2nd. Chapter 75. Prison meeting observing the individuals clad in various colored robes. Zhao Li remained silent for a brief moment before turning to his companion and inquired, Xiao Ping, do you not feel as though we have encountered a rainbow? Zhou Ping, initially not considering other implications, found his perspective altered by Zhao Li's remark. Upon reevaluation, the earlier sense of imminent confrontation faded away. The cacophony of voices before them was a flurry of terms. Invader, fool, surrender. Yet even these few words sufficed for Zhao Li to glean the general intent of the opposition. Xiao Ping, do you think any of those we seek may have already been captured by them? Surely not, right? Zhou Ping's voice trailed off, uncertainty creeping in. After all, they were highly trained individuals. It seemed improbable that they could be easily apprehended. Zhao Li nodded, refraining from contradiction, and extended his hand to Zhou Ping in invitation. Then shall we turn the tables and venture into their lair for a playful encounter? Playful? Zhou Li affirmat. There are only a few of them, a couple of swift strikes, and there will be no more. It hardly seems thrilling. As for Lin Xie, he was more than capable of handling himself. Ignoring us, everyone charge. Zhao Li grasped Zhou Ping's hand, opting for evasion over aggression, while continuing their strategizing amidst the chaos. Xiao Ping, trust me just this once, please? Just this once. With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Zhou Ping had little choice but to acquiesce with a nod. Upon receiving Zhou Ping's consent, Zhao Li flashed a cunning smile. As the next attack approached, he deftly intercepted it, and in a dramatic flourish, collapsed to the ground with Zhou Ping in tow. As they fell, Zhao Li intentionally adjusted his position to ensure that Zhou Ping would not be crushed. Simultaneously, he had to divert his focus to prevent the minor wound from healing too swiftly, for if it healed immediately, his ruse would be in vain. After evading so many assaults, he could not dodge this seemingly inevitable strike. Is this merely a performance? The man in the red robe, upon hearing this, gestured with a nod toward a nearby individual, instructing you, go administer anesthesia to them. Anesthesia? Zhao Li imperceptibly furrowed his brow. That was unacceptable. Silently, his divine power surged forth, enveloping all present. The man tasked with administering anesthesia felt a sudden disorientation. He raised his hand to his forehead, his gaze blankly drifting to the two individuals on the ground before he turned and returned to the man in the red robe, reporting the completion of the anesthesia. The man in the red robe nodded, regroup. You lot, bind the two and take them back. Yes. None among them questioned the anesthesia. It was as if they had witnessed Zhao Li and Zhou Ping succumbing to it with their own eyes. Listening to their dialogue, Zhou Ping, shielded by Zhao Li's body, drew a question mark on Zhao Li's arm. Zhao Li smirked, leaning closer to whisper in Zhou Ping's ear, a newly acquired illusionary ability. The warmth of Zhao Li's breath against his ear was uncomfortable, prompting Zhou Ping to shift slightly. Suddenly, he felt Zhao Li's grip tighten around him. Do not move, they are approaching. Zhou Ping's eyelashes fluttered as he realized that they were still conversing near his ear despite their arrival. Was it truly unintentional? The two individuals sent to abduct them grasped Zhao Li's arms in an attempt to separate the two, but as soon as they bent down, their expressions became vacant. Moments later, without even touching Zhao Li, they stood up and reported to their companion. They're holding on too tightly. We cannot separate them. Then throw them both in together, the leader said impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. Bound together, the two were transported. During their journey, Zhao Li, leveraging the illusionary effects of his divine power, brazenly opened his eyes to survey the surroundings. After a bumpy ride, they arrived at a highly technological location. Yet this was not their final destination. After traversing several technologically advanced portals, the leading man in the red robe finally halted. Before them loomed a massive, pitch-black door. The fourth oracle. Fourth? It seems there are at least 4 of these oracles, Zhao Li mused. Another jolt caused their bodies to float momentarily in midair, rendering the binding magic ineffective, and they plummeted towards the ground. Damn, such a lack of chivalry. Zhao Li cursed inwardly, hastily clutching the person beside him. Zhou Ping, tightly embraced, pondered whether the pain from the fall would be less intense than the discomfort caused by Zhao Li's grip. I've brought your companion. Are you not going to speak? The external light stung Chao Yuan's eyes, and he opened them with irritation, his voice hoarse as he replied, "Get lost." The man in the red robe observed Chao Yuan without anger, but with a piercing gaze, slowly articulating, "Demonstrate your worth. Submit to the Pure Land, and I can spare your companion's life." Hearing him repeatedly mention companion, Chao Yuan, who had been confident that the others would not be captured, began to harbor doubts about his own certainty. He turned his gaze towards the man in red, hoping to discern whom he had brought. Noticing this, the man in red stepped aside to allow Chao Yuan a clear view. Upon recognizing the faces of the 2 individuals on the ground, Chao Yuan opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Impressive. Of all the people to capture, you've chosen the 2 most formidable. Ha ha ha. It seems today is the day of my liberation. How splendid. I won't have to face death, nor endure the endless nagging from various individuals threatening my demise. What have you concluded? What have you concluded? May you ascend to paradise soon." Bah! The man in red took a step back to avoid the spittle from Chao Yuan, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. "Stubborn fool. Just await your next death sentence." After uttering this, the man in red stepped back, preparing to depart with Zhao Li and Zhou Ping. Seeing them about to leave, Chao Yuan noticed the corners of Zhao Li's mouth curling upwards, indicating he was on the verge of laughter. "Senior, if you do not act soon, I shall perish." "Senior?" The man in red turned around, realizing they were indeed intruders. Hearing this, Chao Yuan glanced at him in disbelief. "You are apprehending us without being certain if we are intruders." As he watched the man in red slowly collapse, a flicker of joy crossed Chao Yuan's eyes, quickly transforming into concern. "Without him, it seems we shall find it difficult to venture outside." 2 streams of sword energy, one to the left and the other to the right, soared towards the chains that bound Chao Yuan. The sound of iron links shattering echoed in our ears, and the chains that had confined him for 2 years were thus eradicated. As Chao Yuan descended, he pondered, is this what absolute power feels like? He braced himself for impact upon reaching the ground, only to be unexpectedly cradled by a gentle stream of sword energy which carefully lowered him to the earth. "Sword Saint, thank you." Zhou Ping shook his head to dismiss the need for thanks, while Zhao Li placed a hand on Zhou Ping's shoulder and interjected, inquiring of Chao Yuan, "When did you arrive here?" Chapter 76. Awarded with a warrant, Chao Yuan was well aware that every time the man in the red robe approached, he would engage in endless prattle, detailing specific times. 2 years ago, Xiaopinga, Zhao Li turned to Zhou Ping. Judging by the current timeline, he had arrived the earliest. He arrived the earliest? Chao Yuan smacked his lips, belatedly tasting a hint of bitterness. So what if he had arrived first? He had also been trapped the longest. How did you get caught? As soon as I arrived, I was ambushed. The moment I drew my sword, the 2, without needing further elaboration, understood the unfortunate predicament of Chao Yuan. After lying on the ground for a while to regain some strength, he sat up to stretch his sore muscles. "Enough about me. Let us talk about the others. Have they been found?" Except for Lin Chia and Shen Qingzhu, there is no news about the others. Hearing this, Chao Yuan grinned, a sense of irony washing over him. "I know. You know?" Zhao Li looked at Chao Yuan with suspicion, doubting whether this man was truly who he claimed to be. How could someone who had just landed here know about the whereabouts of others? It seemed utterly implausible. Sensing Zhao Li's dubious gaze, Chao Yuan scratched his chin. "Every time they find someone, they show me a photo for identification, so my information is in sync with theirs. That is a fair point, but that alone is insufficient." Just as Chao Yuan pondered how to prove his identity, Zhou Ping posed a question. "If you draw your sword now,
Will the Black King appear? Chao Yuan was taken aback, but quickly nodded once he grasped Zhou Ping's meaning. Yes. Zhao Li, give him a sword. Zhao Li summoned his sword, ready to toss it to Chao Yuan, but Zhou Ping seized his wrist. With a resigned glance at Zhao Li, Zhou Ping removed a pendant from around his neck and retrieved the star blade he had borrowed from Yi Fan before departing, tossing it to Chao Yuan. Ha ha ha! In the midst of Chao Yuan's sinister laughter, Zhou Ping softly advised, "You should take good care of your sword." Zhao Li's eyes sparkled as he looked at Zhou Ping, a surge of sword energy forcing Chao Yuan's Black King form back. "I usually take good care of it. It's only because you mentioned it that I even considered using it." Having endured suffering for so long, with his body still unhealed, Chao Yuan forcibly summoned the Black King form, leaving him utterly exhausted. He gazed up at the two seasoned individuals, whose camaraderie remained unwavering, and weakly raised a hand. "Sirs, if possible, can we leave this place?" He had been trapped for quite some time. If they did not exit soon, others would come looking for them. If discovered, escaping would become significantly more challenging. Escape? Zhao Li looked at Chao Yuan, grinning brightly. "No, we shall walk out in a dignified manner." Just as Chao Yuan was about to inquire how to exit in such a manner, he witnessed a sword box materialize from Zhou Ping's embrace. With each strike of Zhou Ping's sword sheath, a resonant clang echoed, and the air was filled with numerous sword energies. As these energies accumulated to a significant number, a torrent of swords surged forth, assaulting the great door. The sword energies shattered the door with relentless force, continuing their advance toward the wall ahead. When the sword energies finally reached their limit, a series of blade auras surged forth, intertwining with the remaining sword energies, creating an unstoppable momentum that forged a pathway for their escape. Intrusion, intrusion, intruder detected. Please eliminate promptly. Intrusion, intrusion. The blades plunged into the wall, shattering the loudspeaker that had been broadcasting the alarm, while the hilt of the sword was seized by a robust hand. Zhao Li withdrew his sword and returned to Zhou Ping's side, stretching his neck as he listened to the hurried footsteps outside. "Little Ping, let's have a contest?" "Not a chance." "Really?" "The prize is a homemade dinner by Chef Zhao." Zhou Ping cast a sidelong glance at the fully armed individuals who had just entered, swatting away Zhao Li's hand with a serious expression. "Focus." All right. Zhao Li retracted his hand with an awkward smile, redirecting his frustration toward the intruders. Chao Yuan observed the two, one solely on the offensive and the other balancing both attack and defense, lost in contemplation. Would there be such grand scenes waiting for me to showcase my prowess in the future? The future was uncertain, but for now. After the trio broke free from the prison, they soared back to the ground on their blades. Upon landing, they immediately spotted their wanted posters displayed at various locations. Zhao Li scrutinized the wanted notice in his hand for an extended period before reaching a conclusion. "You made Little Ping look ugly, so the reward is less. For a god capable of slaying deities, this meager sum is hardly sufficient. Where to now, esteemed seniors?" "Home," Zhou Ping replied. Accepting the wanted notice from Zhao Li and tucking it away in a secure place, his lashes lowered. As the three returned home, they unexpectedly encountered a wave of searchers exiting the premises. Zhou Ping restrained a restless Zhao Li, shaking his head. "No, we cannot kill again. Mere slaughter will not resolve our issues. Their presence here suggests they may have left someone to monitor this location. Utilize your new abilities to alter our appearances in the eyes of others." Little Ping, after waiting in vain for Zhao Li's next words, Zhou Ping turned in confusion. When did your thinking become so agile?" "Be quiet." A minute later, the trio, having transformed their appearances, boldly walked back into the very place that had just been searched right in front of the searchers. "They are looking for 3 individuals, and we are 3. Fools! Did they not notice that our faces differ from those on the wanted posters?" Chao Yuan remarked, calling others foolish. Yet we are all in the same boat. Upon entering their home, under the vigilant gaze of Lin Chiye, Zhao Li discarded the disguises from the 3 of them. Lin Chiye, seeing Zhou Ping and Zhao Li with Chao Yuan behind them, stood up excitedly. "Old Chao, Chiye, I'm so relieved to see you're all right." Chao Yuan examined Lin Chiye from head to toe. Lin Chiye briskly approached the disheveled Chao Yuan and inquired, "Where have you been hiding these past few months?"
The sword saint, and I searched high and low for you. Moreover, I'm fine, but it seems you've had a rough time since logging in. Haven to you? Their vigilance towards outsiders is quite formidable. Listening to their exchange, Zhao Li leaned closer to Zhou Ping and whispered, "Here, a joke. The one who fears becoming a gigolo when entering prison." Zhao Li spoke without any attempt to shield his words from others. Thus, despite his hushed tone, his remarks were distinctly heard by the few present in the forbidden ruins. Chao Yuan took a step back, scrutinizing Lin Xie with a lingering hesitation, and queried, "Xie, have you truly? What about that gallon?" "Desperation drives one to such actions," Lin Xie replied, a slight grimace crossing his lips. Under Chao Yuan's increasingly peculiar gaze, he felt compelled to clarify, "I merely indulged in drinking, solely to gather information." Feeling overwhelmed by Chao Yuan's scrutinizing stare, Lin Xie turned to Zhao Li, who was avoiding eye contact, and exclaimed, "You've led me astray, senior." He then turned to Zhou Ping, seeking assistance. "Help me out?" "Senior." Zhou Ping, gazing down at the ground, began to lead Zhao Li towards the room, stating, "It has been a while since you last met. I'm certain you have much to discuss. I shall leave the space for you to converse at length." Chapter 77. Anxious to return, senior. "Senior, do not feign ignorance. Senior, if you leave like this, my reputation for the rest of my life will be tarnished." Lin Xie gazed at Zhou Ping's departing figure, disbelief clouding his eyes. Had they spent merely a day together, only to learn the art of evasion? Upon returning to his room, Zhou Ping leaned against the door. Casting a glance at the smiling Zhao Li, frowning, he inquired, "Why did you have to mention that in front of Chao Yuan?" "Which one?" "Lin Xie's job." Zhao Li, merely seeking to divert their attention, ruffled his hair and sauntered over to the bed, reclining with his hands propped behind him. The issue was neither trivial nor monumental. It merely required a bit more explanation. Zhou Ping nodded, reluctantly accepting his response. "What about the bounty? How do we resolve it?" "There are two options," Zhao Li began. "One is to strike this place down, allowing everyone to sink into the ocean, thus alleviating any concern regarding the bounty. The other is to employ illusions whenever we leave, reverting to our true forms only upon departure. Though these seem like two choices, in reality, there's only one viable option," Zhou Ping articulated, counting on his fingers. "We emerged here as a group of 9, yet we have yet to locate 4 of our companions. If we destroy this place, their safety cannot be guaranteed. Brother Xiao Ping, is your choice truly motivated by their safety? Otherwise, I believe your concern stems from the innocent lives on the island. To be frank, I have visited Takamagara. There are no deities there, only a sea of crimson. This indicates that they can thrive without divine protection." As Zhou Ping listened, an unsettling feeling grew within him. He furrowed his brow and interjected, "What exactly are you trying to convey? Let's return home. Here, we are not tasked with slaying any deities. Remaining here is merely a futile waste of time." Zhao Li cast his gaze down at the wooden floor. Time here was distorted. Each person's entry point varied. If we consider the longest timeline, we have been here for 2 years. 2 years. Just 1 year shy of 3, and in our homeland, one could claim death with an identification card. A sound of footsteps echoed nearby, and Zhao Li noticed a pair of legs before him. Subsequently, the space beside him sank slightly as he felt a hand resting on his shoulder, gently guiding him to lean. Zhao Li did not resist. He succumbed to the force and reclined against Zhou Ping's lap. However, when Zhou Ping attempted to lift his face for eye contact, he raised his arm to block the gesture in refusal. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Ping did not insist. He shifted his hand from Zhao Li's face to the top of his head. "You seem troubled by the passage of time." "Why? I am not. Previously, you spoke of centuries upon centuries. By that logic, 2 years is but a mere fraction, insignificant. Yet now, you exhibit an unconscious anxiety regarding it. Zhao Li, you are concealing something from me." "I am not. In Takamagara, aside from vanquishing monsters to enhance one's strength, you encounter other entities." Zhou Ping, observing Zhao Li's bodily reactions, altered his approach, or rather, what person am I correct? "No, allow me to speculate. Did this individual convey something to you? Perhaps that your time is limited? Is there a trouble here that we cannot resolve? Or, no,
None of that. Did I guess correctly? Which one? Zhao Li lowered the arm shielding his face and, with a prayerful gaze towards Zhou Ping, implored, Brother Xiaoping, please stop guessing. Truly, stop. Each guess was unervingly accurate, casting doubt upon his ability to keep secrets. Zhou Ping disregarded his plea, for until this matter was clarified, it would inevitably become a significant bombshell between them. The first? The second? The first, Zhao Li casually selected. Then it must be the second. Observing the shock on Zhao Li's face, Zhou Ping smiled, leaned down, and gently kissed his lips, whispering, while you were learning Japanese, I had some spare time and asked Fan to help me find some books on psychology and micro-expressions. So now, can you enlighten me about the trouble we both cannot resolve? Zhao Li turned and embraced Zhou Ping's waist, burying his face against his abdomen, attempting to evade the question, reminiscent of Zhou Ping's earlier act of looking down at the floor and pulling him away. It's all right if you don't wish to speak now. I can wait. Whenever you feel ready to share, I will listen. It wasn't reluctance to speak, but rather uncertainty on how to articulate his thoughts. The muffled sound from Zhao Li's abdomen echoed. I have always engaged in some business ventures to earn money. You know that, right? I am aware, Zhou Ping replied, involuntarily recalling the investigative results Fan had shared with him. Your source of funds appears quite peculiar. While each transaction seems reasonable, some simply do not withstand scrutiny. The unreasonable is, in fact, normal. Pardon? Because the entity that pays my salary is not human. Warning. Warning. Disclosure of S existence is prohibited. Zhao Li paid no heed to the blaring sirens in his ears, continuing, it is a deity, or more accurately, an existence that is distinct from but elevated above deities. Are you a divine agent? Zhou Ping inquired. No. Zhao Li shook his head with a wry smile as the sirens ceased. Initially, when Shinmai spoke of the distinction between forbidden ruins and divine ruins, I wished to establish a notable reputation for myself within the realm of divine ruins. However, upon learning that divine agents are exceedingly rare, I realized that standing out could lead to peril. If they could summon divine assistance while I had nothing, it would be rather absurd, so I refrained from pursuing it. Zhou Ping endeavored to comprehend the situation concerning Zhao Li, but to no avail, so he inquired, what is your current predicament? It is a matter of employment. He pays, and I work. When I was in Takamagara, he approached me again, assigning a new task that is quite arduous, and I am uncertain of my ability to complete it. Zhao Li did not elaborate on the consequences of failure, yet Zhou Ping could surmise the implications. What if I choose not to undertake it? He pondered. There would be no external repercussions. Rather, I would struggle internally with my conscience. Zhao Li eventually confessed after a prolonged silence. Zhou Ping refrained from suggesting that they abandon the task. Instead, he declared, then let us proceed. Through fire and water, I shall stand by your side. I do not desire your companionship in this. I simply wish for your well-being. Zhao Li firmly declined. Chapter 78. The Blade Chi Kitten, then I shall take my leave now. Do not. At these words, Zhao Li instinctively tightened his embrace around Zhou Ping's waist. After waiting for 2 seconds without any movement from the person beneath him, he realized he had been deceived. Little Pingu, you tricked me. I did not. Zhou Ping said, gently ruffling Zhao Li's hair. If you do not allow the future me to face danger alongside you, why must you insist on keeping the present me here? Do you believe that I am only meant to share happiness with you, yet not to endure the storms by your side? I cannot bear it. It is not that I cannot. Rather, I cannot bear to let go. Having been together for almost 2 years, Zhao Li knows all too well what kind of person Zhou Ping is. Yet precisely because of this, he finds it even harder to part with him, to see him suffer alone. You cannot bear for me to accompany you, yet you would leave me in a hopeless wait? After a moment of silence, Zhou Ping sighed. Zhao Li, dying together is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is being the one left behind, bearing another's expectations, living in despair and solitude. Zhao Li shook his head. That will not happen. With Sanjiu around, my little Pingu will not be lonely. Familial love and romantic love cannot be equated. Zhao Li, I'm a bit greedy. I do not wish to lose either. Therefore, let's strive together to enhance our strength and return home together in the future. Shall we? Zhao Li lifted his head to meet Zhou Ping's encouraging gaze.
His eyes inexplicably moistened, and he quickly lowered his head, softly murmuring, and fearing that Zhou Ping might not have heard him clearly. He paused for 2 seconds before speaking again. All right, let us return home together. All right, rise now. No, your arm is hurting my waist. Zhao Li's refusal caught in his throat. He looked at Zhou Ping with a pitiful expression, but upon seeing Zhou Ping's resolute gaze, he understood that feigning helplessness would not change his mind. Reluctantly, he released his hold. Letting go was but a fleeting moment. It took 2 minutes for him to finally sit upright. Zhou Ping sat up behind Zhao Li, tidying his disheveled clothing. Standing, he extended a hand towards Zhao Li. Though we did not compete in prison, I still desire the prize you promised. I wonder if Chef Zhao can satisfy me? Zhao Li grasped Zhou Ping's hand, using it to rise, shedding his earlier dejection. Of course, as long as you wish it, Chef Zhao will cook for you every day without issue. Let's go. As they stepped out of the room, they were met with a lingering gaze filled with resentment. Zhao Li noticed Lin Qiye staring at him with a mournful expression and reflected on his recent actions, realizing they were indeed rather underhanded. Rubbing his nose, he cleared his throat awkwardly. Today I shall cook. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine. Lin Qiye's mournful expression froze on his face, and he replied in a daze. It was not until he saw Zhao Li and Zhou Ping enter the kitchen that he snapped back to reality. Do you think the food they prepare could taste of blade qi and sword aura? Lin Qiye shot a glance at the suddenly eccentric Chao Yuan. If that were the case, they would not be cooking, they would be fighting. What kind of pot can simultaneously stir blade qi and sword aura without breaking? Which household's cuisine can embody such hardcore elements? Due to the poor sound insulation of the kitchen, Chao Yuan's words were conveyed precisely to the ears of both parties involved. Zhao Li twitched his lips, his imagination quite vivid. Is yours as rich in imagination as mine? Certainly not. He could only conceive of unrealistic notions. While I can bring my creativity to fruition, Zhou Ping, while chopping vegetables, inquired, for instance, transforming the knife's aura into a tangible form, then molding it into the shape of an animal, like a little cat. Zhou Ping set down the knife and accepted the white kitten Zhao Li handed him, praising. Very lifelike, merely perfunctory. Zhao Li critiqued. Your punishment is to concoct a 50-word compliment. Placing a hand on Zhou Ping's shoulder, he nudged him aside and took over his vegetable chopping duties, advising, think carefully. If you can't come up with something, you may find yourself without dinner. Zhou Ping squeezed the kitten's paw, lifted it to his face for inspection, and after 2 seconds replied, I can't think of anything. I might as well forego dinner. I'll broaden the scope a bit. Praising the creator is also acceptable. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping pressed his lips together, revealing a smile. The creator, let me think. A bit silly, a tad foolish, and only worth noticing for his height. Are you speaking in antonyms? Am I dull? I consider myself quite clever. And my looks aren't bad either, surely. I have more to offer than just height. Noticing Zhao Li was about to engage in a thorough debate, Zhou Ping interjected. That's 50 words, Chef Zhao. Let us get back to work. All right, you've got me. Zhou Ping tilted his head at Zhao Li, his eyes clearly conveying. You've been outmaneuvered. Haven to you? In the face of a formidable opponent, Zhao Li unhesitatingly chose to surrender. He turned away, venting frustration by tossing the knife into the air, appearing infuriated, yet the unmistakable smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. Zhou Ping gazed at the kitten nestled in his arms, poking its chin with his finger and scratching it lightly, seeing it relish the attention. A glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. After a while, as the kitten danced around his fingertips, an idea sparked, and a faint sword aura manifested at his fingertip. The kitten's eyes brightened at the sight of the sword aura, and it eagerly nibbled Zhou Ping's fingertip, as if slurping up noodles, consuming the aura entirely. Once sated, the kitten circled around Zhou Ping's fingers, prompting him to scratch its chin and feed it some more sword aura. He only withdrew his hand when the kitten turned its head in refusal, placing it on his shoulder as he approached Zhao Li, saying, Let me assist you. Zhao Li had observed the interaction between Zhou Ping and the kitten intently, so when Zhou Ping approached, he turned his head and gently remarked, Once everything settles down, let us adopt a cat, and perhaps a dog as well. A dog? Do you have a particular breed in mind? The restaurant next door has a dog. We could ask my uncle to get one. Wouldn't one be too lonely? How about we get two to keep each other company? Isn't there a little kitten to keep it company? Zhao Li paused, pondering. If a kitten and a puppy were raised together, wouldn't the puppy bully the kitten? Having grown up together, there is no need for fear. After all, the combat prowess of a tabby cat should not be underestimated. Recalling a scene from high school when he witnessed one cat hold its ground against two dogs, Zhao Li held a particular respect for the fighting spirit of tabby cats. Suddenly coming back to reality, he realized he was dangerously close to cutting himself. He glanced down and saw the knife mere moments away from his fingertips, prompting him to set it down with a sheepish smile towards his partner. I'll take care of the cooking. Observing the hasty retreat of his companion, Zhou Ping shook his head and took over the task at hand, carefully packaging the chopped ingredients, discarding the unwanted parts, and addressing the remaining vegetables. Chapter 79. The sour flavor during dinner. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, both expressing skepticism about the dishes laid before them. Upon returning home, Yu Lirui noticed an unfamiliar face in the house and curiously observed Chao Yuan for a moment. Seeing the meal prepared on the table, she chose not to comment further. Hearing some commotion from the kitchen, she inquired if assistance was needed. Upon receiving a negative response, she washed her hands and patiently sat at the table, awaiting the two men to join her for the meal. Zhao Li entered with the last two dishes, followed closely by Zhou Ping, who cradled a small kitten in his arms. They took their seats, and Zhao Li raised an eyebrow at the others who made no move to serve themselves, questioning their lack of appetite. Aren't you all hungry? We're waiting for you to eat together. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan chorused in unison. Yu Lirui smiled at Zhao Li, who spoke the language of Daxia, but remained silent. Responding to their words, Zhao Li used his chopsticks to serve a piece of meat to his beloved beside him, encouraging, "Go ahead and eat." Zhou Ping lifted his head, which had been lowered while playing with the kitten, and replied softly, "All right." Zhao Li gently lifted the kitten by the nape of its neck from Zhou Ping's arms and placed it on the table, a hint of envy creeping into his tone. "It's just a kitten made of blade energy. Why all the fuss over it?" "It's quite adorable," Zhou Ping countered. "Indeed, it is," Lin Xie agreed, poking the kitten that had scampered to his side. Chao Yuan placed a piece of meat in front of the kitten, coaxing, "Come eat." "That is how you call a dog. Meow, meow, meow is for cats," Yu Lirui interjected. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan promptly abandoned his feeding efforts, realizing that coaxing with meow might be a bit too much for the kitten. As the little feline basked in the affection of everyone present, especially Zhou Ping, Zhao Li felt a pang of jealousy, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Zhou Ping consumed the dish Zhao Li had served him, chewed thoughtfully, and then quietly remarked, "The food today is a bit sour. There's no vinegar in it. How could it be?" Zhou Ping mused. "You've really learned some bad habits from Lin Xie over these past few months." Lin Xie, who had been playing with the kitten, looked up me, learning bad habits from him. Meeting Zhao Li's smiling gaze, he conceded, "Fine, I admit I've picked up some mischief from him. So don't blame me for causing you annoyance." "Senior, is this cat for sale?" "Not for sale. You don't understand. I had a cat when I was young, but I was always troubled by its shedding, so I never kept one. Upon seeing this one today, I realized." Lin Xie suddenly recalled something. Looking at Zhao Li with surprise, "Wait, you haven't crushed it, have you?" "Sword Saint, please." Zhao Li initially intended to ignore him, but sensing Zhou Ping's gaze, he gritted his teeth and muttered no. Zhou Ping took Zhao Li's hand resting on his lap, giving it a reassuring squeeze, then turned to Lin Xie, who seemed ready to speak again, and interrupted, "No talking at the table. Should Zhao Li be pushed too far, he certainly wouldn't hold back from intervening." Upon discerning the meaning conveyed in Zhou Ping's gaze, Lin Xie decisively fell silent. His intention was merely to incite mischief, not to recklessly risk his life amid such a significant disparity in their levels. This was sufficient for the time being. After finishing their meal and returning to their room, Zhao Li sat on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, appearing quite irate. Zhou Ping entered the room a step behind, closing the door with a backward motion and leaning against it, refraining from advancing further, fully aware of what might transpire should he approach. Zhao Li gazed at Zhou Ping, who stood motionless at the door. "Xiao Pingge, you assist them, but not me." "I do not." "You do." All right, I do. Upon hearing Zhou Ping's admission, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Zhao Li's eyes, and he transformed from his previously pitiable demeanor into one brimming with arrogance. Then you must compensate me. Zhou Ping, amused by Zhao Li's transformation, conjured a small dog with his sword energy and placed it on the ground. Would this suffice as compensation? The little dog spun around in circles, chasing its tail, before dashing toward Zhao Li. Zhao Li looked down at the incessantly whirling puppy, bent down to conjure a kitten to join it on the floor, allowing the cat and dog to frolic while he approached Zhou Ping, who was relaxing against the door. Not enough. Zhao Li reached up to embrace Zhou Ping, burying his head in the crook of his neck. Xiao Ping Gu, this is insufficient. What do you desire? I want you to kiss me. Zhou Ping tilted his head and placed a light kiss on Zhao Li's cheek. They are done. Not the cheek, the lips. Suppressing a laugh, Zhou Ping granted him a fleeting kiss. Zhao Li felt the ephemeral contact, and his mind momentarily blanked. Observing Zhao Li's dazed expression, Zhou Ping couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that his earlier assessment of Zhao Li's foolishness was indeed justified. Xia Ping Yi. Zhao Li, exasperated, lifted his head and silenced Zhou Ping's laughter with his lips, gently biting his lower lip. Zhou Ping threaded his fingers through Zhao Li's hair, pulling his head back. Once they parted, he took a soft breath and gazed into Zhao Li's eyes, whispering, "Do not bite." "I won't. Just let me kiss you again." Zhou Li insisted, disregarding the tugging sensation on his scalp, and leaned in for another kiss. Zhou Ping relaxed his grip, permitting Zhao Li to gradually encroach upon his territory. As their lips met, the sound of water echoed in the air. As the moonlight transitioned from east to west, sunlight streamed through the window, indicating that not much time had passed since they had rested. They awoke nearly simultaneously around noon, exchanging glances before Zhao Li averted his gaze first, looking toward the window large enough for both to leap through. "Shall we go out?" "Through the window? If you wish to explain to them why we have been asleep until now, exiting through the front door would suffice." "Let us take the window, then." In a secluded corner, the two of them leaped from the second-floor window. Zhao Li dusted off non-existent dirt from his clothes and turned to Zhou Ping. "Reporting, sir. We have landed smoothly. Stop fooling around." All right, no more antics. Should we return now, or pretend to search for someone and stroll around a bit before heading back? If we are searching for someone, it would be better to bring Chao Yuan along. Let us return first." Zhao Li let out a soft sigh, feigning indifference. He suggested an outing, though it was merely a question cloaked in pretense, lamenting the fact that his companion was rather lacking in romantic sensibility. They needed to gather their companions swiftly in order to return. Upon realizing Zhou Ping's intentions, Zhao Li's eyes sparkled with delight. He always knew that Xiao Pinggu treated him the best. "Have I ever mentioned," Zhao Li inquired, "that you resemble a child?" Raising an eyebrow, he leaned slightly towards Zhou Ping and asked, "Does a child possess a physique as splendid as mine, or such advantages?" "This is outside," Zhou Ping remarked. "I am aware," Zhao Li replied, "which is precisely why I have dispersed my divine energy around us, ensuring that our conversation remains confidential." Chapter 80. Collective Transformation. Zhou Ping rubbed his brow with the empty hand, pondering, is this how divine power is wielded? Isn't it true that a master can utilize it as they please? I have never heard of any deity stipulating its usage. This seems rather wasteful. Zhou Li kuntarat, asserting, as long as it pertains to matters concerning Brother Ping, it cannot be deemed wasteful. Chao Yuan peeked out from within the door, his expression weary as he observed the two seniors engrossed in a silent yet animated exchange, and spoke softly. "Esteemed seniors, might I suggest we converse inside?" Zhao Li turned to Chao Yuan, his smile fading as he sought confirmation. "What you claimed about knowing the whereabouts of others, is that truth or mere pretense? While I cannot ascertain their precise location since they are mobile individuals, I can identify their general vicinity." "Very well, prepare yourself, and accompany me shortly." Zhao Li then turned to Zhou Ping, inquiring, "Brother Ping, would you kindly wait for our return at home this afternoon?" "Agreed, but during the search, please maintain a low profile and avoid drawing attention. I assure you, from this moment forth, discretion shall be my guiding principle." Zhou Ping remained silent, his eyes betraying skepticism. Feeling somewhat defeated, Zhao Li glanced skyward, wondering, is he truly that unreliable? As for reliability, Chao Yuan felt he was the most qualified to judge. For hours later, Chao Yuan sat dazed upon the blade, flanked by similarly bewildered Qingyu, Zhao Lan, and Wu Xiangnan. Alongside Zhao Li, there were now 5 individuals on the blade. Chao Yuan turned and surveyed their pursuers, estimating their numbers at 50, no less, as anything fewer would not justify such an overwhelming display. Esteemed Signor, if we are to be so conspicuous, do we intend to retire after this venture? Once we gather everyone, we shall return, regardless of our visibility. However, didn't Yi and that individual have plans to meet elsewhere? Zhao Li hesitated, realizing he was unaware of this detail. No one had informed him. Ahem, it seems I have inadvertently stirred up trouble once again. Would it be permissible to cloak Lin Yi in a false identity for his tasks? Wait, not just Lin Yi, I could disguise all of them. Thus, the group soon witnessed a remarkable transformation. Chao Yuan observed as Jia Lan morphed into a man, Wu Xiangnan into an elderly gentleman, and Qingyu into a woman. Finally, glancing down at the blade, which gleamed with a reflective sheen, he beheld his own transformation into a robust woman. This change, it must be said, was strikingly beautiful, completely unrecognizable. Chao Yuan discreetly turned away from the others to confirm that nothing additional had manifested, sighing in relief. The alteration was merely superficial. The essence of their beings remained intact. Upon hearing Zhao Li's explanation, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Qingyu's eyes. If the illusion ability could be perfected, it would serve as a formidable weapon against foes. Regrettably, this power rests within him, and he lacks the opportunity to dissect and study it. Jialan gazed at her dramatically transformed companions, ultimately fixing her attention on Qingyu, who resembled a girl. It was their first encounter after countless reincarnations. Wu Xiangnan touched her face, confirming that there were no additional wrinkles, and exhaled a barely perceptible sigh of relief. She appeared older, yet was not genuinely aged. Zhao Li paid little mind to their reactions, his focus entirely consumed by the group pursuing them from behind. It was these individuals who impeded his ability to fly at full speed. If he soared too swiftly, he feared they would lag behind, yet flying too slowly risked the possibility of his companions being struck by gunfire. It was a precarious balance he had to maintain. At home, Zhou Ping listened to the news brought by Lin Qie, his hands clenching at his sides. He had cautioned them to remain low-key before departing. Yet it seemed they had utterly forgotten that advice before even leaving, with the stir they had caused. It would not take an hour for the entire circle to be aware of their exploits. Meanwhile, Fei, having exerted considerable effort to locate the rotund Zhao Li, sighed in despair, originally intending to gather everyone to redeem himself. Yet he found himself one person short and unable to locate him. Now, it seemed his misdeeds outweighed any potential redemption, making his return all the more uncomfortable. Qingyu adjusted her glasses and calmly analyzed the reasons for not being able to find Bailey Tumming. There were 2 possibilities. First, he might have hidden upon hearing the commotion, but given the magnitude of their disturbance and the presence of a large sword as a form of identification, it was improbable he would fail to recognize them and conceal himself. Thus, this option could largely be dismissed. The second possibility was that he was being held captive somewhere, unable to extricate himself. Considering everything, this seemed the most plausible explanation. She recalled that in the photographs they had received, he seemed notably absent. Jialan, however, knew the whereabouts of the rotund Bailey, but hesitated to divulge this information, as it would inevitably disrupt the existing timeline. Speaking of timelines, she suddenly realized that the trajectory of this reincarnation had seemingly diverged from the moment Lin Qie joined the Night Watchers, and the subsequent conflict with Sangnan had veered towards an entirely unfamiliar course. Thus, revealing this information might not lead to severe consequences, as her understanding of this reincarnation had already shifted from the outset. Recognizing this, Jialan decisively stated, "I know where he is." Where? Where is the opportunity for redemption? That place is currently inaccessible. We must return first. The chance for redemption slipped away before their eyes, and Zhao Li sorrowfully gazed at the sky. With a mere thought, A blade of energy shot forth from his sword towards the pursuers, eliminating them before he led the others back home. Upon their return, Zhao Li stepped aside to allow those who had undergone transformations to enter first. Without mentioning Lin Xia's expression as unfamiliar faces entered, Zhao Li lingered at the back, acutely aware of a familiar gaze upon him. It is said that the gaze of a loved one carries warmth. If this were true, he felt as though he were already ablaze, for the look from Xiaoping was almost incendiary. Zhao Li ambled out from behind the crowd, approaching Zhou Ping, and instinctively wished to feign vulnerability. However, the gravity of his recent actions bore no resemblance to pity, instead radiating an air of audacious arrogance. Ahem, it's getting late. Let's take a break. Zhou Ping scrutinized Zhao Li for a moment, appraising him from head to toe, and upon confirming that his attire was intact and devoid of any bloodstains, he rose and made his way toward the second floor. After taking a couple of steps, he noticed the absence of familiar footsteps behind him. Turning back to see Zhao Li standing still, he sighed, "Keep up." Inside the room, Zhou Ping playfully tapped Zhao Li's forehead with his finger. "Why must you always play the victim?" "Because it works," Zhao Li inadvertently confessed, revealing his innermost thoughts. The moment the words escaped his lips, a wave of panic washed over him. Oh no, he thought, I've said too much. Today might just be the end of me. Chapter 81. The flowing blade's aura. He gently raised his brows and offered Zhou Ping an apologetic smile, remaining silent yet expressive through his grin. Observing this, Zhou Ping sighed, lifting his hands to cradle his face and shaking it lightly. "I do not insist that you suppress your nature. Rather, I wish for you to ponder your actions more thoughtfully. For instance, in this recent affair, would it not have been more advantageous to proceed with less commotion, rather than attracting such a multitude of attention?" Indeed, Zhao Li nudda earnestly. Subsequently, in an attempt to redeem a semblance of his dignity, he began to articulate his thoughts regarding the recent operation. "Initially, I intended to execute a single task and then retreat. I did not consciously restrain myself. Upon learning that Lin Xie had alternative plans, I adapted our appearances using my abilities and ultimately resolved the situation with those who followed us before bringing them back. Overall, you have not committed any significant errors." As Zhou Ping gazed at Zhao Li's subtly brightening eyes and the corners of his mouth that began to lift, he chuckled softly. "Learn from this experience, and I am confident you will excel next time." Zhao Li's smile broadened. "I shall certainly perform better next time." Zhou Ping smiled in silence, grateful if Zhao Li could refrain from causing further trouble with his impulsive ideas. He did not wish to impose, nor could he compel such change. "Xiaoping, I believe we have nearly gathered everyone. Should we not establish a plan for our return?" Zhao Li suggested. "Very well," Zhao Li readily agreed. "Shall we go now? Let us depart, and we can also have dinner." Hearing footsteps approaching from the staircase, the group that had been reminiscing paused, turning to see Lin Xie and another descending. Lin Xie waved, addressing them. "Seniors, we are heading out for a meal. Would you care to join us?" "Certainly." The group, now a lively assembly, exited, completely oblivious to the earlier tumult they had caused. The consequence was a few missed meals, culminating in their return home, where they prepared ingredients for hot pot. As the principal instigator, Zhao Li remained quiet throughout dinner, his gaze focused on his plate, contributing nothing but his appetite. After finishing, they each collapsed onto the tatami, ready to discuss serious matters. "We wish to return to Daxia directly. What are your thoughts?" Lin Xie shrugged. "We are still short one person, so we cannot leave just yet. And once you find him..." Lin Xie fell silent, glancing back at his teammates. Receiving affirming nods, he continued, "Apologies, but we cannot depart at this moment. Perhaps it would be best if we part ways here. As for the last individual, we have already received news of his whereabouts. We can seek him out without troubling you, seniors." Zhao Li exhibited no visible emotional response. To him, these individuals were merely adjuncts to his and Zhou Ping's mission, equally dispensable upon their return. Of course, Zhou Ping's opinion held greater weight. If Zhou Ping wished to remain and assist, he would not insist on an immediate departure. He turned to Zhou Ping. "Xiaoping, what do you think? Let's part ways here. These days, thanks to..." Zhou Ping raised his hand to signal Lin Xie, who was about to engage in small talk, to stop. He walked over to Zhao Li's side, drew a forbidden item, and retrieved a star blade, the very one he had tossed to Chao Yuan in prison, later picked up by a certain thrifty individual. As Zhou Ping gazed upon it, memories of Zhao Li, amidst his busy schedule, still remembering to retrieve the blade, surfaced in his mind, making him somewhat reluctant to part with it for Lin Chiye and the others. He pressed his lips together and turned to Lin Chiye, asking, "Do you have a sword?" "I do," Lin Chiye replied without inquiring further. He produced the Zhanbai and handed it over, trusting that their esteemed sword saint would not harm them. Zhou Ping infused the Zhanbai with 3 strands of sword energy before returning it to Lin Chiye. "I have infused it with 3 strands of sword energy. Normally, using it for attack will not trigger the energy. Only when you actively utilize your mental strength to activate the concealed restrictions within will the sword energy be released. The 3 strands can be used 3 times. Seeing Zhou Ping bestow sword energy, Zhao Li also wished to offer his blade aura. However, to his surprise, just as the blade aura manifested in his palm, Lin Chiye and Jia Lan synchronously produced a transparent orb from an unknown source. This orb contained the very 3 strands of blade aura he had sent out. Zhao Li blinked, feeling somewhat dazed. Given the situation, should he feign indifference and continue to offer, or should he act nonchalantly and retract the blade aura emerging from his hand? Chao Yuan nudged Shun Qingzhu beside him with his elbow. They exchanged glances and simultaneously approached Zhao Li, standing before him in silence, each extending a hand in demand. Within mere moments, 2 individuals resembling debt collectors stood before Zhao Li, a question mark slowly forming above his head, his mind racing with thoughts. What do these 2 want? Are they finally revolting? Noticing Zhao Li merely observing them without action, Chao Yuan had a hint. "Senior, both of them have their hidden treasures. We, however, have nothing." Shun Qingzhu nodded in agreement. "No, wait." And Qingyu, adjusting his glasses, approached, clarifying that none of the 3 of us have anything. "There's 1 more, so that makes 4. Wu Xiangnan remarked, glancing around, his presence heavy as he lingered behind the 3, whispering a reminder. Zhao Li sought help from Zhou Ping, who shrugged in response, indicating his inability to assist. With no other choice, Zhao Li could only grimace and prepare to release blade aura, distributing 3 strands to each person, unable to give more. Zhou Ping observed the orderly queue receiving blade aura, akin to elderly patrons lining up for eggs at the supermarket. He tilted his head and chuckled softly, only to be caught in the act by Lin Chiye. To silence his laughter and prolong the amusement of Zhao Li's predicament, Zhou Ping pointed at Zhao Li, subtly remarking, "He has grown stronger now. With his enhanced strength, the blade aura he conjured naturally became more formidable." Having grasped Zhou Ping's underlying message, Lin Chiye led Jia Lan to the end of the queue. Upon their arrival, and Qingyu had just finished receiving his blade aura, seeing that they had already acquired theirs. Lin Chiye and Jia Lan joined the line, their eyes brightening, and they adjusted their steps to fall in line. After finishing with Wu Xiangnan, Zhao Li thought the matter was settled. To his surprise, upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the imposing visage of Lin Chiye. "If memory serves correctly, you just declined, did you not? The sword saint has instructed us to queue. Was it Zhao Ping who requested this?" Zhao Li turned to Zhou Ping for confirmation. Zhou Ping nodded in affirmation, indicating that indeed, it was Zhao Ping's request. "Very well, since it was Zhao Ping's wish, I shall comply." After executing 6 more strokes of the blade's aura, Zhao Li genuinely believed the ordeal was over, only to find yet another obstacle upon raising his head. Pressing his fingers against the throbbing veins on his forehead, he inquired, "Were you also sent by Zhao Ping?" Chapter 82, A Duel of Wits. No. And Qingyu shook her head. "I came here on my own accord. I wish to study the Elder's blade aura. I hope for an opportunity. Research is indeed commendable." Zhao Li replied with a touch of resignation, resuming his work. And Qingyu left joyfully, clutching the blade aura she had obtained for the 2nd time. Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances, rubbing their hands together as they approached in unison. "Elder." Zhao Li slammed his saber onto the table before him, his expression impassive as he regarded the 2. Chao Yuan reacted swiftly, turning to seize Shun Qingzhu's hand. "Hey, what?" You said you wanted to gaze at the moon and feel the breeze? Shen Qingzhu quickly chimed in. Yes, yes. I wish to go right now. Let's hurry. Zhou Ping stifled a laugh as he observed the entire farce unfold, finally stepping forward to escort the theatrically exhausted Zhao Li away. Once back in his chamber, Zhao Li lay sprawled on the bed with arms wide open, staring vacantly at the ceiling, resembling a fish that had lost its dreams. Feeling weary? Zhao Li's partner leaned over him, wrapping an arm around his shoulders and playfully biting his cheek. You not only failed to assist me earlier, but also conspired with them to subjugate me. Zhao Li accused. I was assisting you. Zhou Ping countered. Assisting? Your exuberance is overwhelming. I merely aim to help you expend some of it. Indeed, Zhao Li's flamboyant nature had drawn a delayed consequence. Moreover, they required some means of self-defense. As Zhao Li remarked, the absence of divine beings here, yet its peculiar semblance indicated that numerous oddities lurked beneath the surface. As they prepared to depart, it was only prudent to leave Lin Chiye and the others with some means of protection. Zhao Li scoffed. Defense? My blade aura, combined with your sword energy, could upheave this island in a 10-mile radius of ocean. Offense is the best form of defense. That is my philosophy. How fortuitous, for it aligns with mine as well. Zhou Ping chuckled softly, nudging Zhao Li with his nose. It seems our defenses are fully maxed out. Not to worry. With our defenses maxed, we can still augment our combat prowess. Zhao Li feigned reassurance before ultimately succumbing to laughter. Zhou Ping cleared his throat, pretending to be distressed. What if our combat prowess is also maxed out? What then? With both defense and combat maximized, we could conquer the world. Such grand ambitions. Might there be a more modest goal? Zhao Li feigned contemplation. A more relaxed objective might be elusive. Indeed, quite elusive. If we cannot find one, then so be it. Zhao Li continued. It is not impossible. He gently grasped Zhou Ping's neck, leaning in closer. You could seek to cultivate your romantic prowess. Without explicitly stating it, Zhao Li prompted Zhou Ping to play along. And where might I find such a person? Far away, yet near at hand, me. Look at me. I can handle the kitchen and the parlor. Most importantly, my skills in that regard are particularly. Zhao Li stifled a laugh, turning his head to whisper into Zhou Ping's ear, suppressing his amusement until he could finally articulate. Good. Are there any other advantages? At that moment, Zhou Ping resembled a discerning buyer, eager for the seller to showcase every possible merit. Naturally, Zhao Li was delighted to oblige. Indeed, he exclaimed, and he is particularly affectionate. Once you acquire him, you need not fear losing him. A simple message is all it takes. And he can traverse vast distances to find you, with automatic positioning, requiring no further words from you. However, if he can cover such distances without regard for home, I must decline. No, I cannot let him go. Our establishment defaults to an inquiry as a purchase. Ahem, as you are our first customer, we have decided to gift you a clingy little dog, one that cannot be returned, no matter the circumstances. Zhou Ping playfully scratched Zhou Li's shin, insisting. This is a shoddy shop. Complaints could lead to your downfall. No worries. After all, this is merely a single transaction for me. Am I your sole target for exploitation? Or is it that we harbor animosity? No, but there is affection. As Zhao Li uttered his last word, both erupted into laughter, relishing their performance. Once the laughter subsided, Zhao Li nudged Zhou Ping, saying, I just declare my love for you. Now it's your turn to reciprocate. Hurry, I'm all ears. Zhou Ping opened his mouth, his face gradually flushing, and after a considerable pause, he stammered a single word. And then, with a sigh, Zhou Ping released a breath he had been holding, and after much mental preparation, he finally articulated the 3 words that had been tangled on his tongue. I love you. Zhao Li could not be merely pleased. He was utterly elated. Observing Zhou Ping's reddened face, he teased, Who do you love? You, Zhou Ping replied, rolling over to lie beside Zhao Li, resting his chin on Zhao Li's shoulder as he gazed at his profile. With the weight lifted from the air, Zhao Li raised his hand and waved it in the space between them, his eyes sparkling as he turned to meet Zhou Ping's gaze, asking, Am I your favorite? Yes, you are my favorite. Having answered several questions in succession, Zhou Ping had regained his composure, feeling much more relaxed, the heat in his face dissipating. Zhao Li turned to place his hand on Zhou Ping, inching closer, warmth enveloping them. Zhou Ping instinctively closed his eyes, anticipating the kiss that was to come. 1 second, 2 seconds, countless seconds passed without a single touch of lips, only the sound of their breaths drawing near. Zhou Ping opened his eyes to look at Zhao Li, who upon meeting Zhou Ping's gaze, offered him a radiant smile. The last remnants of distance vanished within that smile, their foreheads touching as they simultaneously heard each other's heartbeats. Little Ping, when you closed your eyes just now, were you expecting me to kiss you? Zhou Ping bit his lip, taking a long while to respond yes. After replying, he pondered that he always felt shy to acknowledge desire. In this aspect, Zhao Li was far more adept, exuding a natural frankness. I had intended to kiss you. Zhou Ping looked at Zhao Li, silently inquiring, then why did you not? Because you had your eyes closed. Zhao Li paused before explaining, not because I believe kissing must be done with eyes open, but because I prefer to observe your expressions over the act of kissing. Expressions? Zhou Ping raised his hand to touch his face. What expression had adorned his visage moments ago? When we first became acquainted, your emotional expressions towards me were almost miserly, which led me to develop a habit of observing your subtle expressions. At this point, Zhao Li chuckled with satisfaction. Although I have not delved into the literature on micro-expressions, I can assure you that no one is more adept at interpreting your nuanced expressions than I am. Yet, Zhou Ping thought to himself, what is there to be proud of? Your expression, just now, was a blend of anticipation and anxiety. It is entirely natural to feel nervous in the face of the unknown, Zhou Ping explained. Then open your eyes, gaze at me, and embrace all that is uncertain. Little Ping, you must understand that the time we spend together far outweighs the unknown, so you can completely relax in my presence. As for your anxiety, simply stow it away in your baggage and cast it into the vastness of space. Zhou Ping looked into Zhao Li's eyes and suddenly comprehended why he had made such a statement. Are you afraid that I might misconstrue your affection for physical intimacy as greater than your feelings for me? I have been rather insistent these past few days, Zhao Li admitted, lowering his gaze with a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 83. The man in the black cloak. Well, it's fine, I said. It's not too frequent, so you need not worry about any misunderstandings. Between us, there is far more warmth than mere physical intimacy. Zhou Ping gazed tenderly at Zhao Li. They had known each other long enough, yet had not indulged in sexual encounters often. For Zhao Li to contemplate such intricate details was indeed commendable. However, does this not suggest that when Zhao Li has idle moments, he tends to overthink? Perhaps he should be given more tasks to occupy his mind. At that moment, Zhao Li was unaware of Zhou Ping's intention to keep him busy. He had already been charmed into a state akin to a puppy, gazing at Zhou Ping with sparkling eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that he would agree to any reasonable request at that moment. For instance, had Qiao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu asked for the sword aura again, he would have complied without a hint of hesitation. Zhao Li, Zhou Ping prodded his cheek, stop daydreaming. Go wash up, and then get some sleep. All right, I'm on it. Zhao Li, almost in a trance, rose from the bed and made his way to the bathroom, guided solely by instinct. Zhou Ping followed him, stifling a smile at his dazed expression. The following morning, the two prepared to leave early to avoid an emotional farewell. However, as soon as they stepped out the door, they heard voices below and caught the enticing aroma of breakfast wafting through the air. Exchanging glances, Zhou Ping nodded towards the window. Shall we? Let us go. After breakfast was prepared, those downstairs grew increasingly anxious as they awaited the occupants of the upper floor. Should we send someone up to check on them? One suggested. Who will go? Lin Xie casually replied. The other 5 fixed their gazes on him, prompting Lin Xie to incredulously point at himself. Me? Many hands make light work, and Qingyu remarked languidly. You are the captain, Shun Qingzhu interjected, zeroing in on the crux of the matter. But I'm a woman. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to enter their room, Zhao Lan protested. Oh dear. Oh dear. It seems my eyesight has suddenly failed me, as if I've been struck by a sudden backlash, Wu Xiangnan declared before collapsing onto the sofa. Shutting his eyes and feigning unconsciousness, Qiao Yuan glanced around, seizing on his unique experience. I've spent 2 years in prison. My body hasn't fully recovered. If anything happens, I might not react in time.
Well, all those reasons are compelling. You should go. Lin Chie encouraged himself. With 6 divine minds at his disposal, he mused. Who knows the outcome if a confrontation arises? You can do it. Go for it. Knock, knock. Senior, breakfast is ready. Would you like some? Receiving no reply, Lin Chie called again. Senior? After waiting a considerable time with no response, he reached for the doorknob, gently pressing it down. The door swung open without resistance. Upon entering, he found a room empty. The bed lay bare, the covers neatly folded, and the window wide open, a breeze fluttering the curtains toward him. Lin Chie closed the door and descended the stairs, addressing the few individuals awaiting news. They have departed. Zhao Li, embracing Zhou Ping's waist while standing on the sword, gazed down at the vast blue sea. Speaking of which, is it not a tad remiss for us to leave without partaking in the breakfast prepared for us? There are provisions within the forbidden items. I'm not hungry. It was merely a casual remark. Yet, I discern a genuine sense of regret in your words. Zhao Li chuckled heartily. Little Ping, did your journey to Japan endow you with the ability to read people's intentions? I did not, Zhou Ping vehemently denied. Very well. You did not. However, we have been flying for quite some time now, and yet we have yet to encounter the mist. Is the Japanese sea truly that expansive? Initially, Zhou Ping felt no unease, but Zhao Li's comment stirred a sense of disquiet within him. When we entered, it seemed we emerged from the depths of the sea, having undergone a spatial transition. Zhao Li craned his neck to peer at the ocean. Does this imply we must leap into it? Perhaps. Just as the two pondered whether to jump directly or descend a little before leaping, a voice unexpectedly called out from behind them. Gentlemen, shall we take an alternate route for a discussion? Zhao Li exchanged a surprised glance with Zhou Ping. Did you sense anyone else's presence approaching? Zhou Ping slightly shook his head, having felt no nearby entities. That is peculiar. Even if we are both in a relaxed state, it is unusual not to notice someone drawing near. Is this person behind us a human or a ghost? Driven by curiosity, Zhao Li turned to face the newcomer, who was cloaked in a black robe that concealed much of their form. However, the nostrils slightly flared, revealing them to be undeniably human. Zhao Li's intrigue diminished significantly. Grasping the suddenly materializing blade, he raised it high, prepared to strike. Wait, I'm not here to fight. I am here to escort you out. In the language of the great Xia, on what ground should we trust you? The newcomer scratched their head beneath the black robe, acknowledging they had only mentioned escorting 2 individuals without the need to prove their identity. Just a moment, let me check. Not this one, not that either. Ah, here it is. Your badge. Do you recognize it? Zhou Ping confirmed the authenticity of the badge through its reflection. It belonged to the Night Watchers and was indeed genuine. Having validated my identity, shall we proceed? Alas, if you delay any longer, by the time you reach the Pure Land, you may find you are unable to leave. Zhao Li and Zhou Ping exchanged a glance, remaining silent, still feeling a sense of suspicion surrounding the individual's sudden appearance. The timing seemed too fortuitous. They had not appeared earlier or later, but precisely when the two contemplated leaping into the sea, coupled with their inability to sense his presence. Who could ascertain how long he had been eavesdropping? I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. So, if you discover that you cannot escape, you can report me to your superior. Is that acceptable? Lead the way. Very well. Keep up with me. Zhou Ping maneuvered his sword to keep pace with the figure ahead, addressing Zhao Li, who stood with his back turned, vigilant of any threats from behind. His strength is boundless, and that black robe he wears appears to be a rare artifact of concealment. Boundless. It seems the artifact he possesses is formidable. Half an hour later, the trio descended upon a desolate coastline. The man in the black robe pointed towards a particularly prominent rock formation below, stating, "There lies a passage to the outside world. If one leaps atop it and channels their mental energy, they can activate it." Catching a glimpse of the black-robed man preparing to depart, Zhao Li raised his hand, conjuring a binding force that ensnared the man. "You're coming with us." "Aye, what the hell?" An exclamation of frustration escaped Zhao Li as he dragged the man to the rock. Ignoring the man's protests, Zhao Li circled the rock before turning to Zhou Ping, who stood atop the coastline, beckoning him. "Little Ping, come down. There are no concerns here." Chapter 84.
The essence of fireworks, Zhou Ping crouched down, supporting himself against the stones along the bank, and leaped to Zhao Li's side. He cast a glance at the bound figure in black robes, and, suddenly struck by a thought, inquired, "Do you know Jinyan?" "I do. She's our boss," the black-robed man replied. Zhou Ping nodded, pressed 2 fingers together, and sliced through the bindings, ensnaring the figure. "You may leave now." "Thank you," the black-robed man said, rubbing his arms as he stood. He turned to Zhou Ping and added, "Next time, I'll treat you to a meal, but as for the one beside you, that's another matter." "Zhao Li skufa. It's just a meal. Who cares? Moreover, I won't grant you the chance to dine alone with Xiaoping." The black-robed man shrugged. "Opportunities are created by people. I'm off now. See you next time." Once the black-robed figure soared away, Zhao Li, while channeling his mental energy to activate the passage, feigned indifference and asked, "Xiaoping, who is Jin Yan?" "I don't know her personally. I only know of her through Yi Fan." Yi Fan mentioned that she has been operating within the mist, possessing her own influence there, and maintains a friendly relationship with the Great Xia. If I encounter any trouble, I can seek her out and mention Yi Fan's name, and she would assist me. When the black-robed man unexpectedly intervened, she came to mind, hence my inquiry. "I see. It's Yi Fan again." A flash of white light enveloped them, revealing the familiar mist. Upon seeing the mist, Zhao Li, despite his reluctance to admit it, felt a sense of reassurance within. He had a fair understanding of the mist, and the system had followed them into it. His existence therein was relatively secure. However, the previous sight of an endless expanse of blue ocean, while beautiful, had an unsettling quality. Zhou Ping, having pulled the dazed Zhao Li onto the sword, discerned the direction and, upon confirming it was generally correct, set the sword in motion. After a day of swift travel through the mist, the 2 weary travelers successfully returned to the territory of the Great Xia, their fatigue not merely physical, but deeply psychological. Standing at the dock, Zhao Li stretched lazily and rubbed his eyes, declaring, "Once I return home, I intend to sleep for 7 days and nights straight. No one shall rouse me. Except for Xiaoping, of course." After sending a message to Yi Fan to inform her of their return, Zhou Ping, hearing Zhao Li's words, smiled wryly. "Stop with the charming words. Let us hurry. If we don't leave soon, we'll miss the latest flight. Yet we can fly faster than any plane, and still, we must travel by air. It's utterly perplexing," Zhao Li remarked. "Perplexing, you say?" Zhou Ping raised an eyebrow in response. The truth was, he understood the reasoning well. The Great Xia was home to a vast population, with night watchers comprising only a small fraction, and among them, only a select few had the ability to fly. Without regulations for that small group, it was quite plausible that a flying individual could collide with an airborne aircraft, creating a scene that was both terrifying and comical. Zhao Li's mind raced. With their illusionary abilities, they could ensure that no one else would see them. Therefore, wouldn't it be feasible for the 2 of them to fly directly back? After all, others lacked such illusionary powers. There is no law stating that a person cannot fly in the sky, is there? Zhou Ping halted his steps and gazed at Zhao Li. "Are you serious? So we can just fly back?" "Absolutely not," Zhou Ping replied without hesitation, pulling Zhao Li along as he continued. "I do not wish to see your name appearing in the annals of the law." Why would my name appear in the law?" "Trust me, if you dare to fly, Yi Fan would not hesitate to exercise his authority to introduce a new regulation into the legal framework, specifically targeting you with particular stipulations." "Targeted indeed. No need to be so poetic about it." "And designated." Zhou Ping let out a light chuckle. "To be honest, the extent to which you 2 are at odds has made me question whether you had a vendetta in a past life." "I don't know. I have no memories of a past life." "Neither do I." The 2 exchanged glances and, in unison, burst into laughter. Upon returning to Shijin by plane, they took a taxi home. After a prolonged period of tidying up the dust-laden house, they noticed that darkness had completely enveloped the sky. Zhao Li checked the time on his phone. 10 o'clock in the evening, well past the hour when supermarkets and most restaurants had closed. Feeling his stomach, which was not particularly hungry, he glanced at Zhou Ping, who was sitting on the sofa in a daze, cradling a cup of water. Remembering the empty refrigerator, he approached the sofa and pulled Zhou Ping up, leading him outside. "Where are we headed?" Zhao Li asked, crouching down to retrieve his outdoor shoes, placing them beside Zhou Ping's feet before putting on his own. We're off to find something to eat. We've both ascended to divinity. Missing a meal is inconsequential. It's quite late, Zhou Ping expressed, not particularly eager to venture out. This is a serious matter. After achieving divinity, we have an abundance of time. If we lose even the most fundamental pleasures, how shall we pass that interminable time? So, in your eyes, the most fundamental pleasure is dining? In the vastness of the world, nothing surpasses a good meal. Come on, come on. At this hour, the street stalls are at their busiest. Let us go now. Order some crayfish grilled skewers and a box of beer, and indulge ourselves thoroughly. As Zhao Li spoke, he could not suppress his saliva, feeling a pang of hunger. Reflecting on this journey, he realized he had scarcely eaten, and the few meals he had were far from satisfying due to limited provisions. The most significant takeaway from this trip was the unprocessed photographs in his camera. Now back in Daxia, reminiscing about delicious foods gave Zhao Li a sense of nostalgia. Zhao Li painted a delightful picture, and Zhou Ping, initially reluctant to go out, was swayed, not that he was enticed by hunger. In Japan, he had been deprived of certain resources. While he did not suffer too much, indulging in culinary delights was out of the question. With their appetites whetted, the two swiftly exited, leaving their chilly home behind and heading straight for the nearest street stall. The street stall was bustling with life, and seated at a table hastily cleared by the proprietor after the previous patrons, they ordered a feast. Zhou Ping is not particularly fond of conversing in public, and thus Zhao Li refrains from initiating dialogue. The two share a tranquil meal, seemingly out of place amidst the lively surroundings. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can discern an inherent harmony. The atmosphere is imbued with a unique warmth that is quintessentially human, aptly described by the saying that the warmth of humanity is most comforting to the mortal heart. Though they may now be regarded as divine, their hearts remain fundamentally human. And in such an environment, they exhibit their most relaxed demeanor. Having been enveloped in this warmth for quite some time, the two return home, stretch languidly, and collapse onto the sofa, their expressions mirroring a shared, blissful anger. The crayfish here is quite delectable. We must return for another meal, Zhou Ping asserts. He nods, suggesting they invite a few more companions, observing that the larger company makes for a more vibrant atmosphere. Zhao Li opens his mouth, hesitates for a moment, and finally inquires, "Who should we invite? Do they even have 10 friends between the two of us?" Chapter 85. The photograph. Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback by the question posed to him, sitting up and genuinely counting on his fingers, with one being included in the tally. His impression of the name Zhao Li was simply one of heart-stabbing affection, nothing more. Thus, when Zhou Ping declared it to be one, it indeed counted as such. Well, that's one. Are there any more? Yi Fan counts as one. When he's unoccupied, he could be included. Lu Wei counts as one too. Are you certain, Xiao Pingge, that you can catch the delivery man? Zhou Ping furrowed his brows, fixating on Zhao Li with a piercing gaze until Zhao Li finally relented. Count him. He is indeed one. Satisfied, Zhou Ping diverted his gaze. Confucius counts as one. A street-side eatery may not be suitable for the elderly, though. Even if we include him, that only makes 4. Zhou Ping pondered for a moment before adding. Lin Xie and his group of 6 can also be counted. That makes 10. Zhao Li was somewhat astonished, casually remarking how fortuitous that was. Upon hearing that they had reached 10, Zhou Ping lifted his head with a hint of pride. I have many friends. Indeed, many friends. Zhao Li observed Zhou Ping, leaning closer to gently touch his face. But Xiao Pingge, are you perhaps intoxicated? I'm not drunk, Zhou Ping retorted clearly. Really? Then what is 1 plus 1? 2. I'm truly not drunk. All right. Not drunk, Zhao Li playfully appeased him. This was hardly the demeanor of someone sober. Clearly, he was inebriated. On ordinary occasions, when asked about simple arithmetic, Zhou Ping would typically respond with a bemused glance and walk away. Only under the influence of alcohol would he willingly answer questions he usually evaded. A few bottles of beer could indeed intoxicate a person. This was a first for Zhao Li, as the previous 2 instances of drunkenness had involved stronger spirits. With a soft sigh, Zhao Li murmured, It seems I must keep an eye on your drinking habits from now on. I hardly drink, Zhou Ping replied, glancing at the overhead light. How did you end up drinking last time when Sanjio didn't give you any? Have you forgotten? You seized the opportunity when I was distracted and downed the remainder of my drink, leading to your inebriation. That wasn't my doing. Come, let's take a shower. Afterward, we shall retire for the night. Zhou Ping complied with Zhao Li's gentle urging, emphasizing it was not my doing. All right, it wasn't you, it was I. Indeed. Zhou Ping nodded in satisfaction. After bathing with the limited edition Xiao Ping, they returned to the bedroom. Zhao Li glanced down at his damp attire, then at his partner, who was already asleep with eyes closed, and couldn't help but smile in amusement. Use it and discard it. Well done. After taking another shower and returning to the bedroom, he rolled onto the bed, embracing the one who would not wait for him to join in slumber. Feeling the warmth emanating from behind, Zhou Ping, slightly chilled, turned to bury himself in the heat, his previously furrowed brow now relaxed, clearly indicating that he was sleeping better than before. Zhao Li held his willingly affectionate partner close, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he leaned down to plant a kiss on Zhou Ping's forehead, soon succumbing to the embrace of sleep himself. The following day, Zhou Ping was awakened by the clattering sounds from outside. He opened his eyes and surveyed the room, but did not see Zhao Li's figure. Glancing at his phone on the bedside table, he realized it was 9:30, a rare instance of sleeping in so late. Zhou Ping slipped on the slippers resting beside his bed and stepped out of the bedroom, only to find a new rack in the living room, where Zhao Li was diligently engaged in some activity. What are you busy with? Zhou Ping inquired. Zhao Li, with a screw clamped between his teeth, turned his head, appearing somewhat dazed. After a brief moment of realization, he hurriedly spat out the screw and replied, I bought a photo rack and am in the process of setting it up. Photos? Zhou Ping raised an eyebrow as Zhao Li gestured toward the coffee table. They're all right there. Take a look for yourself. Zhou Ping approached and opened the paper bag on the table, revealing an overwhelming assortment of photographs. A chaotic collection that obscured the individual images. As he tipped the bag, the coffee table was soon inundated with photos. This is a scene from a prison brawl. Where did you take this? I never saw it. Zhou Ping exclaimed. Your attention was solely focused on the newcomers. Naturally, you didn't notice me with the camera. Alas, I could only capture your back, which left me in a state of melancholy. Zhao Li sighed dramatically, causing Zhou Ping to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Suppressing a smile, ignoring Zhao Li's theatrical display, he continued to sift through the photographs. This one from the streets of Japan is lovely, and this seaside image is also quite nice. Which one? Zhou Li inquired. Zhou Ping was momentarily stumped. He had taken many photos of streets and beaches, and with such a vague description, he struggled to recall which ones might have caught Zhou Ping's admiration. These two, Zhao Li declared, leaning in for a closer look. They were merely landscape shots, and he immediately disagreed. These two are not particularly impressive. These few are truly exquisite. Zhou Ping observed the selections Zhao Li had made, each featuring his own solo portrait. He couldn't help but smirk and remarked, You are seeing beauty through the lens of affection. How could that be? This is merely a testament to my confidence in my photography skills. If you doubt me, scrutinize them closely. Don't you think the composition speaks volumes? Zhou Ping examined the photos for a considerable time, but found nothing particularly special. Rubbing his tired eyes, he admitted, I don't see it. Zhao Li leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Zhou Ping's lips, gazing at him tenderly. What about now? Feeling the warmth of Zhao Li's affectionate gaze, it was as if a light had been switched on for Zhou Ping. He looked down at the selected photographs and suddenly recognized a common thread. In these images, his gaze toward the camera was imbued with an unmistakable softness. No, it was not merely softness directed at the lens, but rather an expression of warmth toward the individual behind it. This nuance distinguished these photographs from the others. As Zhou Ping continued to explore, he noted that the majority of the other images were candid shots of Zhao Li, filled with vibrant expressions and life, devoid of that tender quality. Observing Zhou Ping's thorough examination, Zhao Li reached in and selected a few more photographs. These are splendid as well. Your expressions are particularly delightful, radiating joy that is contagious. Zhou Ping glanced at the photos he had selected, rummaging through a pile until he extracted 3 to present before Zhao Li. These images were quite remarkable, featuring the 2 of them in a series of portraits taken by a professional. Shall we hang them all on the rack shortly? The rack has already been assembled, so why not do it now? However, before we adorn the walls with these photographs, it would be prudent for you to freshen up and enjoy a hearty breakfast first. Zhao Li gently urged Zhou Ping to rise and head toward the bathroom, saying, "You go wash up while I reheat the breakfast I prepared for you, ensuring that it is warm and ready by the time you emerge." Chapter 86. The Scoundrel All Right. Then I shall await your delightful breakfast. Zhou Ping turned and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Zhao Li's cheek before stepping in the bathroom, leaving Zhao Li grinning foolishly at the spot where he had been kissed. After a moment of silly laughter, Zhao Li suddenly remembered he had to prepare breakfast, and with a quick slap to his forehead, he pivoted on his heel and made his way to the kitchen. Once Zhou Ping had finished his meal, the 2 of them set to work on a photo frame they had assembled, adorning it with photographs, each one symbolizing a place and a cherished memory. They toiled until noon, and the frame was filled to the brim with images. As Zhao Li stood up to brush off the dust and stretched lazily, he remarked, "The frame is too small. Had I known there would be so many photos, I should have purchased 2 frames. Given your penchant for photography, even 2 frames may not suffice," Zhou Ping replied. "Then let us acquire 3, if 3 is insufficient. We shall purchase the house downstairs and renovate it solely for the display of photographs." Zhou Ping widened his eyes slightly, exclaiming, "To buy a house just for photographs seems rather extravagant, does it not?" "Not extravagant at all. Here, this is for you." "A key?" "Indeed. It is the key to the apartment across from ours." "Have you truly purchased a house for the sake of photographs?" "No, no." Zhao Li waved his hands dismissively. "It is for my 3rd uncle. He runs a rustic restaurant and has been living there. While it is not a bad place, it is too far from us. It takes half an hour to drive, making visits inconvenient. I bought the neighboring apartment so he can move in, making it easier for him to drop by for meals. In the future, when we travel far, we can give him the key and let him come by to check on things whenever he pleases. He may accept some of our usual belongings, but a house. Zhao Li, he would never accept that. You can simply say it is yours. My uncle is well aware of my income sources. He would not believe it." Zhao Li rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. "Then you could explain that over the past 2 years, I have taken you to sea for business and that you have earned quite a bit, enough to purchase a house. Your story lacks conviction, Zhao Li. While you have certainly spun tales before, they were never so far-fetched as to be easily dismissed. Brother Ping, your sword case has been resting on my uncle's beam for quite some time, has it not?" Zhou Ping did not quite grasp why Zhao Li had suddenly brought up such a distant memory, but he nodded in agreement. "Yes, given how industrious he is. Would he not notice such a large object on his beam?" Zhou Ping paused, taken aback by this perspective he had never considered. "Also, the last time we returned, when we were drinking, your uncle insisted you promise to return safely. To be honest, I suspect he has long been aware that you have been concealing something from him. However, due to the extraordinary nature of the situation and the fact that the night watchers provide adequate protection for ordinary individuals, he may not have discerned the specifics, perhaps only guessing that you were involved in something perilous, like being a mercenary or a bounty hunter. What initially seemed to be a serious matter took a light-hearted turn when Zhao Li mentioned 2 professions, causing Zhou Ping to suppress a smile. In this day and age, who still believes in the existence of bounty hunters? Yet, anything is possible, much like how I once perceived the world as ordinary until encountering the extraordinary, after which I could no longer assert that the world was mundane. And deities, who could have fathomed their genuine existence? Thus, everything we deem impossible merely reflects the limitations of our perspective. Zhao Li gestured with his thumb and forefinger coming together and then apart. Perhaps one day, we might cross paths with a time-traveling bounty hunter, he mused. Zhou Ping playfully patted Zhao Li's face, suggesting he should save his dreams for nightfall. As they had promised to visit their 3rd uncle at noon. "What about the key? You give it to me. What if I need to give it to my 3rd uncle?" Zhou Ping shrugged, adopting Zhao Li's nonchalant demeanor. "That's a problem for you to ponder. Are you truly making me consider this?" A sense of foreboding stirred within Zhou Ping, yet he stubbornly nodded, adhering to the belief that things couldn't get much more absurd. Indeed, however, that very nod left Zhou Ping wishing to flee. As he covered his face and crouched in a corner, every visible part of him flushed with embarrassment. Just as their third uncle sent off the last guest and prepared to close for a brief respite before welcoming the evening visitors, he was halted in his tracks by Zhao Li. "Third uncle, here is the key to my house across the street. Please accept it." The third uncle, sidestepping Zhao Li's outstretched hands, scoffed, "What is this nonsense? No, I'm quite content here. I have no intention of moving. Please don't make it difficult for me. If you refuse, I won't even be able to enter my home tonight." The third uncle chuckled at this. "Well, that is splendid. If you can't get into your house, you can stay across the street." "All right, third uncle, you're forcing my hand." Before the third uncle could comprehend the implications of this statement, Zhao Li squatted down and wrapped his arms around his legs. The third uncle's mind went blank. What are you doing? If you don't accept the key, we'll just stay here indefinitely." The third uncle's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at Zhou Ping, who was deliberately avoiding his gaze, covering his face and retreating to a corner. Once he settled into a spot where he could no longer be seen, he remained there like a timid kitten, which was rather endearing. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was how to extricate the persistent rascal clinging to his legs. "Let go." Was it with a grown man sitting on the ground, holding onto my leg? "Just accept the key, and I'll get up immediately." "That is unacceptable. I can't accept it. A house is worth quite a bit. If you find it idle, rent it out and earn some steady income. As for me, I've lived here for so many years, and I've grown accustomed to it. My old companions and friends are here, and I have no plans of relocating. I'm not forcing you to move. I merely provide you with a key so that you may have a place to rest when you pass by." "Oh, come on. Speak up. Then take the key." Uncle San, feeling somewhat exasperated, urged, "Get up and speak." Yet Zhao Li remained resolute in his stance. The two stood in silent confrontation for a moment, until Uncle San, in frustration, took the key that Zhao Li held aloft. "I have it now, so hurry up and get up." "All right," Zhao Li exclaimed, rising to his feet and brushing off his trousers before scampering off to find his little companion, Ping Ge. Left alone, Uncle San sighed as he observed the retreating figures of the two, each exhibiting a degree of childishness. How shall they navigate the days to come? Chapter 87. Pride and Prejudice in the days that followed. Zhao Li was uncertain of how to navigate his path, aware only that the forthcoming period might prove to be challenging. "Xiaoping, I was wrong. I promise I won't resort to such unscrupulous tactics again." Zhou Ping took a deep breath and replied, "You are not at fault. I am." Knowing full well that Zhao Li's thought process diverges from a norm, yet still placing my trust in him, that was my folly. I should have established clear boundaries from the outset. Without them, who knows what Zhao Li might conjure up. Reflecting on the concerned gaze of his third uncle before departing, a wave of helplessness washed over him. He reached out and tousled Zhao Li's hair. "Now tell me, how did you come up with the idea of clinging to my legs and acting petulantly?" "It wasn't my idea. I learned it from a child on the street." Zhou Ping pressed the corners of his eyes, which were twitching, and said earnestly, "Do not imitate others recklessly in the future." "Ari," Zhou Li replied obediently. Zhou Ping sighed. Each time, Zhao Li would agree readily, yet when critical moments arose, he would invariably adapt unpredictably. Zhou Ping had come to understand him well, but he had made his choice. What could he do? He could hardly abandon him in a moment of irresponsibility. He would have to endure. Zhao Li interrupted Zhou Ping, who was lost in thought. "Xiaoping, your phone is ringing." Zhou Ping glanced at the phone, which was just out of reach, and nudged Zhao Li. "Could you pass it to me?" "Here you go." Zhou Ping took the phone, slid it open, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then quietly switched it off, tossing it aside. Seeing this, Zhao Li picked up the phone out of curiosity. "Who is it?" "Yifan." Upon hearing this name, Zhao Li's curiosity evaporated in an instant, and his hand recoiled as if shocked. "Yes, looking for you. It can't be anything good." Zhou Ping nodded in agreement. However, while he acknowledged the sentiment, he felt the need to confront the message. What if it contained something of significance? After a minute of evasion, Zhou Ping steeled himself to examine the task that Yifan had once again assigned without compensation. Upon reopening the phone, his eyes widened in astonishment. A gathering. Zhao Li leaned over to look. An invitation for the great sword master of the Xia dynasty and his beloved to attend a gathering in the capital. The attendees include. He did not read aloud the names that followed, yet he recognized the caliber of individuals Yi Fan had assembled. Is this a trap set by Yi Fan? The invitees are all of the highest caliber. Moreover, he has gathered all of you in the capital. Does that mean other places do not require safeguarding? It could also be that the recent circumstances have improved, and he wishes to hold a reunion with old friends. Xiaoping, trust me, Yi Fan is cunning. If there were no ulterior motive, he would never organize such a gathering. Zhou Ping playfully poked Zhao Li's face, chuckling, "You are biased." Then Yi Fan is arrogant, deliberately feigning ignorance towards me. Look, everyone else is named, yet I am merely referred to as the sword master's beloved, without so much as my name mentioned. Is this not arrogance? Zhao Li lamented. Heaven knows how much I relish the title of sword master's beloved. What a juxtaposition it creates between the two of us. Yi Fan, without further ado, truly possesses an extraordinary knack for navigating social situations. When you mention the title of the sword saint's beloved, the glimmer in your eyes rivals its brilliance. Zhao Li, following Zhou Ping's gesture, glanced at the overhead light, his gaze wavering. It can't be that exaggerated, can it? Well, it certainly doesn't shine as brightly as you do. Am I to be likened to a light bulb then? Zhou Ping's lips twitched at the thought. To divert this line of conversation, and to quell Zhao Li's light bulb analogy, he decisively shifted the topic. Yi Fan is still awaiting my response. You must decide whether we shall go or not. Let us go. We have yet to visit the capital together, and I wish to capture some photographs of us there. Then I shall reply to him. Indeed. Zhou Ping swiftly typed a response, and within moments received an enthusiastic confirmation, followed by a copious amount of information detailing the gathering's time, location, and the numbers of 2 hotel rooms. Zhao Li, fixating on the room numbers, quickly devised a solution. Let us bring Sanjiu along. Our little family should enjoy a delightful trip to the capital. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping felt a flicker of excitement, yet he inquired, but will Sanjiu be willing to join us? Leave that to me, Zhao Li grinned widely. Zhou Ping silently lit a candle for Sanjiu, then unhesitatingly nodded in agreement with Zhao Li's assurance. On the day of departure, it was unbeknownst to Zhou Ping how Zhao Li had managed to persuade Sanjiu to come, but he arrived in high spirits, clearly eager to partake in the journey. As Zhao Li went to check in the luggage, Zhou Ping approached Sanjiu and called out, "Sanjiu, you're curious how I agreed to come, aren't you?" Indeed, that lad has a remarkable way of understanding people. I was cooking one day when he burst in, asking if I had a photo with you. Before I could respond, he thrust a pile of pictures in front of me, all featuring the 2 of you. How could I back down? I insisted on joining you at the photo studio. He then mentioned that these were candid shots, incomparable to any studio photographs. I may not grasp the nuances of real versus staged images, but I felt compelled not to be outdone by that boy. And here I am now. Sanjiu chuckled, patting Zhou Ping's shoulder. It has been years since we took a photo together. That is my oversight. This time, let's make up for all those lost years. Zhou Ping stood in stunned silence, still processing Sanjiu's words. He had presumed that Sanjiu's participation was a result of Zhao Li's relentless persuasion. Yet the essence of Sanjiu's remarks conveyed a deeper truth. I am here because of you. Only love can coax a stubborn heart to compromise. It is love, and only love, that achieves such a feat upon returning with the luggage. Zhao Li noticed Zhou Ping's dazed expression and placed a hand on his shoulder. Leaning in to softly call out, "Xiao Ping, Xia Ping Yi." "Oh, what?" Zhou Ping stammered, momentarily lost in thought. "What are you pondering so intently?" Enough, enough. The plane is about to take off. You should refrain from probing further. Any matters can be discussed once we reach the hotel. You 2 can close the door and converse then. Uncle San waved his hand at the 2, signaling them to follow him in line for boarding. Zhao Li and Zhou Ping exchanged glances, and Zhao Li tilted his head, inquiring, "Did you offend Uncle San?" Zhou Ping shook his head. He had not offended him. Yet he was aware of who had. Intrigued, Zhao Li pressed, "Who?" Zhou Ping pointed at him, indicating that the true culprit was both distant and yet right before their eyes. Zhao Li, in disbelief, widened his eyes and pointed at himself, exclaiming, "Me? That's impossible. I just returned from dropping off my luggage. There is no time to cause any trouble."
Indeed, at that moment, he had not caused any disturbance. But when he presented their shared photograph to Uncle San, the trouble had already begun. Chapter 88. Zhao Li. Zhou Ping's gaze subtly drifted to the half-visible pendant peeking from Zhao Li's pocket. This pendant was not a mere trinket purchased from a store. Rather, it was a handcrafted piece they had created together from materials they sourced, featuring a photograph of the two of them. Upon inspecting the pendant, Zhao Li instantly grasped the situation. He smirked, remarking, "Uncle San is truly stingy. He won't even allow a bit of honesty." Zhou Ping, exasperated, cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Li, pondering whether what he deemed honesty was merely a sharp barb aimed directly at the heart. "Xiao Ping, come here quickly. I'm on my way, Uncle San. Just put away the pendant and let us go." "No, I want him to see the pendant. I want him to feel envy, to realize that we have a photograph together that he does not possess. Humph. Just don't make me mediate later," Zhou Ping cautioned. Zhao Li patted his chest confidently and assured him, "Rest assured, that will not happen." However, due to past experiences of being let down, Zhou Ping initially doubted Zhao Li's promise and quietly prepared himself for the role of peacemaker. Remarkably, this time, it turned out to be true. Throughout the flight, neither Zhao Li nor Uncle San engaged in any quarrels. Despite their mutual disdain, they merely exchanged cold huffs whenever their eyes met, then diverted their gazes. Upon arriving at the prearranged hotel and settling their luggage, Zhou Ping observed Zhao Li busily changing the bed linens and approached to lend hand. "Why didn't you two on the plane?" "Because of you. Me? If we were to argue or anything, it would inevitably place you in a difficult position. So we refrained from any conflict. At most, we merely exchanged glances of discontent." Zhao Li paused before adding, "Well, strictly speaking, I don't truly dislike Uncle San. I simply played along with his performance. Otherwise, it would be rather dull for him to be angry alone. If Uncle San were to hear that, he would surely be genuinely upset with you." Zhou Ping recalled Uncle San's expression on the day he picked him up and shook his head definitively. "Not at all. If that's the case, I'm curious what Uncle San is like when he genuinely gets angry." Uncle San usually had a good temperament and rarely lost his temper. To my recollection, he only truly got angry once. If you're curious about his angry demeanor, you might have to wait a while. Zhao Li contemplated this and concluded, "Well then, being happy every day is quite nice too." As they spoke, the bed had long been made. Yet neither of them had released their grip on the corner of the sheet, resulting in the bedding being stuck at the final step. Once their conversation concluded, they finally relinquished the corner of the sheet, lying on the newly made bed, gazing at the ceiling and synchronously rubbing their bellies. "Xiao Ping, are you hungry?" "Aye." "Ding dong. Let me check my messages. Look, it's Yi Fan. He is asking if we want to go out for a drink. Shall we?" Zhao Li turned and leaned against Zhou Ping's chest to glance at his phone, his fingers deftly swiping across the screen. Absorbing the contents of the conversation between Zhou Ping and Yi Fan, the timestamp of Yi Fan's last message indicated that it was still not time for the gathering. This implied a reluctance to attend, and thus, I shall inform him of our absence. "Yes," you respond, and once you have finished, we shall venture next door to dine with Sanjiu. After declining Yi Fan's invitation to drink, the two tidied up and proceeded to knock on the adjacent door. After waiting for a moment without hearing any sound from within, they exchanged glances. Zhao Li retrieved his phone and suggested, "Shall we call Sanjiu?" "Why call? I am right here." "Sanjiu." Zhou Ping turned to see Sanjiu approaching from the other end of the corridor, his gaze sweeping over the disposable food container in his hand. "Why did you go buy food by yourself?" I was waiting for you too. I thought I might starve in the hotel. Here, I brought these back for you both." Sanjiu handed over the items he was carrying to Zhao Li, who accepted them before Sanjiu used a card to unlock the door. "Will you two be dining here or taking it back?" Zhou Ping inquired with concern. "Aren't you eating?" "I have already eaten. This is specifically for you two. Then we shall take it back to eat, and we won't leave any for you. Please rest early." After Zhao Li spoke, he pulled Zhou Ping back to their room, while Sanjiu watched their retreating figures, turning back only when the corridor lights dimmed. Sanjiu had brought back 2 servings of spicy hot pot, 1 spicy and 1 mild. Zhao Li glanced back and forth, unable to decide which to eat. So he asked Zhou Ping, "Xiao Ping, which one are you having? Is there a non-spicy option? If so, I shall take the mild one."
Yes, here you are. After satisfying their hunger and tidying up the remnants of their meal, the two climbed into bed. After a day filled with rushing for flights and transportation, they were not exhausted per se, but rather it had been a sheer torment, making an early rest preferable. The following day, rejuvenated, the two accompanied Zhou to explore several attractions, capturing numerous photographs, solo, duo, and trio shots. Goodness, why does taking photos feel more exhausting than battling with gods? Zhou Ping remarked as he passed by Zhao Li, who was seated on the carpet, with a cup of water in hand, playfully kicking his calf. Do not sit on the floor, it is cold. Go sit on the bed or the sofa. I need to rest for a bit, just a moment. I do not wish to move now. Very well, but do not linger too long. Zhao Li remained silent, merely gesturing an okay sign. Observing this, Zhou Ping refrained from further comment, offering his hand to Zhao Li before turning to enter the bathroom, where the gentle sound of running water soon echoed. Listening to the sound of water, Zhao Li sat for a while, finished the water in his cup, placed it down, and approached the bathroom door to knock. Zhao Ping, I will step out for a moment. The water ceased, and Zhao Li took a step back. Soon the bathroom door opened before him, revealing Zhou Ping wrapped in a towel. Where are you going? To the internet CAF next to the hotel, to download the photos from the camera. After explaining his intentions, Zhao Li looked at Zhou Ping and asked, Is there any snack you would like? Next to the internet CAF, there lies a supermarket. If there are any items available, please bring some back for me. Zhou Ping shook his head and replied, There is nothing I particularly wish to eat. Just be quick about it. All right. Zhao Li proceeded to a bar where he reserved a private room. After exporting the photographs from his camera, he took a moment to indulge in their beauty before sending the duo shot of Zhou Ping with his uncle and the group photo of the three of them to his uncle as well. Having completed these tasks, he shut down his computer and prepared to leave. However, after taking only a few steps, his phone began to chime incessantly. Upon checking, Zhao Li discovered it was his uncle. His uncle inquired, Why isn't there a solo picture of Zhao Ping? I recall you took quite a few. He added, Please send me a copy of the solo shots. I wish to have them printed. Zhao Li chose not to read the remainder of the message. Instead, he promptly powered off his phone. Apologies, but at this moment, he was Zhao Li, the one who reads but does not respond. Regardless of who it was, his resolve remained unyielding. If work was required, he was amenable. However, as for Zhao Ping's solo photographs, those were absent. Chapter 89. The gathering. Not only was there no door, but there were also no windows. Zhao Li returned to the hotel, his imposing demeanor dissipating the moment he opened the door. He cautiously entered the room, sticking close to the wall, his movements furtive. To those in the know, he was merely a guest, but to the unobservant, he might have seemed like a thief on the prowl. Zhou Ping looked at Zhao Li with an expression that was difficult to decipher, questioning, What are you up to? Nothing much, Zhao Li replied awkwardly, a nervous laugh escaping him. He shifted his limbs as if to ease the tension and continued, So, Zhao Ping, are you still awake? I've been waiting for you. Cough, cough. By the way, did Zhou send you a message just now? Zhao Li stepped closer to Zhou Ping, probing cautiously. He needed to ascertain whether Zhou had reported him to Zhao Ping before deciding on his next course of action. Yes, he mentioned you suddenly went missing and told me to hurry and look for you. Missing? How could I, being an adult, possibly go missing? Exactly. That's what I told him, but he insisted you stop replying to messages. Zhao Li took out his phone, pressed a button, and found it unresponsive, out of battery, and shut down. It wasn't intentional neglect. Is it really out of battery? Zhou Ping raised an eyebrow skeptically. Coughing lightly, Zhao Li awkwardly confessed the truth. Zhou wanted a solo photo of you, and I didn't want to provide it, so I deliberately turned off my phone. You. Zhou Ping tapped Zhao Li on the head at a loss for words. Are you truly that jealous? Have you turned into a jar of vinegar? Zhao Li cast his gaze downward, avoiding the question, as he believed his feelings were merely a manifestation of normal possessiveness, not jealousy. Though Zhou Ping could not see his face, he could easily guess Zhao Li's thoughts. With a resigned sigh, he took Zhao Li's phone, powered it on, and skillfully navigated to the chat application, sending two of Zhao Li's solo photos to Zhou. They're just photos. It's not as if you have the opportunity to take more in the future. You treat every picture like a precious treasure. I don't want to hear it. Zhao Li covered his ears and leaned against Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping raised a hand to steady him. Stand up straight. Help me to the bathroom. At the bathroom door, you can't bargain. I just lost 2 exclusive photos. Come on, Xiao Ping, just this once. Zhou Ping raised a finger to his brow, conceding just this time. If Zhao Li attempted to use this as an excuse again, he would not indulge him. Zhao Li nodded happily. This time was this time, and next time was next time. If necessary, he could always concoct another excuse. After escorting Zhao Li to the bathroom, Zhou Ping returned to the bed, clutching his phone. He perused the photo album, selecting appealing images to send to Sanjiu, while the less desirable ones were not deleted, but rather placed in a separate folder. If he had to help Zhao Li to the bathroom for merely sending 2 photos, deleting 2 of his pictures would be a whole different ordeal. The trio had spent 3 days in the capital, during which Zhou Ping had effectively mediated their disputes regarding photo distribution every evening. Zhou Ping could not fathom what all the fuss was about. After all, it was merely a few photographs. If they wanted more, they could simply take another round of pictures. Why was it worthy of such a battle of wits between the two? In any case, Zhou Ping was utterly exhausted from his role as the family judge. He yearned for the day of the gathering to arrive swiftly and resolved to catch a flight back the very next day after the meal. He had no desire to continue in this capacity any longer. At last, the day of the gathering arrived, fulfilling Zhou Ping's anticipation. After bidding farewell to his third uncle, he took Zhao Li by the hand, descended the stairs, and turned left into a narrow alleyway. Upon traversing the alley, they arrived at their dining destination, a bustling eatery brimming with the vibrancy of life. They were among the last to arrive, and the place was already packed to capacity. Fortunately, Yi Fan and a few others had arrived early and secured table. Zhou Ping scanned the room, spotted Yi Fan, and guided Zhao Li, who was momentarily distracted, to the seats that had been reserved for them. As soon as they settled in, Zhou Ping heard Lu Wuwei calling out to him from across the table. Today, Commander Yi is treating us. We've ordered a delightful assortment of dishes. All that is missing are you, Zhou Xiaoping, and Zhao Li. Please, don't hold back. Order as much as you like. The prices here are reasonable enough that at 1 tea break the bank. Yi Fan rolled her eyes at this remark, retorting, if you think the prices are too low, why not choose a more expensive venue for your treat? It's not low. I was merely jesting, Lu Wuwei laughed, deftly sidestepping the topic of treating. Don't be timid. Stand your ground against him. Easy for you to say. Why don't you confront him yourself? I lack the courage to do so, Guanzai replied, adjusting the cap upon his head with a nonchalant air. Then you're timid as well. Guanzai shrugged, remaining noncommittal. He raised a bottle of beer towards Zhou Ping, saying a congratulatory toast. A message over the phone lacked sincerity. I hope it's not too late, Zhou Ping. Congratulations on taking that pivotal step. Thank you, Zhou Ping responded, to which Guanzai chuckled lightly. No need for thanks. I'll finish this bottle myself. You'd best not drink. It's well known that your tolerance is poor. Zhou Ping blinked. It was indeed true that his tolerance was lacking, as he had little opportunity to practice. Yet, how could Guanzai possibly know that? Surrounded by the lively chatter of the crowd, Zhao Li nudged Zhou Ping's shoulder and leaned in a whisper, Brother Xiaoping, is there anything you wish to eat? I'm open to anything, Zhou Ping replied, turning his head. Upon receiving this confirmation, Zhao Li nodded and rose to speak with the proprietor about adding more dishes. This left Zhou Ping alone, continuing to ponder how Guanzai had come to know about his poor drinking capacity. Noticing Zhou Ping's contemplative expression, Guanzai took advantage of a lull in the conversation, pointing his finger, still clutching the beer bottle, directly at Yi Fan, who was engaged in a spirited debate with Lu Wuwei. Zhou Ping glanced at Yi Fan, still incredulous, until he caught the approving nod from the silent scholar seated beside her, who had been quietly sipping tea. The two had confirmed the source of the information. Just as Yi Fan had triumphed in her exchange with Lu Wuwei, she noticed Zhou Ping gazing at her with an expression full of accusation. Perplexed, she scratched her head and asked, Zhou Ping, why are you looking at me like that? I don't recall doing anything to wrong you. My drinking capacity is poor. This is a fact. You, Uncle San, and Zhao Li have all indulged in libations together, and on every occasion, you have been the first to succumb. You have consistently ended up inebriated, Zhou Ping exclaimed in mild irritation. Indeed, I may have been intoxicated, but I persevered until the end, Yi Fan retorted with audacity. Upon returning from ordering dishes, Zhao Li overheard Yi Fan's last remark. He pulled out a chair and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What do you mean by persevering until the end?" "Drinking," Zhou Ping replied, casting a disapproving glance at the incompletely articulate Zhou Ping, and enthusiastically recounted the recent events to Zhao Li, warmly inviting him to join the alliance against Yi Fan. Chapter 90. The priorities of Yi Fan. Guan Zai patted Lu Wuwei on the shoulder and turned to Zhao Li, inquiring, "Shall we join forces to down Yi Fan at the table?" Hey, I'm right here. Is it not a bit brazen for the three of you to openly plot against me?" Yi Fan protested, slapping the table for emphasis. Lu Wuwei pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why don't you pretend to be deaf for 10 minutes? Once we have devised our plan, you can return to your senses." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan clicked his tongue. "Today, I'm a host. Are you not concerned that if you provoke me, I might refuse to cover your bill? Anyone here can afford this meal. Your threats hold no weight," Guan Zai retorted, shrugging casually. Zhou Li interjecta. "What exactly is your plan for drinking?" Allow me to explain. When the drinks arrive, you start first, then proceed to, after you finish. I will take my turn, and then Lu Wuwei will follow. We will take turns until we surely bring Yi Fan to his knees." Listening to their blatant conspiracy, Yi Fan twitched at the corner of his eye and sought an ally. "Master Chun, you must assist me." Master Chun chuckled. "Given that you're the one bullying the younger ones, it is rather generous of me not to join them in overwhelming you." "Bullying the younger ones? When has that ever happened? You cannot possibly slander me. I have maintained a good reputation my entire life. It cannot be tarnished now." At this declaration, some in the room twitched their lips, others had veins bulging on their foreheads, some gagged, while others were left speechless or in a daze. After a considerable pause, Guan Zai finally composed himself and remarked, controlling a group of people with just a few words, "Truly, that is you, Yi Fan." "Not at all. I'm merely being courteous," Yi Fan replied, pressing his hands down in a humble gesture. "Friends, let us exert ourselves and finish him off quickly so we can continue our gathering. Cheers," Lu Wuwei declared, slamming his hand on the table. Zhao Li leaned against Zhou Ping, weakly raising a hand in agreement. "I concur." Zhou Ping, eyes glimmering with mirth, leaned back against Zhao Li's chest and whispered, "Drink less. There's south no place here to sell hangover remedies. There's just in that little alley over there." "Huh? When did you find that out?" I asked a netizen online. Zhao Li teased, rubbing his face against Zhou Ping's. "There's hangover soup. If you wish to drink some later, you needn't worry about feeling unwell tomorrow." Lu Wuwei raised a hand to shield his eyes in disdain. "You two have had enough. With 6 of us dining, you two are a pair while the rest of us are single. Feeding us dog food like this is quite inconsiderate." Yi Fan, seizing the opportunity to undermine their alliance, suggested, "How about the 3 of us finish off Zhao Li first? And then you two could take me on?" "That one do. You hold the highest priority," Guan Zai said lazily, placing a bottle of beer before Yi Fan. Yi Fan opened the beer in front of him and declared, "Very well. I shall sacrifice myself for these little rascals today." "How dare you? We are gentlemen." "You 3 overwhelming me hardly reflects a gentlemanly demeanor." As they conversed, an array of steaming dishes arrived at the table, causing those present to struggle against the urge to salivate uncontrollably. Yi Fan picked up his chopsticks and launched the first offensive, justifying his actions with the words, "Soon, I shall be inundated with wine. To ensure I do not succumb to inebriation too swiftly, and to allow you all to indulge more heartily, I must first eat. Enough with the formalities. You simply wish to eat first." Handing over the skewers offered by Lu Wuwei, Yi Fan readily accepted them, bringing them to his mouth, and relishing his meal even more amidst Lu Wuwei's lamentations about how he truly devoured his food. Zhou Ping, seizing the opportunity, quickly helped himself to the dishes that Zhao Li had placed before him, a smile of amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed the exaggerated antics of the two. "This is delicious. Xiao Ping Ge, do have taste." Zhou Ping opened his mouth to savor the lamb that Zhao Li had offered, still chewing as he raised a thumb in appreciation for Zhao Li, who was eagerly awaiting praise. With a chuckle, Zhao Li replied,
There's more here. Take your time. Xia Ping Yi. You two ventured outside for a spell. What did you think of the cultural atmosphere there? Zhou Ping, with his mouth still full, found it inconvenient to respond to the sage's inquiry. He nudged Zhao Li, signaling him to refrain from peeling the lobster for a moment to reply. Realizing he could no longer pretend not to hear, Zhao Li removed his disposable gloves and recounted. As for the cultural atmosphere, truth be told, I did not feel much of it, for the locals were quite hostile, shouting threats the moment we met. The sage chuckled knowingly, his eyes gleaming with insight. Before they shouted threats, did you do anything? Merely what is reasonable, Zhao Li replied with a subtle smile, unperturbed. Zhao Li, stop dawdling. We are unable to bear the burden alone. You take over. Lu Wuwei called out with a grin. Coming. Zhao Li replied over his shoulder, then turned to the sage. I shan't continue our conversation. They are beckoning me. Receiving Zhao Li's significantly suggestive gaze, the sage waved his hand generously, indicating, go on, go on. I shall converse with Zhou Ping, so he is not left in solitude. Thank you, esteemed sage. I shall bring you a gift another day. How could you speak so openly? Matters of gifting within the establishment ought not be made public. Zhou Ping, sipping his beer, quietly cautioned Sage. Your persona is crumbling. What persona? Everyone is multifaceted. To confine a person to a singular identity is the most foolish endeavor. I am merely relaxing with you all, revealing my most authentic self. Zhou Ping glanced at the group nearby, merrily engaged in their libations, then turned to the sage. Sage, what have you been reading lately? Of late, I have not been reading. I have been contemplating the philosophies of life. And what have you concluded? Not much as of yet, but I feel a newfound clarity within myself. Zhou Ping, is that a bit frustrating? Zhou Ping nodded, indeed, somewhat. That is normal. I once shared similar sentiments with Yifan. He too found it perplexing, though his bewilderment remained veiled within. Yours, however, is written plainly upon your face. That is unwise. Displaying emotions so overtly can be perilous, Zhou Ping remarked, taking another sip of his drink. The master took a bunch of greens, leisurely maneuvering them onto a plate with his chopsticks.